He figured that the runes he was working on might have been too low-leveled for these skills to gain much experience. Maybe if I focus on runic compression I'll be able to squeeze some common runes on the sword so that they don't melt after 5 uses. He rubbed his chin before grabbing his coat. He didn't find much leftover food in his runic refrigerator, so he had to go do some shopping. No more assistant meant that he was back to dining at the pubs and inns. He left his workshop with a layer of clothes. It was winter this season and it was quite chilly outside. The small feet imprints of the halfling youth were barely visible as it had started to snow. Maybe when my contract runs out I could go to a city with less snow and rain, he thought to himself while walking, the frosty air making him push a shell up towards his mouth as he hid his face. The city was silent, nothing had occurred for the past year and a half. Roland was slowly getting used to this kind of life, but if it would continue as such no one knew. Chapter 50. The sound of distant barking broke the silence of the night. It was faintly noticeable between the howling wind that rattled the uneven windows in Roland's room. The light from his candle flickered as it danced around. The young man was lying down on his bed. Roland was holding both his hands behind his head and looking at the ceiling. He was spacing out while thinking about the future. He had already spent almost 10 years in this foreign world and he still felt like he didn't belong here. He thought back to the day that he had arrived. He was confused and scared. The people in his so-called new home were cold and distant. The original Roland was a 5-year-old child and didn't know much about the world. His old memories had already faded into obscurity and he wasn't sure why his siblings were so distant. The only reason he could find was his mother, that was still a mystery to this day. There were no photos or paintings of her left in the mansion. The child that was once Roland couldn't recall her face either. Apparently, she had died giving birth to him, but if that was the truth or not was unknown. His status was showing that he was 100% human, so he didn't think she would turn out to be a demon lord like in some fantasy tales that he read in his free time. Then there were his 3 brothers. He didn't really interact with the other 2 that were of noble birth, and the youngest hated his guts. The reason was also a mystery, but probably it was due to this whole noble lineage nonsense. That brother's mother was also a commoner, a daughter of a merchant to be precise. He remembered a few instances where that brother of his lashed out at him. Luckily, most of the time there were people around and no fights broke out. It would be really unfortunate if he got beat up by a child only a few years older than his new body. Roland also kept to himself and avoided confrontations from happening by hiding in some secluded spots to train his skills. He wasn't sure what his brothers were up to now. Did they finish the Knight Academy and were now back at the Arden estate? Were his sisters getting married off to some nobles to gain more prestige and power? Maybe they were lucky enough to nab themselves someone that they actually liked. Normally a youth that had a warrior class and was from a noble line would go to the Knight Academy to train. Just as the name implied, it was a school for young nobles. The curriculum of such an academy varied. It wasn't just physical and combat training. A knight had to know how to read and present themselves. They would study things like etiquette, languages from other countries, history, and even accounting. A lot of went into a knight and they had to train in particular skills to unlock the more noble versions of their classes. If you wanted to achieve a knight class first, you needed a tier 1 squire class. Depending on the choices of other tier 1 classes, you could rank up to a tier 2 knight eventually. For instance, if you were lucky enough to have a mana warrior class and a squire class, you could then quickly switch to a tier 2 mana knight. Then depending on your elemental affinity, you could specialize into something like a flame knight. There were various combinations to this class as well as the others. His mind drifted away from his family and he recalled another person that was at him during that 5-year stop. It was his maid Martha that was more or less his mother figure. He had certain emotions towards that woman, but he mostly considered that to be due to the leftover feelings from his host's body. She was someone who at least cared, but if she would be willing to drop her cushy job back at the Arden estate and come here to help him out. He was living in a warehouse that would probably be quite chilly if he wasn't a blacksmith who used a lot of hot metal. There was also the problem of contacting her. Sending her a letter was one option, but it could very well be intercepted by someone from the noble house. He didn't know who hired the first assassin that went after him. There was nothing stopping that person from hiring more if they knew where he lived. Roland shook his head as he tried not to think about his old family anymore. That was something that he had left behind a long time ago. He was now more or less self-sufficient and part of the working class. His runic swords were being sold to the adventurers already, and he was earning a hefty sum for someone his age. This was still not nearly enough to start his own business though. He would probably have to go to a different town where he could set up a shop. A town where the prices for real estate were a lot lower than here. The taxes also depended on the nobles that ruled the lands. He looked over some potential new places, but he was still on the fence. It would probably be a lot easier to live his life here. He would probably get a new workshop after ranking up to Tier 2. Maybe even some Tier 1 blacksmiths as helpers, and they would be all hired through the company he was working for. Still, he would be only part of a bigger machine, just a larger cog in it, but still not his own man. Even though it was slightly troublesome, he still had dreams of starting his own workshop. He rolled to one side of his bed and then to the other before finally getting up. For some reason, he couldn't sleep. He activated the life detection magical device that he had made and couldn't see any enemies nearby. His life had gotten quite mundane after the last incident. He spent most of it working at his workshop. There were no more assassination attempts on his life for quite some time now. The gnome was holding up his part of the contract and he was well protected. Roland grabbed a stack of papers from the side and started looking through them. He was doing his own research in hopes of discovering a new skill. The people in this world were very reliant on their skills. It was thus very hard to come by any type of research materials that weren't just skill books. Those just gave a person the knowledge instantly without really giving them time to contemplate over it. It was as if a person was learning to ride a horse without having mastered walking. Riding a horse was the superior type of travel, but if you got off your horse you couldn't go anywhere. Thus it was hard for a person to research other similar skills as they lacked the basic knowledge to do so. This was why Roland was now re-educating himself. He was far too reliant on his debugging skill for his runes. Without it, he would probably not be able to improve a lesser rune by himself. At least not before he started his own research. Now he was able to see some of the patterns and even understand them on a surface level. There was a certain crafting technique he wanted to learn, the one that would boost his items to another level. It was the one that melded mana stones into the runic structure and powered them. There were two main ways that this technique worked. One was by somehow combining the sizzling hot metal with the mana stone during the smelting process. The runesmith would create a special mana alloy that would retain more ambient mana in itself. These special alloys would then allow a runesmith to make weapons with lower requirements for mana. This was the harder way of doing this, and the prices were also higher. Of course, the way of doing this was hidden away by the runesmiths. They would also charge you an arm and a leg for it as they weren't willing to aid their competition. This was considered to be the superior technique compared to the other one. There were even superior versions of it that worked on materials other than metal. But they apparently required special smelters, techniques, and more skills that kept everything together. The second option was a lot simpler. First, you just needed to get your hands on a raw mana stone from a monster. The better the quality, the lower the mana usage would become. If you managed to get a strong enough mana stone, you could even make a weapon that didn't need any outside mana to run. After acquiring this resource, a runesmith would take an item, for instance, a sword. He would then have to craft a socket for it. Mostly he would place it in the hilt or just above the crossguard. The stone would be then inserted into the special socket. The mana stone would then turn into a battery for that item. The socket being nothing more than a conduit for the mana stone. What he really needed to find here was the correct runic structure for this socket. Fashioning an opening to fit a round object as a mana stone wasn't hard. He just needed to connect it with the main runic pathways and make a complete circuit. He already tried the direct approach, but it didn't work, so he decided to evaluate his knowledge and go back to the basics. It would be easier to get my hands on one of those runic weapons with these sockets, but then this research would lose its meaning. He had contemplated buying one of those items himself. He had earned some gold coins since getting here and could afford a common item. But then he felt like he would again rely on his debugging skill too much. Then he would probably run into another wall down the line, that one probably far greater than this one. So there he was looking back through some chicken scratch that he called notes. The candles that he was using were of the magical kind, so they would burn for a lot longer. This didn't increase the quality of light though, as his eyes were getting tired. In a slight fit, He finally tossed a bunch of notes up into the air and leaned back in his chair. The stack of papers flew everywhere and started slowly descending after hitting the ceiling. He closed his eyes and gave out an audible sigh before feeling something land on his face. It was one of the pages that he tossed up. The moment he opened his eyes it was before him. He removed it from his face and furrowed his brows. It was one of the runic components that he had drawn, but it was upside down. He looked at it for a second before realizing something. What if I've been looking at this issue in the wrong way? What if the mana core isn't a battery? Or if it's a combination of a battery and something else? Roland rubbed his chin. From the way he saw it, the mana stones inserted into the sockets should work as batteries. They were more or less an additional power source. Now a new idea dawned on him. What if they worked in a somewhat different way? The mana stones don't fully remove the need for a person to power the runes. They mostly just lower the requirements by a set number. They sometimes even lower the deterioration rate of the runes. What if instead of a regular battery it was some kind of cleanser or purifier? What if instead of adding ambient mana from the air it cleansed it from some kind of impurities, and thus increased the power output in that way? This started making sense now. If he imagined mana as a river filled with mud water and the mana core as a dam with a filter on it, the mana crystal would filter the muddied water and only let the clean water back into the stream. He had presumed that these crystals just stored mana and added some after being socket into the item. Now he had another theory, but if he was right then the socket needed a whole new design. He brought out a new piece of paper and got out one of his pencils. His entire room was a mess and the floor was littered with his schematics and non-working diagrams. His fingers worked fast as he had done this multiple times already. His high dexterity stat only added to the hastening of this process. In about an hour he had a finished schematic of a sword socket for a mana stone. It was connected to the dual rune with the mana slash and thrust skills. He waited a second before activating his debugging skill, but when he did his bottom lip began to tremble. He had previously created this combination rune, and already received the experience for it. Surprisingly, adding the socket, which was apparently just called a slot, had given him some bonus experience. He modified the schematic slightly after running it through his debugging skill and gained another 100 XP for it. This opened up a new revenue stream for him. He could probably modify all the old rune schematics to have slots in them and gain some bonus XP. This wasn't important that much now though. He had finally managed to create the fabled design that he was trying to reproduce for months. He had even gained an upgraded version of his old title. Apparently discovering new techniques in his profession did help him to gain things besides skills. He was quick to check his new title out, and was pleasantly surprised by the explanation. He wasn't sure how much of a bonus this would be, but anything that boosted his crafting skills would be appreciated. Even if it was just 1%, it was worth it in the long run. The crafting process was always lengthy and this could hasten it by an hour or two. He had spent almost the whole night continuing his research, and now dawn was upon him. Roland already knew what his new creation would be. He already had made the sword and would just need to make a few adjustments. The easiest way would be to punch a hole through the pommel and insert the gem into it. The hard part would be to make the crystal-like object fit without falling out. He still had the mana stone from that hobgoblin and could try to insert it there. He wasn't sure if there was a specialized skill or way to make the mana stones fit the sockets. I could try some glue, or maybe polishing it. He scratched his head a bit while feeling drowsy. He had already spent too much time on this tonight and his sleep-resistant skill was reaching its limit. It would probably be better to just turn in for the night. He could pick it up in the morning, and try a couple of crafting techniques to embed his marble-sized mana stone into his freshly created magical sword. Roland really hoped that there wasn't some kind of special skill required for this procedure. He didn't really have even the basic knowledge to start experimenting on those slots. Now with a working schematic, he could investigate some more. The upgrade to his title even showed him that trying things yourself was far more rewarding. If there was some kind of implanting skill, he might even be able to figure it out himself. It might even be impossible to attach a working slot for a pre-made weapon and he would have to recreate it from scratch. Though, that would have to wait for another day. He was dead tired. His eyes burned from focusing on rune schematics all day. Tomorrow he would get back into his research. Maybe with some luck, he would be able to make that gauntlet he always dreamed about. Chapter 51. Roland was looking at a piece of steel that had a round shape. This was the old pommel that he had removed from the previously created sword. He was planning to replace this section of the sword. There were a few other places he could push the gem into, but they would be troublesome. The blade had already gone through the process of hardening, so heating it up again to insert a groove might ruin it. He could also try filing a fitting hole into the hardened blade in the hilt, or slightly above it. But only filing a fitting hole wouldn't really work that well. He actually needed the gem to be held in place. He didn't have any magical techniques or materials on him that would hold it in place while allowing the mana to flow through. Having something he could just weld the thing on would probably be a good idea. For now, he chose to use one of the techniques Duelist used. The technique he would be using was called a bezel setting. This was a setting method that would hold the stone in place. It would use a raised surrounding for the stone with a lip encircling and overlapping the edges of the stone, thus holding it in place. He would craft a new pommel with a hole for the stone and some of those raised lips. After the stone was in place, he would need to push that thinner part of the metal down against the stone. This would wedge the mana crystal into the socket and keep it in there. This was one of the easiest ways for him to do this with his current skill set. Thanks to his high dexterity stat, he was quite good with his hands. Later he would have to research if there were other ways to keep those magic stones steady. He could even make the hilt wider at the end and punch a fitting hole, then hammer it shut. This would keep the gem fully on the inside but could damage it as well. There was also the problem with the mana stone being fully encased in metal. This in theory would lower its mana gathering properties by how much he would need to test it. Roland really wanted to make power tools now that would help him craft things. Due to his increased strength and endurance, he didn't really need a power hammer. He could use something like a drill to make more precise holes. With it, he could just make a screw-on pommel instead of wedging it in then hammering the part that was poking out at the end. He could really use tools like a belt grinder to help him with things like stock removal, profiling, polishing to a mirror finish. An angle grinder to cut metal would also save him a lot of time. The problem was always that such tools needed him to use up mana. This was valuable energy that he needed for runecrafting though, and couldn't be wasted. Now on the other hand, there was light outside the tunnel. With the help of these mana stones, he could probably lower the mana usage significantly, maybe even so much that his mana regeneration and the mana usage on the tools cancelled themselves out. First, he needed to make his first item though. Luckily the pommel was large enough to house this mana stone that he received from that hobgoblin he killed. After removing the old one, he would need to make it a bit smaller than the original. As he wanted some stock to be poking out at the end to hammer it in place. He got to work right in the morning. He was someone that was consumed by his job. There was almost no day that he spent not crafting something. He wasn't such a productive person back in his old world. This was probably due to many things a person could do to procrastinate back there. Movies, games, books, and the internet, there were just so many activities that were more fun. This wasn't true in this world. When he stopped working and relaxed, he found himself just sitting there with nothing to do. Roland had no friends or family to talk to. There was also no internet to surf around and spend his time. He was just left with himself and his own thoughts, thus he found himself thinking about new runes or new items he could make instead. It was time to get it done. He picked out a piece of steel that was closest in size. He would create a pommel from it. It would be similar to the previous one, and in the middle, it would have a groove and a flange. This flange was just a somewhat projecting lip that would then be bent inwards to hold the mana stone in place. The mana stone would be placed into the groove and maybe polished down slightly. Though it would be better to not alter the mana stone, as with a decrease in size it would lose some of its mana filtering and storing properties. The workshop soon filled with sounds of metal colliding against one another and the sound of a fast-moving grindstone. This process took some time, but in the end, he had something workable. Roland needed to fit the stone into the groove of this socket. He started placing it inside and filing it further down to get the correct shape. This was probably the most annoying process, as he didn't want to make the opening too large. After finally getting it into the correct shape, the time to insert the runic components came. This would be another grueling process to get through. This was a smaller piece of metal than the sword's blade, and he couldn't just hammer it with force. If he did that, he could break it. He would need to use the harder process of forcefully inserting this by hand. There was one thing he could do to hasten the process slightly. For this, he took out a simple engraving tool made from steel. It had a wooden handle and more or less looked like a pointy nail, or smaller chisel. He would engrave some of the larger runic structures into the metal on the hardened steel structure. He just had to be careful not to remove too much of the metal. If he did it correctly, he would save mana and time, as otherwise, his runefacting skill that used up MP would have to construct all the pathways and components forcefully. With a thin enough engraving, the technique would not have that much steel to push against. What he was left with were precise inscriptions that almost looked like finished runes. A normal person would even think this was the finished product. Only a runesmith or someone with specialized skill would notice the missing traces now. While concentrating with all his might, the runecrafting process started. It was a lot harder to do this on a non-heated up piece of metal, but within a day's time, he was finished. This wasn't quite over yet. Now the mana stone needed to be inserted into the pommel socket. He had done a good job while making this groove so the gem fit in nicely. He didn't own any bezel setting tools yet, so he had to make do with some of his regular smithing tools. The bending process wasn't hard as he did have enhanced strength by now. Soon the new pommel made its way back onto the sword hilt. Thanks to his ethereal pathway skill, he was now able to connect separate item parts with each other. This type of pathway was more similar to something like a wireless router. It was like a point in the rune circuit that would just connect to another similar one in it. One just acted as a receiver while the other was sending out the signal, so you had to plan it out in the right way as they wouldn't work otherwise. After some final touches, the new sword was complete. Roland took it into his hand and started examining it with the help of his identification skill. A little smirk appeared on his face. Steel arming sword of mana, mana/rune, mana thrust rune, slot, common mana stone, +3 strength. He looked at the additional static that the mana stone was giving. Each slotted mana stone had some kind of bonus to it. This one came from a hobgoblin berserker, and as it was a physical type of monster, it added to strength. It did also add the mana reducing properties to it, but apparently, his identification skill wasn't high enough to see just by how much. He wanted to test it out, so he walked outside. This new workshop had a bit of land around it that was walled off. He had a large thick tree log out in his backyard that would probably be good as target practice. Roland grasped his newly produced sword with one hand and did a few practice swings with it. His skill had improved since a couple of years ago. This took him back as he remembered the times that he sparred with his half-gnome assistant in this backyard. She was quite nimble and good at evading. This increased his skills and accuracy of blows. After looking back to old times, he took on a thrusting stance. This sword wasn't as long as a longsword, which mostly ranged from 100 centimeters up to 130 centimeters. It was about 90 centimeters long, hilt included, and was considered a one-handed sword. It was something between a long sword and a short sword. Before activating the skill, he was sure to look at his current mana. He knew how much MP the mana thrust required, so with some math it would be easy to tell how much energy he saved. He plunged his sword forward with one hand while injecting the minimal amount of mana. He could feel his energies flowing into the hilt and activating the runic structure inside. It felt slightly different than when he used weapons without a mana stone in them. The infused mana started getting sucked into the embedded gem. It glowed with a bright light before the whole skill activated. The whole blade glowed in a deep blue light. The energies moved towards the tip, and it looked as if a current of water was traveling to the sword point. The sword tip shone brighter before a bolt of energy shot forward. This attack looked similar to a mage's mana bolt spell, but it was a bit more concentrated. It had the same blue hue. The power of it depended not only on the user's intelligence but also on their sword skills. The moment it connected with the large piece of wood, Roland could see it shatter into many smaller pieces. The stump just exploded as the mana thrust technique punched right through it. On the other end, it collided with the ground and left a small hole in it while kicking up some dust. Roland whistled a bit while holding up the sword and looking at the whole runic structure. He had previously created swords with these runes and tested them. This one had clearly more penetrating power than the previous ones. The embedded mana stone was probably the cause of that. About 40% is it? Not bad, he said to himself while examining the glowing gem he inserted into this sword. Previously he only saw these monster cores absorbing ambient mana from the surrounding and thought they were just rechargeable batteries. Now he understood them better. They were more mana regulators than batteries. They purified the sword wielder's mana and siphoned it into the runic structure. He missed this fact previously as didn't have a pre-made product to test nor any research materials concerning it. Roland was also a bit of a Scrooge. He could have bought the cheapest weapon using this sort of mana stone and would have probably saved himself some time. He would have lost some gold coins while doing that though. He was thinking that maybe in the future it would be better to spend more on research materials. If other people weren't willing to sell skill books or research logs, then he would need to reverse engineer things himself. There was also one other peculiarity about this sword he was using. He could clearly see the skills for mana slash and mana thrust with the temporary prefix in his status when he was holding this sword. When he placed it somewhere else, these two skills would vanish as if they never existed. He even had a skill level attached to it and would even somehow know how to perform this skill. From what he could tell, it mostly depended on the rune's quality and maybe some other side factors. Like sword-related skills that a person using it had, Roland would need to test things out with these. It would be nice to get free skills from powerful classes. Though these were active skills and not passive ones, if he could get passive ones was a mystery. He put his sword away and looked at the scene of destruction. The tree stump wouldn't be usable for chopping wood anymore. Even a lesser skill as the mana thrust with his stats and the help of the mana stone had a lot of power behind it. This skill belonged originally to a mana warrior class and it increased power with intelligence and strength. Roland rubbed his chin and looked at his sword design. He thought that he could probably insert a second mana stone into the hilt if he really wanted to. He could also place one on the other side of the pommel. With another one, he would be able to lower the MP usage by 80%, that was only in theory though. Adding multiple mana stones could have a cap. Maybe adding another one only reduced the mana usage by half of that. Monster cores are really something I should heavily invest in. He headed back into his workshop while contemplating new products. He would probably be able to make a magic staff with many mana stones that would lower the mana usage drastically. Maybe he could even spam spells without stopping. That is till the materials gave out, as the steel he was working with wasn't something that could take the increased mana usage. He needed to get his hands on some deep steel or mithril. Mithril was a magical metal. It was as strong as steel but much lighter. You could also combine it with other various metallic ores without a problem. This wasn't the main reason it was so sought after though. It was mostly so popular thanks to its magic-related properties. It would exponentially boost the number of uses for enchanted and runic spells. Lesser spells wouldn't even deteriorate the runecrafted structures at all if Mirthil was involved. There were other various alloys and metals that could even handle greater and grand runes. Those were not even close to something that he could afford. There were so many new items he could craft now. He had some old mana stones that he didn't sell yet. He could test them on his refrigerator first. Maybe if he inserted enough of them and lowered the mana usage to 100%, it would just work without him having to inject his own mana into it. If that worked, he could start modernizing his whole smithy. Making a drill and better grinder, maybe an electric saw and something for polishing. If that was possible, it would drastically reduce the crafting times and net him more experience in the long run. So he went back into his workshop, crafting diagrams in his head. He still had some time left on his contract and he would use it well. Maybe after it was up he would be able to set out on his own. He was thinking of leaving for a city for one, with a newer dungeon that wasn't that highly populated. Cities like that sprung up from time to time. The dungeons formed randomly and would be used as a source of income. A dungeon always brought adventurers with them. These adventurers needed facilities like inns, pubs, and weapon shops. He could provide the latter and maybe even establish himself as a runesmith there. In new cities, the grasp of wealthy companies like the one he was working for wasn't that strong. He might be able to get a small market share without getting strong-armed by the competition. Going to a city with a dungeon that has some rare ores would be nice. Dungeons were magical places. Depending on the dungeon core, various monsters or materials could spawn. There were even some used as mines, and due to being magical dungeons, the ores would also be mystical in nature. The possibility of Mirthil appearing there was quite high. Roland finally returned to his workshop. He still had to make some items for the company. He had used up a lot of time by making things for himself lately. He quickly got back to his usual work while thinking about some useful utensils he could make to help him out. While Roland was hammering away, the manager that he was working for was sitting back in his own office. His lovely elven assistant was looking at him while standing at the door. "So, we aren't going to the meeting this time?" The elf asked while the alchemist gnome was looking at a vial with some blue liquid. "No, this is a very delicate process. If I leave now, a week's worth of work will go down the drain." The elf just shrugged and left. She was actually happy about this, so she didn't really mind. She could just relax and eat some pastry while her boss did his experiments. While she was stuffing her face with some cookies, some other people were moving through the night. There were 2 of them and they were jumping between roofs while not making a sound. The place that they were heading to looked to be somewhere in Hightown. They arrived unnoticed and looked from afar at a large mansion. Some carriages had gathered there and some people were slowly walking into the building. "Hey, hey! Are we there yet?" A woman's voice called out. The other person didn't look at the woman and just gave out an annoyed groan. "Hey, don't ignore me." The woman moved her hood down and started waving her hands in front of the other person's face while making odd faces. "Stop fooling around." The man replied in a hushed tone while the woman sniggered and looked at the people coming out of the carriages. "We will wait till all of them are gathered, then we will strike," the man said while sinking back into the shadows, in his hand a strange red-looking double helix-shaped object. His body and the woman started flickering in and out of existence before they faded away, the people in the mansion unaware of what was waiting for them on this cold, gloomy night. Chapter 52. A large crystal chandelier was hanging over an even bigger round table. This table had exactly 8 chairs placed around it. The chairs looked to be made by some master craftsman and even had cushioning. There were already 5 people there and they were waiting for the last person to arrive. "Mr. Tharder Shaw is late today, Tilda," an extravagantly dressed moon elf woman said while leaning back in her chair. If this wasn't official business, she would have probably placed her long legs on the round table already. "Lately he has been tardier, ever since our little problem was resolved," a man said while looking at an intricate golden pocket watch. This was a very rich merchant that owned most of the food-related stores in the city. He placed the watch back into his pocket and then glanced to an empty chair. The gnome gentleman from Exia sent word that he won't be arriving beforehand. "That's why I don't like alchemists, always stuck in their work. They are no fun." The elven woman blew out a little smoke circle through her luscious lips while grumbling a bit. Finally the large door that led into this room opened and a fellow council member walked in. It was the dwarf called Tharder. His size had increased since the last time. As he walked his large tummy jiggled about, which caused some of the merchants to cough while trying not to stare. "Wits dem looks, am air already." The dwarf sat on his chair that was a specially made product to fit his large posterior. This was the same dwarf that the mine was sacked 1.5 years ago. He didn't look like he was going through hard times though. After the gnome manager from Exia cleared up things with the Thieves Guild, everything went back to normal. He did inform the council about who the true perpetrator was, as it was better to have more people on the same page. Everyone knew the noble responsible, but they also knew that he couldn't really do much anymore. His secret was out, they could now retaliate, but not out in the open. They were powerful merchants that the city relied on. If they united together, they could force the city under. They just needed to get all of their investments and leave. The hole in the budget of the city would be horrendous if they weren't there to pay taxes. This was something that the noble knew, and also why he was using underhanded methods to get them to sell their businesses to him. They weren't entirely sure why this particular noble did what he did. From what it looked, it was related to money, but that wasn't something they were willing to give up. Since that incident, everything was quiet. The merchants spent some money on bodyguards and a more robust information network between each other. Still, the noble was quiet and didn't seem to make any more moves. The taxes didn't increase either, and he didn't make any unreasonable requests. It was as if he had given up. Soon most of the council members had forgotten about this incident and moved on with their lives. It had ended quite fast due to Exia's involvement. This company was something much greater than what this city could hold. They somewhat trusted that they would not allow something like that to happen again. They were like a shield keeping them safe, and it felt like they were well protected. Tharder the dwarf looked at the empty seat where the gnome was supposed to sit. The other members noticed that he wanted to say something and urged him to do so. "Hey Mr. Tharder, something on your mind?" Some magical weapons have been seen on market by MR folk." He started mentioning that someone else was selling runic weapons. This dwarf was the owner of most of the smithies around the city. He made it clear that Exia was responsible for it. He wanted to ask the gnome about forking up the runesmith responsible. This was infringing on his territory, but if the gnome was unwilling, he couldn't really do anything but complain. On another note, the eldest son of the count will be returning from the border soon. Some of my informants told me that the campaign ended in a draw again. It will probably take them at least half a year more, but we should expect an infusion of money due to the increase of soldiers stationed here. When the soldiers came, they expected to receive orders for new and improved weapons. There would be more mouths to feed and probably a coming home feast. The surviving soldiers and knights would probably spend the money they had fought hard for. The red light district would probably be really busy by then. Is that so? How about? Another man from the council was trying to speak, but he noticed something. He looked to the side for a moment and the other council members followed his gaze. Something wrong? Asked the dwarf while straining his fat neck to where the man was looking. It was a small window up closer to the ceiling, meant more for ventilation purposes than for looking outside. This room was mostly sealed off from the outside, and there were even soldiers placed on the roof so that no one could eavesdrop on their conversations. No, must have been my imagination. There was nothing there. The dwarf turned back to the table and the boring meeting continued. He sneaked some glances at the voluptuous elven woman here and there, as it was one of the things that made these meetings bearable. It might have seemed that he wasn't fond of her, but in reality, it was the other way around. He was a married man though, and was afraid of bad rumors spreading. A man in his position couldn't be seen interacting with an owner of the red light district. His very conservative wife would also probably chop him up with her axe. While the boring meeting continued, he noticed something peculiar. The elven woman continued to stare at him throughout the meeting. She liked to tease him here and there, but it felt like she was doing it more sensually than ever before. The other members didn't seem to have noticed and just continued with some back and forth business talks. What's that man-eater thinking? He thought to himself while the council meeting continued. Within the next 15 minutes, it was all over and the people started going back home. It was about 8 p.m. now and the city was already dark. The curfew would be starting in an hour or so. This was enough time to get to their mansions. They were rich merchants, so something like that didn't really concern them. No one would actually try to stop them. The dwarf returned to his large home in Hightown. It was one of the most extravagant mansions in the city. A large metal gate opened up and he was greeted by his servants after riding through his grand garden. There were many maids bowing with their heads waiting to welcome their master home. He walked in slowly, and his coat was carried away by one of the servants. His old wife wasn't here to greet him. The two had more or less a marriage of convenience. Just two rich families getting together to become richer. He had his bath prepared and ate his meal alone. His kids were out working in some of the businesses that he owned as training and weren't here. Soon he was in his sleeping robes walking towards his huge sleeping quarters. Some of the maids knew these bed chambers as he sometimes asked them to keep him company. His wife was living in a totally different wing of this mansion. She didn't care about such things if they didn't get public and allowed her husband to have his fun. This night would be slightly different. As he walked into his room, he felt a draft. The balcony was open and the drapes were fluttering around. His eyes weren't drawn to this though. There was a certain womanly figure on his bed. At first, he thought it was one of his maids, but then he noticed the long silver hair. They were almost as white as snow and the woman's body was quite sinful. She was plump in all the right places while slender in the others. Lilata? He asked with eyes bulging out. Why was the owner of the red light district here and why was she naked on his bed? The woman didn't answer and just beckoned with her hand. Her plump chest shook tenderly with every hand motion that she made. The dwarf swallowed his saliva, and was instantly captivated by the woman's charm. A voice in his head was telling him that there was something wrong, but something between his legs was telling him to just go forward. His target of adoration was there and there was no one here to interrupt them. The old dwarf was consumed by lust. He quickly jumped into the woman's soft embrace, his head landing between those velvety pillows. The woman hugged the old dwarf back, accepting his approach. The embrace turned into cuddling and kissing. Tharda just frantically assaulted the moon elf's curvaceous body with his tongue. It was as if he felt that if he didn't act fast that the woman would disappear into the mist, and he wouldn't have another chance. He started climbing on top of her to finally seal the deal, but then something unexpected happened. The alluring woman's eyes flickered with an eerie light and her fingers started contorting in unnatural ways. The dwarf hadn't noticed this yet. She was hugging him closely and his attention was elsewhere. Those digits started getting longer and longer, soon losing their shape. They looked like elongated whips and they continued expanding. Those finger-like whips quickly wrapped themselves around the dwarf's naked body, catching him off guard. What? Thardo's neck was now wrapped around by a strange-looking tendril and yanked back. The beautiful woman that he was making love to started grinning. The grin was unnatural and her lips started parting, showing quite the set of sharp teeth. Soon her whole head parted open, revealing a mass of tentacles. The woman had turned into a monstrosity set on devouring this man alive. He had nowhere to run, his neck was getting choked and he couldn't utter a word. The sound of flesh being ripped apart filled the windy room. The dwarf's head vanished from his neck deep into the horror's massive toothy mouth. You'll get fat from that, Tilda. A playful voice resounded while this horrifying scene was taking place. The monster was continuously devouring the fat dwarf and was already half done with the torso. Bring me the others. We should hurry, not all of them are here. Another voice that sounded like a man was heard. This one was coming from the creature that was devouring the dead dwarf. The whole world started to fade away and the truth was finally revealed. The dwarf was indeed getting eaten. A man in a dark robe was standing above Thardo's corpse. He had his hand pointed at him, but it didn't look like a hand. It was a mass of tentacles that was coming out from within his robe's sleeve. The tentacles were devouring the man's body along with his clothes till nothing was left. This was still the meeting room where the 6 council members were previously in. The dwarf wasn't the first person to have been devoured by this man. Only 2 other people remained. On the ground you could see a strange-looking item. It looked like a double helix. It was generating a strange sound while the runes on its surface shone in a red light. That's why I don't like working with you abyssal warlocks. What's the fun in rushing things? Not time to play, Tilda. The woman pouted slightly. Her hood was down and you could see her face. She had similar features to an elf, but her skin was much darker and almost obsidian. Her eyes were pitch black and there were thick veins bulging out close to her eye sockets. She was in the middle of prancing around. She was holding onto the body of the passed-out red light district owner. The woman's head and legs dangled around as the woman did the waltz. With one strong twirl, she sent the woman's body towards the man. Her body was flung away with force as if she was a sack of potatoes. The man without replying turned to this person and a mass of tentacles shot out of his arm sleeve. The tentacles wrapped the elven woman's limbs up and lifted her up into the air. The thickest tentacle parted, turning into a giant set of sharp teeth that looked shark-like. Soon the body was lowered into them and devoured without even leaving the clothes behind. After the warlock was done with feasting on the flesh of all the present council members, his tentacles retracted themselves back under his robe. The woman that was with him just waited for him to pick up the magical device that made this all possible. The double helix-looking item created illusions and made the targets fall into a deep slumber. Even when their bodies were injured, they wouldn't wake up. This item was a greater magical device and would even work on Tier 3 classes. Only people with an immense amount of willpower could hope to resist it. Even then it would probably take them some time, and not like they would have any with these 2 around. There were 8 members, 2 still remain. The hoarse voice of the abyssal warlock was heard in the silent room. Making it soundproof worked against the owners in this situation. Are we going to them? The girl clapped her hands together while smiling. She really wanted to go towards their next target. Yes, did you leave the mark? The girl nodded at the question. A large occult-looking mark was left on the wall. It looked like a magic circle with strange symbols. Inside the circle beside the symbols was a strange creature. It looked like a mass of eyes surrounded by many tentacles. The 2 looked up to the small window that they came through. They had previously tossed the small magical double helix through it. The moment it landed in the room, it was activated. The people were instantly trapped in an illusion. Disposing of the affected targets afterward was quite easy. A child could even do it. The woman's body flickered as she jumped upwards, her form just phasing through the walls. The man on the other hand jumped towards the small window. His body contorted and expanded in length so that he could fit through it. He wiggled outside like a worm. The guards that were stationed on the roof were previously taken out. The 2 soon left the premises of this mansion heading towards their next target. They had 2 more council members to kill and the first one wasn't that far away. They had information that he was busy in his lab and would probably be there the entire night. Unbeknownst to this, another scene was playing out elsewhere. A youth that could be confused for an adult man was knocking on a door. Next to him was a lovely-looking elven girl just smiling while holding a tray with tea. This was of course Roland. He had taken his newly produced sword that he had made. He wanted to show it off and have the manager give him a good price. They could then discuss some future manufacturing plans. He wanted the company to supply him with some common-grade mana stones just as the one he used. What is he doing in there? It was already past 8 p.m. and it was getting late. He thought that he could talk it out before the day had ended, but now he was realizing that he had been hasty. Oh, you know the manager. It's just that time of the month. Want some tea while you wait? Roland grumbled under his nose. He knew this gnome well by now. When he was close to some kind of breakthrough, he would not let anyone into his office. This could continue for days or even weeks. He really wanted to talk things over, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to budget his items. No, it's fine. He decided to wait half an hour or so. If the gnome didn't finish up till then, he would come back in the morning. Ziliana just shrugged at the response and turned back to leave. There was a small waiting area on this floor, so he wanted to stay there for the time being. Suit yourself. The elven woman stopped in her tracks and did a quick 180-degree turn. She kicked down the door that almost flew open out of its hinges. Roland was surprised at the display of might and even more that she just stopped the moment the door was kicked open. Is something wrong? He asked while moving forward and peeking inside of the office. Inside was nothing out of the ordinary, just a pissed-off gnome working on some alchemy potions. What the hell do you think you are doing? Ziliana rubbed her head while holding the tea tray with one hand and apologized. Roland, not knowing what this was about, just asked if he could talk with the grumpy boss. No, don't you see that I'm in the middle of something? Just come back tomorrow and close that blasted door behind you. Roland just nodded and closed the door. The elven girl just gave him a smile as if nothing was wrong and walked down to the first floor. He didn't know what this was all about, but he never really got those two, so he just attributed it to them being weird. He decided to go home. There was no use waiting here if the manager told him that he was busy. At least he gave him a reasonable answer to coming back in the morning. Roland pulled out his sword that he wanted to show off. He activated his skill to check if everything was in place while walking towards the stairs. The moment he did, he stopped in his tracks as what he saw was quite out of the ordinary. The hell? Chapter 53. Roland was standing in the middle of the corridor with his hand holding the blade that he previously made. He had looked at it many times before, but this was a first. Thanks to his debugging skill, he was able to always see the runic structures of any item that he came across. If he focused on it, the skill would show him various colored lines, red, blue, and green. He had already seen how his blade should look while under his skill, and something was very off. The traces were wrong, they didn't fit the sword that he made, and this wasn't even the oddest thing here. Roland moved his eyes up and glanced at the walls. He looked at the doors and even the ceiling. He could see them. Traces were everywhere. It was as if everything in here had runes inscribed into them. He had come to this place many times, and even used his skill before to glance at some items, but nothing like this ever happened. Something was really wrong here. Even the potted plant that was in the corner had runic components on it. He quickly ran downstairs. He wanted to ask Ziliana if she noticed something. The moment he got downstairs, he saw the elf just standing there, her body consumed by runic traces. Roland backed away. The elf, covered in runic symbols, just looked at him and smiled. Oh? What's the rush? Are you sure that you don't want some tea? She giggled and gave him the brightest smile that she could. This only made Roland shake his head. He decided to leave the store for now. On the outside it was all the same. Magical pathways were littering the streets and the buildings. Even the sky was full of them. He deactivated his skill and shook his head side to side while trying to gather his thoughts. The moment the skill wasn't active, he saw the world as he normally did. Nothing looked out of place. He squatted down and touched the soil. He even picked some up and let it fall through his fingers. This was strange indeed. Even without using his debugging skill, he should be able to somehow feel the runes in items. Without his debugging active, he couldn't feel the characteristic mana signature that an active runic structure would give out. Illusion? His mind wandered in a certain direction as he reactivated his skill again. He now looked at the runic components that were around him. The structures were more advanced than anything he had ever seen. Grand, no, greater rune. If it was a grand rune, then it would be something on a tier 4 level. These structures were more advanced than common ones, but not by that much. This had to be a greater runic structure. He had diagrams on various runes, lesser and common. Depending on the type of spell, the runes belonged to some of the components would repeat themselves. An ice arrow rune would share some components that an ice blast rune had. The same was in this situation, as he recognized some of those structures. Some of the runic formations looked similar to runes that had to do with illusions. There were also some that were from runes that affected the target's state of mind. He could see something similar to a sleep rune component, just more intricate. From his observations, he deduced that he had fallen victim to some kind of illusion spell. This world that he was seeing was not real. When it happened was a mystery though. He activated his skill when he was back at his workshop, so it had to have happened after he left. Was he attacked in the street or when he arrived at the company store? Also, why someone would even do this evaded him. Did he get caught up in another mess of the gnome manager? It had been 1.5 years since the home invasion incident. He had almost forgotten about it till this moment. No item he had could protect him from a mental attack of this magnitude. Am I trapped in here? He looked around, his heart pounding fast. He had no idea what the person that put him in this illusion was doing outside. Was he holding a dagger to his throat while he was here, unable to do anything? With the skill activated, he started looking around. Even though these runic structures were more advanced, they were still just runes. He had spent years studying them and he knew how to tell the pathways apart from each other. There was always one prime rune, through which everything connected. Without that rune the whole spell would instantly collapse. Maybe if he found it he could destroy or alter it. If he could damage these runic structures was still unclear, but he didn't have much time for a test. He could see some people walking around, looking at him. In this world he was alone and he didn't know if it had some kind of defensive mechanism. It would be unwise to alert his enemy to his knowledge. It was better to find the prime rune first and destroy it. Roland could even see in what direction it was. There were many runic pathways going in one direction, in the direction of his workshop. This world of illusions was probably made from his memories and his workshop had most of them. He would probably find what he was looking for there. He strapped his sword to his side. Even though it wasn't real, it probably would work against the denizens of this world. He walked while slightly rushing. He could feel strange gazes on his back that were giving him the chills. Was there even anything behind him, or was it just the figment of his imagination? The walk back to his workshop felt really long, but he managed to arrive without anything out of the ordinary happening. He quickly opened up the entrance and ducked inside, closing the reinforced door right behind him and locking it. He gave out a sigh and quickly quieted down. It was really silent in here. He couldn't hear anything outside either. He still wasn't sure what this illusion world was or how it operated. A runic item that could produce something like this must have been made with some high-quality materials. But where there was a runic artifact that was active, the caster was probably not far behind. Some items could be activated remotely and could even run on their own depending on the manufacturing process. There had to be someone to activate it unless he walked into some kind of trap that set it off instead. Roland activated his debugging skill. The pathways converged into one spot, into his forge. The one he was using was made from bricks, but now looked like a Christmas tree. There were various magical pathways, some were quite red. Apparently, this greater rune wasn't quite perfect. The pathways connected to a larger rune that was in the middle. This was the prime rune. It consisted of many other runic components that were inside a magic circle. This prime rune was on the inside of the circle right in the middle. The other runes and runic components were around it in another outer circle. Roland moved towards the forge that was part of this illusion of a workshop. It was really convincing, as he couldn't really notice a difference between this world and the real one at all. He placed his digit on one of the runic pathways and tried rubbing on it. This didn't achieve anything at all. Even when he grabbed a metal tool to scratch the brick material, the magical pathway remained in place. It remained floating in the air instead of sinking back into the brick. It was as if the forge wasn't even there to begin with. I guess it won't be that easy. He moved his finger towards that magical pathway that he tried to rub off his forge. He injected some of his mana into his fingertip before moving towards the runic structure. As a runesmith, he was someone that was able to affect runic structures with his own mana. With the help of runecrafting, he was able to repair runes, but also destroy them. It was part of the process. You just removed the faulty components and replaced them with the good ones. The moment he touched the trace and activated his skill, he saw it crumbling apart. This was only one of the many that he had to remove before the whole structure became unstable. The moment he did this he could feel the earth trembling a bit. It was as if a small earthquake was taking place. The magical pathway that he severed with his finger started to slowly mend itself back into shape. It seemed that this rune had some sort of self-repairing property, but it was slow enough for him to continue his work. The more pathways he destroyed, the more the world shook. It was as if this illusion was reacting to his interference. I should probably hurry up, he thought to himself while getting a bad feeling. The pathways were slowly regenerating, but he was able to sever them faster. After getting one of the larger components fully, he could feel the whole workshop shake. The walls started cracking, and the wooden beams strained themselves to hold the warehouse together. He wasn't quite done yet, as this prime rune was a lot more intricate than what he was used to. While he was going for another part, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. It started off quiet, like a normal everyday knock, but soon turned to loud pounding. He didn't even look back to his door. He was convinced that this was some sort of defensive mechanism of this world. It had probably noticed that he was messing with the prime rune structure, and it was now here to stop him. He had no idea if there were some kind of rules in this illusion world. Though from the fact that the thing that was outside wasn't rushing in to stop him, there had to be something. The loud thumping sound stopped after a while, and he continued with the rune destruction. That was until he heard a voice behind the door. "Roland, let me in, it's me." He jerked slightly after hearing the voice. He clearly recognized the owner of it. "Helki?" "Yes, I've come back, please open the door, it's cold out here." He could clearly hear her. This world was somehow reaching into his memory and pulling out people that he would probably be willing to let inside his workshop. The moment of pause didn't stop him. He just grabbed the hammer that he was using for runesmithing. Roland injected his mana into the tool and delivered a blow to his forge. The runic pathways and components quickly became distorted after the strong blow. The Helki outside started shouting frantically, and the pounding on the door continued. He started sweating and continued with the destruction of this runic structure. It was a lot harder than he expected, probably due to his skill being low compared to this intricate rune. "Why won't you let us in?" Another voice was heard by him, this time not at the door but a floor above by the window. He gazed at it momentarily and could see a female hand reaching through it. This was the window that his half-gnome assistant had once sneaked in. He had long since put an iron grate there. All of his windows were now barred, as he really didn't want anyone climbing through them. This hand and voice was different. It was very muscular and the voice sounded deeper, but he still recognized it. "Sahilda?" It was the voice of his old party member, and she wasn't alone. All the other windows in this warehouse were now occupied by some people that he previously knew. He could even hear the voice of his maid Martha. Anyone that had treated him nicely was apparently here. This illusion world was trying to lower the defenses of the afflicted person with their loved ones. Most people were more willing to let their guard down around their friends. In this situation, though, it looked like a bunch of zombies were trying to get inside and tear him apart. Roland delivered another blow to the forge and saw the runes crack. All of the destruction was starting to affect this world. The shaking didn't stop, and he could hear lightning bolts and loud wind outside. The wooden workshop began to also crack. This event caused the door to finally break. He had destroyed most of the prime rune, but time was running out. The Helki that was outside of the door started pushing herself in. The door was barely holding itself shut on the top hinge. What he saw wasn't the assistant that he remembered, though. Her body was contorting in odd ways, and she looked like some kind of creature from a horror movie. Even though there wasn't much space to crawl through, the monster Helki didn't care. It forced itself inside, its flesh coming undone, and the outer layer of the skin remained outside the door while the monstrosity squeezed itself in. Roland finally delivered another strike to the runic structure that caused the whole world to become unstable. The whole workshop tilted to the side and all of the blacksmithing tools flew off the shelves and tables. The other monsters started bursting through the windows while the Helki one jumped forward. The part that would be its chest opened up to show a massive set of shark-like teeth. In the middle was what looked to be a giant tongue. The tongue split into many smaller tendrils and shot forward towards Roland. Luckily for Roland, this world still had rules in it. The tentacles rebounded off a semi-transparent red shield that caused those tendrils to burn. He wasn't far behind. He grabbed a magic paddle weapon that he had on his side, and pointed it at the confused monster. A large burst of flames in the form of an arrow shot out. The flame arrow flew at a high speed, hitting the monster in the middle. The monstrosity exploded, chunks of guts and meat followed suit and covered the whole workshop in it. The other monsters weren't far behind. They flung their tentacles at the shield of flames and continued to smack it until it broke. Roland could feel something grabbing his legs. It didn't feel like anything human. He had no time as the monsters were upon him. He had to destroy this prime rune. He swung his hammer down while a sharp tendril pierced his chest at about the same moment. He coughed up red and felt a metallic taste, and the whole world began to distort even more. His eyes started getting blurry and everything went white as he passed out. "You should praise me. If it wasn't for me you'd never get through all these traps." Roland heard a voice. He gasped out for air but remained silent for the most part. He could feel that he was back in the store. He was sprawled out on the floor with his head towards an open door to the gnome manager's office. There were voices coming from there. One was female and the other was male. "Stop wasting time." The woman finished the man's sentence and Roland could hear footsteps coming towards him. He wasn't sure what was happening at all. Who were those two and how did they get in here? For now, he played dead. The people here probably thought that he was still affected by the illusion. Next to him he could feel someone else. It was Ziliana, and she had collapsed a bit further into the office. "It's not even that late. We have enough time to play around with these two," the woman proclaimed while grabbing Ziliana by her hair and lifting her up with one hand. The elf's legs and arms were dangling around as if she was a ragdoll. She was clearly out cold, probably affected by the same mind-affecting spell. He could hear Ziliana's body getting dragged inside the gnome manager's office. If the gnome was still alive or not he had no idea. He also noticed something. The man placed an item on a table before walking towards the woman who was dragging Ziliana along. He could feel the strange mana signature of the thing on the table. It had to be the magical device responsible for this whole thing. He would probably only have one shot at this, and he had to make it count. He had made a better version of the magical paddle with his staple fire arrow spell. After getting the skill that helped him condense the runes he was able to achieve that. He had used it in the world of the illusion and he had it strapped to his belt as he always carried it as a backup weapon. The easiest way to get the elf and the gnome to wake up would be to destroy that magical device. The explosion might also alert the guards. He could also try to run, but he felt like the two people in this room were far stronger than him. He might not reach the end of the corridor before getting a dagger, or something else stuck in his back. He slowly moved his hand towards his belt and the magic weapon that was strapped to it. He just needed to be quiet and get a good shot in, but if he failed, he would be a dead man. Chapter 54. The night was dark and the whole city was lit up by the light of the lanterns. The winds had picked up and it started to drizzle. It looked like it would be a cold, stormy night. The guards that were patrolling the city moved slowly, mostly keeping to the buildings and hiding from the rain. One of the better-off sections of the city was Exia's Magic Emporium. It was late and close to 9 p.m. now. Almost everyone had left the store and was now either at home or out in the pub. However, there was still light shining in the building, mostly through one window in particular. This very window was getting closed by a man in a black robe. There was a collapsed gnome in the room next to some alchemy equipment. By the entrance door to this lab, there was a female elf. To normal people, she might have looked like a sun elf, but this man saw through her disguise. The man placed a double helix-looking magical device on a nearby table after closing the window. The artifact gave off a red glow and the helixes revolved around each other while this item was active. Besides these three there were two more people in close proximity. One was a tall human youth that was passed out close to the female elf. The other was another woman in a black robe that was similar to the one this man was wearing. She was now bringing the passed out woman over. She did this by dragging her by her long hair. Her legs were dangling and her arms were flopping around without any strength in them. "That toy always makes things so boring, Tilda," the woman said while sighing. She tossed the passed out Ziliana into the room while complaining. "Do not talk about our Lord's artifact in such a way. It is a blessing from the Lord of the Abyss," the man replied in a monotone voice while glaring at his partner in crime. The woman had her hood down so you could see her smiling widely after the man got mad. "I wouldn't dare, our Lord is truly merciful," the woman shrugged while replying, her tone indicating a hint of mockery. The two clearly had different views about this Lord they were speaking of. "Can we at least take their bags? They won't be needing them." The woman smirked while pointing to the bags that both the gnome and the elf had on their sides. The man didn't answer and that was enough for the obsidian-skinned elf to move closer. She took out an intricate-looking dagger and pointed it towards the unmoving bodies of the gnome and elf. Unbeknownst to the two, the third person that was there was quite awake. The Tier 1 class holder that was there didn't seem like a threat to these two assassins. They were preoccupied with the target and his hidden guard to pay attention to the sleeping youth. This would turn out to be one of the biggest mistakes that they could have made. Roland waited patiently. He started moving his hand towards his belt where he had one of his magical wands attached. They still looked like pieces of wide metal with a handle. After getting the knack of steel weapons, he had created one that could support his fire arrow spell. There were some downsides in making a weapon like this. The charges a regular steel weapon could hold was limited. Even with the highest rune quality and the help of the rune compression skill, at most he could squeeze out 10 charges. The runic components would erode afterward. That is also why he kept the paddle-like design. With the added thickness and wide shape, he could repair it more often. After each repair, some of the material would be lost, but these wands didn't need to keep an edge, so it was fine. Finally, he saw the opportunity to strike. The woman pulled out her dagger and started going for the bags of holding. He grasped his weapon and was ready to point it at the strange artifact that was radiating with an unusual mana signature. The man in the black robe didn't look like he would be waiting much more. He moved his hand up and Roland could hear some strange cracking noises. It was as if bones were being broken. He had to act now. He knew that this was probably the only way he would survive. These two were far above him in levels. He didn't think that he would be able to make it down the corridor if he ran. He would probably get stabbed by the strange black-looking elven woman. She looked like the speedy type and agility was the stat that Roland lacked the most. He knew that Ziliana wasn't what she seemed. She was the only person that could get him out of this bind. He also wasn't sure how strong the gnome was in a fight, but he also could have a trick up his sleeve. There was a slight delay with the spell activation. To be on the safe side, he needed to inject his mana before aiming with his steel wand. The downside of this was that he couldn't focus on his target before activating his weapon. He had no choice though, as otherwise, he might lose the element of surprise. A large thick tentacle rose from the man's long sleeve but stopped midway. He was about to devour the gnome that was on the floor. He had carried him over here and placed him next to the elven woman. He wanted to order his accomplice to carry the last person over here, but before that could happen he noticed a new mana signature. Someone was clearly activating a spell or a magical item. The man's class was an Abyssal Warlock, a prestige class that needed some special steps to unlock. He was someone that was proficient in transformation magic. He could transform his body into many abyssal monstrosities. He was also someone that started just like every other magic caster. As a Tier 1 mage. He possessed all the magic-related skills and traits. He had noticed the shift in mana around Roland's body, but it was already too late. He had believed in the artifact. It had never failed him before. Even this Tier 3 elven woman and gnome had fallen to its might. Only people with specialized classes that were resistant against abyssal illusion magic would be able to resist it. The youth that was there didn't fit the criteria. He didn't even have a Tier 2 class. Yet somehow there he was, pointing a piece of metal at the artifact that this man was so proud of. The Abyssal Warlock's eyes glowed in a crimson color and he pointed his large tentacle at the magical device. He was trying to defend it. What the youth was planning was clear. The thick tentacle flew to block the path of the fiery arrow, but it was too late. The mass of fire elemental energy slammed into the double helix-shaped item. The artifact wasn't built with defensive measures in mind, so it shattered into many tiny pieces along with the table that it was on. No! The man wailed in a strange deep voice as he watched his artifact being destroyed. The woman that was with him was already next to the perpetrator. She had vanished from her spot and instantly appeared with her dagger above him, ready to deliver a killing blow. Without giving him much time to react, Roland turtled up. Right after firing the fire arrow spell, he instantly activated every protective item on his person. He had many magic shield-type runic spell scrolls on himself just for such an occasion. His body was covered by various elemental shields: fire, wind, water, and earth. He was encased in many layers of common-grade magical shields. The woman didn't falter with her attack. Her face showed a ghastly wide grin. The dagger flew down and started going through the protective barriers like through butter. Only after passing the fourth one did it start slowing down. Roland continued activating more shields in hopes of stalling her. His true objective wasn't to defend himself from this attack, it was to give the people in this room time to react. The biggest problem was that he didn't know how long that would take. He was putting his life in others' hands yet again. He had a theory that Ziliana wasn't just a simple shop clerk. She stuck too close to this gnome and he never saw any bodyguards around. Either the gnome was strong himself or this woman was the one defending him. His theory would be now put to the test and he really hoped that he was right. The last barrier finally shattered and the dagger poked through. It went right into his shoulder as he was given enough time to shift himself to the side. The pain was excruciating. He couldn't help himself from screaming. The woman's eyes turned into two crescent moons and it looked like she was enjoying herself. "Naughty boy," she said while twisting the dagger that had cleanly penetrated through Roland's scapular bone. It had even reached the floor behind it. A myriad of notifications sounded out. His HP had dropped by a third just from this one hit, and if he looked he would see it ticking down continuously. The weapon the woman was using was clearly meant for killing. Even if she didn't finish the job, the poison and curse status would probably be his undoing. Luckily, due to the woman's nature, he wasn't quite dead yet. She wasn't like the abyssal warlock who did his killing proficiently. No, she on the other hand liked to toy with her targets. Naughty children need to be punished. She yanked out the blade from Roland's shoulder and aimed it for the other one. Now that she had the chance, she would play with her prey. The warlock had also momentarily spaced out. The shock of losing a holy artifact, a symbol of his faith, wasn't something that could be easily forgotten. But it was gone and the targets hadn't been eliminated yet. "Kill him now. We can't waste time," he shouted while turning his tentacle towards one of the bodies on the ground. To his dismay, both of them were missing. He quickly looked around, his skin shifting color as he got ready to receive an attack. Then he heard it, the voice of his accomplice shouting. He turned his head to the door where the youth that destroyed his magical artifact was. His partner in crime had been attacked from behind. She was too focused on the boy to react fully. She now had a large gash on her side, obsidian-colored blood coming out of it while she backed away. "You bitch." The warlock heard her shout but turned to another location. He had his own problem to combat. The gnome he was here to kill was now missing. It was as if he vanished, but he clearly wasn't someone versed in teleportation magic. Even if the boy and that elven woman survived, it wasn't a problem, but if the gnome got away they would fail their mission. The man quickly activated various detection skills and spells that he knew. To no avail. This wasn't his forte, he was more of a fighter. The gnome had to be here. He was probably using some kind of skill or item to hide his presence. The man moved his hands forward, tentacles shooting out and splitting into many smaller ones. They looked like long whips with pointy claws at the ends. If he couldn't see him, he would destroy this entire room and the whole building with it. Roland at this time was coughing up blood on the floor. Ziliana had swooped in for the save at the last moment, but he was having a hard time staying awake. The moment the dagger was pulled out, the paralyzation effect subsided, but the curse and poison status didn't. He did the only thing that he could and started crawling down the corridor, a trail of his blood following him. He heard two women shouting profanities behind him and strange whip-like noises. His plan of waking up Ziliana and the gnome had worked, but he still got stabbed. He needed to get an antidote and find a priest to remove this curse. If not, he would die. He had some healing potions in his own bag, but the lesser antidotes weren't working. Luckily, this was a shop owned by an alchemist. There were more powerful potions downstairs. He managed to crawl up to the stairs. Even while drinking his potions constantly, his health was still going down. His legs felt like they were made from lead as he slowly wobbled down the stairs, almost falling down at the last step. He stumbled and ravaged through the glass cases. There were various potions out behind this glass so that the customers could look over them. He didn't care if he would need to pay for it later, he needed to survive first. When his health was at about 20%, he finally got to the antidote section of the store. He tried bashing the glass open, but his attack bounced right off. Fuck, he backed away and took out his wand. This glass wasn't something that would easily break. He had forgotten this fact while panicking downstairs. He needed a key to get there, but he didn't think that he would find it. He pointed at the case with the potions in them, and a fire arrow spell rushed forth. It collided with the glass, but didn't shatter it. Roland continued pelting his target with his spells while his health continuously ticked down. The steel paddle wasn't designed to take this much mana, and the metal started heating up. He bit his bottom lip and continued, Finally, after the 6th try, he had managed to melt a hand-sized hole through the partially magic-resistant glass. He frantically lunged forward and grabbed one of the higher-grade antidotes. The purple-colored liquid made its way into his mouth. Following this, he swallowed another healing potion before collapsing to the ground. He slumped back while looking at his status screen. He could barely make out the numbers, but his decreasing health started to slow down. He didn't have much time to rest though. A large number of tendrils burst through the ceiling and started wreaking havoc on the level he was on. The whole building started shaking as the battle upstairs continued. "I need to get out of here." His shoulder didn't stop hurting and his knees felt weak. He had gotten over the poison part and the bleeding was slowly stopping thanks to all the healing potions he had drunk. The only problem was that the wound was starting to take on a black coloring. The curse still remained and he needed to either find himself a priest or a blessed elixir. Curses like this one varied and most of the time worked at a slower rate compared to poisons. They could cause various effects like dementia and madness to boot. He started walking towards the exit, while at the same time trying not to get impaled on the tentacle whips. It looked like the warlock above was really going after the gnome. The continued tentacle strikes indicated that he was proving to be a hard target to hit. Roland finally reached the door outside and tumbled down to the ground as his legs gave out. He clutched his injured shoulder that was still hurting and looked at the store. It looked like a horror show. There were massive squiggly tentacles bursting out through the walls everywhere. Monstrous screams filled the surroundings and made his whole body shiver in fright. The whole building was coming down. He could only watch and hope that the people inside would be all right. The screaming and shouting finally brought the city guards over. They were a lot faster this time around compared to when he got his old workshop invaded. Probably because this was a better part of the city, they were just in time to behold the abyssal warlock in all his glory. The person bursts out through the ceiling without looking like anything human. He had a vaguely humanoid shape, his hands had turned to claws and his shoulders were bulky. On those shoulders were massive eyes that blinked and twitched in every direction. To Roland's surprise, the man wasn't chasing after Ziliana or the manager. There was someone similar, a moon elf male battling this gruesome monster. The two left a partially collapsed building and their battle continued outside. He couldn't see Ziliana and the other woman anywhere. If they were battling in the shadows someplace else or were still in the building was a mystery. The guards surrounded the area and even more people started appearing. The company probably had some backup henchmen for such an occasion. Roland just felt like a deflated balloon. He felt the adrenaline leaving his body, which made it hard to stay awake. He had somehow survived this, but he was left with a bad taste in his mouth. He felt like if he was stronger this wouldn't have been the case. There was one big thing on his mind now: I need to leave this city. He had been involved in 2 assassination attempts now. None of them were directly his fault, they were all squabbles between other people. This was unacceptable. The lack of control over his own life was pushing him in a certain direction. He needed personal strength. He didn't think that he could depend on others anymore. Luckily, this was a clear breach of contract. The company had failed to protect him and this wound was proof. Where he would be heading was still up for consideration, but he had a couple of cities in mind. All of them, ones with dungeons and new opportunities. First, he needed to get this curse in check. The veins on his neck were turning black just like this wound. He was in dire need of a high priest. Chapter 55. Roland was now looking at an old man in a robe. The man had placed his hand on a dark-looking shoulder. This was the stab wound that Roland had suffered tonight. There were abscesses with yellow pus that had formed and some of those yellow juices were even flowing out. The smell of it all would be truly something that Roland would remember. This was inside the Temple of Celeria and he was just getting his treatment for the curse. The worst part about this wasn't the pain from being cursed but the sheer number of gold coins he had to pay to get this fixed. If he hadn't been saving up for the past year and a half, he would probably have to cut his arm along with his shoulder to survive instead. The old man was a tier 3 high priest and the treatment required Roland to fork over 9 small golden coins. Normally he would need months of crafting and making runic equipment to get this back. Luckily he still was a part of a big company and would have them cover the costs. He also planned on getting a severance package, as they had failed to keep their part of the contract. He had specifically fought for adding a clause to his contract. It stated that he would get money if he ever got injured due to them ever again. This included him being collateral damage during an assassination attempt. The gnome probably only agreed to such a clause as the possibility of that becoming reality was meager. Reality was different though. The company was attacked. He would now receive a large influx of gold coins and would be able to break off the contract entirely. This was something that he was planning to do as he had enough of this city. This was the second time this had happened. First was the incident with the Thieves' Guild, and now some strange cult was after him. From the small amount of information that he had, he knew that this was some kind of assassination organization or guild. This guild of assassins were worshippers of some kind of demon or of an evil god. People were not sure who the being they were worshipping was. Whenever a warlock of any kind was involved, it meant that some kind of higher being was behind it. Warlocks would gain their special class by forming pacts with demons or evil gods. The one that he saw that night was quite the powerful one. He was versed in shape-shifting magic and could take on a form of some kind of deformed monstrosity. Relax, child, it is almost over. He could see his flesh giving out black smoke. This was the curse leaving his body that slowly returned to its original shape. If he didn't get this treatment, the priest told him that he wouldn't last till the next day. He would be turned into some kind of monster in the process and lose all of his reasoning. I hope that gnome didn't just die. I still need to get my money from him. Roland gritted his teeth while thinking. He had lost sight of the other people involved in this incident and he wasn't sure where they went. He had a written contract and this was a big company. If his old boss was dead, he would probably be able to get his money at a different company store. The old priest was finally finished with the treatment. Roland was still astonished by how healing magic worked. A person's wounds would just patch themselves up. He could even see the process of the healthy tissues forming in real time. It was as if time was wound back to the previous healthy form. Roland didn't know how healing magic was exactly different from regular magic. During the procedure, he tried activating various skills that he had, like his mana sense and debugging. There were no runes involved, so he couldn't copy it onto a diagram. The priest was still using mana to fuel the spell, so maybe it would be possible to emulate these spells in the future. For now, he removed himself from the temple of the sun goddess. While going through it, he could see some other injured people getting treated. The fight didn't end just with the destruction of Exeter's magic emporium. The unidentified assassins moved into the city and started battling with other high-level people. One of them was Ziliana, but there were others which Roland wasn't acquainted with. This in turn caused a lot of collateral damage. The horrible-looking shape-shifting warlock was quite indiscriminate in his attacks. The battle continued throughout the night and the two assailants were never apprehended. Roland managed to get his tired body to the temple before passing out. He was lucky enough to have brought money with him and they were very eager to take it off him. While calling for a high priest. On the outside, he was greeted with some sunny weather. The clouds had parted and the day was looking bright. It was still quite cold though, and the sun did nothing about melting the white snow that covered most of the city. Roland decided to walk towards Exia's magic emporium, or at least what was left of it. On his way there he could see collateral damage. Some of the buildings in the neighborhood had suffered during the scuffle that ensued. He could even see some red spots in the snow the closer he got to Ground Zero. After he arrived, he noticed that there were a lot of people around the store. They looked like battle-hardened soldiers, but they weren't part of the city guards. These people were part of the company. They were a bunch of mercenaries contracted as hired muscle. Obviously, they were a bit late to the party as the battle was now over. Maybe if more of them were here the night before, the store wouldn't have been destroyed this much. Though the Tier 3 magical device that was used would probably render them useless. He was fortunate enough that his debugging skill worked on the greater runes and he was able to get out of the world of illusions. Halt, identify yourself. As Roland was getting closer, he got the attention of one of the guards there. They had even fenced the area off with a makeshift wooden fence. He looked at the man. He was quite tall, over 2 m, and was of the Goliath race. Before he could mention his affiliation with the company, someone else called out from the side, "It's fine, let him through." It was Ziliana, who looked different than usual. Mostly because she didn't look like a sun elf anymore. Her skin was dark caramel and her hair changed from gold to silver. There was no rule against moon elves in this city, but they weren't on good terms with the Church of Celeria as they worshipped opposing deities. She was wearing some kind of black leather armor and had some weapons strapped to the side. She looked battle-ready. He didn't see any wounds on her body. She went against those two psychos from yesterday, which made Roland reaffirm his notion about her hidden strength. The large man just nodded and didn't question the elven woman's order. Apparently, the beautiful elf was someone in high regard to these company soldiers. This place has seen better days. He moved over to Ziliana while commenting on the store's new looks. The top floor was missing chunks out of it and the whole building was riddled with holes. The abyssal warlock had really renovated the place during the late-night melee. Well, you seem chipper for someone that almost died, Roland. Not even surprised about my new looks? The elven woman mentioned while chuckling. Why would I be surprised about that? Also, I'll be more chipper after you give me back the money I've spent on that blasted high priest. Roland was unamused. He narrowed his eyes at the moon elf. Ziliana just shrugged while turning her head to the side. She did feel kind of bad about the whole predicament. I'm sure the boss will give you back the coins. You did save his ass and mine. I bet he will even give you a big fat bonus. The elf tried shifting the conversation to the monetary aspect. She knew that she was mostly to blame for that fiasco that happened yesterday. She had failed spectacularly as a bodyguard. If the boy hadn't been there, she and the manager would have been dead without a question. She didn't even see anything wrong in the illusion world. Ziliana had been affected by the magical device first after she opened the door to the gnome's office. Her mind was unable to paste it together and the manager in the illusion just shooed her out of his room. The whole illusion world then broke down after a few hours when Roland destroyed the runic device. She found herself on the ground with a small headache. Only after that did she realize what occurred and that enemies were nearby. Her boss had activated one of his magical items and went into hiding while she engaged the assailants in battle. Her co-workers like Zirian were alerted by her boss with a sort of panic button device that was there. The rest was now history. You think a bonus is enough? Roland clicked his tongue, but he stopped himself. He didn't really wish to argue with this woman that could probably cut him up into thin slices in a matter of seconds. She was also just a guard and without her, he would have been dead. That doesn't matter. Where is that gnome anyway? He looked around. He could see that besides the group of guards there were other people here. He could even see his own halfling assistant moving stuff around. They were clearly carrying the goods outside. Maybe they were even planning on relocating somewhere else. The boss? Oh, he isn't here. He should be back at his mansion, probably calling the big boss himself. You should have seen him last night. He was ready to blow a gasket. Have never seen so many veins on someone's forehead before. Roland eyed the moon elf while raising one of his eyebrows. She didn't look that distraught after facing off against a tentacle monster and a crazy cursed dagger-wielding assassin woman. It was as if she was used to things like this, though judging by the fact that she was uninjured. This might have indeed just been the usual for her. Back at his mansion? Yeah, it's in Hightown. Ziliana explained in a few words where exactly the gnome manager lived. Roland now had a place to go and complain. Before that he needed to get back to his workshop as he left his contract and some other things back there. I bet he will give you a big pay raise. You did save his ass, Tilda. She gave him some reassuring words while Roland just stared at her without any emotions in his eyes. Yeah, I should probably ask him to give me part of your salary, Roland said while turning around. He didn't care about getting any raises in his wages. The only thing he wanted to do now was to get the promised severance package. Though maybe if he complained enough he could get even more than that. Ziliana flinched at the mention of her pay getting cut. She started waving her hands around at Roland that had turned around. No, don't do that. Hey, this big sis here saved your life. I really need that money. I saved your life first, Roland said while waving goodbye to her without turning around. He couldn't see the moon elf's expression too much, but not like he cared that much. He was quite pissed that he had gotten involved in some quarrel between two overpowered factions. He had come to this city to get away from the bloodshed. He just wanted to be left in peace and practice his craft. He hadn't even gone out to kill monsters in over a year. The only fighting he did was some sparring here and there. Roland now thought that he had been too naive. There was no way someone like him could make it on his own like this. It didn't matter if a person could earn money. What was that good for if anyone could just waltz into your home and murder you? Even the gnome that was loaded and had an experienced bodyguard couldn't protect himself. I need strength. He stopped in front of his workshop while thinking. He had already made a decision on leaving this city. In his mind, personal power would be the way to go. He wouldn't be able to achieve this here. He needed to take things into his own hands and get stronger. He opened up the door to his workshop. Before that he deactivated some of the runic traps he had set up. The doors and windows were now rigged to electrocute anyone that tried getting in here without him around. Roland had figured out ways to activate and deactivate some of the runes made for traps. He could even directly inscribe them on things like metallic doors. He was even thinking of improving on the designs with the sockets and mana stones. For now, they only had one charge, but with a mana stone that filtered and stored some of that mana, they could recharge themselves. He looked through his workshop. It was a place that he stayed for over a year. Again, he would be unable to live in one place for long. He lasted a couple of years in this city, but the easy life was now over. He needed to set out into the world and get stronger, only then would he feel confident enough to settle down. The biggest problem was his class and how it worked. He could see himself doing fine against monsters, but at a price. His class only shined when he was using runic equipment, and that wouldn't last forever. He already knew that steel weapons and armor wouldn't hold much of the runic charges. He could get around that by repairing it, but that required a place to do it. This meant that he needed to find a new workshop, buy new equipment along with finding a dungeon to gain more experience. For now, he went to his bedroom and lifted up his bed. He poked the floor slightly and it began to shine. The ground rippled for a moment before showing a compartment. He had placed a chest with some of his belongings behind an illusion rune. This rune caused most people to see a regular floor without showing the hidden latch under the bed. He pulled out the chest. In it were some spatial bags with gold and materials. In one of them was also the contract that he made with Exia's manager. It stated that he would be given money depending on the severity of the attack. Bet that gnome didn't think that this would ever be used against him. The number he would be getting is 100 small gold coins or 10 regular-sized gold coins. This was quite a staggering number. This would let a regular family life for over 5 years. That is if they didn't spend it on anything other than taxes and food. For him that needed to buy costly crafting materials and a working workshop, it wasn't that much. He took out everything that he needed, and started to even place all of the tools that he used from the smithy into his bags of holding. He even tossed the anvil inside, but would be leaving the smelter there as it was connected to the wall. Roland wished that he could just toss his entire workshop into his bag and just go, but that would be a pipe dream. He heard there were magical devices that could support a small pocket dimension. The cost of something like that would be what a country like this earns in a year or more. The easier option was creating a hidden workshop somewhere and placing a teleportation runic array in it. Things like this existed in the magic towers that powerful mags used and were a lot cheaper to manufacture. Still, he would probably need to wait till he was at least tier 3 for something like that. He had stuffed all of the items he could take into his bags and had them all around his belt. He couldn't put spatial bags in one another as the magics in them repelled each other. He took one last glance at the place that he lived, and gave out a sigh. Roland didn't want to leave, but he didn't see a good reason to stay here. He took out a map of the whole kingdom and glanced at it. He had marked a couple of places that fit his requirements. They were all close to a dungeon and were growing cities with a lot of opportunities. He had researched them by things like taxation, population, and even by what noble was running it. He couldn't go into any lands owned by his own family or to people that his family was serving. This only left a couple of places for him. He would need to decide on them after his talk with the manager. He placed his coat back on and didn't bother to activate the trap runes in the building. He wouldn't be returning here anymore. Chapter 56. A tall youth was walking towards a certain destination. He was wearing a long coat and hiding a lot of spatial bags that were hanging around his belt. He glanced around the city that he had spent years in and was getting slightly nostalgic. This was the city where his blacksmithing career took off. He had learned all the basics here and he did it on his own. It was also where he finally learned to use and create runes. After all these years, Roland was feeling like he was finally getting how they actually worked. He could even combine various schematics to create new spells. He would now need to postpone his future research and get out of this city. It was getting too dangerous and he didn't trust the company to protect him. If he didn't have his debugging skills, he would have died along with them. From his point of view, Ziliana had failed miraculously by not reacting in the correct way. The manager was at fault too for not getting some enchanted devices that could block out illusion magic of that caliber. It looked like they got lazy after years of stability. The business was booming and everyone was earning money. Then someone decided that it was time for a change by killing almost all of the council members. The whole city was now in disarray. Almost all of the businesses lost their owners in one day. The person that caused this would probably show themselves now. Who was doing it was a mystery, but they were probably doing it to get the biggest market share in the city. With the council heads gone, there would be a big hole in the city's finances. The perpetrator could be the sole survivor that hadn't been attacked during the meeting. The gnome was proven innocent as he had almost kicked the bucket. The next option was that it was a third party either moving in to take over or doing it for another reason. There were cult members involved in this assassination, and where they were, demons weren't far off. The man was an abyssal warlock, a person that made a contract with a higher being. Most of the time this would be achieved by selling their soul or by performing some kind of ritual. In this ritual, other people's lives would be used as payment. The woman that was with him was similar. She was an abyssal class holder, but closer to the rogue route. She seemed to have a screw loose, which he noticed during the time that she stabbed him through the shoulder. Roland continued walking while trying to figure out the true perpetrator. The reason for this attack seemed obvious as a lot of money was involved. He wanted to know the reason for getting almost killed. Maybe the manager would have this answer. This whole predicament reminded him about the first city he had to leave. There he also left at a moment's notice, with his only plan being a city with crafting resources. He then stumbled around with some leftover cash for half a year before finally having some luck in selling his runic scrolls at the auction house. A city with an auction house is a must. He already knew that his scrolls would sell, be it at a regular store or an auction house. Without an establishment as that, he would probably need to sign another contract. This was something that he wanted to avoid this time around. He didn't think he would get a good deal, without revealing his special class either. Trusting someone to keep it a secret again was something that he wasn't willing to do. Roland had a map with some notes. There were a couple of cities that he had researched, some larger than others. He wanted one that met some criteria. One was having an auction house where he could buy and sell items. The other thing that needed to be there was a dungeon. This was the most important requirement. Roland realized that having personal strength was paramount in this world. He just needed to look at the two assassins. They could just enter the city, kill people, and then get away without anyone being able to stop them. This was the strength of a Tier 3 elite, something that wasn't often seen in this world he was in. Most people that had battle classes ended their journey at Tier 2. Crafting professions could go higher as it was easier to constantly produce items than to constantly fight monsters. The raw stats a crafting profession had were also lower. The lack of battle skills was another minus for said crafting classes. With lower stats received and fewer skills, they wouldn't even be able to defeat a Tier 2 veteran. You could see this mostly by looking at Roland's scribe class that didn't give much besides intelligence and dexterity. The other physical stats were almost non-existent, and it hardly increased his vitality. This was the case with most of the crafting professions besides a blacksmith. That was a class that actually required high strength and endurance to produce items. Yet someone like a leatherworker or goldsmith wouldn't get much besides dexterity and then meager numbers in the rest. Roland felt like he needed to increase all of his battle-related skills before his advancement into Tier 2. Luckily his runic blacksmith class increased his battle-related stats. Though they looked to be stats for a stationary tank with high magic usage, high strength, endurance, and willpower, but with low agility. Roland felt like he would have to either mitigate his weakness with some enchanted gear or strengthen the things he was good at. So either increase his agility with some mana stones or focus on his defenses and magic power. This he would decide after seeing his Tier 2 class options. He knew that there were some hybrid classes out there, but if he could nab one was unknown, dungeon, auction house, relatively new city. Would be nice if I could get some cheap real estate there. Another thing that he needed was a place to stay. He couldn't just live in an inn again, as the need for repairing and crafting new equipment would be there. His class was reliant on it, and he didn't think switching to a more battle-oriented one would give him as much flexibility. He would still need to make that decision after capping out his blacksmith class. Roland didn't think that he would be able to research information about the land he could buy here. Not like he could pull up an internet page with the information. The most he could do was to pay an information guild that sold things like that. The info wouldn't be fresh though, and when he arrived the house could be already sold. He would probably have to risk the journey and hope for the best. Maybe I should try going someplace owned by the aristocrats instead of the royalists this time around. Roland thought as he was close to arriving in Hightown where the manager lived. There were two main factions in this kingdom, the aristocrats and the royalists. The former consisted of the most influential nobles of the country. The latter were part of the royal family mostly related to the king and the nobles sworn to them. There were also many smaller factions sprinkled here and there, but they didn't possess as much power. These two factions were more or less close in power, with the royal family winning out slightly. Roland was someone from a noble house himself. He had studied the basics of how this country worked. His own house of Arden was part of the royalists. His father had recently achieved the title of Baron, after a successful campaign against one of the countries that his kingdom had less than stellar relationships with. The city of Edelgard was further into the country and closer to the royalists. The owner of it wasn't directly connected to his father, but maybe the other faction ran their cities better. The noble that was responsible here certainly didn't give a damn about his citizens. When the first assassination attempt happened, the guards were really late to arrive. He was also taken into custody without having the option of explaining himself. If I take all of that into consideration, there is just one place I can go to. He looked at the map that he was holding and looked down at the south part of the kingdom. There was a certain large island there. It was ruled by a duke that was part of the aristocrat faction. That wasn't the main reason for going there. There was a certain new dungeon that had risen recently. Things like new dungeons appeared from time to time. No one knew exactly how they came to be, but each of those lairs had a dungeon core. People theorized that if the mana density was just right, a dungeon core would come to be. This dungeon core could appear anywhere, down in a lake, buried deep underground, or even in the sky. Where the dungeon core appeared would mostly dictate how the dungeon looked and what kind of monsters appeared in it. This peculiar one that he was willing to risk going towards appeared in a volcanic region. The spot he would be going was rich in minerals. The monsters were fire types or rocky ones. The closest settlement to this dungeon was but a small village before this occurred. Now apparently people were flocking to it, quickly building up the infrastructure. If he hurried, he too could end up nabbing himself a part in this. Before that could happen, he needed to get out of here. For that, he also needed a lot of funds, and the broken contract that he was bringing with him would be for that. He finally stood in front of the gnome's supposed house. The number and street name was correct, so he went over and gave the door a couple of knocks. "Who is it?" The door didn't open, but he could hear a woman's voice behind it. Someone opened up a small latch through which they looked at him. "My name is Roland. I need to speak with the manager." Back! He could see adventurers talking at the round tables. This brought back some old memories of his adventuring days. Roland started spacing out. Some of his old party members' figures superimposed themselves on similar-looking adventurers. The only thing that snapped him out of it was a person behind him. "You're blocking the door, move." Roland snapped back into reality and looked at a group of men. He didn't answer and just stepped to the side while the person that called him out just cussed at him while walking away. Am I missing the good old days? Roland asked himself while going towards the notice board. Would he find anyone pleasant to work with in the new city? There would probably be new adventurers flocking there to hit it big. He wasn't planning on taking a passive backline position, though. He had seen firsthand how limited a mage class actually was. When someone at your level managed to close the distance, you were a sitting duck. He could try coming up with some defensive measures like the runic shield variants. Maybe ones that cause repelling forces or explosions. Magic's biggest drawback was the time it took to cast. Even with the runic variations, there was a slight delay. People only got faster and faster with each tier. Their reaction times became superhuman. He needed to be able to react to opponents at close range. One way of doing that would be increasing his physical stats by training. He still needed to raise his weapon proficiencies to the max and could pick up some passive skills. That gave some bonuses that he hadn't tried before. Another faster way would be by using his runesmithing class. He now knew how to insert mana stones into slots. These gems would increase his stats by a flat number. He could create an armor for himself that aided him in battle. He had a large mana pool and a skill that lowered his mana usage when using runic gear. If he added the mana stones on top of it all, he felt like he could match higher tier classes in pure stats. He just needed some time to prepare and the right materials. All of this would cost a lot of money. Luckily he had a good head start thanks to the broken contract. There is one caravan heading towards the port city, leaving in 2 days. He looked at the notice board and quickly found his next destination. He wouldn't even need to ask the guild receptionist for information. Everything was written down here. He just needed to go to the caravan meeting place and sign up directly with them. He had 2 days to rest and think about his next few moves. He also needed to do one thing that he wasn't able to during the train ride. Roland left the Adventurers Guild almost as fast as he came. His next target was an inn. He needed a place to stay. He managed to find some lodgings before the night took over and was now looking at a certain book. Mana Reinforcement. This was a skill book that he ordered before the unfortunate events took place in Edelgard. This was a special skill used by many classes and quite costly. Just as the name stated, it reinforced your mana and increased your mana pool in the process. Roland got to it and started reading. His high intelligence and advanced reading skill aided him in understanding it fast. There were certain hidden stat requirements for this skill and a special way of actually learning it, so that's how it is. He sat down on the wooden floor in his room while removing his robe. He needed to expose his skin to the ambient mana in the surrounding for this to work. Even after reading the whole skill book, he wouldn't be able to just get this skill instantly. He needed to correctly perform it, and only then would his status window get updated. His legs were now together and he moved his hands apart while resting them on his knees. This was called the lotus position and was mostly used by monk classes for meditation. Roland closed his eyes and focused on the invisible energy that was circulating around him. His basic mana sense skill aided him in getting this skill greatly. The ambient energy in the air started to slowly move towards his body. From the outside, it looked as if Roland's body exuded gentle blue light. This looked to be a rudimentary process of absorbing mana, but was very dangerous in reality. The person needed to absorb the mana energy from the surroundings and inject it directly into their body. This was different from casting spells, as a mage just guided the mana outside after a short period of time. Here Roland needed to bathe his blood vessels and organs in this energy. If he failed, his body could burst from the inside. This was also the reason the previous owner of this body died. The boy absorbed mana too fast without having a strong base to resist it. With the knowledge from the skill book, it was a trivial task for someone like Roland. Through his crafting profession, he had learned to control his mana quite well. He took in a large breath and guided most of the mana into his lungs. Through them, he would distribute it to his red blood cells that would carry it through his whole circulatory system. It felt like he was doing a martial arts breathing exercise. Its purpose to bathe his whole body in mana and make it be more receptive to it. It was similar to how regular iron changed to deep iron when exposed to mana for long periods of time. You have learned basic mana reinforcement. After several breathing exercises, he finally heard the system voice speak out. He looked to his status and could see it now being there. At L1. This skill added a percentage of mana to your base stats. At L1 it only increased it by 1% all the way up to 9% when maxed out at the basic version. The good thing about this skill was that he didn't need to buy another skill book for the higher tier version. He would be able to automatically rank it up after reaching tier 2. From what he knew, the skill at tier 2 would go up to 25% and at tier 3 to 50%, which with his already high mana would net him a big chunk of usable mana. For crafting. He didn't have much to do for now, so he decided to practice this skill throughout the rest of this and the following day. His stay in this city consisted of going to the restaurant and then practicing his mana reinforcement skill. With his current level and stats, it proved easy and he managed to get it to level 2 before the second day ended. On the dawn of the next day, he arrived at the place where the caravan would be leaving. He could see a lot of people gathered and over 20 carriages were there. They looked like long horse-drawn carriages, but the animals that were pulling them varied by species and size. Ones had large lizard-looking creatures, others had large bulls with 3 tails and 3 horns. Some did have horse-looking animals, but they were much bigger than the ones you would expect to see. These were mostly tamed monsters that had a lot more stamina than regular barnyard animals and could pull a lot more weight. Roland went over to the person that looked to be in charge. He was easy to spot as he had a clipboard in hand and was taking down notes. "I'd like to travel with this caravan to the port town." The man looked to Roland. He was wearing his dark robe and the man could tell that the person had a robust build and was armored. You're not one of the adventurers? We are still missing a few." Roland explained that he wasn't part of them and that he wanted to ride in one of the carriages as just a traveler. The man with the clipboard nodded and then gave him the price for such luxury, which Roland paid down to the last copper coin. The exchange was now finalized and he could pick one of the carriages to travel in. In situations like this, it was mostly expected to just ride with the transported items. People were expected to just find a free spot themselves. He found himself one that had some space with a lot of wooden crates inside. He was able to lean against one of them with some leftover leg space. Now he just needed to wait for everyone to gather up and his journey would continue. If possible, he would continue training his new skill while riding in the cart. The trip would take about a week, so he had a lot of free time to practice. Chapter 59. Roland was one of the first new arrivals, but he wasn't the last. There were other people that wanted to travel in this large caravan gathering. Luckily, the cart he was using was stocked to the brim and most people came in larger groups. This saved him from having travel companions in the cart he chose. He was sitting at the back end of it, so he also didn't need to talk or look at the coachman. This was the perfect spot for someone like him that didn't really see the point of interacting with these people. While sitting and waiting, he glanced outside. He noticed some people gathering. He could see some of the adventurers arriving while wearing various types of armor. Roland was already someone that had dipped his toes in the blacksmithing profession. He could already spot some areas that were unkempt. Chinks in the armors, old leather belts that were about to snap, and even badly made runic weapons. He had a small itch behind his ear while glancing at the last category. He wanted to go grab some of those weapons and correct the runic structure. Such an act would give out his profession and he wanted to avoid that. After spending days on the train without working on any metal, he was feeling bored. He didn't think he would be missing rune crafting and smithing this much. In a world lacking anything that interested him that much, and while having no hobbies, creating runic items was his only pastime. Other than the adventurers, he could see other travelers arriving. They all varied by looks, age, and even by their race. The caravan was slowly getting filled up with people and soon they would be leaving. Roland took note of how many people there were. This convoy of caravans was the largest he had been part of yet. There were even more people here than when he went on that expedition to the mines. Some of the people that were coming brought their own guards along, so there was some backup for the adventurers that only had slightly more than 10 people. By the gear they were using, it was easy to speculate what class they had. Most of them, as always, were holders of the warrior class. Most of them looked older, thus Roland believed that they should be at least tier 2. It was normal to be a tier 1 class if you were below 20 years of age, but just like him, some people leveled up faster. If he continued his old pace, he thought he would be at the L25 cap within the year. Now maybe even faster if he entered a dungeon and farmed some XP. After gathering enough information about his surroundings, Roland leaned back into his carriage. He wanted to practice his mana reinforcement skill while he traveled. He couldn't remove his clothes this time around to get more mana in. With monsters and strangers around, it would be unwise to remove his armor. His mana shield enchantments couldn't activate on their own quite yet. He wanted to develop a rune that would repel weapons and attacks on impact. He just needed to figure out the minimum requirement for it to activate. If he set it too low, it might activate while he was running, while when too high it would be useless. He had one technique that he wanted to try, but he needed more time to develop his crafting. He wanted to try placing the impact detecting components deeper into the metal. With this, when a sword pierced into it more than a millimeter, it would set off the defensive measure. It would also need to work with blunt force, like hits from maces. Bending the metal more than it should also set it off. The problem would be to not make it react to other outside forces like gravity. He couldn't have it activating if he jumped from a high spot and it turned on when he landed. With his increased stats, he could perform superhuman feats by this point. His strength was already above any grown man from his old world. It would be quite hard to develop something like that, but it would be a lifesaver if he got attacked from the back. For now, he only knew how to produce simple runes that activated on impact or on a timer. He could somewhat play around with their settings, but he didn't have full control over it. He was still limited to the hardware and could not affect the software yet. Wonder if it will be possible when I reach tier 2. He rubbed his chin while thinking. The biggest drawback of his debugging skill was that he couldn't see inside the components. It was like looking at a motherboard. He could insert what parts he wanted but was limited to pre-made ones. He could keep replacing the processor and hard drives that he knew of, but he couldn't affect the software in them. When he achieved that step, only then he would feel like a true runesmith. While he was contemplating some new designs, he felt the carriage that he was sitting in jolt forward. They were finally setting off. He could see some people riding on horses and even large birds that looked like giant chickens. They were lankier and their legs had sharp claws than regular poultry. This journey would take at least a week, as they would be making a lot of stops along the way. This kingdom wasn't a safe place outside the large cities. There were monsters prowling everywhere, only shying away from large human gatherings. These monsters had their migration circles, and some even set up their own territories. If they arrived in a new one, that some kind of goblin tribe established, battle was inevitable. They had a lot of adventurers with them as well as some guards. Roland felt that their group should be able to defend themselves during a fight. He was only a traveler, and not affiliated with the guild for now, so he wouldn't even need to take part in the skirmishes. It was better to lay low. The abyssal cult could be following him now or later. If he stuck out too much, word would spread. There weren't that many mags around, and they clearly saw him using a fire arrow spell that time. Roland looked to his side where he had the weapon that he created. He could pretend that he was a mana warrior with it. With the addition of his blacksmith class, he should have enough strength to match others. His high intelligence would just make the magic attacks that came from this sword stronger. He heard the people talking, and they finally moved forward. The carriage he was riding in was just a simple one, which meant that it would be a bumpy ride. Without going into the lotus position, he closed his eyes. His mana exercises continued as he needed to increase his mana pool. This was a bumpy ride, so concentrating on his new skill would prove a challenge. On the flip side, this would help him train his willpower and concentration. The trip continued through dirt roads. He could see the city he was in vanishing in the distance after a few hours. They drove through some villages on the way before coming in for a stop as the night dawned on them. Even though he didn't want to mingle with the others, he became quite hungry. The traders responsible for this expedition set up camp. The wagons were positioned in a circle around the campfire. They would act as cover if someone decided to attack them with ranged attacks. Roland grumbled slightly while moving his hood over his head. After a life filled with solitude, his linguistic skills started suffering. He had become more socially awkward after years of evading people and hiding from his family. Speaking out to strangers without a reason became harder. He slowly walked over to the campfire. An older lady was cooking something up and it smelled quite nice. When he got closer, his mouth started watering. The people were lining up, so he followed suit and placed himself at the end of the line. After leaving the confines of the large wagon that he secluded himself in, Roland was finally able to see who else was here. There was a mix of races, mostly ones that he had seen before, but most of them were humans like him. Nearly all of the people here were merchants and peddlers. Besides them, there were the adventurers and some armored guards. There also was a family with a baby, which caused him to stare. It was an unusual thing for someone like them to travel like this. Maybe they were also trying to find a better place to stay as he did. There was another odd thing that he noticed. Most of the guards were sticking close to a peculiar wagon. It was longer than the rest, and he could see that it had some iron bars at the end. Was there some kind of animal in there that they were keeping from fleeing? He also noticed a peculiar symbol on this wagon. He remembered seeing it somewhere before. He strained his head and finally recalled where he had seen it. Slave traders? It dawned on him, he had seen people having that symbol burned into their skin. It was a triskelion symbol, which was a shape with threefold rotational symmetry. This one was circular in shape, with 3 dots on the inside of the triskelion spirals. It was a universal slave symbol and was the calling card of slave traders. This world was one of war and strife. Things like slaves existed like any other things. There were various types of them, some of which were war slaves, criminal slaves, and debt slaves. Criminal slaves were people that were, as the name stated, criminals. There were mostly robbers, killers, and thieves. Depending on the severity of their crimes, they would be sentenced to a life of slavery. War slaves were mostly just prisoners of war. Captured soldiers would be taken in as slaves after losing a skirmish or a war. Even high-ranking nobles from another country could end up like this if they lost to another empire. Debt slaves were people with massive debt. Depending on how much they accumulated and with who, they could end up in slavery if they couldn't pay up. Sometimes people even sold their family members as collateral damage, and they would be in this category. In this world, A person wouldn't be able to easily escape after they were branded a slave. People would earn this title through trial by judge. This title would show up during identifications via skills or magical devices. Most of the time it would be a lifelong sentence. The title would then stick with the person till the end of their life. There were certain ways of removing it. This mostly happened after a master was acquired. This person could then set the slave free after a small ritual. The title didn't compel the slave to follow his or her master's orders. The person still needed to be kept in check. There were ways of doing it. The easiest way was by the use of slave collars. These devices came in various shapes and sizes. The slaves mostly wore them around their necks. There were also smaller versions like rings and bracelets. The slave collars would give out electrical discharges to the person wearing them. These caused excruciating pain to the affected person and were activated by a slave owner's remote device. Some collars even added explosives that would cause instant death, but were mostly reserved for the more dangerous offenders. Here you go, eat up. Roland was handed some stew by the husky-looking lady. He just nodded with his head while thanking her and walked a bit to the side. Luckily, no one had decided to talk to him and he could enjoy his meal in silence. It wasn't the greatest, but it was better than the dried meat that he had with him. While munching to the side, he eavesdropped on some of the conversations that the people were having, mostly out of boredom. Heard the goods are a bit special this time around. Yeah, these ones will go for a steep price. The ones talking were the guards from the slaver cart. Roland believed that these goods that they were talking about were probably the slaves inside it. This also explained the iron bars, but even without them, the slaves wouldn't get far if they had the slave collars on them. The slavers had 4 wagons with them. 3 for the slaves to be sold off and another one for the workers and soldiers. He was interested in these special goods, but not enough to snoop around. This was the reality of this world. He had to think about himself first and not others. After eating up, he decided to return to the back of the carriage cart. Some people set up tents, while others just slept in sleeping bags out in the open. Roland had no tent and he would rather just lean against a crate with a blanket over himself than spend it outside. The adventurers took turns on guard duty and the night went past without a problem. Roland didn't get in much sleep as always. He was still slightly stressed. During the bouts of sleeplessness, he just trained his mana reinforcement skill. The journey continued. There was nothing in particular happening. On the second day, the caravan suffered a small monster attack. Some familiar-looking boar monsters appeared. Roland didn't need to act. The adventurers were more than enough to handle this small beast attack. This even allowed the people to feast on some monster boar meat, which was quite a delicacy in these parts. After the show of strength, Roland started worrying less about the continued journey ahead. The people protecting them looked at least decent in their battles. Unless a large group of Tier 2 monsters appeared, they should be safe on their journey. They weren't traveling through lands with many powerful monsters, so it seemed like the expedition to his new town would be uneventful. The day turned into night and nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Roland continued to listen to the other people speak while training his new skill. He could feel that his mana was getting stronger with each passing day. Unlocking the 3rd level was on the horizon. At about half mark of the journey, the caravan of wagons arrived at a mountain range. This was a winding path that stayed close to the cliffs with not much wiggle room. This was the part of the trek that Roland was worried about. One wrong step or a scared animal and someone could end up falling down the cliffs. He broke off his mana reinforcement training and decided to stay vigilant. He still lacked any type of detection skill, so he took out one of his runic devices. It was just a round piece of metal that was the size of an apple. This was a common grade detection spell that he crafted. He placed it on a round piece of metal just so that he would get more uses out of it. It would slowly shrink after getting repaired, but due to the thickness, it would last him for a while. This item acted like a sonar. When he activated it, he could see living creatures in a set radius. The more mana he inserted, the further the range would expand. He gave it a try and activated the detection device, but frowned the moment he did. There are too many people here. The device showed him a sort of holographic image with a lot of dots. These dots were people in near proximity, while the device he was using was the middle part. When he activated it, he just saw a large mass of blue dots crowding the whole space. This item only had 2 colors, blue and red. Blue would be people of the races, while red would be monsters. It was also tricky to tell if someone was above or below the user of this item, as it only showed the glowing orbs on a flat surface. This is what I get for not testing it out in the field. It would probably work well in a dungeon corridor though, he shrugged while leaning back in the cart. He started periodically activating the item, but the blue dots crowded the magical radar that had only about 50 meters of range. They traveled higher and higher and were now reaching the top of this mountain. After reaching it, they would just need to descend to reach the other side. After this, it would be smooth sailing to the port city. That is, if they made it. Roland used his detection item once more and noticed something. He was counting the blue dots out of boredom and he noticed some more on the edges of this radar. He quickly did a double take, and could see the blue dots approaching. At first he thought that maybe it was other merchants also using this route. That theory was quickly abolished by an arrow lodging itself into the wooden box he was leaning against. Bandits. Roland looked at his detection ball and wanted to toss it out of the wagon he was in. He quickly looked outside his cart and could see the adventurers and guards getting ready for a fight. The biggest problem was that the bandits had the high ground. Of course, this would happen just when we were about to reach the top. He grimaced while grabbing his magical wand. He wasn't sure if the adventurers would be enough to take out these bandits. He might have to get his hands dirty. Chapter 60. Roland's body twitched as he felt cold. He began to slowly open his eyes while having a tough time remembering what happened. He was instantly greeted by a splitting headache. His vision felt muddled, and it took a couple of seconds for it to focus. He found himself in an unfamiliar location, if you could call it that. What he saw was an uneven ceiling that consisted of just rocks and dirt. The walls were uneven with bugs crawling on them. He was clearly in some kind of cave. There was some light coming out from the side, probably the cave's entrance. Thanks to it he could barely see, as he didn't possess any night-seeing skills or abilities. He felt terrible, as if a stampede of horses ran him over. He knew that something was wrong and he needed to assess the situation. First, he checked if he was in any condition to fight. He did this by trying to stand up. Luckily, besides some bruises and a splitting headache, nothing was broken. There was a lack of bindings around his feet and arms, so he felt like he wasn't captured by anything or anyone. There was also the possibility that the person that brought him here didn't see him as a threat. It could be a Tier 2 or Tier 3 being that judged his danger level to be quite low. He leaned back against the wall as his vision slowly started returning. He quickly looked to the side and found that his arming sword wasn't there. He had his wands and his bags of holding still on him, which made him sigh out in relief. Roland tried recalling what had transpired before he went unconscious. He remembered being in one of the wagons before a group of bandits attacked them. An arrow made its way through the cart he was in and landed on one of the boxes. Then it all began, and also when it all went wrong. He jumped outside as the carriage stopped in its tracks. The way forward was blocked off and the bandits attacked. They were safely up on a faraway ledge above them and had an easy way to pelt them with more arrows. Roland ducked behind the cart he was previously inside. It didn't have much protection on the inside, as it only had a cloth covering the framing as a roof. Outside he could at least hide behind the undercarriage, and also the boxes on the inside would stop the arrows from penetrating further in. The hired adventurers and the guards sprung into action. They in a similar fashion tried blocking the arrow paths with the wagons and carts. Some of them had large shields and bows of their own to fire back. There were more people on the caravan side, but at least half were non-combatants. People just traveling, merchants, and their families. This left the adventurers and the guards that came with the slave traders as the fighting force. The bandits had prepared themselves for this ambush. They put up a barricade made from logs to block the way forward. There was also a group of men standing there with bows and crossbows. The way back was blocked off by them pushing large rocks down from the cliff above. They had also brought some cover for themselves and could fire upon the caravan without the worry of getting hit themselves. Their thick wooden barricade above couldn't be pierced even by Tier 2 archers that were amongst the adventurers. It was clear that the bandits didn't want to take any prisoners. They encased them in a trap and would slowly whittle them down. They could probably blow them up with explosives if they wanted to, but they probably didn't want to damage the items they could plunder. The adventurers and soldiers set up a defensive perimeter by pushing the carts together. They were only able to make a half circle with nowhere to run. They all were now high up in the mountains with a drop to their doom behind them. The fog was thick, so they couldn't really tell what was down there. They all presumed that falling down was a one-way ticket to their afterlife. Roland found himself next to a family of 3. The child was crying in her mother's arms while the husband was to the side with a dagger in his hand. He didn't look like someone that knew how to handle such a tool. His hands were trembling and his eyes were darting between a few places. Roland could identify these 3 people and clearly see their classes. The child had none, the father had a farmer class while the woman was a cook. Classes like this existed, mostly they signified that the person that had it was unfit for combat. They failed to reach the threshold of achieving even the simplest class like warrior or archer. They were also more common than people might think. The exchange continued for a while, but soon enough the bandits switched to fire arrows and flammable cocktails. Some of the wooden carriages started burning along with the items inside. The biggest problem was on the slavers' side as they had people on the inside. Before things could get any uglier, Roland decided to act. He had an option of either helping these people out or running away on his own. He didn't owe anyone anything here, but he didn't feel like leaving defenseless children behind. It would leave a distasteful taste behind in his mouth if he abandoned kids and women to just die. He felt that with a larger number of people there would be a bigger chance of survival. There was strength in numbers and nowhere to go but forward. First, he used one of his runic scrolls to put out the fire on the carriages. The heat was pushing people away from the protective barricade, which would then leave them open to arrow attacks. He combined 2 spells, one to make water and another one to freeze it. First, the water splashed against the flames, then with the addition of the cold, the fire subsided. The people looked at him with surprise in their eyes as he wasn't part of the adventurers or the guards. After putting out the fire, Roland took out an orb of some sort. It looked like a tennis ball-sized sphere made from metal. He made his best baseball pitcher impression while throwing this ball at the bandits above them. It made a nice arc while going towards its target. The bandits took notice of the spellcaster among the caravan, but it was a bit too late. They also noticed him throw something their way. This caused them to back away while putting up regular shields. The ball of metal collided with one of those shields and just bounced off. It tumbled down and away from the bandits that looked at it curiously. It looked like Roland threw a round rock at them, which caused more eyebrows to raise. The men dropped their shields and were ready to return fire. It looked like the attack was a dud and they panicked for no reason. Before they could continue though, they heard a strange sound. The ball of metal then promptly exploded like a grenade. They were greeted by a small ball of fire and pieces of sharp metal. The metal caused widespread injuries while the explosion pushed them back. This was an item that Roland made in his spare time. He combined both his runic craftsmanship along with his runic scrolls. The metallic ball was hollow on the inside with a little slit through which he could fit a small version of a scroll in. Thanks to his condensation skill, he was now able to miniaturize his scrolls even further. The scroll was placed inside and he added runic parts to the ball. They mostly consisted of ethereal pathways so that he could activate it. So a runic grenade came to be. The moment it exploded, the metal encasing that the runic scroll was in would go flying in all directions. He had a couple of versions. Some exploded within 10 seconds, some even faster. He used a more delayed version first to catch the people off guard. If it exploded too soon, they might have defended themselves with their shields. He was banking on their curiosity getting the better of them and was rewarded for it. He threw another grenade towards the bandits. One of them saw this and moved forward. The man saw the explosion from the side and realized what this item was. He also was thinking that he had enough time to deflect it. To his surprise, this orb exploded much sooner than the previous one. The adventurers had tried using some of their own enchanted spell scrolls before. Yet the bandits' shielding barricade and the mountain walls proved to be a good defense against them. The spells traveled in a straight line, but Roland could throw his nades in an arch behind the enemy line to hit them. The adventurers used this chance to fire off some arrows and bolts towards their enemies. Finally, the battle started shifting, even more after Roland unloaded his most powerful spell. A large ball of condensed fire collided with the barricade and makeshift shielding that the bandits constructed above. This was a fire blast, spell empowered by Roland's large amount of mana. It caused wide destruction to the robbers' side, and it looked like the people here would be getting out alive. Roland even managed to clear out part of the other barricade that was blocking the path forward. With his high mana pool, the runic spells that he could cast were many times stronger than if a regular person activated them. The bandits were sore losers though. They still had the high ground and a plan B. This plan consisted of pushing massive boulders down below and causing a rock slide. Just as the people were close to cheering, they were pelted by rocks. The large stones crushed the carts and carriages and rolled forward. Roland grasped his hurting head and felt that it had been bandaged up. He didn't remember much after that. The ensuing rock slide caused part of the people to fall down to the misty pit below. He only recalled putting up as many magic shields as he could on himself and the people next to him. I must have survived the fall and someone brought me here. Roland took out a healing potion from one of his bags and quickly drank it. He noticed that someone tried bandaging up some of his wounds, but they did a poor job. It looked like the bandages were part of their clothes. His weapon was missing. Either it was taken by the person who patched him up or it was lost during the fall. He needed to get more information first. While getting himself together, he moved towards the light. He leaned against the walls a bit while slowly walking. The potion was slow working and his body was still aching. Before he could get outside, he heard someone talking. He heard a man's voice and one that was more high-pitched. "Lady Aradhel, we must move quickly. This is our chance to escape. Log on, why did you take our savior's weapon? Return it. We should wait till he recovers his health." But what if a monster appears or those bandits? Roland could hear the two arguing. The man was referring to the woman as a lady, which made him think that she was some kind of noble. Were there hidden nobles in the caravan? It was quite uncommon for nobles to travel in such a way. They would have their own luxury carriage and the protection of some knights. They wouldn't travel along with merchants and commoners, unless they were hiding from something or someone. He couldn't get much information from their conversation. The man wanted to leave along with his enchanted arming sword. The woman on the other hand wanted to wait for him to get better. The woman didn't seem to be the problem, but he needed to be wary of the man. First, he needed to actually see what he was working with. While the two were busy arguing, he pulled out his detection device and activated it. Due to fearing that the people would detect his mana, he inserted the bare minimum of magic into his detector. This would shorten the distance of the scan but would be harder to detect. From the image he could see that besides the two there was another person with them. He or she was a bit further away, so he now knew how many potential enemies he had. He had a couple of things he could do now. He could either wait it out, they might decide to leave instantly. He could also ambush them and try getting his sword back that the man was holding on to. The cave bent a bit so they couldn't see him hiding here. He would probably have the element of surprise on his side. Then the third option would be to just go out and talk. The woman didn't seem to have any ulterior motives and she might be the one in charge. The man was probably her guard. He could judge him to be a threat and try attacking him though. While he was thinking about what to do, another option arose. It began with a familiar scream that he had heard so many times before. Goblins. Roland had killed so many of those little buggers that he could tell them apart from any other humanoid monster by the scream. "Lady Aradhel, get behind me." It looked like a fight was breaking out. Thanks to this, Roland was able to stick his head out to see what he was working with. Just like he heard before, he saw a man and a woman. They were similar looking to two people he had seen before. They both had dark skin and long silver hair. They had the characteristics of moon elves and the long ears gave it away. What surprised Roland wasn't their race, but what they were wearing. The girl had a dirty-looking white dress and no shoes. It looked to be ripped up in a couple of places. He instantly could tell that this ripped-up dress were the bandages that were wrapped around his head. The man also had simple clothes and was holding his arming sword with one hand while glaring at a mountain variant of a goblin. The most surprising part wasn't their haggard looks, no, it was what they were wearing around their necks. Slaves? Roland mumbled to himself. The two clearly had slave collars around their necks. From what he knew, these collars could be activated to send electricity down an unruly slave's body. Some could even explode. There was also another feature: it blocked the use of any active skills or mana circulation. Even if the moon elf man wanted to use his runic sword, he wouldn't be able to. He moved his neck out even more and looked to where the third person would be. The appearance of this person was also quite peculiar. His skin was light green and he looked to be over 2.5 meters tall. His body was very muscular and also filled with wounds. This person looked to be a half-orc. This race had a connection to the orcs, which were considered monsters. The half-orcs were considered smarter than their rage-filled relatives and also smaller. A true orc would normally be half a head taller than this one. Just like the two elves, this person also had a collar around his neck. In his hand was a large makeshift club made from a thick tree branch. He was engaged in a battle with some goblins that were poking his legs with their spears. The half-orc looked to be having trouble in hitting the little buggers as they were nimble enough to back away from his range. Why does it always have to be goblins? Should have used more mana with the radar. Roland grasped his magic wand and pointed it out of the cave. The monsters didn't notice him, yet he could get a few free shots. He took aim at what seemed to be the strongest out of the bunch, a hobgoblin quite similar to the one he once slew. He didn't have his traps, nor did he have the high ground. His sword was in the hands of the elven man, who couldn't even use it to its full potential. Luckily Roland had some other weapons stashed away with him. One was the heavy rapier that he had gotten all those years ago. Roland concentrated and took aim, waiting for the right moment to attack. He needed to make this count. His mana was injected into his wand, his target being the spot between the goblin's eyes. Chapter 61. Logon was his name. He was a moon elf hailing from the kingdom of Bolia that bordered the Caldris kingdom. He was a young warrior that took on the swordsman route, and this was also the class that he had now. Bolia was a country composed mostly of moon elves, and it was the counterpart of the holy kingdom of Alexandria that most sun elves lived in. Both of these races didn't see eye to eye. There was a buffer between them in the form of the Caldris kingdom. This didn't allow combat to happen and made, but also caused the Middle Kingdom to act as a mediator. The moon elves didn't have a single monarch like most of the kingdoms. The ruling class was composed of houses that elected one head. These heads would then form the Moon Elf Council of Elders and perform votes on important matters. Lady Aradhel was someone from such a house. She would be considered a noble if you applied human standards to her status. She was related to one of the current elders, but was just one of the many children. Aradhel was tasked with going to the Caldris kingdom, just some work requiring diplomacy. Regretfully, they were attacked by unknown forces. The people there were clearly aiming to make a profit. Instead of killing everyone, they were sold off as slaves. The attack didn't happen that long ago, and they were in the midst of being moved around. The slavers had bought them off the assailants, and they were being moved towards a slave auction to be sold. The convoy was attacked by bandits while they remained in one of the carts and behind bars. During the ensuing battle, one of the rocks collided with their carriage and they fell down below. During the chaos of the fall, they were surrounded by various mana bubbles. This and the large river below was why they had survived the fall. The reinforced cage was smashed in certain places, and even though they suffered some minor injuries, they were now free to leave. He, together with a half-orc and his lady Aradhel, managed to crawl out. This is also where they found another lone survivor that his lady demanded they helped. Fast forward to now, and they were facing off against a large group of goblins. There were even several hobgoblins sprinkled into the mix. Due to the slave collars around their necks, none of them could use any of their advanced skills. If they tried, a massive electric shock would be discharged right into their necks. Logon was grasping a one-handed sword with his hand. He had taken it away from the unconscious human that his lady ordered him to carry inside of a cave. He already noticed that this wasn't a simple sword, as it had various runic symbols on it. This would be helpful in this fight if he could use his mana that is .I in his hands. It was just a regular steel sword, not much better than your average blade. The craftsmanship wasn't anything out of the ordinary. The side was a peculiar ally of him and his moon elf lady. A half-orc that Aradhel managed to somehow bring over to their side. He didn't trust this person that much, but he was someone that they needed right now. His name was Golgrim, and he wasn't the brightest. Golgrim was swinging a large log that he used as a club around and smacking some goblins away. They kept their distance, though poking him with some crude spears. The large half-orc seemed to be having trouble with these fast-moving shrimps. He moved his gaze forward towards his own enemy. There it stood, a more robust-looking monster, a hobgoblin. It wasn't the only one in this group, as he could see another one moving towards Golgrim's direction. Puny goblins, no, run away. The half-orc shouted out while delivering a devastating strike to a nearby rock. Even though he also was wearing a slave collar, his natural strength was enough to make him a priority target. This was also probably why most of the hobgoblins from this group were moving towards him. If only I could use my skills, Logon thought to himself while looking at the weapon that the hobgoblin had in his hand. he had a large metal mace. Combined with the creature's enhanced strength, it was a deadly item. If he got hit with it directly even once, he would probably suffer a critical blow. Without any armor, he was more or less defenseless against it. He was tier 2 swordsman himself, so he knew that the weapon he was holding would probably snap in a direct exchange. He would need to use his speed and footwork to get in a good stab while the beast is off balance. He had to protect the lady behind him. With the slave collar around her neck, she was more or less useless. She possessed a class that only shone when using mana. Without it she wasn't much stronger than a newbie tier 1. The battle was finally starting. The hobgoblin wasn't the only enemy. One of its minions charged forward in a blind attack. It met a swift demise. Logon shifted his body to the side and evaded its attack. His footwork helped him get into a good position to stab the arming sword through the creature's eye socket, killing it instantly. The hobgoblin gave out a big scream but didn't charge forward. Instead, more of the regular mountain goblins appeared. They all started running towards him from various directions. They were clearly trying to overwhelm him with their numbers. If he was alone then it would be fine, but he had a defenseless woman to protect. He couldn't let any of these small monsters through, otherwise, the lady he swore to protect could be in danger. Logon would normally not have much trouble dispatching these monsters. But he was in a weakened state, long travels without food or a warm place to sleep. Then they fall down from the mountain top was causing him to run on fumes. The first goblin was greeted by a slash to the neck. Its head fell off cleanly and landed in the bushes. The other goblins didn't falter and continued their assault by swinging their rusty weapons that they had stolen from adventurers. 2, 3, and then 4. More goblins fell to his borrowed sword, but his streak would be coming to an end soon. The fifth goblin came in swinging. Logon's reaction was slow and he finally suffered a blow to his side. With lacking armor, the cut was deeper than usual and the moon elf faltered. The goblin, seeing its enemy backing away, moved in for the kill, but to only receive a sword stab directly to the heart. Logon. Aradhel called out from behind him in concern. He grasped his bleeding wound while gritting his teeth. Stay back, I'm fine. When I give you the signal, run away, Lady Aradhel. Logon knew his body better than anybody else. Even before engaging in this battle, he realized that his chances of winning were slim. He was just tired. The lack of sleep and nourishment had caused his body to wither away. He didn't see himself winning against the hobgoblin without his skills. Even with those it would be hard to do in his current state. What are you talking about, Logon? We are going to make it out together. The moon elf woman called out while clutching her hands together. She knew that she wouldn't be much of a help in this fight, but she had to aid him somehow. She grasped a weapon that one of the killed goblins previously had. It was a rusty short sword. The blade had already dulled with time. What are you doing, Lady Aradhel? You must flee, I'll distract them. Logon looked back to where the hobgoblin was. The monster had made up its decision and was now charging forward. It sacrificed a few of its subordinates to land the wound on the strong enemy, and now it was time to reap the rewards. It didn't see the woman as a target worth its attention. It focused on the male moon elf and swung its large mace. Logon jumped to the side while the mace connected with the spot he was previously in. This wasn't just a regular random swing. The hobgoblin's arm muscles expanded. The moment the mace connected with the hard ground, a large dust cloud was kicked up. Pieces of dirt and rock flew in all directions and even caused Aradhel to fall onto her backside in fright. Even before she could help with the battle, she was already down on the ground. She was clearly not someone that was used to this. Her body shook in fright at the display of power that the monster possessed. This wasn't over. The monster didn't give Logon time to relax. It continued with its charge. The injured moon elf was unable to retaliate, as dodging the rapid blows of the hobgoblin was the most he could do. This would have been a good chance for the one he was responsible to escape. The stubborn girl didn't listen though. Instead, she stood up with the weapon in hand and angrily threw it at the hobgoblin. The monster was preoccupied with chasing after Logon, so it received the attack to its back. The damage it took was minimal. The short sword was far too dull and the throw was uncoordinated and weak. No, run. He called out and tried moving forward. The moment Aradhel performed this action, her fate was sealed. The enraged hobgoblin turned around and gave out a strange high-pitched shout that immobilized both of them momentarily. It then bolted towards the person that attacked it from the back. The angry-looking Aradhel quickly changed her expression to one of horror. Before she could run away, she heard a voice behind her. It was coming from the cave. "Hey you, get down. You're in the way." It was a man's voice, but it sounded still slightly youthful. Logon could see the person that Aradhel helped patch up standing at the entrance to the cave. He was holding a metallic object and pointing it forward. He wasn't sure what this item was at first, but soon enough he realized. The item started glowing in a bright red color. Vague runic symbols appeared around the whole piece of metal, and it was as if tiny fireflies were coming together onto the tip. Aradhel was stunned at first, but she somehow kept cool under pressure. After seeing the person that she helped out pointing a magical rod at her, she realized what he was doing. She instantly dropped down to reveal the hobgoblin's form to the man in front. The moment she did, a bright flash of red followed by an explosion of heat materialized from the weapon that this person was holding. A large surge of energy traveled forward. This heated energy collided with the monster's face and caused a small explosion. The creature dropped its large mace while the momentum of its run carried its lower body forward. The top part, on the other hand, snapped backward due to the strength of the spell. After the smoke had cleared, the people there were greeted with a melted hobgoblin face. The monster wasn't quite dead yet, but it was clearly out of commission. Roland had been waiting in the cave for some time. He had been there a moment before the goblin attack. He had waited while watching the moon elf fighting to measure his strength. The man was clearly strong, but his movements felt sluggish. Soon he needed to spring into action, as he didn't quite want these people to die yet. After the hobgoblin went down, the battle still continued. There were more regular goblins around that were moving forward after their leader succumbed to the spell. The half-orc in the background was also covered in wounds after having to tussle with the small monsters for so long. The regular goblins didn't pose much of a threat. They all succumbed to a barrage of regular mana arrows and mana bolts that Roland could produce with one of his earlier magic wand creations. Both of the moon elves looked on with astonishment at the fast casting that this human mage was capable of. "That's most of the ones here. The ones that remain are..." Roland looked to the distance and could see the third person still battling. The half-orc didn't look that good. He could see multiple stab wounds in his legs, and there were even broken spears sticking out of his flesh. Golgrim had managed to slay one of the hobgoblin attackers, but was now at the mercy of the last one. Luckily for him, help was soon to arrive. It came in the form of a red energy bolt that collided with the hobgoblin's shoulder. It wasn't a clean hit, and the monster dodged to the side. It suffered some burns and residual damage. This wasn't enough to defeat the creature, but it was enough for it to back away. Hobgoblins were smarter than regular goblins, and this one here could see that the battle was lost. Most of its brethren were dead. The evolved variants that were similar to its strength were also gone. The monster had decided to flee. It let out a high-pitched scream and turned around. The goblins that remained listened to its call and started running. The battle was over. Roland looked at his wand that he had used in this battle. It was the same one he activated during the fiasco back in Edelgard. He could clearly see that the runic components had deteriorated. He would need to repair it, otherwise after one more spell it would be hard to salvage. It was one thing to repair one of these weapons and another to perform the whole runecrafting process from start to finish. Roland had a decision to make now. He could see the moon elf male collapsing onto the ground and clutching the side of his stomach. The woman who he was with had run up to him and was looking over his wound. The large half-orc that was fighting the goblins was also looking quite distraught. His large muscular body was riddled with cuts and scratches, even with bite marks. Somehow he was standing, but he would probably not last long if he wasn't treated. Roland glanced to his belt where his bags of holding were in. He had some healing potions in there, but should he share his limited stock with these people? He had saved their lives, but he also owed one of their members his. He might have been goblin food by now if they didn't drag him into this cave after he passed out. While he was contemplating his next move, the two moon elves were talking. The lady was wincing while pinching her lips as the battle wound that her bodyguard received was deep. He was slowly bleeding out. If the wound would later become infected was also a possibility. "If only I didn't have this collar on, I could heal you instantly." Roland's attention was moved to these words. If what she said was true, then she might have been someone that possessed a healing class. Maybe he wouldn't need to give out precious healing items to strangers. "Don't worry about my Lady Aradhel. I will only slow you down. Stop talking nonsense, Logon. I can't abandon you." Roland listened to the two dramatically exchanging words with each other. He didn't really want to use up his healing potions, but he wasn't the type of person that would let people die in front of him. He was also helped by them, so he owed them one. Before he could aid them, the woman did something unusual. She placed her hands on the man's wound and it looked like she was trying to cast a spell. Lady Aradhel, what are you doing? The man shouted while the slave collar activated around the woman's neck. It produced a faint spark that caused her body to go stiff. It was as if she was struck by a taser that also had a pain-magnifying feature. He could hear her scream, which prompted him to go over. The man tried helping the moon elven woman up, but while doing this, he caused his wound to bleed even more. If left to their devices, these two would probably not survive for too long. What the hell are you two doing? Roland called out while going over. He looked at the collapsed woman. She was quite the beauty that would make most men's hearts flutter, but she looked weak and sickly. The moment he came over, the man by the name Logon became weary of him. Relax, I'm not going to hurt you. We can call it even, you did help me out a bit. Roland pointed to the bandages around his head while blankly looking at the collapsed woman and her retainer. The man was still holding onto his sword. Also, can you return my sword? I kind of need it. The two started staring at each other. Roland just waited with an outstretched hand. The icebreaker was the moon elven woman that finally woke up after the neck taser episode. Return his sword, Logon. It doesn't belong to you. But, the man looked at the person he was serving. He was quick to give in and returned the weapon to the man he took it from. Roland took it back without answering and quickly activated his debugging skill to see if everything was in place. Luckily, the man using this sword wasn't half bad. He knew how to hit the goblins without damaging the blade. As Roland was looking back down after examining his sword, he noticed something peculiar. He activated his debugging skill again while looking at the neck of one of the elves. He could clearly see that there were runic components there. So, did you say that you could heal if that collar was off? Can I take a closer look at it? Roland said while the two moon elves looked at him funny, not really sure where the young man was going with this. Chapter 62. So, they even branded you? The sound of a crackling fireplace could be heard while some people talked. A slight clank of metal against metal was also discernible, regretfully so. A woman in a black coat was holding her hands out toward the fire. Her skin was dark caramel and she had quite the long ears. Her name was Aradhel and she was part of the moon elven nobility. Those damn bastards, if I ever get my hands on them. Another moon elf was here. This one was a bit angrier looking as he started spitting out profanities. Hey, stop moving. If I make any mistakes, your head could blow up. Next to him was a dark-haired youth. Roland was his name and he was holding onto his blacksmith hammer. He was in the process of gently hammering the slave collar with it. I can remove these, but can't really do much about those branding marks. You'll have to hide them while returning to your own country. Roland had examined Aradhel's slave collar first. It was something made by a runesmith, so he could easily inspect the components in it. With the help of his debugging and runecrafting skills, he was able to find the prime rune. With its destruction, the shackles became nothing more than neck accessories. Prying them off was another thing entirely. Even though the runecrafting job was done sloppily, this item was still made from deep steel. It was much harder to break than regular steel and also resistant to magic to some degree. After deactivating the prime rune, the locking mechanism was also rendered ineffective, so he needed to use some tools to fiddle it open. Roland wasn't sure at first if he should do this. The people were branded as criminal slaves, though that was a lie. He heard them talking before he saved them and it was clear that they were just captured to be sold. He wasn't sure if it was another squabble between noble parties, but at this point in his life, he wouldn't be surprised. The woman might have been an eyesore for someone in her own house. This wasn't the main reason that he decided to help them. That was the monster problem outside. The mountain was swarming with goblins, hobgoblins, and other monstrosities. He wasn't even a Tier 2 class holder. The chances of getting out of here in one piece were slim. He needed some backup. Roland didn't want to rely on these strangers, but he didn't see himself getting out of here without some help. In the event of a betrayal, he did prepare some countermeasures, plus he could always run. The woman was a priest not of Solaria but of Lunaris instead. This was also the biggest reason the Moon Elves and Sun Elves were at each other's throats. They both had different deities that allowed them to have priest classes. The healing magic of the Moon Elves was a bit different, but it worked in a similar fashion when it came down to gaming terms. The moon priests were better at buffing their party while sun priests were ahead in terms of pure healing. There were also variations of the classes and some special ones that were great at both. Think, that should do it. Clink. He gently tapped the collar that was around Logon's neck and it popped right off this time around. Roland grabbed the piece of deep steel and placed it inside his storage bag. He could melt these down later and maybe create a fitting weapon for himself. Golgrim turned now. There was a third member of these slaves, the large half-orc. Roland was a bit on the fence about setting this one free, but the moon elf woman assured him that he could be trusted. Yes, yes. Just sit down and try not to move. He got back to work while the conversation continued. I'd advise you to just cover up and head for the nearest settlement. You're not going through the border with those clothes or that slave status. From Roland's perspective, it would be hard for those three to flee back to their own country. The slave collars were gone, but they still had the slave status on them. There was a certain process through which a person became a criminal slave. It involved some paperwork and a person with a judge class. This was something akin to a curse, but it could only be removed by someone with a similar judge class. This slave status mostly came with a timer, but regretfully theirs was close to 100 years. I'm thankful for all you did, Carmine, but we can take care of ourselves. I will bring the lady back safely. Golgrim strong, no problem. Both Logon and the half-orc were apparently not worried about getting over the border. He wasn't sure what they were planning, but not like he would be going there with them. He also decided to give them a fake name. Carmine came to be after he thought back to his red comet signature on the scrolls that he used for his wares. Yes, Mr. Carmine, you already did so much for us. You even gave us some clothes and food. Aradhel replied while munching on some beef jerky. The two were clearly malnourished, so he decided to aid them a bit. He wasn't doing it for free though. He would be getting most if not all of the mana stones from the monsters they slew. He started with the 2 hobgoblins, and now he had 2 more common grade stones to add to his new creations. He also gave the swordsman elf a spare sword while taking the enchanted one he had for himself. The costs would probably equal themselves after he attained more mana stones. Moving safely in a group with 2 tier 2 warriors would also be worthwhile. The elven maiden was just a tier 1 class, not even a full priest. Her class was called Acolyte and it was similar to the Sun Church's cleric class. That's why he decided to invest in his new party. He lent one of his old robes to the woman, though he wasn't willing to give up his good leather armor. He was still a bit stingy in that regard. Helping them warm up and eat would be enough. They now had weapons, and with the Acolyte in their party, they wouldn't need to waste potions. Clang. The largest slave collar was finally gone and it was thrown into his spatial bag. He was really glad that he spent the money on them during his time in Edelgard. The half-orc that was now free of the slave collar performed a strange jiggle. It looks like a sort of dance. He evaded the large hug that the mountain of muscles tried giving him and went over to the fireplace. What are you going to do if you run into those slavers? Roland asked while sitting down. This was also a possibility. If they survived, the slavers could still be there. The bandits suffered some casualties and might have abandoned the chase as well. Maybe the people that were left from the caravan were looking for them now. Kill them all, the silver-haired moon elf male replied while looking at the new sword in his hand. It was clear that he wouldn't hesitate. We wouldn't want to cause trouble for you, Mr. Carmine, but I don't think they would just let us be. Don't worry, we don't expect you to involve yourself with us for much longer. Aradhel knew what Roland was getting at. He already could be branded as a criminal by setting them free. They were considered criminal slaves, and even though that was a lie, it would have to be proven first. If he went and aided them in a battle against the slave traders, he would be labeled as another bandit. That was something that he wanted to avoid at all costs. Having a wanted poster going around the kingdom would throw a wrench into his future plans. First, he needed to get out of this predicament alive. Well, I can always say that you forced me to remove those collars. There is a village if we follow the river. We should go there. Roland did bring a map of the area and had some prior knowledge of where he was traveling. He knew that it was always important to know your location and the geography of it. He decided to go towards the closest settlement. He could try returning to where the caravan was attacked. The possibility of running into the bandits was high. They could have a hidden camp somewhere in the mountains as well. His 3 new companions would stand out quite a bit. 2 moon elves and a large half-orc don't usually move around together. If the slave traders survived, they would probably start searching for their runaways. Yes, that would be a good place to move. We can find provisions for our journey back home there. The elven woman replied while sipping on some tea. Roland was an avid tea drinker and he did have some fresh water and tea leaves with himself. Though the fresh water came in the form of a magic item. It was a steel tea kettle that had a small lesser rune on it. When mana was inserted, water would be produced. Lady Aradhel, you should go to sleep, it has been a long day, I will watch over you. The quartet had moved to a different cave, but it wasn't far away from the old one. They feared that the fresh goblin blood would attract monsters during the night. Logon was already rested as he had passed out after getting stabbed. Soon after he was healed by Aradhel, which now gave him enough vitality to stay up through the night. Roland was a bit apprehensive about having 3 unknown people around him. He did have a few magical items to help him sleep better. After activating them, an alarm would go off as well as a shield would be placed around his body. This was only a precaution as he didn't really think that they would dispose of him now. They still needed him to get things for them in the village. He already helped them as well, there wasn't any reason for them to think that he would double-cross them. He had the chance to kill them already and instead he helped them by removing the slave collars. Roland finally leaned back against one of the walls. He had a pillow for himself, but that was it. He placed it against the hard rock before resting. He already knew that he wouldn't be sleeping that much, but he could at least rest his eyes. It took him quite a while to fall asleep as always. The only saving grace was that he could feel out his new companions, and as he reasoned they didn't cause any trouble. He got a couple of hours of sleep and was up just as the sun was rising. At the entrance, he could see a snoozing green skin. The big lug was supposed to take over Logon's shift, but had apparently dozed off in the middle. His large frame might have been enough to scare off some of the monsters though. Good morning. Roland nodded at Aradhel while standing up. He placed his hand on his own neck and gave out a grunt. Yeah, good morning. He replied while trying to ignore his stiff neck. The moon elven lady looked quite beautiful and she also greeted him with a nice smile. The girl was surprisingly positive about her situation. He wasn't sure if it was just an act or just a character trait. Think we should move, we don't know what might happen. Roland nodded at Logon's call out. Staying in this place for too long would be a bad idea. They would need at least 3 days to get to the settlement, maybe even longer. I agree, we should probably hunt something along the way. The rations that I brought with me will run out soon. Roland didn't expect to have party members that he would need to feed. He also didn't have that much space in his storage bags. They were mostly filled with various tools and materials. You should probably wake him up. Roland pointed at Golgrim that was snoring loudly and scratching his behind. It was surprising how relaxed he was and how well he could sleep on the rocky ground. They all finally gathered up. Roland lent Logon some spare shoes and some sandals to Aradhel as he felt sorry for their shabby looks. Walking barefoot for 3 days would probably be very taxing. He didn't have anything for the half-orc though, but that one looked comfortable walking without any boots on. They started going. Logon and Golgrim were in the front with Aradhel in the middle and Roland in the back. This wasn't the greatest setup as they didn't have anyone with a scout or tracking-like class. He would need to use his detection device to somehow fill that role. The acolyte was the weakest of the group, so they decided to put her in the middle. She could heal moderate wounds and perform certain buffing spells. It didn't take the party long to meet their first opponent. It weren't goblins or hobgoblins this time around. These creatures that they came across were something new that even Roland had never seen before. Adolescent Bokanak, L46. He identified the creature's name and level. The creature had a humanoid shape with long lanky arms and a goat head. Their legs had hooves and it looked like a satyr below the waist. This was a type of goat monster with giant horns and crooked teeth. It wasn't alone as there was a similar looking one next to it, at a similar level as well. This was when he noticed the weakness of this party. The moment Golgrim noticed the creatures he bolted forward. Golgrim bash ugly goat. He gave out a roar that caused the 2 monsters to focus on him. This would be a fine start, but the loud scream also alerted more of these monsters to their whereabouts. Roland could see them popping out from the bushes. The moment they did, Logon decided to move back. Get behind me, Lady Aradhel. The moon elf was sticking to his duties as a bodyguard a bit too much, while the half-orc just charged into the distance, leaving the rest of the party behind. What was left was a fight at two fronts with also losing the element of surprise. These guys don't really know how to work together, Aridhel complained while her companion stuck to her like a tick. Two other Bokanaks came out from the sides and locked on the two elves. It was lucky that they ignored him for now. This gave Roland ample time to use his wand that he had repaired the day before. A bolt of heated energy collided with one of the goat heads. The scream that the monster gave out was truly frightening. This would have been a good moment for Logon to move forward and deliver a finishing blow. To Roland's surprise, the man didn't want to abandon his lady. He was probably afraid that something might happen to her if he moved too far away. Tch. Roland clicked his tongue while firing off another spell towards the other monster. This one dodged slightly to the side and got his horn blown off in the process. It then charged forward the mage that was causing the most trouble. It would have been an easy battle if the two warriors kept the monsters busy. He could then fire off spells from a safe distance. Not protecting your mage was one of the worst things a frontline warrior could do. The creature was now close and charging with its head lowered. It wanted to impale the attacker on its good horn. Roland wasn't such an easy target though. He was someone close to level 70. Thanks to the blacksmith class he now had stats comparable to warriors. He grasped his arming sword from the side and waited for the right moment. He used the creature's momentum against it as he dodged to the side. The monster ran past him and came to a stop, but as it was turning around to have another go at it, it saw a flash of blue light. This was the tip of Roland's enchanted sword and the runic version of the mana thrust activating. The condensed magical skill connected with the goat creature's upper body. With Roland's massive mana pool and high intelligence, he could really cause some damage. This was demonstrated by the giant gaping hole that appeared in the monster's humanoid chest. The Bokanak collapsed to the ground right after while giving out a strange wail. Roland then turned around to see the other monster swinging its long lanky arms around. After receiving a hit to the face it was disoriented but not dead. It possessed a thick skull which made its head not much of a weak point. Finally, Logon decided to move in and delivered a killing blow to the confused creature. He did it only after it got too close to where the woman he was protecting was. The two creatures were dead and after a bit, the half-orc returned as well. He was covered in scratches and even some holes. Aridhel got to healing his wounds quickly while Roland scratched his head. Besides the two warriors, the acolyte that was supposed to buff the party didn't do anything. The woman lacked combat experience and probably was too nervous to act. Maybe I should have left them in that cave. Chapter 63. On the way, the new party visited the crash site, or what remained from it. Roland was hoping that they might find some provisions. To his dismay, the only thing he found there was scrap metal and wood, along with more goblins that they luckily cleared out without that much of a problem. While here, Roland looked up to the mountain above them. He could not see the path from which they fell down. There was also a thick fog right in the middle of the mountain range that limited his vision. His new party members explained that they were the only survivors that remained. They had buried some of the other slaves that didn't survive the fall along with some dead guards. Roland could still see some blood and gory bits scattered around. Most of it was gone, probably down in the goblin bellies. There was nothing else to do here, so they continued on their merry way. The place where they were in was deep down inside a gorge. The rocky walls were quite smooth and would be hard to climb. The further up you went, the more you had to contend with that blasted fog. Going up was out of the question. Luckily, there was a path next to a river down here that they could follow. The biggest downside of this path was that there were a lot of monsters living here. It was also a path that stretched around the mountain and would take them a lot more time to cross. This was also the reason why the caravan owners decided on going over the mountain, as it cut the travel time down by a couple of days. The scenery down here was composed mostly of trees and bushes. It was over 1 kilometer in width, and the river in the middle was the cause of many monsters living here. Just like any other animals, monsters flocked to areas with a water source. The humanoid mountain goat-like monsters were just one of the many types that roamed this landscape. The hastily put together quartet of people had now traversed a couple of kilometers through this monster-filled land. Roland was now looking at one of his wands that had run out of charges. After a couple of encounters, he looked at the male moon elf swordsman examining the lady elf. The man was like a nanny that somehow wasn't able to take more than one step away from her. He was like a tick that wouldn't go away. The other major fighting force that was the half-orc always ran into battle with a smile on his face. He constantly broke formation and caused Roland to overuse his spells. He was running on a limited budget of charges and was afraid that he would run out of juice soon. He didn't say anything at first, thinking that they would get a grip on the situation. Instead, they just continued with this strategy. Maybe they thought that he would pick up the slack with his spell slinging. They might have not realized that his mana pool and gear usage were limited. Hey, are you being serious now? Roland's face twitched as he looked at Logon examining Aradhel for the 100th time. Golgrim was right next to them getting healed by the acolyte. He had even more bite and claw marks on his body than usual. What do you mean? Logon replied while Aradhel scooted to the side. The woman looked a bit fed up with how he was treating her as well. Do you two want to get us all killed or something? Roland crossed his arms over one another while glaring at the moon elf and green skin. Will she go up in flames if you leave her alone for a second? Logon turned around to face Roland. The youth was squinting his eyes in his direction and certainly looked annoyed. With all due respect, Mr. Carmine. I am thankful for your help, but I cannot abandon Lady Aradhel. What if some creature sneaks up on the defenseless lady? I could not live with myself if anything happened to her. I promise to protect her with my life. I need to return her safely to her family. Roland flinched slightly as the man started unloading a monologue towards him. His eyes were bloodshot and it looked like he was close to blowing a fuse. Maybe the shock of not being able to protect this elven lady had been too much for this guy. It looked like he was getting paranoid. Oh, will you be quiet? Before Roland could think about a good retort to stop this babbling idiot of a swordsman, Aradhel moved in from behind and gave Logon an open hand smack to the back of the head. Lady? The man was stunned while also stopping with his rambling shouts. He slowly turned around to see Aradhel with both her hands on her hips. She had her face slightly raised and her eyebrows were furrowed. Stop causing trouble for Mr. Carmine. He was caring enough to rid us of those slave collars and even saved us twice. Roland just took a step back while the silver-haired elven woman was now the one shouting. She started reprimanding her bodyguard while mostly bringing up Roland's previous deeds. Mostly implying that the three of them would be already dead if he didn't intervene. The first time being where he threw mana shields out when he was falling. The other one when he took care of the hobgoblin when Logon got wounded. I'm sorry. This was a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. Please accept my sincere apology, Mr. Carmine. The man did a quick 180 and started to apologize. He took his lady's words to heart almost instantly. Roland realized that it would probably be better to just talk to Aradhel instead if he wanted to get things done. The woman apparently had this man wrapped around her finger. She was even the one that could control that half-orc. Roland wasn't sure, but he had an idea why this was the case. When he was removing the slave color, he did analyze Aradhel's stats. She had a high charisma stat above 20 points. Charisma was counted differently than other stats. It didn't reach that high of a number compared to it. 10 to 14 was the average number a person's charisma would reach. Anything above that indicated someone with some type of charm. This woman's charisma rating was 24, and even he noticed its effects. It might have been some kind of trait, but he found the elven lady quite bewitching. Luckily Roland had a high willpower stat to counteract this. He had read up that a person with really high charisma could affect people in strange ways. It was as if they were casting a mind control spell. If the person was susceptible to it, they would perform tasks that they wouldn't normally do. There were also some classes that used this to their advantage. Bards were one type of class that relied on it. Some could even enchant people with their voices. There were also monsters like an incubus or a succubus that led adventurers astray. Someone with a high enough charm could topple kingdoms and empires. They could affect people in power to the point of mad devotion. The girl here wasn't quite at that level though. At most she could slightly affect these two. It's fine if you understand, but I'll need you to take a more active part in the coming fights. You don't need to stick to your friend so closely. I'll protect her if something happens. That's why I'm back here. Roland was mostly ticked off by Logon letting too many monsters into the party formation. Aradhel could easily back away on her own while he contended with the monsters in battle. He would then support him from the back with some magical attacks. He was a person with a lot of firepower, but his fighting style was limited to his magical items. Without them, he would be weaker than a regular mage or a regular warrior. The only thing above those was his high mana pool. He also suffered from a limited array of spells. The regular mana versions of spells showed a decline against Tier 2 monsters. They also traveled at a slower speed than the more advanced spells and were easier to dodge by enemies with high agility. But how can I truce? Before Logon could pose that question, he received another smack to the back of his head. While Roland looked at this comedic routine, Golgrim was to the side just sniggering. The half-orc apparently thought that it was funny to see a grown man be abused by a smaller woman. Little Logon did bad not like Golgrim. Roland eyed the smirking green skin. He just wanted to go over there and give the big idiot a smack of his own. Golgrim, you're not doing any better than him. How about you stop running after every monster you see? He proclaimed while looking at the half-orc sternly. He felt like he was a teacher in kindergarten and Aradhel was his assistant. The moment he reprimanded the half-orc, he began to sulk. He sat down on the ground and started poking one of the dead monster bodies with a stick. Seekadu. Roland turned to the elven woman, who in turn walked over to the large male. It's okay, Golgrim, Mr. Carmine didn't mean it. He just needs you to listen to him from now on. Aradhel tried to calm the large beast of a half-orc down. Even though physically he outranked everyone here, his mind was of a child's. Luckily the female moon elf was good at talking to kids, so she somehow managed to get him to cooperate. Maybe from now on, they could move along more proficiently. Okay, let's try this again. Golgrim and Logon, you two stay side by side and try not to break formation from now on. Me and Aradhel will stay in the back and support you with spells. The two knuckleheads nodded at the plan of action, but if they would follow the instructions remained to be seen. For now, the party removed the mana stones from the monster corpses and treaded forward. They needed to find shelter in the next couple of hours before nightfall. The moment of truth came quite fast, as after an hour of walking they met another type of monster. It was only two this time around, and they looked like a giant praying mantis, Greater Mantidea, L57. Roland's identification skill was finally at a level that he could use it for fights. These monsters were of the Tier 2 variety. They were above human-sized and quite long. Their raptorial forelegs were their calling card, the razor-sharp blades those had could even cut through metal. Luckily insectoid monsters were susceptible to fire-type magic. Golgrim, Logon. Please distract them, but don't break formation. I'll finish them off with a fire spell. He gave out the order while preparing for the right moment to strike. He could see the half-orc moving forward while holding his club. Golgrim understand. This time, instead of charging forward like a bull, he started smacking the club on a nearby boulder. The monster's attention was brought to the commotion and to the person that was responsible. The two insectoid monsters charged forward, their blade appendages raised high in the air. The moon elf glanced back for a moment and noticed that Aradhel was chanting a spell. Holy light of the moon, which gently illuminates the night, let all things be filled with your pure essence. Logon's body shone in a dark color as he felt his speed being increased. If he looked at his status screen, he would notice an increase in his agility by some points. Roland had seen her cast this buffing spell before, but not on him. He was curious if such a buffing spell increased your stats by a flat number or by a percentage. Logon took the chance that Golgrim gave him and attempted a flanking maneuver while the two insect monsters concentrated on another target. Even though these two were slightly more coordinated, it didn't mean that this would be an easy fight. Golgrim swung his large wooden club at the monster, which received the attack with its razor-sharp appendage. It was debatable which of these two had more raw power, but one thing was certain. A sharp weapon, as the mantis scythes far outperformed a simple wooden club. It got sliced in half just in one swing and caused the half-orc to lose balance. He was lucky that there was enough force in the clash to cause the monster's attack to slow down immensely. It couldn't benefit from the exchange, but its ally was not far behind. A bolt of energy traveled towards it to give Golgrim enough time to counterattack. While the half-orc engaged his enemy in hand-to-hand combat, Logon used the chance to strike the beast's side. He managed to swiftly slice off two legs from the side before dodging a sickle blade that was aiming for his neck. Roland gave the two some range support with his regular mage spells. He was rusty with his incantations a bit, but he wasn't aiming for a kill on the second creature, just to stall it. He saved his tier 2 spell for when the monster was immobile. Logon continued to remove more of the insect's legs until it was stationary enough to deliver a finishing blow. A condensed ball of flame energy slammed into the monster, setting it ablaze. The heat was enough to cause critical damage and almost finish it off in one hit. The finishing touch on the huge mantis-looking monster would be Golgrim's large fists. The second monster wouldn't just wait there for the party of people to kill him. He noticed the two spell slingers in the back and charged at them with its sickle arms raised. At least, that is what it was trying to do. Instead, it received a mana arrow to the face. The monster was fast enough to dodge to the side, but killing it with that spell wasn't the thing Roland was aiming at. The remaining mantideer got one of its legs sliced off by Logon that quickly returned to keep the backline safe. With him bothering it from close range, it was only a matter of time till the beast was also killed. At the end of the battle, Roland was rewarded with 2 common grade mana stones. They had a nice green tint to it and could even be mistaken for emeralds. One of his party members was also quite happy about the spoils. Roland saw Golgrim leaning down, and after some crunching sounds, he removed one of the large sickle appendages. In his hand, the insect's appendage looked like a large machete. He started swinging it around, he even chopped up the monster's body with it, Golgrim now even stronger. He cheered while removing the other weapon appendage. Roland now had a dual-wielding half-orc on his team, though the brute certainly had zero finesse with how he was swinging those around. Roland took a mental note to not get too close to the half-orc when he was swinging those around. There was no option to turn off friendly fire in this world. Well, that wasn't that bad, this time around, Roland commented while Aradhel smiled at him. Logon wasn't far behind, as after defeating the monster he swooped in to see if his mistress was okay. It was a bit funny to look at him searching for wounds. He was really acting like the girl's nanny. I think we should move, the blood will only attract more monsters. I agree, we should also find shelter for the night. Roland and Aradhel exchanged some words. The sun was starting to go down, and they probably had about 2 hours till sundown. They needed to either find a cave to rest at or build a fire and camp out in the open. The first option would be the safer one, but in caves, some monsters lurked. They might have to clear out any previous tenants before resting. The first day out in the gorge was drawing to an end. After some bumps along the road, the party was slowly shaping up. Roland could already see them actually making it to the village in one piece, that is if nothing out of the ordinary happened along the way. Chapter 64. The party of 4 set up camp by a shallow cave. They were lucky enough that it was only occupied by one giant spider-type monster. It didn't even have any babies and was easily dispatched by Roland, who tossed a fire blast spell in there. The monster went up in flames nicely and had been almost instantly cooked in the process. No one was actually willing to eat the thing, not even the half-orc companion who didn't look like a picky eater. They made a fireplace to ward off some of the night-stalking monsters. There were variants with night vision and specialized skills to wander through the dark areas. Most of the time a simple bright burning fireplace would keep those types of beings away. Traits and skills that worked in darkness were quite susceptible to light. Roland was a bit deeper in the cave, next to a monstrous-looking spider that had long lost its life. He was using his runecrafting hammer to repair his magical wands that were used during the day. There were a lot more monsters than he anticipated in this gorge. The decision to free the slaves and have them in his party was the right one. If he was alone, it would have been many times harder to survive, and he would have probably burned through his rune scroll reserves as well. He was managing with his runecrafted magical wands for the time being. When a monster got too close, he could also use his enchanted sword. The charges on it were also limited, but the mana warrior skills were suited for middle and close-range combat. While tinkering with his gear, Roland took some time to examine his status and skills. Not much time had gone by since leaving Edelgard, but he had managed to level up once. Name Roland Arden L70 classes, T1 Mage L25, Secondary, T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L20, Main, HP 713 713 MP 2099 2599 SP 526, 1019. Strength 5-4, Agility 3-8, Dexterity 8-1, Vitality 5-3, Endurance 6-1, Intelligence 1-1-4, Willpower L6, Circuitry L7, Tinkerer L8, Identify L8, Basic Mana Shaping L9, Basic Mana Regulation L9, Mana Sense L9, Basic Rune Mastery L9, Basic Rune Scribing L9, Basic Smithing Mastery L8, Basic Runecraft L7, Runic Blacksmith's Eyes L5, Blacksmith's Heat Sense L6, Basic Rune Compression L3, Ethereal Pathways L6, Basic Mana Reinforcement L3, One-Handed Swordsmanship L4, Hand-to-Hand Combat L1, Spearmanship L1, Blunt Weapon Proficiency L1. Roland paid attention to his combat-related skills. They had moved above basic ones, but they were still only in the beginning stages. During his stay at the Arden estate, he was forced to raise them to L9 of their basic versions, but since then they had been stagnating. He focused on increasing his crafting professions and then his mana-related skills. That left less time for combat practice. He did use the sword from time to time, which increased this skill the most, but he wasn't sure that it was the right choice to only focus on that one. He was going to be a runesmith, and would be able to produce various weapons and tools. Swords were nice against other people, but against monsters, something like a spear might have been better. Increased reach and thrusting attacks could win out over sword slices. Then if a person was up against a heavily armored monster, or maybe one with a hard shell, a blunt weapon would be a better choice. Even an axe or a warhammer that had a more concentrated point of impact would be better than a sword in that situation. There were just too many skills to focus on though, but he did have time till he maxed out his current class. He could both fight monsters during the day and then craft during the night and constantly receive experience. Even now, while he was fixing his magic wands, he was gaining small amounts of experience. With time this would certainly stack and let him increase his levels fast. First, he would need to escape this foreign canyon and get to that next settlement. I hope they have carriages going through that village. I might have to go to a larger one on foot if they don't, Roland grumbled, as he knew that small villages were rarely visited by outsiders. Mostly some merchants came once a month or every other month to sell and buy some items. Then maybe the tax collectors would show up, or the governing lord would send people to pick up grain. If he arrived there just after the merchants visited it, he might have to wait over a month for another one to arrive. There was also the problem with his 3 new companions. They stood out too much, 2 beautiful elves and 1 huge mountain of muscles. People would probably start asking questions about them. If it came to light that they were escaped slaves, then he might get in trouble for setting them free. Even though he knew they were innocent and were not criminals, he had no proof. This slave ring was probably something run by a shadowy organization. If he got involved with it at this point in his life, he might end up as a slave too. Well, they didn't seem like they would be going towards the port town though. The border to their country is to the west. They agreed to split up after reaching the village. It was only a place to get some better clothes and food. He would be repaid for everything with mana stones. These he wanted to keep for now, as he had many new items to produce. That is, if he actually managed to get a new workshop out there in the sticks. The city he wanted to go to was a frontier town, just an old village before people took notice. With the arrival of the dungeon, things would be taking off, but how far it had advanced was still unknown. He only wished that he wasn't too late and he would manage to get himself a house of his own. With one last hit, the one that produced the fire arrows was finally repaired. He looked over the runic structures. He could see the metal shape deforming a bit and the runes started to erode into the hard steel. The more he used and repaired it, the less steel there would be, until finally, it would be unusable. Should last me through more repairs. I wish I could smelt those collars down and use deep steel instead. He was already thinking about improving his sword, but it wasn't that easy. The better the metal, the harder it was to place runes on it. The reason deep iron or deep steel could hold more charges was that it was somewhat resistant to mana. The runic structures burned up at a much slower rate, but were also harder to inscribe. Roland finally decided to stand up and join the others at the campfire. They had managed to get some fish from the nearby river. There was a shallow spot through which a lot of them were passing. Logon was surprisingly good at catching them with a sharpened stick. With a few thrusts, he impaled some which were now being roasted on the fire. Here you go, Mr. Carmine. You can stop calling me Mr. I'm younger than you. Oh really? You seemed older. I just assumed. Roland and Aradhel exchanged some words. There were a lot of magical races in this world, and also vitality increased even human longevity. It wouldn't be much of a stretch to believe that Roland here was much older than he looked. You don't conduct yourself like a child. You remind me of my uncle. I'll take that as a compliment, ha. Logon was also here. He was responsible for making the dishes today. He was surprisingly good with these sorts of things. Apparently, his father had been your typical elven hunter that taught him to scour the woods. Too bad that his son ended up receiving a warrior class instead of an archer. Golgrim peeked in as well. He was a bit in the distance as he was shooed away by Aradhel. He already devoured some of the fish before they could even be cooked. This left the rest of the party maddened, and they all agreed to give him guard duty. He was now leaning up against one of the trees while looking for possible monsters. Growl. A strange sound entered the party's ears, which made them all jump up to their feet. Roland pulled out his sword along with the wand he had repaired. Logon leaped in front of Aradhel while looking in the direction of the strange rumbling noise. Grrrr. What they saw was not a monster or a beast, no, it was Golgrim holding his stomach and trying to keep it from rumbling. The trio of baffled individuals narrowed their eyes at the half-orc while he twiddled his thumbs and turned around. Soon the feast started and everyone got their share of the fish, the hungry greenskin included. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened that night, but there were some lurking friends watching them. The party took turns on guard duty through the night. They made it till the next day without any major problems. They continued their journey towards their destination. Sometimes they stopped to get some fruit or get more fish. Once in a while, they would be attacked by stray monsters, some in smaller and ones in larger groups. What they all noticed, that the closer to the village they got, that the weaker the monsters became. At the start of their trek, they were running into Tier 2 monstrosities, but now they were left with easy Tier 1 mobs. Some of them would be easily dispatchable by the acolyte in their team. Soon they were right next to their destination. The large mountain was getting left behind and they were even able to get out of the gorge. They just needed to follow the river to arrive at the village. They finally saw some signs of civilization as a dirt road appeared. They could even see some cart marks here, and it seemed like one had recently gone by. At least that was what Logon was claiming from the way the tracks marks appeared. It looks like more than one carriage passed this way. The moon elf tracked with his eyes from where this dirt road appeared. He could see it going all the way to the mountain range they just passed. It could be the Slavers, he mentioned while frowning slightly. This threw a wrench into their plan. If they met up with the slave traders, they would probably not react kindly to 3 of their own wandering unchecked. Depending on how many of them were left alive, they could even attack. Don't worry, Golgrim will cut puny enemies. The half-orc started flailing his hands around while holding onto the appendages of the monster mantis they had slain. He changed his catchphrase a bit after exchanging his club with those. Well, isn't that reassuring? Aradhel clapped her hands and smiled. She looked like a gentle mother, just going along with her hyperactive child. Roland, on the other hand, was worried. He didn't want to be labeled as a criminal. For freeing criminal slaves you would most likely be also sentenced to be one. He also wasn't interested in fighting the people from the caravan, as that would also give a similar result. I think you should wait outside the village. I can see that there is a forest area around it. How about you lay low there while I scope out the situation? He didn't owe this group of 3 anything by this point. He still wanted to keep his end of the bargain. He promised to help them get food and a set of clothes if it was possible. If the caravan survivors were in the village, it would actually be a good thing for him. He would be able to continue the journey with them. He did pay for the trip already, Mr. Carmine. You've already done so much for us. I'm not sure that we should inconvenience you with our problems anymore. Surprisingly, Aradhel spoke up against his plan. Though Logon, on the other hand, was quick to jump in with a counter-argument. My lady, we will need those clothes and provisions. If any traveling soldiers spot us, we will be done for. He saw the bigger picture and knew that they still required help. When someone saw 2 beautiful elves and a large half-orc in a loincloth, they would surely approach them. With a high enough identification skill or a body search, their true identity would be revealed. Then running or battle would be the only option. Roland was fine either way, but if he was in their shoes he would probably take him up on the offer. The only reason he would turn the favor away would be if he suspected foul play. Even though these 4 spent some time together battling monsters and watching each other's backs, they were still strangers. They couldn't be 100% sure if Roland wouldn't double-cross them. He could very well go to the village where the survivors from the caravan were and come back along with some soldiers. The only reason they trusted him was because he removed their slave collars, but he could have done that just to survive. You are right, but we shouldn't rely on Mr. Carmine's goodwill so much, but it would be reassuring if he continued to aid us. Logon managed to convince Aradhel to go along with the previous plan. These 2 sure don't seem to be doubting my motives though, and the third one. He looked over to Golgrim, who had stopped swinging his weapons around and was now picking his nose. Roland was just in time to see the mass of muscles swallow a booger, which made him cringe. Yeah, that one is a lost cause. Hope I'm not being paranoid here, but I should probably think about some contingencies. Roland had his own reservations about these 3. They too could still try to double-cross him after he gave them the food and clothes. Along with some money for the mana stones, I also think we should visit the village first. You can decide after I return. Think if we stick to the trees we all can get closer. The party decided to journey forward. Just as Roland proposed, they strayed from the main dirt road and kept to the forest while being vigilant. There were no dangerous monsters in this forest, only some animals. In a couple of hours, they arrived at the town outskirts with luck on their side. They had a safe spot to examine the situation before they entered. Logon took it upon himself to climb a tree. What he saw out in the distance wasn't anything good though. What do you see? I can see some carriages, the people from the caravan are there but... There are others, it looks suspicious. I can't see any farmers or villagers. They are also wearing armor. Roland and Logon exchanged some information before he himself decided to climb up a tree. He was quite good at this thanks to doing a lot of tree climbing in his youth. He noticed what the elf meant when he saw the situation. What he saw was armed men walking around the village. He could somehow distinguish their armor from this distance. Thanks to his good memory, he was also able to recognize similarities that this gear possessed. He had seen similar-looking leather armor that was unkempt on a certain group of people before. If he got closer he might have even been able to recognize some faces, as he did get a look during the fighting. It's those bandits, they have taken over the village. He could see some of the carriages and wagons from the caravan there. The robbers must have followed them here, or this town already was part of their territory. The problematic part in all of this was that he now couldn't approach the village to get provisions. The next settlement was over a week away if they traveled on foot while fighting monsters on the way. That would still probably be a safer option than attacking the bandits here. While deliberating about the next move, he heard a scream coming from the village. Both he and the elf looked to the source only to see a person running. It was a woman that didn't get far as soon enough she was tumbling on the ground with an arrow stuck in her shin. They looked as she was dragged back by a bandit into one of the shabby huts before silence took over. They have hostages. It was now clear that this wasn't a bandit hideout. They had clearly taken over it and the villagers were still there. Now a decision needed to be made, either help them or escape. The second option would probably be the easier one. Chapter 65. Two men dressed in shabby clothes were walking through the night. The visibility was bad, but the two just couldn't hold it in anymore. Nature was calling. After drinking diluted alcohol for most of the day, the two needed to empty themselves. Their buddies were still being loud while having fun. They had hit it off big this time around. They had managed to take over a caravan filled with riches. They had suffered a small setback, but after taking out a certain mage, the defenses of their prey crumbled. They were staying in this village for the time being. Soon they would need to move, but before that, they needed to go through all the loot. This was a group of bandits that roamed the lands. They preyed on wandering merchants or adventurers. They would find certain ambush locations and stay there, waiting for the right time to strike. Information traveled slowly in this world. Before anyone sent a subjugation force after them, they would be long gone. If they found a good hiding place, they could even lay low for a few weeks until the coast was clear. They had been doing this for years. Sometimes they lost some people, but they could always pick up new recruits. They just needed to dangle rewards in front of poor commoners like farmers and old adventurers. Some of them would take the bait and join their bandit group. After someone became a member, there was no escape. Murder and pillaging was now part of their lives. These two were part of that group. Both of them were just farmers that were shoved towards this path because of a bad harvest. After years, there was no more humanity left in them. It was kill or be killed. Why does the boss always keep the girls for himself? He could toss us a bone once in a while. One of the bandits said while pulling down his pants behind a tree. You should be quiet. Remember what happened to old George? The boss chopped it right off. The other man was by another tree also taking care of his business. Normally one of them would be looking around if no enemies were around. But this was an uncultured and untrained bunch of ruffians. They didn't really care about proper procedures. Even less when they were drunk. Yeah, I remember. The boss really likes to play with them though. Wish he didn't break them so easily. Remember that redhead? Don't think she even lasted through the night, and she had the greatest pair of... The man stopped with his monologue and looked down. He was flabbergasted by the thing he was seeing. A sharp metallic blade was sticking out from his chest. Before he could scream out, a hand covered his mouth and the blade was shoved in further. His vision blurred, his hands and legs felt heavy and he couldn't help but close his eyes. The other man whistled to himself as he wasn't finished with his deed either. "The redhead?" he asked, but didn't hear the other man reply, only the howling of wind and trees rustling. "Hey, are you there? Stop bullshitting around." The man finished up and pulled his pants up. The two didn't go far away from the village and didn't bring a torch. The bandit moved his hands to the side where he had a dagger, but before he could pull it out, something connected with the back of his head. There was a muffled explosion. The bandit's head exploded like an overripe tomato. Behind him stood a silver-haired elf, in his hand a heavy rapier. This was Roland's old weapon that didn't see much use. The explosion was controlled, silent but quite messy. Logon was smart enough to quickly duck behind one of the trees to not get the man's brain all over his clothes. "That takes care of two of them. Should we wait for more to arrive?" Logon stepped out from the shadows while looking down at the two bodies. Golgrim and Aridhel were here as well, but the one that had stabbed the first person was Roland. He was wearing goggles. These were enchanted with a simple night vision spell. The two moon elves were beings of the night, so they had something similar as a racial trait. The same was with their half-orc friend. "Don't think we can take that gamble. It could be hours before any of them decide to come here. Everyone might be sober by that time," Roland commented while the group gathered. Golgrim used those large arms of his to grab the bodies of the two bandits and toss them further into the forest. Their group had arrived here half a day ago. They hid in the nearby forest. Luckily the bandits were preoccupied with their pillaging to notice them camping out and watching them from afar. The village was a small one. There were only about 10 houses and there wasn't even a wall surrounding it. The people living here were mostly farming families along with some hunters. Only weak monsters came around this place, so this was probably enough for protection. There was also nothing here that would incite robbers or bandits to attack. The farmers had almost no money and mostly ate what they cultivated themselves. They were quite unfortunate that day. The remnants of the caravan that made it past the forced landslide had escaped here. The bandits pursued and ended up in this place. From what Logon and Roland counted, there were between 15 to 20 enemies here. They had quickly dispatched two of them, which brought down the number. Roland had deliberated if he should help the villagers or just ignore it. The only reason for helping these people would be his conscience and maybe the loot that could be taken after the victory. They took their time in inspecting the village from afar. The enemies didn't look that powerful and there weren't any tier 3 class holders around. He would have had to give up on the plan if even one person like that was here. After some deliberation, his conscience got the better of him and the decision to intervene was made. "Everyone remember the plan?" The three nodded, but the question was mostly targeted at Golgrim, who looked ready to massacre some bandits. "Remember, only charge in after you see the signal." Logon looked to Golgrim, who in turn lowered his head in disappointment. "Take care, you two." Aridhel would also be staying here as she wasn't much of a fighter herself. She gave both Logon and Roland a little boost with some basic buffing spells that raised their agility and endurance. "Don't worry, Lady Aridhel, we will return victorious," Logon declared while Roland watched from the side, but his gaze was mostly on the village. There were still a couple of bandits wandering around, but most of them were dozing off, glad that these idiots have zero awareness. Logon nodded at Roland's words while the two sneaked away. "Remember, we only have 10 minutes before the spell effect wears off. I'll take care of the east side." Logon nodded at Roland's words as their bodies blended into the shadows. Roland had activated the same spell scroll that he used against the thieves he encountered back in Edelgard. With quiet steps and a cloak of shadow, the two approached the occupied village. This place was further away from civilization. Things like street lamps didn't exist. The only light was the one inside of the buildings, which allowed these two to easily sneak up on their unsuspecting targets. "Hey! Why are those two idiots not back yet? Did they fall asleep outside?" A rough-looking bandit with a bushy unkempt beard asked. "Heh, maybe they are having some fun with each other?" Another one answered while making an obscene gesture with two of his fingers. A large frown appeared on the man's face that asked the question. Two other men that were with him in the room started laughing out loud while drinking more cheap booze. "Be quiet, you idiots. Someone needs to check up on those retards." The man with the unkempt beard continued with his train of thought. He was a bit less drunk than the other bandits and knew that there could be danger lurking outside. What if the two run into some monsters and are now dead? Yes, and that someone is you. He got a quick reply from one of the drunkards that continued to drink and laugh around. While his bandit companions ignored him, the man with the bushy beard decided to stand up. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get through to these idiots. He would need to check up on the two men himself. If something happened to them and the boss found out that they were slacking, they could get punished. He grabbed a crude lantern from the side that ran on oil. This was a cheap alternative to a magical lamp. Oil wasn't a widely used resource as most people invested more in magical technology. This man had no night vision related skills, and even with this item, it would be hard to see anything outside. He grabbed his coat and was about to go outside, but the moment he grabbed the door handle, an explosion occurred. Bam! The door exploded into many wood chunks the moment he tried opening it. He was unprepared, his hand was mangled as it received the brunt of the force. The bandit's body got tossed back into the home the group was occupying. The man hit a nearby table where the rest of his comrades were. He was bleeding from various orifices and his whole face was filled with wooden splinters. The man screamed out in pain while convulsing violently. His health was going down at a dramatic pace as he was bleeding out. What the? The other men screamed out in shock as they heard the explosion. Even more, after they realized that one of their bandit buddies was almost dead. Enemy attack. Monsters. The rough-looking men shot up to their feet, even though they were still drunk. The adrenaline in their system made them sober up fast. They all quickly went for their weapons while also hearing similar-sounding explosions and shouts outside the house. They were clearly getting attacked by someone or something. Is it a mage? Do they have firebombs? Some of them recalled the man that they fought with during the initial ambush. He had some strange explosive bombs with him and was also using magic. The last time they saw him was after they pushed large boulders down the slope. He was supposed to have been long dead, but maybe he had somehow miraculously crawled out of there. We can't stay here if they have bombs. Quickly go outside. One of the men shouted while remembering the grenades. If one of them was tossed inside this building, they would look even worse than this injured bandit here. The bandit that shouted grabbed a large wooden shield from the side. He then positioned it in front and charged forward. His logic being that if any arrows came flying he would be well protected. He managed to go outside but no arrows came. Instead he saw some orange light shining from below. The two men that were behind him heard another loud bang that was followed by a magical discharge. Their companion was engulfed in a ball of fire and quickly succumbed to his fate while screaming. The entrance became even more damaged after the second explosion. Now even the building was starting to catch fire. The two men with weapons and shields in hand looked to the sides. There were side windows in this house, which they now planned to use for their escape. The two weren't quite sure what happened, but there was someone outside flinging magic. Maybe if they climbed through a side window, they would be safe. The windows didn't have any glass in them, they just had some wooden panels sealing them up with a latch. They too were quite drunk and panicking. Escaping through this new way seemed like a plausible thing to do. They could also hear explosions occurring outside. Maybe the person that was casting spells was busy. If that someone decided to throw a fireball into this house, they would be done for anyway. Each one took a window for themselves, hopping over it in hopes of finding out what was happening. The moment they did though, a strange piece of paper was discovered. It was attached to the side of the wall right next to the windows. The moment they crossed the threshold outside, it began to shine in a blue light that quickly turned red. 2 new fireballs filled the area that was already cracking with detonation sounds. Everywhere screams of pain and agony could be heard. Soon a monstrous roar resounded through the surroundings, and the surviving bandits saw some kind of large humanoid beasts with sickles for hands charging from the forest. The bandits were injured and in disarray. The charging monster was coming for them, and in this dark night, it was hard to make out this creature's true form. More screams and shouts, more explosions, and even more chaos spread throughout the whole small village. Finally, the doors to the largest home opened out to reveal a 2-meter-tall man with an eye patch. He wasn't fully dressed, and even his pants were put on haphazardly. He was holding a large 2-handed axe in one of his hands while looking out into the distance. What he saw was total chaos. The buildings were on fire and the loud moans of his men could be heard everywhere. He could see them crawling around with burn marks. Some of them had their feet and legs removed. It was as if something tore them off right off. In the middle of the small village, he could see some kind of humanoid monster. It was slaughtering his men that were uncoordinated and drunk. After he got a better look, he identified the assailant to be either an orc or something close to it. What the hell is this? He was about to head into the fray to help his men. For now they were confused, but if their commander joined the battle they could still turn this around. Everyone back away. Leave that monster to him. While taking he noticed something and quickly put up his guard. A pointy blade approached his face from the side as an assailant emerged from the shadows. Tch. It was a dark-skinned moon elf with silver hair. He didn't just back away but continued with his attack. Many quick thrusts were deployed against this large bandit, but he was skilled enough to block them with his large axe. The man wasn't the leader for nothing and wouldn't be brought down with just this fucking knife ears. The axe that he was holding started glowing in a green color after the flurry of sword strikes didn't go anywhere. He swung it in a wide arc while wind elemental energies pushed the elven assassin away. Die you little shit. The man roared out loud while his weapon glowed once more. The muscles on his body expanded in thickness while he swung it down. He combined two skills to produce a torrent of wind that could bisect anything in its way. The elven assailant was nimble though and managed to dodge the deathly magical blow to the side. The mass of green energy traveled further and crashed into one of the village buildings. The home was mostly made from wood with some rocks piled up as walls. When the magic strike collided with it, the whole structure crumbled along with the wall. The bandit knew that his opponent was close to his level, but he had the advantage of having a magical weapon. He needed to end this fight fast and help his comrades in arms. He gathered even more energies into his weapon. This time the area of effect would be large enough to hit his opponent. He went for it. A massive surge in mana could be felt as he almost went all out for this one attack. But just before swinging down his danger sense went off. Instead of going through with the attack he put up the large axe and used it as a shield. He was quick enough to intercept a magical spell with it, that looked like an arrow made from stone. Fuck, pay attention. The bandit boss then felt the presence of the elven fighter. This time around there would be no escape. The elf had used some kind of special move to close the distance instantly and the blade was upon him. Before he could react the sword tip was already going through his neck. The man's head explodes almost instantly after the activation of the runic rapier. He fell down to his knees, his large chest then slammed to the rough ground below. The bandit boss was slain and now only his uncoordinated gang of robbers remained. After some time the night of slaughter came to an end with a clear victor. The remaining men didn't stand a chance after their commander was done in. Some of them fled while most met their demise by the half-orc's hand. Their bloodied bodies were quickly washed away by the rainfall that ensued at the end. It was as if the sky was trying to wash away the blood that was spilled today. Chapter 66. Roland was sitting on a tree stump that was meant for chopping wood. He had some red beans in a wooden bowl that he was munching on. This was the morning of the next day after the fight with the bandits. It had rained for a couple of hours during the night, but soon afterward the clouds had cleared up. The next day was quite sunny and thanks to the rain the stench of blood wasn't as bad. While eating he looked at the pile of corpses in the middle of the village that was more of a small encampment of farmers. Golgrim was just pulling the last dead bandit towards this pile. Roland was a bit surprised about himself and how he was taking this in. He was staring at a large number of deceased, but he was fine with it. He was even enjoying a meal and not once did he feel like vomiting. He could only attribute this to his new mental fortitude that came with his heightened willpower stat. He could also see the bandit leader's large two-handed axe strapped to Golgrim's back. The half-orc requested it as a reward and the party obliged. It was a nice weapon made from deep steel that would probably last for a while. Roland didn't just hand over the loot to his 3 temporary partners. He mostly agreed to it as there were more weapons made from deep steel stashed away. The bandits had placed all of their earnings in one of the wagons that had remained. The party of 4 wouldn't be taking all of that though. It didn't belong to them. There were also survivors from the caravan that were the true owners. The rescue party would be getting something in return. They were free to take things that had no owners. Even though there were survivors, not everyone had made it out alive. He glanced at his status screen to see that he had leveled up once from this fight. It might have seemed that they defeated a lot of high-level foes, but that wasn't the case. Roland's level was above 70 with all his classes combined. That meant that anyone that was below this level wouldn't give him that much experience. He would start leveling up well only after defeating people or monsters above his base level. Most of these bandits were between 40 and 60, while the bandit leader was around 80. It was enough to get him 1 level, but he still had 4 levels to go. Only then could he begin his life as a Tier 2. While finishing up with his food, Roland thought back to the previous night and how it went. They had made a fast plan of action before heading into the occupied village. He used the Shadow Veil spell scroll that he had. It gave him invisibility in shadows and in dark places, thus making him and Logon practically invisible. It pained him, but he had to use up most of his mine rune scrolls, and his detonation ones. Both he and his elven helper planted those mine runes in front of the village house entrances. Others were stuck to doors directly so that when a bandit opened them up, they would detonate. Windows and back entrances were also booby-trapped. Everything worked out better than expected. The bandits panicked and went right for the openings. If they barricaded themselves inside, he just threw in a bomb or two to flush them out. The ones that managed to get outside were dispatched by his half-orc companion. The drunk ruffians were no match for him. He remained hidden while using some ranged magic spells to help out Golgrim. Aridhel remained on the sidelines buffing him and the half-orc when she could. They had managed to clear out the village of bandits quite fast. After the boss was slain, they all crumbled. Defeating the bandits didn't mean that the work was over. There were many injured people hidden away in the houses. Some of them were villagers while others were from the caravan. Most of the survivors were women and children, as the bandits probably didn't see them as threats. In all likelihood, they wanted to use them as playthings or maybe sell them off as slaves later on. Luckily Aridhel was here and she was able to heal most of the physical wounds. At her level, she couldn't restore severed limbs. Besides those with enough time, any internal or external injury that wasn't too deep was healed. She wouldn't be able to do anything about the psychological wounds though. That being said, not all the men perished. Most of the farmers from this village survived and just got beat up. They were lucky that Roland and his party arrived on the exact day that the village was taken over. It was quite a speedy rescue. Still, there were casualties. Roland didn't see the family of 3 anywhere here that he met during the caravan ride. This sure isn't the old world that I lived in, huh? There was no police or army coming. No one would scour the mountains to look for survival. This would only happen if an outsider came to the Adventurers Guild with a job offer. At most, there would be some kind of formal letter to go take out the bandits if news arrived that they were roaming the lands. By then everyone would be dead and the bandits would have probably moved on if they were smart. Many people were sobbing while putting a cloth over their deceased loved ones' faces. He could only look from afar while thinking about his own future. Even more than before, he was contemplating on getting stronger. If he wanted to evade something like this happening to him in the future, he needed power. We'll be moving soon. What are you going to do? Roland placed the finished bowl of beans to the side and looked up. Logon had arrived and asked him that question. The moon elf had a full set of leather armor on that he had looted from a bandit's core. He had chosen the best parts from a wide variety of leather gear so it didn't look uniform in color. Far away from here. The survivors from the caravan are going to continue towards the port city. I'm going to go with them. After that, who knows? There weren't many soldiers or adventurers left that survived, so those people actually needed him to protect the smaller convoy. Roland, on the other hand, didn't really want to go on foot, so this was fine with him. From here it would only take them about 2 days to arrive at the larger city. They could also inform the guard stationed there about the bandit problem. Maybe they would actually send someone to check out the mountains for any survivors. Is that so? I would like to thank you on behalf of... Before Logon could go through with his monologue, Roland raised his hand to stop him. He didn't really care to what faction this elf belonged. It would be even better if he had less information, as he had a sinking suspicion that these two were involved in some kind of noble squabbles. This was something he wasn't willing to get involved in. What if they decided to show up on his doorstep asking for more help later? That's why he also didn't say where he was truly headed. From the port town, he could travel anywhere, so it wasn't really detailed information that could give up his final destination. Logon is right. If Mr. Carmine ever ventures into the lands of Bolia, you are welcome to search for us. I'm sure my father will give you a hefty reward, or if you are searching for work, we could also accommodate you. You just need to head over to the Irithel household. Aridhel wobbled over from the side. She had been treating injured people the entire night and was probably depleted of mana. Roland knew well the feeling of overworking yourself. He also thought about her proposal. Was ditching this kingdom for another one such a bad idea? But would he have enough freedom there? He could very well be looked down upon as a human being in the land of elves. He also didn't want to get involved with that so-called council of elders. It sounded like it worked in similar ways as the nobles in this country. They only had a slightly more democratic way of doing things, but he reckoned that in the shadows there were some shady deals being made. It's fine, I'm already set on my destination, and these mana stones and what those bandits had is enough for me. He replied while standing up, you should be careful from now on. You'll probably have to take the scenic route to get back to your country. By that, he meant that they would need to evade the soldiers at the borders. They were still branded as slaves, and would be apprehended if seen. If they got caught, there was still a possibility of someone from their side being called over. Depending on who that person was, they could be saved. Keeping nobles from other countries as slaves could be a prelude to war. Normally the people in charge would return them to their homes, but could also try to silence them in fear of retaliation. You should probably also look into the people who knew about your departure. Aradhel moved her head to the side while Logon frowned. He had already mentioned this before, and the two knew that the whole thing was fishy. Don't worry, this time I won't let anything happen to Lady Aradhel. The moon elf spoke up as he saw his lady contemplating things. That's very reassuring. I bet my father will hire you as an official warrior of our household when we return. This was similar to getting a knighthood. He would be given status and even some land if he got accepted. Golgrim Hungry, the last party member, finally showed up. He would also be going with the two elves. I see that you got your work cut out for you with this guy. The half-orc looked like a liability when trying not to stand out. Yet he was quite a welcome addition in any fight. It would be hard to not stand out with him around, but if they kept to the forest, they should be fine. The borders weren't highly defended and there was no such thing as a wall barricading both sides from one another. Both kingdoms only had large fortresses at strategic locations. 3 people shouldn't have much trouble in slipping by. Don't make fun of him, Mr. Carmine. Golgrim is a good child. Now come, I think there still was some leftover meat. The two left while Logon approached him. He stuck his hand out and the two shook hands together before parting without any more words. He looked at the trio that he traveled with for a few days. I really do keep encountering weirdos whenever I travel. First was the initial trio of girls he met in his first city. Then he met the half-gnome along with the gnome manager and his moon elven bodyguard. There were even those 3 guys he shortly interacted with during the ant monster disaster. They all were kind of peculiar from his standpoint, but maybe I am the weird one here. He gave out a sigh while leaving the tree stump he was sitting on. He walked towards one of the remaining caravans that were close to getting packed. Ah, Carmine was it? We will be able to depart soon, just waiting for everyone to finish with their meal. Roland looked to the back and could see 4 people eating. 1 man and 3 women were the survivors from the adventurer side. They had also explained to him what had happened after the boulder incident. After the initial hit, a landslide occurred and the caravan was split in 2. The worst end was met by the slavers that tumbled down into their doom along with him. The carriages that were in the front quickly escaped down the mountain. These were the people that were here. They thought that they had escaped the bandits, but after half a day of being in this village, they were attacked again. From over 20 carriages and large wagons, only 4 remained here. They were lucky that the horses and other beasts were still here to pull the remaining carts. The villagers would be moving along with them. Some of the bandits had escaped and if more were out in the mountains was unknown. If they gathered up their buddies, this village could be burned down to the ground even further. Roland's mines and explosive runes had taken out chunks from the buildings and these people were now considering moving elsewhere. From their conversations, he found out that bandit attacks weren't all that rare here or in other villages. Most of the time the bandits didn't go overboard and just took away some food and other resources like clothes or iron tools. The bunch here was more violent than usual. This would have never happened if the nobles didn't have a stick up their arse. Roland nodded. It was the responsibility of the governing noble to send soldiers to keep their villages safe. This one was away from the main city and quite small. It was probably seen as disposable as it didn't bring in much grain or taxes. Maybe you should file a complaint with the Lord. The coachman looked at Roland with a strange expression on his face before bursting out in laughter. Yeah, and what? Get myself hung up on the wall for insulting a noble? Roland shrugged as that should be the proper way of conducting things. Problem was that most of the nobles didn't care about their subjects but only about their prestige. It was enough for them to appear strong and in control. They didn't worry about the commoners complaining. They were only interested in how they looked to the other nobles. They would begrudgingly act if bad rumors started spreading about their territory so they wouldn't look bad. There was one way to make most of the nobles act, and that was money. They would protect their money-making businesses with quite the dedication, but that left places like this ignored. I guess you are right, I'll wait in the carriage. The man waved his hand at Roland as he was walking away. He sat in the back so that he could look outside. The villagers were packing up and had some carts of their own. The caravan increased in size yet again. This time around he might have to take a more active role in defending it. Before they departed, the elven duo and the half-orc showed up next to his wagon. They were there to say their last goodbyes. The female one even had tears in her eyes. "We will surely meet in the future. You have been such a wonderful friend." Aridhel sobbed while Roland wasn't sure what to say. He just nodded while nervously scratching the back of his neck. He was scratching it even more after Golgrim decided to give him a hug and almost broke it. The other two had to pull the half-orc away after they saw Roland's spirit leaving his body. Soon the caravan resumed its journey forward. His new temporary party was disbanded and they went on their merry way. He didn't think he would be seeing them anytime soon. He hoped that they made it past the border. They were peculiar but good people. I sure hope that not. Almost jinxed myself there. He leaned back against a new crate while looking behind him. The survivors were walking together. Some were young and some were old. Surprisingly, they didn't look that saddened by the fact that they needed to leave their old home. Maybe they were just glad that they were still alive. None of the children got killed. Also, the casualties were mostly on the adventurer and caravan side. Roland pulled out his detection orb and gave it a try. A mass of dots appeared on the display, making things difficult to spot once more. He needed to see if he could buy some kind of skill or better runic spell in the future. This device would still probably work inside a dungeon with fewer people and more monsters in it. For now, he leaned back and closed his eyes. He didn't get much sleep last night, so he would let the surviving adventurers do most of the heavy lifting. They had a scout with them, so they didn't need him to stay vigilant. He made sure to cover himself up in a way that an arrow wouldn't pierce his head while he slumbered. After closing his eyes, he hoped that when he opened them up again he would be at his new destination. Chapter 67. Roland looked at the road beneath this caravan. It had changed from being one made from dirt to something better. It was a paved road instead, which showed that he was really close to a larger city. This also indicated that they had probably gotten away from the lawless lands and monsters. It had been over a day since the bandit encounter. Everyone here was still on edge, and Roland could tell that people had a hard time sleeping. Surprisingly, during the previous night, they weren't attacked by anything. Neither monster nor bandit had crossed their way. It looked like it was finally over. I should probably look over my things before we arrive. Roland started removing the various pouches along with his belt. He had gained more of them thanks to the encounter with the bandits. He was now in possession of some new weapons. They weren't well made, nor were they enchanted, but the materials from which they were produced made him smile. Deep iron mace, low durability 64%, deep steel curved dagger, intermediate durability 49%. Both of these weapons were made from deep iron. To produce deep steel you used a similar procedure as for getting regular steel. To make regular everyday steel, iron ore was first mined from the ground. It was then smelted in a blast furnace to have the impurities removed. After this, a small amount of carbon would be added. Usually, it was below 1%. The smelting process with deep iron was practically the same. The biggest problem was that this mineral had a lot of mana in it. It was a lot harder to melt than plain iron ore and required special magical blast furnaces. They had added enchantments or runes to increase the heat and also make them more resistant to it. The carbon added was also a special kind that had also absorbed mana before. The finished product would produce an item that was a lot harder and resistant. Even a crude weapon made from deep steel would break a finely made steel one. It was just a tier above, and it was also the metal of choice for Tier 2 adventurers. It was the metal that runesmiths worked the most with as well. It was far more common than something like mithril or orichalcum. Roland looked over these two items. The mace was just a club made from metal. The type of mace he was holding was a flanged mace. The flange on this one was slightly spiky and added a lot of weight. He could probably bash a lot of goblin heads in with this thing, and it would be really proficient against opponents with heavier armor. If someone was going against a knight in full plate mail armor, he wouldn't get far while using a one-handed sword. Metallic armors were really good at protecting its user against slashing and piercing attacks. On the other hand, they weren't so good against blunt force, even less if the person in the armor got hit on the head. The force traveled through the armor and could even cause internal damage. Roland looked over this mace. It was chipped here and there, but it could be repaired. A weapon that was for bashing in skulls didn't need that much tending to. If it was a sword that lost its sharp blade, it would be another thing. The dagger, on the other hand, looked a lot worse. The blade was dull, chipped, and even part of the tip was missing. He would need to grind a lot of it down to make the edge uniform again. It was still repairable, but the blade on it would have to be shortened. I can still add a rune on it. With it being deep steel, it will last quite a bit more than those ones of mine. The mace was better as a weapon for now, but it was still only made from deep iron and not deep steel. The dagger, on the other hand, was a finished product that went well with his runes. He just needed to get his rune condensation skill increased to fit a common one on it. The axe that Golgrim had taken might have looked like the best weapon out of the bunch. For him that wasn't the case. He had already lifted the rune that was on the axe for himself. He had the schematic and could put that enchantment on any of these two weapons. The two-handed axe was also a bit too big for his frame. He would rather use a shield weapon combo. A shield also had a lot of unused surface space that he could place mana stones in. Putting several defensive spells on it that would barely use any mana wouldn't be that hard. Speaking of mana stones, Roland was in possession of quite a few. Besides the ones he had amassed during the trek towards the small village, there were also a bunch in the bandit's possession. He now had a large bag filled to the brim with common and lesser grade mana stones. If he got himself a working smithy, he would be able to deck himself out with them from head to toe. The only problem was leaving the gem-like items outside the armor. These stones weren't that resistant. The lesser ones could be broken down with a hard smack of a rock. The common ones were harder, but a good direct smack with a metal weapon would put cracks in it. He would need to think about a good design for anything like that. From his perspective, it would be better to place the sockets on the inside of the armor pieces. On places that wouldn't get in the way, that is. He needed some strategic places on the outside as well, some that wouldn't normally be aimed at. While he was contemplating new crafting designs, they finally arrived at the port city. He could see some of the villagers hugging each other and crying as if a weight had fallen from their shoulders. They had been walking for 2 days almost without sleeping, afraid of being attacked. Roland wasn't sure what the authorities would do in this situation. This was the first time he was involved in a bandit attack. He didn't think that they would be questioning him much. The merchants that survived would be enough. There was a bit of trouble with getting in through the gate at first, but after giving an explanation they got in. The adventurers headed straight for their guild, probably to make a report and maybe to ask if some of their other companions survived. After the man-made avalanche, the middle part of the caravan was taken out. The ones at the front were the ones here. The people that were in the back had to contend with a barricade of rocks, though, while the ones in front could mostly get through, as Roland had made a large hole in that barricade with a fire blast spell. Even if someone survived, they might still be somewhere down in the gorge, or they might have backtracked into one of the villages on the other side. There would probably be a rescue party being formed, that is if the city officials here agreed on giving the adventurers money for it. If not, none of them would be going there for free. He himself needed to get a few things taken care of as well. With the increase of his bags of holding, there was a lot of clutter in there. He had taken a share of the bandits' armor and steel weapons. They were mostly in bad shape and served no purpose. He decided to sell most of these useless items while keeping the ones that were in the best shape for himself. Roland didn't really want to hang around this caravan anymore. He wasn't with the adventurers, so he wouldn't be making a report. It pained him that he wouldn't be able to get a reward for his troubles. He had gotten enough items to net him some golden coins, though. It would be a good boost to his workshop budget. He would probably need to order some stuff from the blacksmiths that lived there at first. This was fine, as he wanted to do some dungeon dives before continuing with his craft. He wanted to gain some more battle experience and then figure out how his class could be utilized for it. Some designs and spell combinations were already floating in his head. If they would work out in the field, would have to be tasted. Roland arrived at an armorer's shop. He didn't beat around the bush for much and quickly went over to the shop owner. He was a rough-looking dwarf with the usual long red beard. "I'd like to sell some items." "Aye, what do ye have, laddie?" After the quick exchange, Roland started to pull out some of the crude bandit armors. Most of them were leather ones, but they had some metallic parts like chain shirts, graves, and pauldrons. He didn't think he would be getting much for them, but he wasn't worried about that as any small amount of gold would help. "Let me see." "Ah, kin give ye about this much." The dwarf went through everything and examined it throughout. He could see the man taking some notes. He was quite professional about it. "That's a bit, can't you go higher?" "How about?" He bartered with the dwarf for a few minutes. After some back and forth the two shook on it and Roland was several golden coins richer. The next destination was the weapon shop, where he would get rid of most of the steel and iron blades. He could keep them for himself, but repairing all of them would take too much time. Adding runes on these rusty things was also a waste of time. He could earn more by just buying better blades and inscribing those and wouldn't waste time on repairs. The next shop also had another dwarf in it. These guys really like crafting weapons and armor. He was probably the odd one out of the bunch as a human runesmith. After another bout of bartering, he had gained more funds. His next destination would be the port. He needed to find out when the next ship would be leaving. After asking for some directions, he headed out. They had arrived in the morning and he still had some time till sundown. He arrived there after another half an hour of walking. When he arrived, he could see two long piers with two large sail ships anchored to them. It looked like he was indeed lucky, as the men of the sea were unloading their goods. He could even see a wooden crane helping them out by moving the larger boxes over. The muscular sailors were carrying some bags over their shoulders. It was probably grain or something like rice. He could also see some minerals here and there. If this ship arrived from Dragness Island, then it was possible. That volcanic island had a lot of magic-infused substances on it. This was also one of the reasons he was going there. He would save on buying things like deep iron there. That island had the largest deposit of it. Some people even came across better metals like mithril there. He was very much interested in getting his hands on that, as it would allow him to make wands that don't need repairing after casting a few spells. The second ship, on the other hand, was doing the exact opposite thing. They were loading up on items. Most things were packed into wooden crates. Some of them were badly made, so you can see what was inside of them. He noticed that most of the things getting packed was food, which made a lot of sense. The island he was going toward had some tropical forests and warm weather, but it was still mostly a volcanic island filled with monsters. It was a lot easier to produce food on the mainland than there. The farmers here that lived by the larger cities were well protected by adventurers and the army. While on Dragness Island, where sometimes earthquakes and small volcanic discharges occurred, it was a lot less safe. Thus it was probably best if they focused on what they were good at, which was gathering mineral ores and other resources they pulled out of the super dungeon. There weren't many dungeons like that in any country. Thanks to the high mana density in such dungeons, it was easy to find precious minerals. At first, he wanted to go towards the first ship that was unloading their cargo. Now, after seeing the one that was packing up, he decided against it. He had already sold everything that he could, so there was no reason to stay here. The faster he got off the mainland and got to the island, the better. He walked over to one of the sailors that was holding two large sacks of grain over each shoulder and asked him a question. "Excuse me, are you taking in travelers? I'd like to go to Dragness Island and then to the city of Albrook. Was looking for a ship to take me there." The man came to a stop. He was quite large and muscular and was wearing a plain brown shirt. Though it looked like it wasn't its original color and just got dirted, it probably hasn't been washed for quite some time as well. "Traveler? Talk to the captain or the first mate, that's not my job." The large man shrugged and moved forward while pointing with his chin to the side. Roland looked to where the sailor was looking and tried to spot the person in question. He didn't have to search long as he saw someone unusual. It was a large dark-skinned woman with dreadlocks, on which she had a lot of strange accessories and even gems. On her head, she had a red bandana with some kind of strange pattern. Her clothes were more akin to swashbucklers from the movies. She had it all: boots, the coat, and even a baldric over her shoulder with a saber strapped to it. She was only missing a sash with a pistol to her side. Those haven't been invented in this world though, probably as magic was far more deadly. Besides those, the most noticeable part about her was the cross-shaped scar on her chest, and what a chest it was. Roland had to do a double check with his eyes, as the size was quite dramatic. He couldn't recall anyone with assets of this size, At least not anyone that was in shape as this woman. He decided to stop gawking and go over. She looked quite characteristic and was probably some kind of officer. Even now she was shouting at some of the sailors that weren't doing their job properly. Move your ass, we don't RV all day, we needs tea, leave before sundown. He approached and noticed that she had a funny way of speaking. He wouldn't be one to point that out as he was still looking for a ride. Excuse me, are you in charge here? I'm looking for a ship to take me to Dragnis Island. The woman glanced at him while raising her eyebrow before speaking out. You wants tea, hitch a ride on me ship. How about ye show me your face first? Roland was as always covering his head up with a black robe that he was wearing over his brigandine armor. He wasn't sure what it was about, but he had no reason to decline, not like his face should be known. He also didn't think that the cult was already onto him. They should have other things to contend with. There? He moved his hood down to reveal his face. He looked a bit unkempt after the time spent traveling and getting himself almost killed. Oh? Na bad, why are ye hidden that face if 'tis that lovely? Huh? Pardon? He didn't expect to get a compliment about his face in this place. The woman was grinning quite widely as well. It looked like she was making fun of him for some reason, but he was kind of confused as to why. Before he could come up with a rebuttal, the dark-skinned beauty continued, 1 wee gold coin for a one-way trip, grub will cost extra. Ye'll RVT sleep with th other lads below deck. Or ye can come to me cabin instead. She ended the sentence with a wink. Luckily another person showed up. Isabella, stop fooling around. It was a rough-looking man with a large feathered hat and in similar swashbuckling gear. It looked like he was this woman's superior and had that captain vibe. He looked to be about 50, but he could have been older. His face made him look like an experienced sailor. Why do I keep running into strange women, and why is she talking like a pirate? Roland gave out a sigh while thinking about hitting the stores again to get some food. It looked that he would be at least getting a ship ride, and it would be sooner than expected. Before that he also needed to ask around. He wouldn't just go on a ship and be stuck out at sea, without getting confirmation about the owners. If everything went well, then within the next week he should be at his new home. The future was uncertain, but it also brought many new possibilities. He only needed to reach out and grasp them. Chapter 68. Raise th anchor, lads. Aye, raise th anchor. Following the shout of Isabella, the sailors started raising the ship's anchor. The sounds of large thick chains bumping against the side of the ship were heard as it was ready to set sail. This ship was your regular large sail ship with a lot of space for cargo. Thanks to the spatial magic technology in this world, a ship like this could carry a staggering number of items. This reduced the weight and saved up space for the crew members and travelers. Due to this, there were quite a number of people riding along, Roland being one of them. He was now standing on the main deck with a group of travelers just like him. He was the only one going solo. The rest either had some friends, business partners, or other kinds of companions. This was a merchant ship, which also meant that it had a lot of protection. He could see various adventurers battle ready and in gear. If not for the destruction of his card, he could have also saved some money on traveling as last time. He at least hoped that he could spend this trip without anything going horribly wrong. Roland didn't really have anything to do now. There was no one that he knew, and talking to strangers was something that he wouldn't do. He wished that he could repair some of his items. He also wanted to scribe some new scrolls, as he had gone through the bulk of them during the bandit attack. There was just no privacy here though. He had glanced down into the lower deck where everyone was supposed to sleep. It didn't look too good. A person was supposed to either sleep on the wooden floor or in a hammock. It also smelled like seawater and sweat down there. The lack of ventilation also made breathing hard. This is it, huh? He looked out into the distance. The people that had come to wave at them as they departed were already out of view. He looked at the port town getting smaller and smaller with each passing moment. There were some other ships near them for the time being, but with time the distances became larger. He thought back to his adventures on the main continent. There weren't many treasured moments that he could think back to. His stay at the Arden estate was already buried deep and something that he liked to forget about. There weren't that many people that he remembered fondly there beside his maid. He also had some fleeting encounters with a couple of adventurers, but years had already passed since those times. He didn't think that they would remember him that much for the couple of months he spent with them. Life moved forward, and so he would also have to. He wanted to leave the past behind and move on. After gaining a good amount of personal strength, he would be able to relax. He knew that it wouldn't be easy, but if he took precautions, and bettered himself slowly, he would reach his goal. He knew of the existence of hybrid classes. Ones that combined crafting professions with more battle-focused classes. He just needed to see if he could nab one after his next class change. If there wasn't anything available, he was also considering taking something like a runic weaponsmith. With the added proficiencies in crafting weapons, he might be able to somehow make it work. A weaponsmith class lacked any active or passive skills that increased his battle strength directly, though. The runic variant would probably be the same, but he should be able to circumvent that with his high mana pool that allowed him to use magic runes more proficiently. He would just need to procure the runic version of skills of other battle classes. Just like he did with the mana slash and mana thrust runes. Wait, maybe the runic armorsmith would be a better choice. I will be able to fit more runes on a suit of armor than a sword. He rubbed his chin while contemplating. There were a couple of possibilities with his class options. He could also take one that focused on runes only. Then he could just order armor and weapons from a regular blacksmith instead. That would lower the customization options and also probably give away his runecrafting profession sooner or later. Well, looky here. What are ye doing here all alone? Wants big sis tea, keep ye company. Roland looked behind him after hearing a woman's voice. After turning around, he noticed that it was the woman that he previously met. This was this ship's first mate. She went by Isabella, and for some reason, she was interested in him. No thanks, I'm fine. He wasn't used to something like this, so he wasn't really sure how to react. The woman gave him a somewhat seductive look. To Roland, it felt as if she was some kind of predator looking at a juicy piece of meat. Roland might have looked young to her, but he was mentally older than the woman that looked to be in her late 20s. It was true that with a high enough vitality stat her real age might have been higher. He realized what she was after, but he didn't feel comfortable with going through with something like that. This was a ship filled with people and he barely knew this woman. Maybe letting off some steam after the bandit attack would feel enjoyable, but he just wasn't the type to jump into any stranger's bed. Don't be like that, sugar. Tea's going, tea'd be a long trip and there ain't much tea do around here. Just relax and have some rum. The lady came prepared. She had a big bottle of rum in one hand and was actually already drinking. The moment she came closer, the stretch of alcohol washed over Roland and made him cringe. No, it's fine, I really don't need a drink. He just shook his head while moving to the side. Isabella was just about to lean on him but instead tumbled forward and had to grasp herself on the ship railing. Look lads, Isabella got dumped again. They were all on a boat, so this exchange was noticed by the sailors. They started pointing fingers at their first mate and laughing out loud. She be losin' her touch, must be getting old. Roland started to move away while noticing a large vein appearing on Isabella's forehead. She even pulled out her saber from the side and started pointing it at her crew member. Ye wants me tea, cut o' your peg leg, Emmett. She pointed the sharp tool at the sailor's nether region and he instantly backed away. This didn't stop the other men from laughing as they chuckled away whilst their first mate cursed at them. The whole scene only stopped after the captain came. After some shouting, everyone was back working and he was now free to think in peace. The day flew by and it was night. This he spent in the company of some hairy men on a hammock right above them. The smell was quite something, but thanks to his sleeping resistance he would be fine with only a couple of hours of it. It looked like the trip would be uneventful and that he would arrive at his new home soon, but on the second day, the sailor that was atop of the main mast started shouting. Roland looked out into the distance but couldn't see anything. The person above had a specialized seafaring scout-like class and he could tell that something was approaching, a monster off the starboard bow. Incomin' fast. Starboard bow? That should be front right, 1 or 2 o'clock. Roland was curious about what was coming, so he tried looking. It was the middle of the next day, but the sea was dark and murky. He couldn't see anything. He could try to activate his detection device, but with its limited range, he decided otherwise. For now, he decided to move back and let the specialized crew do their thing while he examined it from a distance. Back in his mind, he was quite worried if something brought this ship down here, survival would be difficult. He had no underwater breathing spells on him and they had already been sailing for more than 1 day. Returning back without a boat would probably be impossible, and not like this world had something like a coast guard to rescue people from shipwrecks. He could see the ship turning from its original course. It looked like they were running away, but that wasn't it. Some of the sailors rushed below deck to man the cannons while others occupied the ones on the main deck. He could see what was the point of the maneuver as the ship just faced the approaching enemy with its side to get a better shot on it. Wait for it, Isabella was at the forefront of it. She was grasping one of the ropes attached to the sail while leaning out from the ship. After a moment even he could see some kind of dark shadow coming for them. He was surprised that the lookout was able to spot something like this in the distance. Soon the monster emerged from below. Its color was sea green, a little bit back from its head were 4 long tentacles. 2 sprouting from across each other on the top, and 2 more of the same on the underbelly which couldn't be seen yet. The monster's head was somehow triangular-shaped, with a spherical, somewhat beak-like nose. Above the nose were 3 eyes, each one set atop the other and red in color. There were also tendrils and a few shorter tentacles dangling from the bottom of its head. The monster emerged from the deep sea and gave out a large roar. It had quite a large mouth with long sharp sword-like teeth. Its size was roughly half of this ship. It was possible that if it took a bite of it they would go under. Even a full slam from this giant thing could cause irreparable damage to this vessel. The creature's body shape was similar to a shark's, but it was a bit more elongated and had all of those tentacles. At first, Roland thought that they were up against the fabled kraken, but instead, this was some kind of freaky-looking fish fire. The moment the monster roared, Isabella swung her saber down. This prompted the sailors to discharge the cannons they were manning. He could see them making a nice arc towards the beast. Some of them hit the mark while others missed by a wide margin. Aiming the cannons was quite difficult while steering a ship like this. Roland expected the creature to put up a better fight, but it couldn't even get in range of the ship. The cannons made quick work of it, and soon enough the monster was floating belly up while its blood tainted the water. The sailors cheered out loud while the people on the ship clapped. It looked like there would not be any shipwrecking happening anytime soon. Helmsman, take us out. Oh, here, activate wind magic if ye RVT. Roland was a bit surprised at the crew's next action. He was expecting them to actually go up to the monster's crops and fish out its mana stone. A creature this big would probably have a huge one. Instead, they released all the sails and even activated some wind runes to get out of there as quickly as it was possible. He got the answer to why after a few moments. The creature's motionless body got attacked from the side by a massive set of chompers. Another sea monster decided to make a meal out of this fresh body. It was smaller than this one, but it wasn't alone as many other sea creatures started fighting over the food. The sailors knew this and quickly escaped as the creature's blood would attract other predators to the scene quite fast. After the whole thing was over, Roland moved over to one of these cannons. He activated his debugging skill while examining it. He could see that it was clearly a runic weapon. From the runic structure he could tell that it was composed of common runes. It looked like it was similar to some of the detonation runes he worked on before. The magic item probably simulated gunpowder to propel the metallic cannonballs outside. He could also see that there were mana stones involved in this construction. Probably thanks to that even these sailors with low mana could fire these off. He didn't think there was a problem with him sketching a diagram of this cannon. He was stuck on this ship with nothing else to do. He just sat down close to it and started scribbling. He didn't think that anyone here would have extensive knowledge of what he was doing. Even then he could just say that he got inspired by the cannon design. The trip continued with more monsters and more cannon fire. Sometimes he could see the sailors throwing some kind of pouches filled with something into the water. After listening in, he discovered that it was some kind of monster repellent. It was apparently enough to scare off the smaller monsters, but not the larger ones. It was utilized whenever too many of the smaller ones decided to swim around them. Surprisingly, the voyage continued into the last day without a hitch. He expected to be caught up in some kind of pirate attack or a large squid monster appearing out of nowhere. Now they were close to Dragness Island, and apparently, the larger monsters didn't intrude too close to it. There was a large party the day before their arrival. Everyone got drunk, including the adventurers and the traveling guests. He had enough sense to take it slow. The other people on the other hand were loud and obnoxious. Isabella landed herself another boy toy who he saw leaving her cabin in the morning. He had a strange look on his face. He could only speculate on what happened that night. Soon from high above a voice of a man hollered, "Land ahoy!" Roland walked over while narrowing his eyes and glanced into the distance. He could faintly see some land after a couple of minutes of the man shouting. Soon a city port could be seen by everyone, and the people got ready to disembark. Everyone get ready, we shall be going ashore soon. Isabella came out of her cabin with disheveled hair and smelling like cheap spirit. She was showing a bit more skin than usual, probably due to the previous night's encounter. I guess this is it. I should restock at the port and find transport towards the town of Albrook. This was his final destination. He hoped that he had made the right decision and that the town wouldn't turn out to be a dud. The quality of the dungeon was also unknown. It could be too new for adventuring or training. Well, anything is better than staying back in that city. He recalled Edelgard and how it was probably going through turmoil at this very moment. With that noble son's assassinations going through, some people might decide to leave. There was no concrete proof that the noble did it, but rumors were enough to cause potential business partners to turn away. Roland shrugged, as that wasn't his problem anymore. Nobles and their problems weren't on his agenda. What he now had to do was to gain more levels and craft better weapons for himself. First thing I'm going to craft is a hot tub. I haven't taken a bath in weeks, he chuckled while looking into the distance, the large landmass constantly getting bigger as he waited with anticipation to disembark. Chapter 69. There it was, the promised land. It had taken him over 2 weeks to get here, but he was finally on Dragness Island. This was just a small port town through which he needed to travel through, but he was almost there. He could already see his brand spanking new workshop that he would create with his own 2 hands. It would be bigger than the shabby one that he was given in Edelgard. He would fill it up with precious metals and create magical items left and right. The future was truly bright. It was time to grab it with his own 2 hands and make it a reality. He had already disembarked from the ship, and left the people in it behind. Isabella, the first mate, gave him some passionate looks as he left, but he tried to ignore it. He was now slowly leaving the PA and trekking towards the town. He needed to get some information. By his old knowledge from the main content, the town of Albrook wasn't that far from here. He had chosen this path on purpose and taken the ship to the closest port on the island. There were many others as the export was booming here. The mana stones and minerals from the super dungeon and its smaller counterparts were a hot commodity everywhere. Though after a couple of steps forward he decided on something else. He was feeling drowsy, his legs were also shaking quite a bit. The long trip and the constant danger had piled up. Even with the sleep-resistant skill, he felt tired. He needed to at least spend 1 night here and get some normal food before heading out again. While going towards the closest inn, he took some time to look around. The first thing he noticed was the weather. It was quite warm, over 20 degrees, which was making it slightly uncomfortable to walk in the pitch-black robe and his armor. It was really sunny, so the added sunlight just caused his clothes to heat up again. Black colors absorb a lot of heat. Maybe I need to get a new robe in a different color, he grumbled while moving. The port town looked like any old medieval encampment that he had seen before. There were various races here, but he also saw some new types. They were lizard-like, but he knew that if he mentioned that he would receive a knuckle sandwich. This race was called the Dracs, and they were rumored to be related to dragons. One of the other nicknames that this race had was Dragonkin. Some people confused them with lizard men that were just monsters that lacked intelligence and were much bigger. Dracs were slightly taller than humans and didn't lack eloquence. There were quite a few races living in this world. The kingdom he was living in allowed them to mingle with one another, but humans were still on top. They didn't treat the other races as anything more than commoners. At most, they would be allowed to be knights for powerful lords. Their title wouldn't be hereditary, as they would only be allowed to be a knight after proving their worth in combat. Even with this blatant racism involved, some of them took the nobles up on the offer. The money they were offering was good and the job was stable. It was far less volatile to be a knight of a noble than to hunt for monsters in a dungeon. With it came the downsides of not having any freedom and having to answer to the noble's biddings. Roland moved on while trying not to stare. He was mostly used to this fantasy-like world, but sometimes new things popped up that were a head-turner. After some time he finally found himself an inn to stay in. He decided to give himself a treat by going to one of the more expensive ones. This brought better food and sleeping conditions. Soon he was taking a bath in a small secluded room. His feet were poking out of the iron tub he was in. He looked over his body that was still growing. He had also gotten used to it after all this time had passed. Everyone from the Arden estate is tall. He thought back to his 3 brothers. Each one of them was above average in height when it came to their age bracket. He attributed that to his father's genes, as he was quite the large specimen himself. He tossed those old memories to the back of his head again, as he wanted to leave it all behind. I should think over the plan again. First came his new base of operations. He had a lot of money that should be enough to get him a place to stay. He didn't want to live in an inn or rent a house, no, he wanted something for himself. With the new dungeon there, the new town would be a perfect spot for him to lay down some roots. He knew how things worked. With that dungeon around, people would come. With more people, the economy would start booming, and with it earning money would be easy. This was the best time to establish himself there, but still, he didn't want to give out his real identity. It would look strange to work as a blacksmith and then also be an adventurer. His special class would probably come to light sooner or later if he did that. He also had a plan for this. I guess I should get used to wearing one of these. He was looking at a metal helmet. He had gotten this one from the bandits. It wasn't anything special, but it would do the trick. It was a simple night helmet. It had small slits for eyes and ones for ventilation. The shape was a flat-topped cylinder of steel that completely covered the head, but it didn't offer much protection for the neck. I can polish it a bit and put some enchantments on it to boost my stats. He looked over it from top to bottom. There was some room for mana stones on the inside. He could place them directly above his head so that the stones don't get knocked down from the runic structure. Roland also was contemplating on attaching some on the outside. He knew that there were things like alchemic glue that was also good at letting mana through. With it, he wouldn't need to wedge the stones in mechanically. He could also use both techniques at once for added structural integrity. Maybe a rune to see in the dark. How about infrared instead? He thought of an old movie that he watched back in his old world. He imagined himself switching through various methods of detection on the fly. Having the ability to see heat signatures, maybe add some ultraviolet vision and X-rays? Though the latter might be too unhealthy in the long run. After washing the helmet slightly, he placed it over his head. The narrow slits were hard to see through. They would make fighting more difficult for him, but there were enchantments to widen his field of view. They weren't even that uncommon. There were even special helmets without openings for eyes. Uncomfortable. He removed the piece of steel from his head while sighing. He preferred wearing lighter armor to move around faster, but agility wasn't really his forte. Roland felt like he wasn't that bad at evading, but he wasn't good at it either. Adding more armor and some other repelling functions might be the way to go. He could also try inserting some mana stones that increased his low agility to equal things out. There were a lot of possibilities. He was only limited by his imagination and the resources. With time he felt like he would be able to fully customize everything to fit his fighting style. It consisted mostly of flinging spells for now, but he hoped that he could add more to it. Relying on spells too much might be counterproductive. He could always run out of mana after prolonged combat. Keeping up with regular fighting skills along with his magic was a good plan, but it required a lot of time. Luckily he was a young man in his teens. He had a lot of time to train himself up and no one to stop him. He finally finished up with his skinny dipping after his fingers started getting wrinkly. Everything that belonged to him was right here with him in this room. It was to the side on a nice big pile where also his clothes were. While dressing himself up again, he left the heavier armor in his bags of holding. After some time he was back in his temporary quarters. He had learned the hard way that he needed to be careful. Due to this, he decided to set up some defensive measures in the form of his trap runes. They were placed by the door and the only window in the room. When someone tried coming through it, they would trigger a nice large explosion. Roland was sure to also have a mana shield around himself. If there was an explosion, he would be a nice pin cushion for all the wooden splinters. Fortunately, this time around there was no one after his life. The night went by smoothly. He managed to get a couple hours of sleep, but it was far from a good night's rest. Sleeping in new places was still hard for him and he just couldn't relax. On the dawn of the next day, he finally had a normal breakfast by himself. The food was tasty, fresh, and plentiful. He made sure to stock up on it till his belly was ready to burst. His next stop was the travel agency that was in this city, as this time around there was no adventurer guild here. Not all cities could attract them into their infrastructure. It was also a good sign, which meant that there weren't many dangers around it that required their services. Roland was planning to have his new card made directly at the town he would be living. The paper trail should have been cut off the moment he left the main continent, but he wanted to be extra careful. If that abyssal cult was the vengeful type wasn't known to him. He wasn't sure if they would allocate any funds or people to track him down. Some assassination groups would see it as a loss of prestige if they left any fleeing targets alive. Yet he wasn't the priority target here, he was just a person that worked for that company. The one they were after was still the gnome manager. Though he did break their cursed toy that made those illusions, they might have been mad about that. With time he was back on track, a new caravan with more merchants and adventurers, which was heading towards his next destination. From the onset, he could see that he was going towards the right place. The number of adventurers heading to Albrook was inflated. There were 3 times the bodies here than when he was traveling towards the port town. I guess everyone wants to check out the new dungeon. The old ones get monopolized by certain factions. This wasn't something new. After a strong enough party was established at a city, it expanded. They gained new members that formed a larger association. They would have many adventurers working under the same banner while sharing the income. The problem arose when these organizations got too large. The adventurers that weren't part of such an association would be left with scraps. Sometimes they would get attacked by large factions that were too big to fear any kind of retaliation. This new dungeon was a great opportunity for new blood. The unmapped dungeons would be harder to traverse and give the new adventurers some time to establish themselves. The large associations would be also sending their people over as well. It would be a rat race for resources. Roland wanted to use the ensuing confusion to his advantage. He was a lone adventurer that no one would pay attention to. The influx of clients for his runic gear would also be a good source of income after he increased his levels. I'll worry about that when I get there. Roland hopped into one of the carriages as he did a few weeks ago. It would be another long ride towards his next destination. With the increased number of adventurers, he was skeptical about getting attacked by bandits this time around. Monsters on the other hand were quite possible. He had spent some time yesterday fixing up his wands, and also produced some more runic scrolls for future use. If there were enemies on the horizon he would be ready, at the border between the Hatfordian Empire and the Caldris Kingdom. There was a massive wall that stretched between 2 mountain peaks. Behind it, a large fortress made of black stone stood tall. It was composed of more steep walls, ramparts, and guard towers. Even now there were soldiers patrolling on those walls while looking into the distance. Deeper inside the fortress, after many checkpoints and barricades, a person could reach the main tower that stood tall. Inside of it was a large meeting room, in it a large table by which many men were sitting together. They were wearing various armors that had noble houses insignias on them. At the center sat one man. He had short silver hair with a magnificent mustache that covered quite a bit of his face. The man was clearly in charge as everyone in the room was looking at him while he was talking. With that, I will conclude this last meeting. Does anyone have any questions? He asked while moving a piece of paper to the side that he just signed. The people at the table didn't answer, some of them just shook their heads, some impatience was visible on their faces. Very well, with this gentleman, you are free to return to your fiefs. Take care and may the Emperor be with you. Finally, I have had it with this place. I haven't seen my kids in years. One of the older men said while standing up from his chair. His fist slammed down on the table while the other men smirked. My thoughts exactly, Viscount Godwin, let us return. The room got noisy and everyone stood up from their chairs. The man with the large mustache was the first one to leave while everyone else followed suit. On the outside, there was a large gathering of soldiers waiting for their lords to return. This was the main fortress at which the armies of the Caldris kingdom gathered. After some skirmishes with the Hatfordian Empire, the war was on hold. The 2 countries had agreed to sign a ceasefire as no one was able to gain the upper hand. The men in the room were leaders from noble houses tasked by the Emperor to protect the border. After years of back and forth, they were finally free to go home. Both of them and the soldiers that participated would be rewarded. While morale was high, 2 people were walking side by side. Both of them were ones of the last to leave the meeting room. One had a large frame, his height was about 2 meters, but his sheer wideness made him seem taller. He also had a characteristic scar running down from his left eyebrow all the way to his lower lip. The man looked old yet full of life and was wearing a shiny silver armor. Next to him was a young man, not quite as tall but not that much shorter either. He also filled out a larger frame but was dwarfed by the older gentleman. "It's an honor to have the esteemed Silver Wolf visit my land. I'll be sure to accommodate you and your soldiers," the younger man said while the two walked side by side. "Lord Droz, you have my gratitude. My estate is far and my soldiers need a place to stay." The older man replied while looking forward, "I'm not the lord yet, my father hasn't announced me as the heir. He would be stupid not to. You did well on the battlefield." The younger man smiled at the compliment, but his face soon changed into a frown as if he wasn't confident in his accolades. "I will see you later, Baron." The two said their farewells as both needed to go see their men. The preparations should have been done for departing, but things needed checking up. The two men parted ways while agreeing to meet up in a few hours. The man in the silver armor continued out of the main tower. One of his subordinates approached him as he noticed him coming out. "Get the men ready, we will be leaving in 2 hours." "Yes, my lord." The man saluted while replying, "What about that?" The underling thought for a moment before replying, as he wasn't sure what his lord was asking about at first. If the lord is referring to his whereabouts, our information points us towards Edelgard. This is the city that belongs to the House of Droz. The Baron nodded at the information. Soon he made a hand motion that indicated that his subordinate could leave. The man gave out another salute before walking away to take care of the order. His superior on the other hand waited a moment before pulling out some kind of locket. It was white silver, the same color as the armor he was wearing. He opened it up. Inside there was a miniaturized painting. It depicted a dark-haired woman holding a baby in her hands. The child's face was slightly scratched out and was hard to make out. The man stared at the two people depicted in this picture for a moment, his brows slightly furrowing at the sight. He placed this locket back under his armor soon enough and continued forward, his face moving back to looking cold and devoid of emotion as it always was. Chapter 70. The sound of hooves clopping on the hard ground filled the area. It was followed by the sound of wooden wheels spinning on multiple carriages. There were many people talking while trotting forward along with the horses. Their destination was the town of Albrook, which was just around the corner. Roland was just one of the many people with big dreams that had come here. Adventurers, merchants, and even entertainers, all of them were trying to hit it off big here. Everyone knew that with the opening of a new unexplored dungeon, fame, glory, and riches were awaiting everyone. The main earners would be the people going into that dungeon, but they would also be the biggest spenders. With the influx of mana stones, precious metals, and other magical resources, it was certain for this developing city to evolve. Who would be left on top and who would falter in the end was up to the future. "Here I am." He hopped out of the carriage that was still outside the city to get a closer look at it from the outside. His feet landed on the dirt road that wasn't very fit for these carts to go through. His posterior had taken some damage from the constant traveling. Roland hoped that he wouldn't need to do something like this for a very long time. While walking forward, he stumbled a bit as his legs had gotten slightly numb. But he was still in good spirits. He was finally here, the promised land. The first thing that he noticed was the green grass that was everywhere. Before coming here, he expected the Dragness Island to be mostly covered by dark rocks and even smoke. When someone like him thought about volcanic lands, an image of molten lava and dragons popped into their head. That was actually true if you continued to travel further into the land and towards the supervolcano in the middle. Most of the cities or towns on this island were located closer to the shore, or by larger bodies of water like lakes and rivers. On the way here they passed one of those. There was a large freshwater lake close by. Some rivers connected to it, and people could even reach other towns when traveling through them on smaller boats. They weren't quite wide and deep enough for actual ships to traverse long distances through them. There were some shallow patches that made such things impossible to go through. This left carriages and horses as the main ways of travel. The people that he came with were also looking at the new city, their faces showing mixed reactions at the sight in front of them. The town of Albrook was located in a valley in the distance. There were some mountains with one looking larger than the rest. This one was the dungeon. It was quite easy to spot as a small amount of smoke was coming out from it. It looked like a regular volcano. It had apparently just burst through one of the mountains surrounding the valley not so long ago. There was an earthquake that even signaled its creation, along with a burst of smoke and flames in the distance. Why were the adventurers looking so down on their luck? The town that they had come to make it big looked somewhat rundown and outdated. They were going towards the entry gate. It was guarded by 2 soldiers that looked a bit out of their element. This caravan was quite long. People were already waiting to enter the city, but things had been halted. The smell was also something to quickly forget about. The dirt road that they were on was lined with horse excrement. At least that was how it looked to Roland. If it belonged to some of the other creatures that people tamed here was unknown to him. Think I've arrived really early here, the infrastructure is still developing. He could tell that the new dungeon town was a bit understaffed. There were people constructing a wall around it even as they spoke. Some soldiers and people that looked like officials were also standing everywhere. With time this place should advance further. With the dungeon here and many adventurers bringing monster corpses to sell, the circulation of coins would increase. With money, progress was almost guaranteed. The people that created the first shops would probably make the most money in the end. After some time passed, they were finally able to enter from the south gate. There was a small fee to pay, but with his current heavy wallet, this wasn't much of a problem. The road continued inside through what looked like to be a poor quarter. There wasn't much to see there besides shabby wooden buildings and more horse dung on the ground. It then continued into the traders area. This street was a more busy one, but fairly straight. There were various food stands on each side and peddlers were trying to sell their wares to the new people that were arriving. The usual slogans that promised cheap food for a few large copper coins echoed through this street. Through this market street, they finally reached the market square. This would be the end of the line for this caravan of people, and everyone would be going their own way. Roland stopped to look around. He spotted a tavern to the left and a stable to the right. It did indeed have other creatures in there, like large deer-looking animals with 4 sets of eyes. Should I go to the Adventurer Guild first, or find an administrative building and ask about purchasable land? The time to jumpstart his adventuring career had arrived again. He decided to get that done first, as sometimes having an adventurer card allowed a person to get better deals. The other adventurers were already heading there, so he decided to just follow them there. While continuing, he took some time to examine the architecture. Most of the buildings were made from red brick. The windows that actually had glass in them were far and in between. If he ventured further into the city closer to the mayor's house, he would notice more of them appearing. The disparity in wealth and classes existed here as well. The person governing this developing town wasn't a noble. From what Roland knew, the noble that this land belonged to lived in a larger city and rarely visited it. It was governed by one of his subordinates that wasn't even part of the noble caste. This was also one of the reasons that he chose this place as his next base of operations. He was tired of having to work things out with nobles. A commoner as the main manager would probably see the bigger picture and not get things like noble pride involved. They could also turn out to be a greedy ones though, so he couldn't let his guard down. Like he expected, the Adventurers Guild was still in the process of getting renovated. It looked like they had taken over one of the larger houses and were improving it. There were many workers shuffling around on scaffolds. They were actually putting up the guild sign at this very moment. Roland looked at this for a moment before walking into the new Adventurers Guild. On the inside, the layout was different from what he was used to. It was an indication of the hasty construction of this building. Normally the guilds were kept uniform in their design to not confuse new and old adventurers. There were a lot of people on the inside, but the building was large. There was enough space for them all, but there weren't enough tables and chairs to fit them all. The bar in the back was getting built at this moment. Normally there would be large drunk men having fun back there. At least the notice board is there. The reception area was filled up and there was already a long line. There were only 2 ladies working there. They both looked swapped with work. Roland was surprised that these girls looked similar to all the other receptionist ladies that he had seen in the other cities. Point 1 was a woman with pure black hair and an updo hairstyle. She was wearing the usual square-framed glasses. She looked like your no-nonsense secretary that took her job very seriously. This he could see in the way she was handling her workload. Her line was moving quite fast. The other lady was a sun elf. She had a cheerful appearance, long blonde hair, and a smile that would make your day go by faster. Her line was moving slower, but that was probably due to the male adventurers taking their time in flirting with this beauty. Seeing this, Roland did the only right choice and placed himself in the elven girl's line. Not because he wanted to flirt with her, but because she looked like the type that would bend the rules a bit if asked nicely. If that was the truth, he would soon find out. Well, after waiting in line for close to an hour before it was his turn. Good afternoon. We welcome you at our Albrook Adventurers Guild. How can I help you? Roland was a bit tired of waiting in line. He was also wearing his armor along with the helmet to hide his face. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary, as some warriors tended to keep them on. There were even others who just came wearing all sorts of strange masks or exotic items. I'd like to have an adventurer's card made. My old one got lost along the way. It was time for him to go through with his plan of getting his new card. It could go a couple of ways, but he hoped that he was lucky enough to have it go his way. Oh my, you lost your adventurer's card? The receptionist lady shook her head while placing one of her hands on her own cheek. Her long golden locks waved side to side as she overreacted by fidgeting around. Would you like us to reach out to the guild you had it made? If he went with that option, he would have to disclose his old credentials. This was something he wanted to avoid, so he shook his head side to side in refusal. No, I would like to have a new one made. I fear that your proposal will take too long. He brought the guild receptionist's attention to the long waiting line and to the fact that the guild was still getting rebuilt. If they actually went through with what the woman was proposing, it could take weeks. If they wanted it to be faster, they would need to activate an expensive communication device that used up a lot of mana. Roland knew this and knew that they would probably want to avoid that. Is that so? Good choice, sir. Fill out these papers then please, and I will bring over the measuring device. What rank were you before losing your card? Roland could hear people grunting behind him as they knew that making a new card could take long. Most of them were here to complete a mission or sell some items, which wouldn't take that long. It was his turn though. They would need to wait. Steel rank. Depending on the rank, other types of identification devices could be used. He would also need to pay more money to make a steel rank card from the get-go. I hope this thing works. He was wearing a magical pendant that he received from his previous boss, the gnome manager. It had a couple of functions in hiding a person's status. In theory, it should be enough to affect this identification device that the adventurers were using. The woman returned with some papers that he started to fill out. He had to sign some agreements with the guild like before. They wanted to make sure that everyone signed a contract to make it clear that they weren't responsible for anything if an adventurer died in the dungeon. It was also an agreement on the fees that are deducted from the jobs an adventurer takes. Some people might think that the taxation of these increased with the difficulty. It was the other way around. The weaker adventurers needed to give more of their hard-earned cash. The higher rank you were, the more prestige you got. Such workers were cherished and the guild started to invest in them. The easiest way of doing that was dropping some of those guild fees. This made very much sense to Roland. Why would the guild invest their time into people that were untested? There were already far too many adventurers out there at lower ranks. The harder it was for them to make it to a higher rank, the better. The pay for higher graded missions was a lot higher as well, so the guild didn't lose out that much. The blonde elf brought out one of the measuring orbs like previously. There was no way of going around this. Without having your status measured for strange traits and titles, there would be no card. Though there were a couple of things that these people would let through and ignore. Name, %@ email protected, $, email protected, $L70 classes, T1 $%L25, secondary. T1, email protected, $%S3 email protected, L25, X, T1, email protected, %B*, for Muth L21, main, HP 726, 726 MP 2626 2626 SP 1034, 1034 Strength 55 Agility 38 Dexterity 82 Vitality 54 Endurance 61 Intelligence 1, placed his hand on it and then watched the woman look over the statistics. He could also see them this time around and they were bugged. The things that were mostly unreadable were his name and the classes that he possessed. You could figure out his level, also that he had 3 Tier 1 classes. Sir, do you have some magical items on you, or perhaps any skills that affect identification? The lady knew that the device the guild had could be countered by other ones or by some rare skills. If the client had an item that blocked it out, then it was easy to just remove it. If he had a skill or some kind of racial trait, then it would be harder. She would need to get a more robust version of this identification orb, but that one could fail as well. Does it matter? You can clearly see my status. Do you need to see my classes? I wrote my name on this form, so it should be fine. Do you want to spend the rest of the day checking for it while everyone here waits? He moved a bit to the side while pointing to the angry-looking adventurers behind him. Everyone here wanted to get things over with just like him. The longer it would take to get his new adventurer's card commissioned, the longer the people in the line would need to wait. There also weren't any rules in place that forbade certain class holders to become adventurers. Even when they were a thief they could join up, only when there was some kind of warrant or wanted poster hanging around would they be turned away. With nothing like that existing about him, Roland hoped to get this process done. "Well, Mr. Wayland, is it?" The elven woman looked over the papers that he filled out. He didn't lie about them too much, but he wrote in the regular versions of his classes. Runic Mana Scribe turned into the regular version, and so did his Runic Blacksmith. His mage class was also written in, as he didn't think he could hide that he was going to be selling his wares here one way or another. Hiding that he was a runesmith would probably be out there sooner or later. He trusted the guild to hide his stats more or less. His father never did show up on his doorstep after all these years. Which meant that getting information from them wasn't that easy even for a noble. The abyssal cult might pose a bigger problem, but they probably didn't know what his true class was either. They wouldn't think that some tier 2 runesmith would be able to break through that illusion device. The more they overthought the encounter the better it was for him. "I'd at least need to see your face." The woman needed to confirm if he looked like any criminal. Roland moved his helmet up to reveal his young face. The elven lady even gave him a strange smile before getting a closer look. "Everything seems fine. We will have your card ready by tomorrow. As you can see, we are slightly busy these days." The woman laughed a bit while covering her face. Roland just nodded while walking to the side. He got a piece of paper with which he could later redeem for his brand new card. Somehow he had managed to complete this task with a new name to himself. He decided to go with something else than Carmine this time around. The name came to him after remembering an old myth from his old world. It fit quite nicely with his persona, and the name wasn't uncommon. "Okay, while they are making my card I should see if I can buy a house." The next and most difficult task still was before him. Getting the right home for the future was very important. He intended to stay here for a while. For this he needed the right place of operation. Something not too big yet not too small, and also at a good price. Chapter 71. The doors to the Adventurers Guild swung open and a man that was wearing a helmet stepped forward. He had a dark blue brigandine armor on, complete with a set of greaves and leather boots in a similar dark color. Under it was a thinner piece of cloth armor that was keeping him warm. It was doing its job a bit too well, as underneath that helmet sweat was forming on the young man's forehead. "I bet that dungeon will be a lot warmer. Maybe I should include some kind of chilling rune in my armor." Keeping a low profile was harder than he expected. He wanted to hide his face, but the weather was against him. There was also the option of somehow getting a skill that increased his heat resistance. In a city with a dungeon that sprung out from a volcano, it wasn't such a bad idea. Either that or I could put a heat resistance buffing rune on it. He had gone through Edelgard's stores throughout that year and a half. Each week he would pick one store and scribe down one of the lesser runes. Fire and cold resistances were quite common. They were the first that he procured from the armor runes. He had also recreated the schematics for all the other elemental resistances, even the rarer ones like poison or curse resistance. The runes used on armor were bigger structure-wise, but there was a lot more surface area to use for inscribing them. Roland felt like he could take care of this heat problem with some minimal work. He just needed to get a house first. In it, Roland would be able to craft his items in peace. This was easier said than done. First, he needed to find the correct location. After asking around, he was on his way towards the town hall. There he would be able to look at the locations that he could buy or rent. He preferred to go with the first option, but depending on the prices he might have to go with the second. There were pros and cons for each of the two options. If he decided to rent the home, he would probably be limited to what he could do there. Adding new rooms, expanding the cellar and similar tasks would need to go through the real owner of the house. Depending on who the owner was, he might show up for unannounced visits. He could even get evicted for no reason whatsoever. There were also some pros to renting out the workshop. He would be able to leave at any moment without losing much money. If the abyssal cult showed up on his doorstep, he could just abandon ship. There wouldn't be much loss even if the property blew up, as long as he grabbed most of his gear. Roland still preferred to go with the other option, buying it fully for himself. He had already thought about a couple of things that he would want to install into his new workshop. He needed freedom of choice without having a nosy landlord telling him what he can and cannot do. He was in good spirits, for now, Houses in this world didn't cost that much compared to his old one. The number of coins that he had with him should be enough to get himself a sizable home and even be enough for some renovation. Just like always, he took his time. The town was new to him and so were the people that lived in it. He glanced to the left of the street he was walking along while passing some shops. There were carriages moving back and forth slowly. The people were clearly busy working. He could see many men carrying around wooden logs and building materials. Many scaffolds were being placed in front of old buildings that were in the process of getting renovated. He wouldn't be surprised if the old villagers that lived there were all bought out by larger merchants. From what he knew, there were some farms here and there. There was also a lake from which the old villagers probably got most of their meat from. Not many things were used to make a profit here. The farmers would probably be able to sell their lands for a lot of coins while moving someplace else more quiet. The new city would take some time to be expanded and it would start from the middle. Anything close to it that was free to build on could be used for houses for the merchants and adventurers. The city needed specialized monster deconstruction buildings and personnel as well. While glancing around, he finally reached the town hall building. It was right in the middle of this growing city. The building was made from red bricks that weren't painted over. The building was quite large and it had a cross-gabled roof. In the middle of it was a small bell tower that was rung a couple of times a day. Some people were already going in and out of it. Roland didn't have that much experience with state officials. He mostly rented rooms out in inns. Back in Edelgard he also was living through the company that paid all the taxes and took some of that away from his pay. Can't be that hard. Probably will have to sign a contract after seeing the houses. That is, if any proper ones are still left behind. There were already a lot of people gathered in this city. He didn't have to worry about the adventurers buying of land, as they didn't operate that way. On the other hand, the merchants and business owners would quickly overpay to get their hands on the best places. He wasn't looking for anything fancy, but he needed it to be big enough for him to construct items. Here goes nothing. He gave out a sigh while walking into the building. On the inside, he could see some people standing around with some papers in their hands. There were wooden benches to sit on and even a small window that looked like the spot where a receptionist should be. Roland walked over to that window and waited for the person in front of him to walk away first. He was greeted by a human woman that was sitting in there. "How may I help you?" The woman's voice was slightly monotone. She sounded a bit tired, which was understandable. This was the place where everyone that wanted to get their hands on new real estate had to go through. He wouldn't be surprised if the people from Albrook weren't understaffed. Yes, I would like to purchase some land with a house. Best if it's." Roland started talking. He gave the woman the dimensions of what his new workshop building should have and also the price range he was interested in. The receptionist lady just nodded and handed him a piece of paper with some places to fill out. "Please fill out this form and then move to room 3B. He looked at the piece of paper while being urged by the receptionist to not block the way. After nodding, he moved to the side. There were some tables where other people were filling out similar papers. He waited for a spot to get free before sitting down and taking a quill into his hand. His class was scribe, so filling out something like this would be quite fast. His writing was also nice. On the piece of paper, he needed to fill out what he wanted while also listing down his identity. He went with his new adventurer name. He also wrote down the dimensions of his new house. He would probably need to get his adventurer card first before finalizing everything, but for now, he could at least look at the available buildings. The wait continued even after he was done with the paperwork. He needed to wait in front of the room for an hour while glancing around. He really started missing things like smartphones or even a radio. Only silence and the footsteps of people were heard here, with nothing of the sort being available in this world. Welcome to the city of Albrook. He was now finally on the inside. The room with the number 3B was quite small and the person that was inside fit it. The woman that he was looking at had a similar vibe to the receptionist lady from the Adventurers Guild that he avoided. She was wearing glasses, and a tight business-like attire that fit a corporate setting more than this one. There was one big difference between this woman and the one back at the guild. This one was a lot shorter. She reached up to his belly button at most, even when wearing those high heels. She was of the halfling race and was more or less a miniaturized human. This race had human-like proportions. They were just half the size of regular humans. "Here, I'd like to purchase some land. I'd like to see what you have available." He sat down opposite the small woman that took the form that he filled out. She fixed her glasses a bit before going over it, her eyes squinting here and there as she looked over it. Mr. Wayland, is it? I'll have to go through our book, please wait a moment. The small lady moved down from her chair. Roland tried not to stare too much, but it was a bit silly looking as the chair looked like one made for kids. It was one of those high ones that some people gave their kids at the dining table. The halfling business lady hopped down and she moved to the side. She went over to a different room and after half a minute came back with a large book. She was holding it with both hands and it looked like she had trouble carrying it around. She hefted it up and onto the table while grunting slightly before climbing back onto her chair. The large book looked gigantic compared to the small lady. It looked like a grimoire that some kind of necromancer would have in his lair. After opening though there were some sketches of maps and buildings, the ones that Mr. Wayland is looking for are. The woman looked at his form that he filled out while going through the pages of the book. When she saw a fitting piece of real estate, she noted down some numbers on another piece of paper. Roland could see how getting things like this done in his old world was much faster. There they could place the numbers in a search engine and just have everything done in a second. Here the worker needed to go page by page and find the houses themselves. This one has already been bought, this one as well. This was what he was afraid of, there weren't that many houses that were left over. The large merchant companies were probably already here and bought out the best spots. He wasn't looking for a good spot for a shop, in particular, he would be making quite a bit of money from going to the dungeon. Then he could also sell weapons and armor that he created in the auction house. Here you go, this should be all the ones. The small woman handed him a piece of paper with some numbers. There were exactly 5 of them. He wasn't sure what this was supposed to be, but she quickly explained it to him. Please give that to the receptionist. A worker will be dispatched to show you the property. You will probably be able to have this done today. After you decide on a plot of land, please come back with your identification to sign a contract of ownership. She explained to him how everything would work. It was quite easy. First someone would show him the houses which he then could decide on. Then with the help of his adventurer card with which he could prove his identity he would be able to purchase it. The contract would be signed on 2 identical papers, one for him and the other one would remain at the town hall building as proof. I urge you to make a quick decision, as you might have noticed there isn't much land left over for purchase. Roland walked out of the room while the small woman left him with some words of advice. These he knew that he shouldn't ignore, making a quick decision was paramount. It was first come first served here, probably the most lucrative spots were already gone and he would be left with the scraps now. He walked over to the receptionist and handed her the piece of paper with the numbers on it. Here you go. I'm supposed to get someone to show me the houses? The person at the reception area took the piece of paper and looked over it for a moment. Please wait a moment. Someone will be with you shortly. After more waiting, the person that was supposed to guide him finally showed up. It was another woman. This one had a bright smile plastered all over her face that looked kind of fake. Mr. Wayland, a pleasure to meet you. I would like to thank you on behalf of Albrook for choosing us. She talked fast and was quite chipper. She looked like your real estate agent that was there to sell you something. This was not something that Roland expected to find in this world, but as long as he got his new house it didn't matter. Yes, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He nodded at the lady that guided him outside. It was the middle of the day, the city wasn't that big so maybe they would be able to visit all of those places that were up for sale. What followed was a lot of walking before they reached their destination. How about this fine house, Mr. Wayland? It's near the town square. Fine house? This? Roland was looking at something that looked more like a storage shack. There was one crooked door and no windows. The building looked worse than the first storehouse he was offered by his old company. I was looking for something different. Okay, how about this one? He was guided from one building to another one, each one shabbier than the other. It was clear that the only thing remaining were old shacks and tool sheds that were placed on larger plots of land. The only good thing about them was that they were in the city, but they would require a lot of renovation and rebuilding. Soon, he saw 4 of the 5 that the halfling woman scribbled down on the paper. The real estate lady that he was with looked a bit defeated, but her smile was still on. What about the last one? The woman looked at the piece of paper and Roland could see her facial expression crumbling a bit. The last one is a bit far away. It doesn't matter where it's located as long as it's close to the city. I'll pay for the carriage. Roland didn't care. If he needed to spend an hour on foot to get to Albrook from his new house it would be fine. After he agreed to cover the travel fee, the woman was back to smiling again. Within about 40 minutes they were at the last spot. What he saw was an old farmhouse with a shack to the side. It was a house made from red bricks as all the other ones, while the shack was composed of thick logs. This was clearly an unused farm. The ground was dry and barren. Probably the old farmer that lived here wasn't able to make a living growing anything and abandoned it. Roland moved inside. The house was nice and spacious. The wooden floor creaked with each step that he took, but that was fine. It also had a large cellar built in below. It was a lot bigger than he expected. The price reflected that it was well over 100 small gold coins. This building was located far away from the city, which was probably why it hasn't been bought out yet. On foot, he would need to spend about 40 minutes, which wasn't that bad. The biggest downside was safety. The guards didn't really patrol that far. This wasn't much of a problem in his eyes. He already knew that safety wasn't something that could be guaranteed in this world. Even the mayor could be easily taken out by someone at Tier 3. He rubbed his chin while thinking. He had made a quick decision. He would turn this old farmhouse into his new residence. There was enough space to store his equipment, and he could construct his smithy in the large cellar or in the log cabin. There was also no one here to bother him, which meant that he could place all sorts of traps against burglars if he wanted. What remained now was to get his adventurer card and sign on the dotted line. Chapter 72. Here you go, Mr. Wayland. Due to the lack of information, you will have to start off as a bronze-ranked adventurer. You shouldn't worry, with your current level you should be able to rank up in no time. Roland was standing in the busy Adventurers Guild wearing his armor. He was looking at his adventurer card. It had his new persona's name on it, and also it had a small bronze symbol in the corner. It looked like a small sword and shield that were placed over one another with the sword in front. If an adventurer leveled up further, this card would be updated. Its color would be changed to the corresponding metal. The card had other indications besides the color. The rank was written out as well as the date of this card's creation. For all intents and purposes, this would be his first adventurer card. He would take it as a clean start. He wasn't sure if the Adventurers Guild would mark down that he had lost his previous card, and this was a replacement. He was hoping that they wouldn't bother with it, not like they cared. Not even when someone had a thief class did it matter. As long as there were no outgoing warrants, it was fine. Even if an adventurer had prior run-ins with the law, if they had done their time, they were free to work. This guild cared more about earning money than people's backgrounds. This was also why this lady didn't ask too many questions. I understand. He placed the card in a secure, specially crafted locket and kept it around his neck. Keeping it in a back pocket was just asking to have it stolen or it getting lost during combat. While waiting for this card to be processed, Roland did some digging. He asked around the Adventurer Guild for information about the dungeon. He could see the volcano that was gently giving out a smoke trail. This would be his destination and place of work for the coming future. The dungeon wasn't mapped out fully yet, and entering it was all on the adventurers. The guild would not pay for any injuries or deaths, nor would they stop people from going in. It was a free-for-all down there, and something Roland expected. Even with the bronze-grade adventurer card, he was free to roam the dungeon. Probably after a few months, maybe a year, the dungeon would start to get managed by this guild more throughout. They might put restrictions on the adventurers at that time. Next stop, the town hall. He opened up the swinging doors that looked like they would fit a Western-type saloon. It was time to sign the deed to his new home. He wouldn't be getting anything special, but it was better than staying at an inn. The people that were running those were already having problems with accommodating people. Some of the adventurers that didn't have much money on them even had to spend the nights at the stables. He himself had to overpay to get a tiny room for the night. Some of them were even forced to camp outside the city in tents while waiting for the new hotels and taverns to be established. There were many of them being constructed even now. While passing through the main street, he could see the busy workers running back and forth. He would also need their help soon. His own home needed some renovation, and he wasn't that good with carpentry. He could probably replace some hinges here and there, but nothing too drastic. Soon he visited the small town hall lady that helped him with his home search. This time around he was here to sign some papers. He tried bartering the price down, but it was no use. The town was booming, and they would probably find someone for that plot of land sooner or later. There was a possibility of the town expanding even over to his new home. If that happened, this piece of land could go up in worth. He could also leave if it got too bothersome there. Selling runic equipment at an auction house would probably earn him enough money to do that. Please sign here and here. The card number goes here. The adventurer card was one of the rare items with which you could use as identification. Without it, he would need to prove his origin, or apply for citizenship, which could take months or years to resolve. Thanks to this small piece of paper and over 100 small gold coins, he was now the proud owner of a rundown farm. Roland paid slightly less for it as he didn't really want the extensive farmlands that came with it. They were just unfertile fields that he couldn't use. There was more than enough space to place a big workshop where the farm building and the shack were located. He could also dig into the ground or go vertically if he needed. This still left him with slightly below half an acre of land to fence up. The biggest reason for not getting it was that the price was tripled if he wanted to get all of the land around it. The people from Albrook probably were thinking with the future in mind. This land's worth could increase with time, so they didn't want to give it away for free. There was nothing there for now, but the sheer size was immense. The whole transaction went quite fast. Roland had an idea why. With so many new people buying and selling land, there wasn't that much time to go through lengthy procedures. One quick contract was enough. Doing a background check would just take too long. He walked out with the contract that was now in a spatial pouch. It was time to go to his new house. He was given a key and was sent on his way. After walking all the way there again, he could see his new possession. The house wasn't that large. The roof was a hip roof and the building had a small attic. He walked inside. The doors almost fell out of their hinges, which caused his face to twitch slightly. He examined everything again. There was a porch on the outside onto which you walked on by ascending wooden steps. The house opened up into a small foyer. If he wanted people to take off their shoes, then this was the right spot. Past it was a large room. There was an old wooden table there along with a couple of chairs. An old fireplace that connected to a chimney was also present. To the side was the kitchen area along with a small pantry. This was all to the west side of the main room, while to the east was a bedroom along with the bathroom. The bathroom had a very rusted tub, which looked more like a container of some sort. There was no running water in this place, but there was a well not far in the back. It was in working order as he had checked it out beforehand. The well wasn't that necessary as he had the knowledge of water creating runes. But if he needed to save up on mana, it would prove useful. It would be a good backup. He was also planning to have a water tower built in. The water from the well could be rerouted into it, in one way or another. With a water tower present, he could get himself some running water. Making a shower and a working toilet wouldn't be far-fetched. He checked out the attic upstairs. He could get to it with a shaky ladder that was badly nailed together. Roland didn't trust the structural integrity of the floorboards on this level, so he only took a peek. He could see a lot of rats running around. The walls were chewed up with holes and the rodent droppings were everywhere. Wish those workers could get here sooner. He had asked around for help, but there just weren't enough craftsmen around the city. Others had been here first, so he would need to wait for the companies to be done with the other houses first. He had already made an appointment with one firm, but he would need to wait at least 3 weeks or more. After moving down from the ladder, he moved downstairs. There was a large cellar that he could go to through a set of narrow stairs. It was quite large and spacious. The ceiling reached to about 3 meters. What did they use this room for? There wasn't much in here. The walls were reinforced with some wooden beams, so it didn't look like this place was dangerous. He could only speculate on what was being kept here. From his point of view, grain and maybe meat could have been stocked here. It was a lot cooler down here due to it being underground. There was a small vent in one spot, but it was a bit stuffy. I'll put my tools in here. He was planning on making this his main workshop. There was enough space for all of his tools and even a forge. With some magical additions, he would be able to craft here in comfort. The increased heat that would be produced by working with smoldering metal could be circumvented with some frost runes here and there. He would be able to install something akin to an air conditioner from his old world. There was also a spot outside where he could place his second workshop. The large log shed was quite spacious and had better ventilation than his underground room. The only problem was that it was easy to spot. If he placed costly runic equipment in it, he would be asking to get robbed. Placing explosion runes all around it could keep some people away, but it would also bring people from the city over for an inspection. Having a minefield around a house would probably be frowned upon. He was planning on setting up a dummy workshop in this log cabin. He would place regular iron and steel tools in here, along with a regular smelter to go with it. Roland was even planning on working there from time to time. Down in the cellar would be where the real magic happened though. All of his runic creations could be done down there. If he got robbed, the thieves would only find worthless junk, while the real costly weapons were behind an illusion rune below the house. Roland was planning on hiding the cellar from the workers that came to renovate his home as well. The fewer people knew how his new house looked inside, the better. This would probably work against simple burglars, but if someone like the Abyssal Cult showed up, it would probably be meaningless. He also needed to come up with better defensive traps. Blowing up his house every time someone trespassed would be quite costly. I should probably get to work now, no use standing around overthinking everything. He started taking out some of the pouches from around his belt. In them, he had all of what he owned. He placed all of the tools that he had taken from his old workshop in this underground room. He was even able to fit an anvil into one of the larger bags. He was still baffled to this day about how this worked. He grabbed the most important tool that he needed now. It was your everyday house tool, a broom. He also had a couple of simple cloth rags along with a bucket. There was some solution that worked similar to a detergent that he had nabbed from Edelgard as well. The thing that he needed to do now was to clean this dirty house. All of the furniture was covered in dust, and there was also rat dropping in the other rooms, not only up in the attic. He quickly got to work. Minutes turned to hours as he continued scrubbing everything. He even stopped midway to do some rune crafting. After fiddling around with the water-producing wand, he managed to get the water stream to be pressurized. After activation, it worked just like a high-pressure water cleaner. He used it on the porch outside. The wood there was weakened and the top part was already flaking off. With the help of the pressurized water, he managed to actually get it to look quite good. This was a first for him. Not even back on Earth did he own property like this. Yes, it was run down and looked like a drug dealer house inside, but it was his now. After some renovating, it would be quite the comfy-looking home. The inside was another thing. Hosing down the porch was one thing, but doing it to the wood on the inside of the house might not be the best idea. He was a craftsman, yes, but he had no knowledge about houses or how to clean them. He still needed to at least take care of the rat problem. The rodents had made some nests around this house and were the old tenants. He needed to evict them. He decided to do this in a bit of a drastic way. Poison spells existed in this world. He was in possession of one of such spells. He had the knowledge of two. One was called Poison Spray and the other was Poison Cloud. The first one discharged a small cone of concentrated poison acid from the caster's hand or the enchanted item. The second one produced a poisonous cloud that lingered for some time. He would go with the second one. Back in his old world, special exterminators would gas buildings while placing plastic shielding over the whole house to keep everything inside. He didn't have anything like that in his possession. At most he could try casting a large mana shield around it. The building was quite large, but he might be able to cast a weaker version of it till everything inside was dead. Roland went down into his new underground workplace. There was no forge there yet, just an anvil with some basic tools laying around. A lamp was illuminating the place. This one an item that he swiped from the old workshop. While taking his severance package. He used his crafting mallet on a free piece of metal. One of the thicker rods would be transformed into a poisonous wand. The rune was placed in such a way so that the poisonous fog would shoot out right from the tip. He used a longer rod-like piece of metal so that there was enough space between him and the poison when he activated it. After finishing up, he looked at his creation. It looked quite crude, but it would get the job done. Before using it on his own house, he tested it outside. There was no one there to peek on him, so he could just point it towards some grass while activating. The metallic rod shone in a blue hue that quickly turned green. A thick green mist slowly appeared out of the tip and traveled forward. His new creation was a success, but it wouldn't really be useful in combat. The poison mist was quite slow-moving and dissipated quickly in the open air. He also tested it out in a closed-off area. He used a larger jar just to see if the poison would linger in it without the magic dissipating instantly. The green mist remained in place for about 10 minutes before it started going away. Well, at least I won't need to air it out. Roland scratched his head a bit. He was having second thoughts about plunging his new home into a poison fog. This would probably be dangerous, but also the fastest way to kill all the rats and roaches that were nesting up in the attic, and all the other rooms. He moved over to his attic first. The plan was to insert the magical rod through an opening and to discharge the poisonous fog. Roland had some detoxification potions with himself if something happened. A mask to cover his face was also used to keep the inhaling to a minimum. This isn't the smartest idea that I've ever had. He inserted mana into the impromptu magical device. The green poison started to seep inside the attic and slowly engulfed the room inside. After a few moments, he could hear some squeaking and scratching noises. The poison was starting to escape from the entrance point, which prompted him to move back. He started spraying the rest of his new house while backing away. Soon the whole structure was flooded with green mist while he himself was outside. He cast a regular magical spell to put the building behind the shield. It was quite thin and a regular human would be able to just punch through it without a problem. The poison on the other hand was just gas and it could be contained with it. I guess I can make a living as an exterminator if the dungeon business doesn't work out. His lower lip curled up slightly as he watched his house get engulfed in poison. He could see some of the rats escaping outside. Before they could get to safety they started dropping dead. The same was happening to insects like the cockroaches. Roland decided to use up most of his mana to cleanse his dirty house. He would be camping outside in his shed this time around, then it would also be cleaned from any rodents. After finishing up with spring cleaning, Roland had decided to move towards the dungeon. This time around he wouldn't be trying to get a party of his own, he wanted to take it slowly and better himself. His new adventurer life would be starting soon. Chapter 73. Town of Albrook it was called. It was a mostly unexplored settlement away from large cities on Dragness Island. The people that lived here were a peaceful bunch that liked to live their lives slowly. Most of them were farmers, hunters, and fishermen that earned their living through their craft. It didn't seem like the monotone life that they spent here would be changing anytime soon. This changed on one fateful day. The ground shook on a certain stormy night. Everyone woke up thinking that some kind of monster had finally attacked. People had heard the rumors of dragons living on this island in the innermost parts. Maybe one of them had decided to pay them a visit. The truth was slightly different. It did involve monsters, but the citizens weren't in any danger. After the storm cleared up and the sun shone on the mountains, they could finally see it. A large volcano had sprung out from the ground, smoke was coming out of it, clearly active and dangerous. Only a small number of guards and hunters lived here. A scouting party was quickly formed and in a few days, they brought the news of the new discovery. The new volcano had an entrance. It wasn't a natural cave, no, it was quite different. It had an uncharacteristic gate design with embedded patterns. It looked man-made, but the people living there clearly knew such a thing was impossible. There was nothing there just a day ago. This was clearly an entrance to a dungeon. The people in this country or even the whole world weren't sure about how dungeons came to be. There were various types of them around, some even had their own ecosystems. Others looked like ancient ruins with catacombs spreading below the earth. This one was similar to the latter but also different in many ways. With this news, their life got turned upside down. Their peaceful little town would soon be overrun with adventurers. The old farmers despaired, but some of the more crafty ones knew that this was their chance. The person who took the initiative now could become rich. The adventurers brought a lot of problems with them, but they also brought lots of gold coins. Half a year later, the people that took it upon themselves to invest were now taking in the profits. The inns and pubs were filled to the brim with new people, new shops were popping up to accommodate the new demand. The new unrated dungeon brought all of this in, and this was just the tip of the iceberg. Everyone knew that only after the dungeon was giving a rating its true potential would be discovered. Things like this took some time as even powerful adventurers weren't willing to venture into it blindly. It was believed that this dungeon was an extension of the main Dragness dungeon that was a supervolcano in the middle of this island. The biggest concern with it was the connection. It could be connected anywhere, to another smaller dungeon far away from here or even directly into the dragon's lair. This was highly unlikely, but it was possible to meet monsters above Tier 3 in random places if this dungeon connected to the main one. Mapping outer dungeon could take even years depending on how large it was. Some of the beginner-friendly levels were already mapped out by the more experienced adventurers. The Adventurer Guild even made money by selling some of the maps. Not all decided on a purchase like that, which could prove fatal in the long run. A certain person in an uncoordinated armor was walking towards this Albrook dungeon. He was holding onto a map and slowly reading it while finishing up an apple that he bought on his way here. It looks like this dungeon is a labyrinth type. Those are tricky ones. This was Roland wearing his brigandine armor along with his helmet to cover his face. He had his arming sword strapped to his side and a shield that he bought strapped to his back. He looked like a regular warrior, with his height over 185 centimeters. He could easily pass for one. He had made a decision of training up his close-quarters fighting skills. The sword-related skills that he had were the most advanced from the combat ones he had. A decision was made by him to focus on it. The shield would also be used for protection, and not only that, as he had tweaked it a bit with his runecrafting skill. Roland didn't abandon his spell casting just yet. He had two smaller wands strapped to his side as another means of attack. He wanted to increase his all-around fighting capability. He could go about it in a couple of ways. First, he could focus on crafting better runic equipment. With various defensive and buffing runes, he would be well protected. His biggest weakness at the moment was a close-range exchange. It was very easy for him to even kill Tier 2 monsters with his common-grade spells. That is if they allowed themselves to be hit. He had won most of his old fights by ranged surprise attacks. There weren't really any moments where he had to face a monster on his level in a true one-on-one battle. Either he hid and used his spells from a safe distance, or he had other people distracting the monsters for him to land a critical blow from afar. I need to develop some kind of fighting style. While walking towards the dungeon, he looked up while thinking. His close-range tactic came down to evading any attacks and then using a fire arrow spell with his wands. There was no fancy footwork involved, any blocking or parrying. It was just pure magical power that was possible through his runic weapons and his high mana pool. If I meet a monster that either dodges or resists one of these spells from close range, I might die. As he was thinking about some fighting combinations, he finally reached his destination. The volcano was giving off puffs of black smoke here and there. The temperature increased slightly the closer he got to this volcano, but it was bearable. He had also attached a special chilling rune to his own armor. If things got too hot, he could lessen the burden on his body by activating it. This rune worked similar to a buffing rune and lowered his mana pool by a set number while being active. Roland moved forward. Other adventurers were also here. Some were waiting for their teammates outside the entrance, some were going in, others were moving out. He could even see scratches and wounds on some of the rough-looking men. They were clearly in a fight not so long ago, and now he would soon be in one as well. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary. He had already been in a dungeon before. There was a slight difference, not from the adventurer's side though, quite innovative. What he saw was a large wagon on the side. The peculiar thing about this wagon was that it looked more like a food stand. This cart was fully made out of wood and it had a top hoisted out from the side. There was also a window to which you could move over and peek in. Get your healing potions and mana potions here. We also have pure water for your parched throat. There was a young girl with a twin bun hairstyle shouting out. She looked rather young, about the age of 12 or close to it. She was clearly there to bring attention to this cart, and it was an older man selling some wares. Some of the injured adventurers were even buying up those healing potions. Roland wasn't interested, but he took some time to examine the prices that were out on a large wooden board on the side. Those prices are at least 25% above the regular market value. It looked like this store was ripping people off, but it did offer a new type of service. If you took into account that it was right outside the dungeon area, the 25% rise in price could be stomached. I hope they know what they are doing though. Roland walked on while looking at some of the adventurers here. They were focusing on that cart with the healing and mana potions. Their faces had a certain attribute to them which didn't bode anything good for the future. He wouldn't get involved in something like this though. He needed to look out for himself instead. He placed himself in front of the large dungeon opening. It really did look like a giant gate. It was at least 5 meters tall. It didn't have a door on it, but there were columns to the side that continued upwards and connected in a half-circular pattern to each other. Right at the area where they came together was a sculpture of a skull, its eyes flaming with a magic flame. Roland almost instantly activated his debugging skill to scan this gate, but he came out empty. There weren't any runes on it of any kind. He could see some strange writings which could be regular enchantments instead. There were other ways than runes to make objects magical in nature, and spell enchantments were one of them. Before people could start staring, he moved forward into the corridor. After passing this gate he was greeted by a slight draft. There were stairs leading down into the dark dungeon, torches were on the side and the whole place was quite well lit. He continued forward without stopping while also scanning the walls for any runes. The walk down continued and the further he got the more wind he could feel blowing onto his helmet. When he finally got down the stairs he found himself in a large area. The walls looked like they were made from large stone bricks and there were torches here and there, which one to take. There were other people here with him, walking into some of the corridors. This area was like a large hub with tunnels. It was the beginning section of this dungeon labyrinth and was considered a safe zone. The monsters that were in those corridors wouldn't be able to come in here as some unseen force was keeping them back. The experts weren't sure why this was the case. The monster bodies could be carried out of the dungeon and processed. The mana stones that they had didn't just vanish when they got out of the dungeon's domain either. But somehow there was a limit on how far these monsters could venture out. Roland read that some people did some tests with weaker monsters. They captured one goblin and tried bringing him outside. There was a strange discovery made then. It was as if some kind of invisible barrier was keeping the monster inside. Even when the researchers tried pushing the monster past the dungeon area it wouldn't budge. It even got squished to death after they used too much force. They could only come to the conclusion that there was some higher tier magic involved. They theorized that the dungeon could be in a different spatial space. To the monster, there was nothing past the dungeon entrance. The world outside might be on a different frequency or even in a different dimension. The adventurers inside could somehow move freely between these spaces, but the monsters could only do it after they died. The dungeon would also reabsorb any corpses of the monsters that died inside if they weren't taken. The same would happen to any dead adventurer. This was also why no one ever found old bodies in these lairs. Where should I go? Roland looked at the map that he bought. This floor of the dungeon's labyrinth was already mapped out and he even drew a line towards the next floor. This didn't mean that everything had been looted already. This dungeon type brought one large bonus with itself compared to the open forest one he previously was in. Periodically a chest with loot would appear. Where they came from no one knew. It was as if the dungeon itself was trying to entice the adventurers to do more exploring. The higher the danger level of the monsters the better loot you would find. Bosses would also drop certain items and respawn at a set time just like in games. Well, I'm here to train for now. I'll just pick a path with the least traps around. The biggest reason for getting this map was to know where the traps were. If a person wasn't careful in this type of dungeon, they would meet their demise quite fast. Labyrinth and ruin type of dungeons that looked man-made always had traps in them. Without a scout or a thief in your party, it was very dangerous. Roland did have a life signal detection device, but he didn't have anything for those traps. With the map in his hand, he would be able to evade his untimely demise. He finally looked to one of the corridors which he then picked as the one to use. The passage was quite huge. It had a similar flaming skull above the entrance. The inside was another corridor with some torches on the side that gave the minimal amount of light for people to see. Roland was a bit surprised about the insides of this dungeon. If he didn't know any better he wouldn't think that it was located inside a volcano. From the information that he gathered, apparently the further down a person went the more the heat increased. There was even a mining section after you made it past this labyrinth. He continued further and finally, the first monster of this dungeon appeared. It was a common type of being that looked like a deflated basketball. Its body was semi-transparent and inside of it was a round object that was of red coloring. Roland pulled out his arming sword and shield while looking at the small creature. Slimes like this existed in vast quantities around here and in other dungeons. They were one of the weakest monsters around, but even then you had to be careful. They multiplied quite fast and could overrun a newbie adventurer party if they weren't careful. He didn't hide his presence as he approached his first monster. It was quite slow in its approach. The transparent ball-like body stretched out slightly towards his direction as the creature moved. It looked a bit like a small worm, but around a one. Roland knew that he could one-shot this thing with the simplest attacking spell that he had. This wasn't the purpose of his training though. He wanted to level up his reflexes, dodging, blocking and even swordsmanship leveled up faster during real fights. It was unknown why, but during actual combat the skills gained some kind of boost. Increasing them like this was many times faster than regular training. When the fire slime got in range it started compressing itself. It showed off its iconic attack of spitting some kind of heated liquid towards him. The pressure propelled this spit forward and made it look like some kind of ball of fire. He simply dodged it to the side. The creature was really slow and the attack was easy to read. The moment this heated liquid collided with the wall to his side, it also started to sizzle. If he got hit in the face with something like that, it would probably melt right through his skin. Even a simple monster like this could prove deadly if it got someone by surprise. After dodging to the side, the slime remained unmoving. This was the right time to strike. He gathered some magical energies on his sword while charging forward. The monster was far too slow on the uptake and could only wait for its demise. He sliced with his mana-imbued sword right through the monster. The slime died instantly after one hit. The slimy body that it had quickly dissipated into liquid, and the slime core in the middle dropped down to the floor with a little clanking sound. Normally, to defeat this type of monster, a person would need to destroy its core. Regular physical attacks were ineffective against the gelatinous body of the slime. There was a way around this problem, and it was quite simple. A person just needed to use a spell or a mana-infused weapon, just like Roland did. There was one reason that he used mana instead of going for the core. This slime core was something that he could sell. If he destroyed it, he wouldn't get much for it. This item had similar properties to mana stones, but it could also be used for various other things. Some slimes even had metallic cores that could be turned into weapons with high magic affinity. Well, that's one down. Now for the rest. Roland glanced into the distance. There he saw many other fire slimes rolling his way. He wouldn't be getting much experience from them, but they were perfect for exercising before he went down to the more difficult levels. It was finally time to become a full-fledged adventurer. Chapter 74. Gruhghghghghhhh. A loud shriek of something non-human was heard, followed by something similar to rattling bones. There was a strange screeching sound of metal against hard stone along with peculiar-sounding footsteps. This was inside the Albrook dungeon that hasn't been rated quite yet. Dungeons in this country would be rated after an extensive investigation. The harder it would be to finish, the higher the rating would become. Most of these dungeons also were given nicknames. The super dungeon in the middle of the island had its own. It was called the Infernal Dragon Dungeon. The dragon that lived there had yet to be beaten. A certain youth in an uncoordinated brigandine armor was standing there, shield and sword in hand. He was looking at a new type of monster that he had never seen before, but he had read about in books. It looked like a common skeleton that you would find in many other similar dungeons. There was a small difference though. This one here was literally on fire. This flaming skeleton here was dragging a large sword with one hand and moving towards Roland very slowly. He knew that taking care of this monster would be an easy feat, but he wasn't here to do that. It was the time to train his battle-related skills. Instead of his magic this time around, he waited patiently without doing any hasty moves. The monster dragged its body toward him slowly, and when it was in range it gave out a loud shriek. How the creature could scream without any vocal cords was what he started asking himself. The large overswing finally came as the skeleton tried hitting him with that sword. He moved behind his shield and took the hit straight on. Normally this would be the time where he used his own sword to slice the monster's head off. Roland didn't do that yet though. He just backed off slightly while looking at his left hand. The attack wasn't that heavy. I can probably grind with this guy a bit. Some skills like shield proficiency and swordsmanship could be trained past the basic variant of the skills by some classes. This was true for most regular combat classes. Even an archer could do this. But a non-combat class like a villager wouldn't be able to do that. So, the grinding initiative that he thought of had started. One of the easiest skills would be the one concerning shields and armor. By just blocking with this piece of steel he could level it up. It was even easier with the armor proficiencies, as a person only needed to move around in combat to level it up. If you took hits while wearing heavy armor it would go up even faster, but was a lot more dangerous. The tactic was simple, fighting slow enemies that were easy to read. This skeleton was one of them. His attacking pattern was pretty simple. It would only charge at him blindly while swinging its long sword. The creature's strength was quite low, as it had trouble holding its weapon steady. Blocking it with a shield was a simple task. So, the little dance continued until the skeleton's inferior weapon couldn't take it much longer. With one last swing against Roland's shield, the rusty sword snapped in half and flew against the wall. This was also the time that he decided to end the training session. Roland listened to the voice that proclaimed how much experience he had earned. He was already used to how meager the gain was, but it was still disheartening. I could probably get more experience by quickly making iron nails at this point. The monster crumbled into a pile of bones after having its head chopped off with one swing. The fire on its remains continued to burn for a few moments before leaving mostly dust behind. As a little bonus, a small mana stone was retrieved from one of the eye sockets. Can I sell this bone dust for something? Roland rubbed his chin while looking at the pile of half-singed remains. He wasn't sure, but an alchemist might be able to mix this with something. It was a magic skeleton that could resist fire while moving around, so maybe this could be used for a fire resistance potion. More money was always better, so he placed what he could into a large jar that then was pocketed into a spatial bag. After he was finished here, he was planning to visit the city. The market there was booming. This was his first day on the job, so it would be better to take whatever he could. He had many spatial bags with himself, so he probably had a leg up against the competition. Most bronze adventurers lacked the funds for a bag like this, and steel-graded ones probably only had one. The bags he had weren't bottomless. He would probably fill them up quite fast if he started gathering the larger creature corpses. Roland grabbed what he could get and then examined his shield. He could see that the skeleton had scratched up his kite shield, but it was still in working order. This particular one was in the shape of a teardrop. When he held it up to his chin, it reached below his knees, and was able to cover most of his body with its width. It also had some mana stones imbued to its structure. He placed them on the inside right next to the shield's inarms. This inarms was composed of leather gripping straps attached to the back of the shield. It was held in place by riveting through the leather and the facing of the shield. On the other side, a person could see the spots that it was riveted through. It wasn't perfect and looked a bit Yankee, but it worked well enough to get him by here. There was a limit to how many mana stones a shield like this could hold. He couldn't just plaster the backside with 10 of them to mitigate all of the mana requirements. The runic structure wouldn't be able to handle the purified mana and would just deteriorate the whole spell structure instantly. Something akin to a short circuit would happen, which would destroy the whole rune. He had chosen the lesser stones for this shield, as he wasn't willing to test the common graded ones on it. The limit on this steel shield was 3 stones. With them around, the mana cost went down dramatically. Each stone lowered the mana requirements by close to 20%, that counted for only spells at the same level though. He had placed a regular mana shield runic spell on it. With the stones and his passive skills, the cost was lowered by close to 70% of its original. For him, with a high mana pool, this meant that he could spam this skill quite often and not fear running dry on mana. This wasn't the only spell that was on this shield. He had gotten the hang of multi-structural runic compositions a bit now. He had also gone with a lesser fire resistance buffing spell. This spell would take a flat number of mana points away from him for it to work. This would produce a constant effect. With the lowered mana costs, it was quite manageable, and a must for the dungeon filled with fire-type monsters. He had already done some extensive testing against the weaker monsters. The slime's heated spit was useless against this shield. He didn't even feel it heating up after taking a direct hit. It was also the highest possible spell structure, which would make any fire attacks below tier 2 highly ineffective. He didn't have time to work on all of his gear yet. His house renovation was taking up a lot of time and he still lacked a forge. The plan was to train in the dungeon while waiting a month for the construction workers to arrive. Most of them were busy working on the various new stores that were being built by some rich merchants or business owners. The city was constantly progressing, but he had already made an appointment. Roland gripped his shield while placing his sword back into the sheath. He then pulled out the map of this dungeon's level. This was still the first level and he was finished with examining it. It took him a few hours to go through the tunnels without rushing, but it was time to move on. The skeletons were the strongest enemy on this level and capped out at the 10th level. Besides them and the slimes, there were also lizard-looking monsters called baby salamanders. That last one was rumored to evolve into more ferocious monsters like fire drakes and fire wyverns if they gained enough levels. The biggest problem with this level was the sheer number of other adventurers. He met them along the way quite often, which slowed down his progress. When they were fighting, he needed to wait for them to be done before progressing. He could be accused of kill stealing if he tried forcing his way through. Roland wished to evade conflict with others, at least for now. After getting a silver grade card, he could start throwing his weight around a bit. With higher levels, prestige wasn't far behind. If I beeline for the second level from the entrance, I could probably get there in 15 minutes, this level wasn't that large. If a person knew the way, they could stroll past most dangers and descend to the second level quite fast. The lower levels would have less competition and more space to move. The size of the labyrinth increased with the lower levels. There was also supposed to be a boss room somewhere. After passing it, you would arrive at a different area than the labyrinth, or so the intel said. Should I go down, or head home? Roland looked at his remaining mana and stamina. Due to sticking to close quarters combat, he didn't really waste any of his magic points. He did spend a lot of time here, mostly by using his shield to deflect the monster attacks. He could easily kill the creatures here with one swing of the sword. Using his spells on the other hand would be overkill. In the end, he decided to head home. It was close to sundown and he didn't want to trek back while it was dark. He could still scribe more spells back home and repair his runic gear. This would also increase his experience pool and help him level up faster. After using the map to guide himself, he was outside after about 15 minutes. Other adventurers were also going home and not many were going in. There weren't that many facilities in this city, so remaining here during the night would be dangerous. Sleeping or camping inside the dungeon was also ill-advised. There were expeditions that took precautions when venturing inside. Some gold and silver adventurers were already down in the lower levels, mapping everything out at this very moment. A large group, sometimes part of a larger organization, would take on such a task. They would bring non-combatants inside that could cook and disassemble monsters. Some were used as packing mules, as even with the spatial technology, space would run out with long expeditions. People like that would be called packing mules. They were easily identifiable by the large backpacks that they were wearing. Those were specialized spatial devices with increased capacity and weight management. This job didn't pay much, but such a person wasn't required to fight. Roland was a solo adventurer, so he didn't really have much use for a packing mule like that. He could just dump everything back at the guild for processing. The monsters he was fighting at the moment were small, so he could manage. Protecting such a person in a one-man party would prove difficult. The red sun rays greeted him after he ascended the long flight of stairs outside of the dungeon. The people that were selling potions were still there and the young girl was still trying to entice buyers. With time, more merchants would probably set up camp here. Maybe some large stores and even a hotel could be placed in close proximity. Can't have a store too close though. The dungeon might go through an expansion sooner or later. Some dungeons went through things like expansions, which increased their size. Such a phenomenon could change the landscape that such a dungeon was on. This volcano could start getting larger and push itself more in a given direction. The possibility of that happening was low. Mostly the dungeons expanded below ground, but you had to take things like that into account. Having a smaller store in a wagon was probably the smarter option at the moment. He left the dungeon along with some other adventurers that were probably also going back to their homes. He remained between some groups as it was unavoidable with so many people around. Roland took some time to look at the parties that were here and spotted a common trait that most of them had. Most of them don't look over 20, this did make sense to him. Youths would be more prone to adventure out into other lands, while seasoned adventurers probably already had things figured out for themselves. It was a big gamble to go to another city that was far away if you already had a good thing going for yourself. The veterans also knew the dangers of going into unmapped dungeons. The first ones there had the opportunity to gain some rare loot, but also to get killed by a trap or unique monster. The grinding spots should clear out the further down I go. Most of these people are bronze or steel grade. He thought that maybe going down to an area that monsters were around the 40th level would be the best choice. Facing ones over 50 would be manageable with his spells, but he wasn't really a true tier 2 class holder yet. With time he arrived back at his brand spanking new home. The door wasn't even squeaking that much as he did replace the hinges. That didn't keep it from scratching the wooden floor that he had fixed, as the door was a tight fit. No one had decided to pay him a visit back here for now. He was in the middle of setting up a wooden fence around his land. If he had the time and manpower, he would place large 3-meter-tall walls to keep everyone out, along with barbed wire to make it hard for people to climb over it. This would be a project for the future, as he still needed the construction company to get over here. Roland was still in possession of some gold coins that he earned back at Edelgard. He received a large sum from Marlowe, his old boss. Besides that, he had his own gold saved up from years of scribing scrolls and enchanting runic equipment. He should be able to get the place renovated with what he had. Resources like wood or stone weren't that costly, so setting up the wall and some defenses wasn't a pipe dream. The wall would be placed more as a deterrent than a defensive measure. He just wanted people to see that they weren't that welcome inside. If someone decided to climb over the barbed wire walls, then the gloves would come off. The first line of defenses would be the usual trap mines, but he was planning to include some other things. There were other spells that he could use. Ones that didn't cause widespread damage to his own property. Wish this game system came with a target-seeking defensive turrets. I'll probably have to design those myself, wonder if that will ever be possible. Roland had something similar in mind that utilized a specialized spell that could also be triggered. The only problem was with the scroll format. He didn't really want to have to replace the trap scrolls each time someone invaded his privacy. Making some kind of mana generator that included the mana stones was something he was very interested in. He had the knowledge of runes and ethereal pathways that worked similar to wireless technology in his old world. If he managed to create something to generate a source of mana that was constant, he could wire up his whole house. With this, he would be able to make mana-powered utensils that he wouldn't need to power directly himself. For now, he knew how to include mana stones into the runic structures. Those still required a small jolt of his mana to activate, even though the drain was lessened dramatically. I guess I could look through the auction house, but finding something there as a reference will probably be hard. He tried to recall anything that could be of use to him. Something like the engine from that magical train came to mind, but there wasn't anything like that here. He would need to check the town for any magical devices that could work by themselves. But for now, it was time to wind down. He had spent the whole day in the labyrinth, his research would have to wait for another day. Getting some hot water into his tub was the more important thing to do now. Chapter 75. Clink-clang, the sound of a metal hammer against metal was heard. It echoed throughout this closed room while the magical sparks illuminated it. Roland, that didn't seem to have grown into his body, was hammering away on a shield. Each time he delivered a blow with his hammer, a strange runic pattern appeared on this tear-shaped piece of metal. This process of hammering continued for a few minutes before the youth had enough. The shield that he was working on was examined before being put away to the side to lean against one of the cellar walls. I really need a furnace. Roland looked around his workshop. It didn't have much. He had a tool rack hanging on the wall along with a thick wooden crafting table. He also possessed his old anvil that was in the middle of it all, but he was lacking a few key elements of this workshop. He was missing a forge, without which he couldn't really do much. There was also room for a smelter, but that was a bit less important than the forge. Without a proper forge, he couldn't heat up the metal. Without softening the metal shaping, it was difficult. His strength did increase, but bending steel and iron into shape was above his abilities. Also, doing such things to unhardened steel wasn't such a smart idea. Roland had some leftover gear from the bandits and from some older creations. With how the rune structures burned through the steel, he wouldn't have much left after prolonged use. Even now, his steel arming sword was already eroding. Swords like this weren't that thick. With prolonged rune usage, the internal structure could crumble. This could lead the blade to snap eventually. It could prove deadly in the midst of battle. While thinking about the future failure of his sword, he looked at the mace he received from his bandit encounter. This item was made from deep iron, which was better than hardened steel. Be it durability, hardness, and the most important, mana resistance. There was quite a difference between this metal and regular iron. While regular iron could sustain a couple of charges of his magical runes, deep iron could manage at least 10 times that amount. Repairing it also removed less material, which would let the weapon survive for longer. He looked at the mace and gave it a couple of practice swings. He could see some cracks here and there in this iron mace. This was all thanks to his runic blacksmith's eyes that let him see all impurities and blemishes of this weapon. The way it was made was also quite crude, which was also why it was ranked low. Even he, with only a few years of blacksmithing under his belt, would be able to make an intermediate version of this weapon if he had the right materials. Though it wasn't really the fault of the craftsman that made this weapon, it was just old and overused. It was normal for weapons and armor to drop in rating when identified after some time. Only masterwork items made from the most resistant metals could last for generations without degrading. I could probably wedge a stone into the handle and give it an impact rune. The durability is only at 64%, but it shouldn't break until it goes below 30%. I hope the impact rune was one of the first runes that he came across. He could place a common version on this item and not worry about the metal deteriorating too fast. This magic rune worked by increasing the weight of the item it was inscribed on. When swinging this mace he could make it several times heavier. Force was just the multiplication of acceleration and mass. He was only increasing the mass in this equation to deliver devastating blows. This rune was strong but hard to work with. Activating it too soon or too late would just mess up a person's momentum. Better to also place a hardening rune on it. It will cost more mana but it won't break that easily. He continued talking aloud. A hardening rune that was sometimes also called the strengthening rune made items more resistant to physical attacks. It worked by coating the weapon in a thin layer of mana that helped in absorbing physical shocks. It was an active type of rune, so placing it on armor would drain the user of their mana quite fast. Roland had already fiddled around with the deep iron metal. He had the 3 slave collars to the side and already knew that inscribing on them would be troublesome. Without softening the metal with some magical fire, this metal was hard to work with. He would be able to manage it somehow on unsoftened resources, but it would significantly increase the crafting time. He didn't really have any other options at the moment. He could try making his own forge, but he wasn't really good at building those. He also didn't swipe the old bellows from his old workshop as he was in a rush and also lacked space. Roland could also attempt to make a new version of the forge that utilized his magical runes. He could replace the bellows with a wind rune. The forge itself didn't need to have some kind of special design, it only needed to spit fire, the more condensed the better. The problem as always were the materials. For a magical forge he would need a lot of deep steel or iron. One from regular metals wouldn't last him long. He also needed something to fuel this forge. Runecrafting while also inserting mana into the forge would strain his mana reserves even if they were abundant for his level. I better get to work then. He decided to work on the mace first. The mana stone would be attached in a crude way for the time being. There would be a lot of hammering and bending involved, but without any alchemical glue, he could only wedge it in by force. He did this by forcing a small opening at the base of the handle with one of his hardy tools. The opening was slightly larger than the mana stone in question. He then gently hammered the opening shut while trying not to damage the hilt along with the stone. Following this, a lengthy process of runesmithing took place. The unsoftened deep iron proved to be quite hard to work with. This forced him to run out of mana several times before he was done with the runic structure. In the end, he had a half-baked weapon with a dual runic structure. Both of those runes were common runes. They were hard to perfect even for him who had spent years training his craft. The difficulty was also increased by the fact that this weapon was made of deep iron. This all without the forge, which made the whole process tedious. He was more familiar with the impact rune, so it came out better. The materials he was working with were also hard to work with, so it would take him some time to perfect everything even with the available highest quality schematics. This will do. He took the mace into his hand and gently inserted mana into the runes. The moment the impact rune was activated he could feel the weapon getting heavier. The more mana he infused, the more his arm started to shake from the added weight. The other rune was also activating along with the impact one. He had set it up so that the two operated together. Roland looked at the heavy mace that was glowing in a faint blue light. It was given a poke with his hammer to test the hardening rune. It did indeed absorb some of the shocks. The gentle taps were fully defended against. He could see the shield struggling only after he smacked it harder. The new weapon would be more of a backup against stronger monsters. First, he wanted to train his swordsmanship skill to its fullest potential. It was the one that he was most experienced with. Skipping over to blunt weapons at this point could impede his progress. He wanted to at least max one of his weapon skills to the 9th level before trying his class change. It could aid him in getting a new battle class. Getting more than one up would be nice, but he would probably reach the level limit before his skill limit in that situation. Getting a tier 2 class and profiting from the added stat bonus was something that he wanted to get as fast as possible. In this world of unknown dangers, strength was paramount and he was now very aware of that. Roland dropped the mace to the ground after inserting too much mana into it. It had taken him 2 days to create this item and he was now quite hungry. He had gone through some old rations, but he was now in the mood for a cooked meal. His kitchen didn't have a stove yet, but he could probably craft himself a runic pan to fry things on it. He just lacked the oil to use it as a deep fryer. It was time to go into the growing city. He had been here for a week now and had gotten the house in a condition that he could live in it. The hinges on the doors were replaced, but the windows were still nailed shut. Luckily for him, this was an island with a warm climate. The nights were slightly chilly, but with a blanket, the windy house didn't bother him that much. The workers that would be coming in a few weeks would need to fix some things. The rat-infested attic was riddled with holes, but he had cleaned it with some pressurized water. Some of the wooden floors would need replacing, but that was a problem for the future. I should head out. He grabbed his clothes from the side. He would be going lighter this time around. He didn't expect any trouble while in town. Roland moved his hands to his helmet and looked at it. Do I really need this? The steel helmet wasn't that comfortable, but it did aid him in gaining experience in heavy armor proficiency. This wasn't the dungeon though, and he would only be going to the city. Did he really need to hide his face? It had been some time since the events in Edelgard. Did that strange cultist lady and the warlock really take a good look at him? He also remembered that she stabbed him through the shoulder with some kind of cursed blade. If he didn't down his potions while going down the stairs, he would be dead from the poison. Then there was the curse that he was lucky enough to have enough money to cure. The cult might think that he was already dead. Not like they would be stupid enough to go right back into Edelgard after that night to check. Without that spire relic that produced the illusion, they wouldn't be able to have the element of surprise. They might have been more concerned with the 2 Tier 3 dark elves that were their match. Both of them were healthy the last time he saw them. Roland could only think of one way that they could find him here, and it was by ways of magic. His trail was cold by now. No lower-level trackers would be able to follow him, plus they would need a personal possession to start. That dagger did draw his blood, so there could be some occult magic that could home in on his location. But he wasn't sure that long-range tracking magic like that would be pinpoint accurate. Maybe they would get a general location, maybe only pointing to this island and not even the town he was in. Roland was tired of looking over his shoulder. It wasn't a healthy way of living. It was time to give it a rest and move on with his life. He would tackle that trouble when it came. After deliberating for a moment, he decided to not put his helmet on and go with some regular-looking clothes. He wouldn't be able to hide that he lived here anyway. Roland was planning to place one forge closer to the log cabin. He was going to act as a regular blacksmith, which meant that he couldn't hide his face forever. At least not in town. While out adventuring, he would keep the helmet for added protection. He finally left his house after locking up. The way to the real workshop down below was hidden behind an illusion spell. Only people Tier 2 and above with high detection skills would be able to see through the spell. There were also some detection spells that worked, but not like anyone had reasons to believe that there was treasure in this house to bother with something like that. After a long walk to town, he was there again. It looked busy as always, and he could even see another caravan arriving just like the one he was part of. There were more young adventurers amongst them, hope for riches and fame clearly visible in their eyes. There were many people coming in and going. He had already seen some of the youngsters getting injured. Not everyone had extensive battle training against monsters when they were young, as he did thanks to his noble upbringing. Most people thought that weak monsters like goblins or those slimes didn't pose much of a threat. They were dumb, slow, and weak, but their attacks hurt like hell when they landed. Roland already witnessed some people getting burn marks from the slime lava-like spit or the fire skeletons. One-on-one they weren't much of a problem, but there were certain areas in the labyrinth where a group of them could lurk. The slimes sometimes stuck to the ceiling and tried to land on a person's head. To the inexperienced thrill-seekers, even a little monster like that could prove deadly. He could kind of tell which ones of these would not be having a good time in the coming days here. He himself was taking a slow approach to the dungeon and slowly fighting the unfamiliar monsters to see how they acted. Only after getting accustomed to their attack patterns would he move on to the lower levels. Just like with the other dungeon that he was in, the difficulty steadily increased. The lower levels started getting bigger and more monsters in larger groups appeared. There was also a possibility of an irregular monster that was stronger than the rest showing up. A person had to be careful. He had enough maturity to see this fact, but the regular youngsters had their heads in the clouds. They probably just wanted to get their treasures and hit it off. Most of them were poor, daughters and sons of farmers or fallen nobles trying to reclaim some of that lost honor. Taking the fast route was hard, and there were many bumps along the way. Roland had also learned that during his travels. This place doesn't look that packed. While walking, he finally arrived at one of the town restaurants. This one was named that Happy Rooster, and like its name, it mostly served poultry-related dishes. He would love it if there were something like a chicken nugget in this world. He would have to settle for unseasoned chicken breasts or legs instead. The seasoning was mostly something rich merchants or nobles could only afford. Restaurants that were serving to commoners didn't even bother with stocking anything besides sugar, pepper, and salt. Even that heightened the cost of the meal by a large margin. He was already used to the bland food, but it was still better than what he could make himself. Without a high cooking skill in his repertoire, he wouldn't be able to make anything tasty even if he tried. He had some points in the lower version of it, but without a class that used it, he wouldn't be able to level it up further. Roland looked around at the new faces. The town was growing. It would probably take a couple of months or even years before everything settled. He had arrived here sooner than he had anticipated, and the city wasn't in a good state yet. Even the auction house that he wanted to use as a means of selling his wares was still being renovated. The other adventurers were also waiting for it to show up. Selling everything at the guild wasn't the most lucrative thing a person could do. With time the facilities would be set up, but this would take some time. Roland wasn't in a hurry though. Unless his old enemies came to his doorstep he could relax and wait. Training in the dungeon during the day and making repairs to his runic items during the night was his new schedule. His aim was to get to Tier 2 within a year. Bringing his home into working condition was a second priority, but that could be done with just money and time. Chapter 76. Okay, Wayland, was it? Do you want to add something to the project before we start? Give me a second. Roland grabbed a large parchment with a diagram on it. It wasn't a schematic of rooms or anything close to that. It was the plan of his house. On this piece of paper he could see the dimensions and layout of his new home. This was the house plan along with the blueprints that the construction company he had hired was working on. He was a bit surprised at how modern they looked. The floor plans were quite detailed. By the looks of things, these people were experienced professionals. The man he was talking with was the foreman. He was tasked with keeping the workers in check and that everything went smoothly on the construction site. People like the architect or the company boss weren't here, so he was the one responsible for it all. Roland had already listed what he wanted. He wanted to have the whole building checked and renovated. All the broken boards on the floor were to be replaced with new ones. They would need to check if the brick walls were structurally safe. He had made some improvements to the old design. One was the iron bars in the windows that would make getting in a bit more difficult. He also ordered the construction workers to fence up his entire property. It wouldn't be used more as an indication not to trespass. Getting through a fence even with barbed wire wouldn't really be hard. People already had superhuman levels of strength and agility. Vaulting over a 2 or 3 meter tall wall was easy. That didn't mean that there wouldn't be some surprises waiting for any trespassers on the inside. Roland went over the house blueprints once more before giving them back to the person in charge. How long will it take? Hard to say. A few days, a week at most. It would be best if you found yourself a place to stay till we are done. The foreman was a regular human being like him. His workers were quite mixed. He could see a large man that was part of the Goliath race. There were 2 dwarfs and even a gnome there. The smaller races had higher dexterity, so they would probably be responsible for things like painting the wood or replacing small moving parts. The large muscular man would probably have to carry all the heavy gear and dig up the ground for the new fence. Yes, of course, Roland expected something like this to happen. The thing that would be the most annoying was the special coating to preserve the wood. They would apply it with a large brush on fresh planks, but it would give out an intensive smell. It would be quite hard to spend a night in a place like that. A person would get headaches if they inhaled the vapors, so he would need to move out for now. The log cabin would get the same treatment, so it was better to move to an inn for the time being. The last option was camping out in a tent on his own land. He decided to move to the city, for now. He could use this time to visit all the shops and find out where everything was. The town was expanding fast. The construction workers were quite fast. Their specialized building classes allowed them to complete everything with minimal errors. Roland was surprised, but there were some advancements with building materials. This world even had its own version of cement and plaster-like substances. The alchemists were responsible for that. They mostly mixed some exotic ingredients together to get similar results. Monster remains were also important in making those mixtures, which made dungeons quite the hot commodity. This world had its own unique set of technological advancements. If he compared it to a strategy game, he would be in a civilization that abandoned modern science in favor of magic. Instead of steam or combustion engine technology, they were shifting towards mana technology, using it as fuel. This made a lot of sense as it was a reusable source of energy found almost everywhere. It was in every living being but mostly in the air. A person just needed to know how to absorb this abundant energy source. Even the mana stones only purified it for an increased absorption rate, without producing it themselves. Roland's next big task would require him to harness this abundant source of energy. For this, he needed something akin to a battery. He actually had an idea of how such a thing was possible. One part of the equation was the mana stones that you received from monsters and beasts. He actually considered creating either a steam or combustion engine. With his blacksmithing skills he would be able to make a piston and cylinder that was required for those. Customizing it to work with runes would be the tricky part. The problem was with how these runes weren't that customizable. He could place a small detonation rune to push the piston in the cylinder. That wasn't the hard part. To actually make it work, he would need the detonation rune to activate at set intervals. Intervals that needed to change if he wanted to. Otherwise, it would only spin on one set speed while constantly drawing his mana. He had something in that theme with his grindstone, but that one used a set runic structure that applied a constant push in one direction. It was quite a simple setup that constantly drew mana from the user. It was a simpler design over the engines from his old world, but it also required more power. A periodical infusion of mana to an impact rune would use up less energy while also conserving some momentum. He theorized that such a mixed engine would be more powerful and it would use less juice as well. It would also require a more intricate runic design as well as a piston with a cylinder that fit into each other tightly. Producing something like that with the tools that he had would be hard. If he was off by a millimeter, the detonation would be unfocused, and the loss of energy during the motion would make it ineffective. He could also go with a more primitive steam engine design. He would only need to place a rune to heat up some water and make the steam push it instead. This would produce less power, but also a simple heating rune was quite energy efficient. Would be nice if I could play around with the settings of those runes. There will be a lot of trial and error involved in making an engine like that. Also not sure about the uses. The biggest issue with bringing a hybrid engine into this world was its uses. He could probably slap it together and have it run in one way or another. But what would that give him? Could he get something out of that mechanical force that was produced? He could make the engine spin around to power a drill. He could tweak the design to get a push and pull motion, but what of it? He could already achieve this effect with the runic designs if he tweaked them slightly. The biggest question was if he could turn that energy into something valuable. Roland did make some calculations and did think there was a way to work something out. The hybrid steam engine was just one part of the equation, the other one was what it could produce. With the addition of a generator, he figured that he could produce electricity. Now came the big question, could electricity be stored as mana in some way? The lightning element was something that existed in this world. It was considered a higher tier school of magic and more difficult to learn. People with an affinity for it were rare amongst the mags that existed. If you had it, you were considered gifted, as lightning was very potent at delivering high amounts of damage. With this, Roland believed that electricity could be very potent as a power source. He just needed to find a way to store it as mana into something. While thinking about this, he headed back into Albrook. It was time to look over the city again. He had spent most of his time going between the dungeon and his own house. This left the new town mostly unexplored. After a little jog, he was in one of his favorite restaurants. He was mostly here because the food was cheap while still somewhat tasty. After about a month of being here, certain things had changed. One of them being that the new auction house was going to be opening this very day. The new owners had rushed its production and some of the halls weren't finished, but they were opening it up with one of them being usable. After finishing up with his food, he decided to check it out. This reminded him about the time that he visited Edelgard for the first time. He also used the auction house to get all of his money for a long time before he was scouted by the gnome boss. Maybe if he refused him at that time, he would be still in Edelgard selling his improved scrolls or now runic weapons. He did gain a lot by signing a contract, but in the long run, it didn't pan out. Opening up a business was still something that he was thinking about, but now was not the time. The auction house could be used for selling his wares instead. He didn't plan on opening a workshop yet, he didn't have enough time to work full-time in it yet. Welcome everyone to the grand opening of Albrook's official auction house. With the help of the mayor, Roland had arrived just in the nick of time to witness a gnome in a top hat and a cane doing the announcement. This was someone from the auction house, might have been the owner or the announcer. Next to him stood an older man in a tailored suit. He was of the human race and looked about 60 years of age. From what Roland knew, this was the town mayor. If he was here, then this place was probably being sponsored by the noble that owned this city. This spot would be very lucrative for anyone, so owning the auction house would bring the noble and the city a lot of money. They will probably forbid any other auction houses from opening. Or it will take some bribing for an opposing auction house to get started. Maybe some heavy taxation if the lord of the island agrees. This was nothing new. The rich got richer while the poor were forgotten. It was very smart to get into the auction house racket. This was the only place where regular adventurers could sell their wares and hope for a good price. Most of them didn't want to bother with things like selling, they would rather get drunk at the pub or hunt more monsters. Things like mana cores and monster fangs could be dropped off at the Adventurer Guild at a minimal loss. But getting a deal for some kind of exotic crystal or a magic blade that was found in a chest was harder. Thus the auction house would be the preferred means of selling. Other adventurers, merchants, and sometimes even nobles would visit such places to spend their money. Unless you were friends with some kind of shop owner or blacksmith, this was the best place to drop off your loot. The people from the auction house would take care of everything. The client only needed to return the next day to get his coins without worrying. That is if their item made it through the appraiser. Not every little trinket would be put up for auction. With that, I would like to invite everyone to the first Albrook auction, free of charge of course. Roland perked up at the free of charge part of the announcement. He had spent a lot of time selling his scrolls at the auction house in Edelgard. He didn't really have the time or money to buy anything back then though. He was also hired to work at the company, so the need for selling or buying wasn't there. Everything he needed was provided by his old boss at a lower price than what he could get it for at the auction. After a while, he kind of forgot about that place and only visited regular stores instead. Maybe there will be something interesting. Something that could help me with my generator problem. Other people were also interested, so it would be a packed hall this time around. After further investigation, the auction wasn't actually free, at least not for anyone that wanted to buy something. The people could stay in the back and watch, but if someone wanted to buy anything, they had to buy a small paddle with a number on it. With it, they could raise it when they were interested in something. Like in all the other auction houses, Roland wasn't that strapped for cash, plus the fee was only one small silver coin. With this, he was also able to get a seat for himself while anyone that wasn't willing to pay had to stand in the back. The auction house looked like a small theater, quite similar to the other ones that Roland visited before. This stage was slightly bigger than the one he saw back in Edelgard. This might have been because this was the only one in this auction building for now. While back in Edelgard there were smaller ones for the less expensive items, we would like to bring your attention to our first item. This is a The person on the stage was a beautiful lady of the elven variety. This is something that never changed. They always brought out stunning-looking women to attract attention. With a beauty on the side, the buyers were willing to spend more. Something to do with the urge to show off in front of a potential mate. Also, Roland heard from someone mentioning it during a random pub conversation. The items that were shown weren't anything out of the ordinary. Some sets of quality healing and mana potions, some enchanted weapons, and sometimes some unique devices here and there. Due to this auction house only having one stage, the items varied by the quality and there wasn't any rhyme or reason to how they were presented. Roland expected this issue to be fixed the longer the auction house operated. Roland gave out a yawn. He had spent at least an hour sitting here without seeing anything worthwhile. He was mostly here to look at the item prices. They didn't differ much from the ones back in Edelgard. Everything cost slightly more though, which made sense as the weapons were mostly imported from outside, and people had to account for shipping prices. This next item would be perfect for a present. Another thing came. The woman placed a box on the auction table. It wasn't that big, around 15 square centimeters. It looked to be some kind of music box. After placing it down, the woman pressed a button from the side. Roland was using his mana detection skill while looking at the items, which prompted him to notice something off. He squinted while looking at the contraption. A little horse popped out and started spinning around. The tune wasn't anything special, it sounded like a generic lullaby. That wasn't really what he was interested in. He looked at the item in question with the help of his skills. He could see runic pathways running all over it, some of them connecting to a mana stone that was sticking out on the side. Is that thing absorbing mana from the surroundings and running on it by itself? Normally any runic item required the user to insert some mana of their own. This one seemed to work in a different way. It was apparently activated by a press of a side button. This fact alone made Roland interested in this item. The starting price will be, for large silver coins. He looked at the lack of paddles in the air. The item was a magical device, but not really useful for the adventurers here. It was more of a present for a female family member. It could shed some light on his mana engine theory. If the item was working without needing an outside mana jolt, then it had to be storing mana in a different place. He decided to raise his number. Luckily no one else looked interested in this item, so he would get it for cheap. After investigating it further, he might be able to get through his bottleneck. Chapter 77. Roland was sitting with a cup of tea in his hand. It looked like he was in a small dim-lit room. He was taking a sip of some kind of black tea that was still giving out steam. There was only one small table, one chair, and a small single-person bed squeezed inside of here. This made the young man recall some of the old dorm rooms that he used to stay in back in another life. That time he used to hate it, now it might have been something that he looked back to fondly. It was a simpler time. No monsters or evil cults were lurking in the darkness to get him back in those days. On the small table lay a box, a music box to be exact. It wasn't exactly in working order anymore, as the springs and screws that kept it in place were laid out on the table. This was the very same item that he had bought at the auction house. He was now examining it after getting a place to stay for the night. The inns in the city were still jam-packed, but the adventurers still evaded the ones that cost a bit more. They would rather spend the night in the stables while spending the rest on food and alcohol. Then the following day they could spend the rest on health potions for the next expedition into the dungeon. This cycle continued till the adventurer in question either made enough money to rent themselves a room or they perished while trying. Not many adventurers could afford a home like Roland did. Gathering up 100 small gold coins would be something that would take years. Maybe if someone were lucky to find themselves a magic blade to pawn off, they could speed up the process. This is a bit unexpected. I guess the answer was right under my nose. Roland picked up a part of the music box that had runic patterns on it. Lucky for him, this item was of that variety and not a regular enchanted one. The weapons and armor that were auctioned off were mostly regular enchanted ones instead. He wasn't sure, but maybe the drops in the dungeon were of that type of magic equipment. What he was holding was just a plate of metal made from deep iron. The runic structure was condensed on it, which made it look smaller than whatever he could make. This item was certainly made by someone that was more skillful than he was. That didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to recreate it. With his debugging skill, this would prove rather easy. The only problem would be improving on the design with his own knowledge. Roland expected to find some kind of special device or an item responsible for this music box working. This he did, but instead of one, it was a combination. The small plate that had the runic components in them also had a socket. This socket contained a marble-like item, an item that he was familiar with, a slime core. This slime core was the magical mineral that was apparently able to store mana inside of it. There was a specialized runic structure around this socket that kept the slime core inside of it. He had examined it before dismantling the music box. What he saw was a siphoning effect that funneled the mana from the surrounding area into this slime core. This core worked as some kind of generator or battery. It was constantly discharging the mana it had stored back into the runic structure. Thus the music box was able to function. The button on the side that activated it just moved some parts and connected some runic traces. There was also one mana stone present to purify the mana from the surroundings. It was directly connected to the slime core, probably allowing it to work more efficiently by being in closer proximity to the battery. From how it looked, the runic components only needed a little jolt of magic at the start before they would work on their own. Besides the slime core, there was deep iron involved. He could clearly tell that the runic components were not deteriorating that fast. The small rune design and its simplicity gave the item longevity. Even when constantly turned on, it was working just fine. It looked that if the magic rune didn't pass a certain threshold of mana usage, The runic components that it was composed of wouldn't break down, at least not when made from this deep iron. If this was some kind of other metal with a special mana-gathering attribute was unknown. He would need to test it out on other metals to see if there was a difference. Well, this clears up a couple of things. The person that made this was probably an experienced runesmith. You don't see many runes at the high grade. This rune was of the high grade, which was something rare. Most of the items out on the market were of the intermediate grade, while high and above were hard to find. This was also why the wares that he made sold quite well. Probably the craftsmen weren't willing to give away the knowledge of their designs to just anyone. Thus most runesmiths ended up with average knowledge and made average grade runes. Improving on the design was a lot harder without a lot of trial and error. This would be a time-consuming process. It could also be costly if something went wrong. Badly connected rune components could be volatile, even explode. Roland was just happy that he could skip that process with his debugging skill. If he didn't have it, he would probably be still stuck scribing low-level runes. Maybe he would have to go work for some kind of runesmith that was willing to share their knowledge with him. With this skill, he had attained a degree of freedom, but this also caused him to have some holes in his basic knowledge. Was this battery structure something hard to make? It didn't look out of the ordinary. He was a classical case of someone that started running without having learned to walk properly first. Roland had placed the piece of metal to the side and got ready to go to bed. With this, he had something to look forward to. He had also ordered a basic forge to be made at his home. The building company luckily was able to do that. They would place it in the log cabin for now while his secret workshop remained underground. There he was planning to build his own furnace, one that was composed of runes. Through this he could only do after completing his runic generator design. Now after looking over this toy, it was finally a possibility. First, he would need to get his house back. He would also need copper wire and magnets. This was something he would need to create an electric generator. This was a device that converts mechanical energy into electrical power. How this worked was common knowledge from his old world, and it wouldn't be that hard to produce with his current skills. The hard part would be to harness this electrical current to then produce mana. He also needed it to produce more mana than there was introduced into the runic structure. Without that, the generator idea would fall flat. The first prototype would probably be quite crude, but he needed to test if this thing even had the merit to be improved later on. He had copper and magnets in his workshop already. He had gotten a few strong ones for his refrigerator design. They sealed the doors quite nicely. While thinking about the next few days, he went to sleep. Before anything could be done, he needed his house to be in working order. The following day Roland woke up early. He visited some shops to try and buy anything that could help him with the future mana generator design. One of the problems would be placing wires along his house to deliver the mana to all of his appliances. The ethereal pathways had a very limited range, so he would need to actually attach them to his generator. The people of this world did make wires for fences, so he would be able to just buy that. Those wires were thicker than electrical wires, but that would just make it easier to inscribe the runic traces on them. They would also deteriorate quite slowly with only runic pathways on them. Without runic components that had a spell structure, the metals didn't suffer that much damage. He could also place more than just one pathway for the mana to travel through the cable. This was all still only theoretical, as he still needed to make the devices capable of using these cables. Those would mostly be power tools like a drill or a belt grinder. This would have to wait till he got his hands on some better crafting utensils. For now, Roland used his time to check the shops for anything useful. The rest of his time was spent down in the dungeon. Leveling up to level 75 was still very much on his agenda. It wouldn't hurt to have a tier 2 class sooner rather than later. So he did, this time venturing to the levels below. What he found were more skeletons that were on fire along with more slimes. He was sure to hunt the latter ones more, as the slime cores could be used for his generator. Roland wasn't sure how many of them he could use, but he could hold on selling them until he figured out that part. Those two weren't the only monsters that he found down there. He was facing another common creature that he had faced before. It was a giant rat. This was a variation of the old foe that was dark crimson in coloring. The only difference between this one and the ones he saw back in the city of Carwen. These ones were of higher level and also somewhat fire resistant. For him that was over level 70, this thing wasn't much of a problem. With a couple of stabs from his arming sword, the monster fell. It was quickly replaced by another one. These large rodents rarely wandered around alone. This is good practice. Roland used this chance to train himself when fighting multiple opponents. The trick was not to get yourself surrounded. This was easier in these corridors as he just needed to move back while not letting any of the monster rats pass him on the side. If he wasn't careful, he might find himself up against a wall. That was still better than being surrounded. At least he wouldn't need to watch his back. He made quick work of the large rats that were about the size of a middle-sized dog. They were kind of a waste of time as the experience he was gaining didn't even go over 10. None of these critters had any mana stones in them either, and rat teeth or claws didn't sell for all that much. I need to get to the lower levels. I won't get much experience unless I face off against lower-leveled Tier 2 monsters. This was a fact that he already knew. Ever since attaining his third Tier 1 class, leveling up had gotten hard. Even after battling Tier 2 monsters and all of those bandits, he wasn't rewarded with that much. Using his time to craft high-tier runic equipment would bring him better results. He was also running low on the crafting schematic exploit that let him get to this point so fast. Roland pulled out the labyrinth map and started examining it. He was now on the starting section of the third floor. The monster attacks were more frequent here and the corridors were also wider. This allowed the monsters more area to maneuver. There was also a chance of them sneaking up behind a person from one of the side corridors that were passed. While taking a moment to eat something, he looked for the fastest way to the level below. He wanted to take it slowly, but these monsters weren't proving very lucrative. Any of the monster body parts he could sell weren't worth more than the simplest magic scroll he could make. Farming them for money wouldn't be something worthwhile, and the experience was also bad. This was still the safest way of leveling up his warrior-type skills, so he was bearing with it. After eating, he ventured forth to do more battling, but now if there wasn't a mana stone or a creature core, he would just leave everything behind. This labyrinth apparently ran 10 levels deep. Each level increased the monster level by about 5. On the 10th and final level, you would face creatures close to level 50. Some monsters at the second tier could be seen there, which meant that most adventurers below the silver rank wouldn't be seen wandering there alone. At most, a full party of steel adventurers could hope to survive down there. He continued on his way, going down to the lower levels. The further down he went, the less adventurer he saw. This meant that there would be more loot to find, but also more monsters to go through. At the higher levels, a person didn't run into that many monsters as all the other adventurer parties were taking them out. At the 4th level, he battled another new monster. It looked like an iguana and could actually produce something akin to a fire breath. This was also the first time that he actually needed to activate his magic shield to defend himself against this flame breath. It was quite large for something considered a baby. While the rats were the size of a middle-sized dog, this one would be akin to a larger breed. It was close in specs to a full-grown wolf, and it had some sharp teeth to go with it. Roland blocked the fire attack with his shield. The activated magic was enough to not make him feel any heat. The flame resistance rune was working just fine. The moment the monster ran out of breath was the time for him to strike. This time around he used his mana thrust rune to skewer the red lizard-looking monster. The salamander wasn't able to react in time. Taking one hit from the torrent of mana was enough to slay this creature. The monster's head exploded into many tiny chunks which blooded the wall behind it. He could feel that this one had a mana stone hidden in its abdomen. He needed to stick his hands into its guts to pull it out. It wasn't the best feeling, but after having slain many monsters he was used to this sort of job. He looked at the defeated monster, while wondering if there was really nothing worthwhile for him to take from it. At times like these was when he recalled that having party members had its upsides. He wouldn't need to go through dead monster carcasses at least. Before he could decide on his next move, another one of those salamanders appeared. Probably attracted by the stench of blood, training my shield proficiencies is quite easy in this sort of place. He looked to the monster that was ready to breathe out some fire. His shield started glowing in a blue hue that had a slight red tint to it. The moment the fire attack connected with its magical surface, it started getting dispersed. Roland noticed that defeating this type of monster was quite easy if you managed to resist its breathing attack. It remained stationary afterward. Probably the usage of mana left its body unable to evade any attacks coming for it in that time frame. If other monsters like this had the same weak point would be something that he needed to find out later. Goohhh. After this baby salamander bit the dust, another one appeared. It looked like he was attracting unwanted attention. He preferred to take the sneaky approach while biding his time, but this would also be a good opportunity for gathering experience. Roland smirked a little bit and used the handle of his sword on his shield. A loud sound was produced to get the monster's attention on it. This one, instead of delivering a fire attack, decided to charge towards him. Its mouth opened up wide as it tried chomping down on one of his legs. But the only thing that monster got to chomp down was cold hard steel as Roland delivered a shield bash to its head. With his blacksmith levels of strength, it was enough to momentarily stop it in its tracks with a little poke to the eye socket. The monster was down for the count just like the other ones. The spot he was in was slowly getting crowded by the salamander monster corpses. As it looked, this wasn't all, as he heard the shuffling of lizard claws from the distance coming his way. I guess the fun starts from this level on. Roland looked over his gear that was still in working condition. There was enough juice left in the runes for him to stay here for a couple of more hours. Maybe now he could get those skills up at a more moderate pace. Chapter 78. 7th level. This place looks the same like all the other levels. Wasn't that hard to get here, not long, and we will reach the 10th level. A group of young adventurers that looked to be in their late teens were going through a dimly lit path. It was a group of 4 people, 2 males, and 2 females. The girls had lighter armor on them while the 2 men had heavier. It looked like the 2 were warrior types while the other were the more nimble variant. Don't get overconfident, Rudy. You always had a big head. A girl with neck-length brown hair called out to a red-haired boy. He was the person that mentioned the 10th floor of the dungeon they were in. The whole party here was composed of humans, with the girl that spoke out at the front. She was in the middle of kneeling down and looking at an out-of-place floor tile. Never bad to have confidence. The young man chuckled back while looking at the girl on the ground. He could see her moving her short sword towards the floor tile. The ground here looked like it was made from large square-shaped rocks that were just dropped into position. They weren't very even, but they were enough to let people move through them without stumbling around. Did you find something, Kira? The other girl from the party called out. She had a bow in her hand and a similar short sword to her side. Before she could prod for more answers, she heard a strange noise coming from the side. The moment that Kira poked the rock slab enough, a couple of darts shot out from the wall. With no one walking forward, the darts impacted the wall on the other side with no one getting hurt. Just a small trap. There are a few more of these ahead, so give me a minute. Take your time, but we need to hurry. We only have a few hours till sundown. The trip back will probably take us an hour from this level. Can't we just go through? Those things don't look that deadly to me. The other male moved forward. He was the largest person here at over 190 centimeters of height with a more robust build. He was heavily armored, with a shield and sword combo. Why do we have to only have meatheads in our party? The girl that was disarming the trap moved up while frowning. The girl with the bow just shrugged without saying a word. Go ahead, Myron, I'm sure the poison in those darts won't be a problem. Hope that discount steel armor will be able to hold out. The armored man looked at the girl named Kira and then over to the darts that were embedded in the corridor wall. They looked quite sharp and also punched through the hard wall surface cleanly. The man gave out a grunt before backing away, probably not sure if his armor could take it. That's what I thought. Sangza, please watch my back. The girl with the bow nodded. Her hair was long and obsidian. She had a more eastern look to her. She stood watch with her bow drawn while staring into the distance of the long corridor. At the end of it she could see some kind of open gate. It looked similar to the entrance of the Albrook City dungeon. The girl knew that that type of structure indicated something. There could be monsters or treasure behind it. It took the girl named Kira about 20 minutes to get rid of all the traps. The party of 4 was now standing at the end of this passage. The guys moved forward with the later, heavier armored one at the helm. He had his shield up and with his sword in hand, he was inching toward the unknown area. There might be monsters inside, be careful. Yeah. Rudy complained from the side but followed closely after the main tank of the party. After venturing through the larger opening at the end of the corridor, the party ended up in a wide open area. Nothing in here? All of them entered after looking around from the entrance. The room was large and it also had a high ceiling. They could also see another opening with a gate. It looked like there was another tunnel past this room and nothing else, only one exit. Kira commented while looking around. There wasn't anything in here, no monster remains or signs of other adventurers. Not like any of those would be left for anyone to see. After about half an hour any untouched body would start to vanish. This group of young adventurers knew this fact, but none of them had ever witnessed it firsthand. We should go. Probably other people came through here and the monsters didn't reappear. It didn't look like there was anything in here. Kira looked around, but she didn't seem to see anything out of the ordinary. She decided that it would be best to just move on and hurry it up. Might just be a dummy room, you find them from time to time. These dungeons are large, not all of the rooms have traps and monsters in them. Thank you for the lesson, Professor Kira. Rudy replied while chuckling. The brown-haired girl stomped her foot in anger a bit, but then just moved towards her party members. The two warriors moved to the front of the party again while the two girls trailed slightly behind. Wait, they were about halfway through the room before the girl noticed something. No, quickly, run for the tunnel. Kira called out while bolting towards the exit on the other side of the large room. There was a faint clicking sound. Soon after the whole room started rumbling. The walls started shaking around, small openings in the walls closer to the high ceiling started to open up. The other three adventurers were a bit surprised by their friend's reaction, but they quickly ran after her. Before they could reach the exit, a wall of rock slammed down. Kira was just quick enough to run into it. She started banging on it with her fists, but the wall was far too sturdy to be broken. The party of four was clearly trapped in here as the opening that they came through was also sealed by a similar wall of hard stone bricks. We are trapped. This was a trap. Hey Kira, I thought you were supposed to be good at detecting traps. I don't know, this trap is different, there was magic involved, I can't sense magic traps yet. Kira and Rudy started shouting at each other while the two other party members looked around. They could see the holes opening up wider till they were about human-sized. They looked large enough for them to go through, but before they could explore that possibility they heard a hissing sound coming from those large holes. You two stop arguing. Enemies are coming. The two turned around and were quick to spot what their archer friend meant by that. Out of those openings in the walls, monsters started to appear. The first thing that this party of adventurers saw were bright red eyes that were reptilian in nature. One of the monsters dropped down to the ground, its clawed raptor-like legs caused the ground to crack. The creature that they were looking at was reptilian in nature, its body was coated with crimson leathery scales. It was the height of a smaller human at about 170 centimeters, but some of its companions were slightly larger. It had a lizard-like head along with a crown of spiky frills that extended from their foreheads to their necks. It had a mostly upright humanoid-like posture but was leaning forward slightly. Its hands were composed of 4 large fingers, the second one that was closer to their body was twice as long as the others. On it, they could see a large claw that was probably meant for ripping into their opponent's flesh, lesser troglodytes. The monsters continued to drop out of those openings till there were about 10 of them in this room. The 2 males from the adventurer party moved to protect their female companions. The monsters started to quickly fill up the locked area. Battle was the only option left. One of the troglodytes that was the closest to them charged forward. The other ones behind him were quick to notice the juicy enemies as well. The monsters opened up their mouths while hissing, their sharp teeth were on display along with their drooling tongues. It was clear that those large lizards were set on devouring these 4 human adventurers. Myron stepped forward with his large tower shield in hand. Before the monster could swing that giant clawed hand on him, he shot towards it. The monster slammed into the thick steel shield with his head and was flung backward. Soon after, it found an arrow sticking out of its eye socket as Sansa, the party's archer, used her bow skills on it. The monster convulsed on the ground, but this didn't scare off its companions that charged in, their faces filled with maddened rage. Soon the party of 4 found themselves surrounded, there was nowhere to run, and the 2 warriors had to contend with 2 or 3 monsters each. This still left some to slip past their barricade and getting dangerously close to the 2 girls. These 2 had roles of supports and specialists. Sansa was having trouble using her bow with the lizard monster so close by. Kira had to use her short sword to defend herself, but she wasn't that good in a direct fight, her class being a thief. Rudy managed to step in to defend his companion. Before Kira got ripped to shreds by the lizard's talons, he pushed his long spear through its head. The girl was saved, but this act of bravery would cost him dearly as the troglodyte behind him used this chance to sink its teeth into the youth's shoulder. Rudy! The girl called out in panic as she saw the monster biting her companion, but she was in no position to help him. Another monster was on a collision course with her. It looked that even if they slew some of them, new ones appeared out of the openings in the walls. Their whole formation was broken. It looked like this would be their last adventure. They would end up as a nice meal for these lizard-like monsters, but before they met their demise, a loud sound was heard. Following it, one of the monsters dropped dead in its tracks, a large arrow made out of sharp ice going through its head. "Get down!" Someone shouted out from the distance before a hail of ice arrows descended into this large open room. Each one of these magical attacks flew towards a monster. The aim was true and the troglodytes were unable to resist this high-tier magic. It only took one hit from a magical arrow to deliver a fatal blow. This gave the 4 adventurers time to reorganize themselves. They huddled up together while pouring healing potions on their wounded friend. The monsters quickly changed to a new opponent that was standing on the other side of this room. From where he came was a mystery to these people, but they wouldn't complain as he was helping them. 7 of the monsters were killed instantly, but there were still more coming. A group of 3 of them charged at their new opponent while the 4 adventurers watched from afar. The person that came to their help looked to be in a heavier set of armor, similar to the one the warrior from their party was wearing. It was in a dark red color and had some strange runic patterns inscribed into them. They couldn't see the man's face as his face was hidden behind a sturdy metal helmet. It was rounded to fit a person's skull with an attached front visor. This face-covering visor was wide with a rectangular slit for vision and had dotted cutouts on the lower half of the face for ventilation. The visor of this helmet seemed to be filled out by something akin to dark-colored glass that was glowing from time to time. This person had a large kite shield in one hand. The other hand wasn't holding any weapon, but there was a mace strapped to his side. The monsters continued to charge at him, but he didn't seem to care. The group of adventurers wasn't sure why this person looked so relaxed, but soon they would understand. This armored knight moved his hand up at the moment the monsters were only a few meters away. The gauntlet he was wearing started glowing for a moment before a discharge of ice shards was seen. The lizard-like monsters found themselves being shredded by ice magic that quickly turned them into statues. The ones that didn't die right away were promptly finished off by a swing of that mace. One hit to the head was all that he needed. "Is that a silver rank? Maybe a gold?" The group let out a sigh of relief as they saw the new adventurer overpower these monsters with ease. It was clear to them that this person was of a higher tier compared to them by how many skills and spells he was activating. Someone below tier 2 would not be able to use that many enchanted items even if they had them. 3 lesser troglodytes remained. They all charged at the man in the armor. The adventurer didn't retreat, instead, he took a step forward. The metal graves along with his boot gave off a faint blue light that changed to orange the moment it touched the ground below. This sent some kind of ripple through the earth below. Thick spikes made from hard rock then burst from the ground, impaling the charging monsters. They were strong enough to pierce their hard bodies. He didn't even need to finish them off after turning them into large pincushions. The room that was filled with monster howls and screams of people was now quiet. All of the monsters were now dead and the openings in the walls were starting to close themselves. The large pathways through which this group of adventurers came in were also opening up. The slabs that were blocking them were sliding back up, probably to recharge before the next time the trap would be sprung. Rudy was grasping his aching shoulder through which the lesser troglodyte bit through. He had received healing potions, but it would take a few minutes before this injury healed itself. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, but what are we going to do about him?" Rudy answered while whispering the last part to Kira. They all were now looking at the person that saved them. The person was just walking without a worry in the world and sticking a dagger into the monsters' bodies. It took them a moment to notice that he was taking out a mana stone each time he did that. He was totally ignoring them. Without even a side glance he was continuing to go around the monster corpses plucking out mana stones. He was strangely proficient at it. Normally they would need to go through the entire body and hope for the best. Only after finishing up with the stones, they saw him going towards them. His height was close to their party tank, which made him look more imposing from close up. "Are you new here or just stupid?" Excuse me?" Kira was the one to reply. The other party members moved closer to each other. The faces of the 2 men from the party scrunched up, but they weren't willing to shout at the person that cleared out this trap by himself. "Didn't you get the labyrinth map?" "A map? Was there something like that?" The girl looked to her party members for answers, but they just shrugged without knowing what this was about. That's why noobs are. The man muttered under his breath before speaking up again. Never mind, you should go up to the 6th floor and level up before returning here. If you continue like this you will die. The party got a quick lecture by the person that saved them. He was clearly an adventurer that was a tier above them, so they kept their mouths shut. Soon the man in the dark red armor ventured out through the door that they wanted to go through. The adventurers were left here with all the corpses. Only the mana stones were missing, but they could probably disassemble them for some money. Kira, what is it, Rudy? What's a noob? The two looked at each other while the footsteps of the adventurer that saved them started to slowly fade away. Chapter 79. Roland slowly left the room in which the monster massacre happened. He didn't want to hang around other adventurers for too long if there was no business relationship between the two parties. He was slightly ticked off as the group of youngsters had ruined his grinding spot. This was the 7th level of the labyrinth. It was getting close to the boss room that was on the 10th. One day while adventuring he found a little secret room. All thanks to his debugging skill and mana sense. It was directly above that trap room where the lesser troglodytes waited. Those monsters would spawn in a hidden chamber. There was a secret tunnel that connected to it from the 6th floor above. All behind a hidden opening in one of the tunnels the monsters would be confined in a small room and wait for someone to come into that large chamber. When the trap was sprung they would be allowed to exit. When they followed a narrow corridor they would appear right above the 7th floor's trap chamber. Thus the trap would be sprung and the people below would have to face off against these monsters. This wasn't the important part. He used the fact that the monsters were trapped in a small chamber for himself. For someone who could make runic bombs and grenades, this was a great spot to quickly level up. He had used it several times by tossing in such explosives, or using spells that had a wide area of effect. To his surprise when he arrived today the room was already empty. The trap was activated, which wasn't something that normally happened here. The labyrinth was already mapped out by the guild and anyone who bought a map would know this trap. It was easily avoidable, only parties that wanted to farm the lesser troglodytes would bother entering this room. The monsters looked similar to lizard men, had high physical resistance and strength. Most adventurers would rather fight smaller groups of monsters. This trap was far too dangerous, so most people avoided it. The monsters weren't very resistant to magic though, which made them perfect for Roland's grinding initiative. Roland moved through the narrow corridors to see who activated the trap. To his surprise it was a bunch of low-level adventurers. They were all around the 35th level. The lesser troglodytes were also close to that, but they outnumbered the intruders 5 to 1. He knew that the young adventurers would be killed if he didn't react. The monsters didn't pose a threat to him at this point, even in a wide-open area. He decided to use up some of the runic charges of the armor he had inscribed, and so now he was here. There were two good things that came out of this predicament. One was the mana stones that he had still managed to procure for his crafting. Then there was still the experience that he managed to gain. After glancing at the status screen he now knew what it was time for a big change. Name Roland Arden L75 classes, T1 Mage L25, Secondary, T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, Main, HP 794 794 MP 2824, 2824 SP 1124, 1124 Strength 59 Agility 40 Dexterity 87 Vitality 59 Endurance 68 Intelligence WA, L6, Circuitry L7, Tinkerer L8, Identify L9, Basic Mana Shaping L9, Basic Mana Regulation L9, Mana Sense L9, Basic Rune Mastery L9, Basic Rune Scribing L9. Basic Smithing Mastery L9, Basic Runecraft L9, Runic Blacksmith's Eyes L9, Blacksmith's Heat Sense L9, Basic Rune Compression L9, Ethereal Pathways L9, Basic Mana Reinforcement L9, One-Handed Swordsmanship L9, Heavy Armor Proficiency L9, Shield Proficiency L9, Blunt Weapon Proficiency L9, Hand-to-Hand Combat L3, Spearmanship L2. Roland was finally at the maximum level. It was time for that class change that he was working towards all this time. He had managed to level up some of the combat skills as well, but not all. He stuck to using swords and maces, but there just wasn't enough time to take care of the rest. He would need months, maybe even years, to increase his spearmanship or axe-wielding proficiencies. Roland wasn't really aiming to be a master of all weapons, 2 were more than enough for him. He used some fast grinding methods to level up faster. Even though the monsters were low-leveled, there were a lot of them. There was a boost to experience if you killed more than one monster in a short amount of time. It wasn't much, but at this point, his experience gaining had slowed down to a crawl. Roland had now lived in this city for over a year. Only now did he achieve the 25th level of his runic blacksmith profession. He had thought that this dungeon would be a gold mine of experience, but that wasn't entirely true. But he had limited himself by not venturing past the 10th level of this dungeon. Past it was the volcanic area of this dungeon where only Tier 2 monsters appeared. He wasn't a true Tier 2 class, he would rather be safe than sorry. While going solo he was still able to gain some experience towards his weapon skills and armor proficiencies. He had maxed out a few, and with his level now hitting 75 he was finally ready to give his next class change a try. With this, he decided to make a beeline for the exit. After going through this labyrinth repeatedly for a year he knew it like the back of his hand. With the help of his high intelligence stat, remembering these corridors wasn't that hard. At this point in time, he didn't even need to look at the map that much. There were some secret spots that weren't charted down. Just like the secret room with the lesser troglodytes, there were some shortcuts between levels. Luckily for him, thanks to his skills, he was able to spot them. From time to time he came across runic traces in the walls. Through them finding the secret chambers was easy. With a quick mana infusion, these secret rooms would open up. Some of them were just stairs going up, while others were hidden areas with respawnable treasures. This place was still quite low-leveled, so he never did find anything costly, but some of the treasures could be sold off. Being a blacksmith he could inscribe runes into armor and weapons, then resell them on the market for an inflated price. After poking a certain spot with his finger, a path opened up. It was just a corridor with winding stairs going up. Roland entered and moved up through it. After a couple of minutes he was out on the 3rd level. From this point, he would need to travel through the dungeon normally. Roland looked around this place a couple of times. There were still many adventurers here, but not as many as before. The foolhardy ones had been weeded out in the first year of the dungeon's opening. Now not many of them ventured into the lower levels or past the 10th one that was for silver adventurers. And up.in time he was walking up the rocky stairs that led to the exit of this dungeon. On the outside things had changed as well. For one thing, there were guards in front of the entrance. They would check everyone's adventurer's cards before letting them venture forth. This was all due to a certain foolhardy farmer's demise after entering the dungeon. That person didn't make it far before being devoured by one of the monsters. Some other adventurers found his body getting nibbled on by a salamander. The rumors were that he was unwilling to accept his farmer class and wanted to become an adventurer. Further away was a large store. The person that had been here selling magic potions at the entrance had expanded. It was true that the ones that came first were the ones that profited the most. Roland didn't see the young girl or the old man combo. They could now hire other people to do that work for them while they sat back at the store. Some of the people that attempted the same line of work weren't that lucky. He heard rumors of some of the merchants getting robbed and their potion-selling business going under. Roland was now far enough from the dungeon. He went behind a tree and removed most of the red armor that he was wearing and placed it back into one of his spatial bags. This one was much larger than regular ones and was worn by him on his back. He stuffed it behind his armor plate, which made it a bit uncomfortable to carry around, but he needed it to be wide enough. This was due to what was hidden inside. He reached inside and started pulling. Soon a wheel appeared, followed by the rest of a peculiar transportation device. It had 2 round wheels that had something similar to rubber on them. To the side of the back wheel was a chain that connected below the sitting area. This was a bicycle that Roland had made. It didn't look anything like the modern variant that he was used to seeing in his old life. The seat that he sat on was quite long and connected to the handlebar directly. There were no pedals for him to move his feet around either. This thing was powered by mana directly. He just made a rest for his feet a bit to the front. He sat down on it and after injecting some mana he was up and running. Roland used the main road that was somewhat paved to the dungeon at this point. The people that he passed gave him some strange looks, but he was used to it by now. He was known by them as the strange craftsman that lived out of the city. At least as his disciple, as most people didn't want to believe that someone at 16 could be a runic craftsman. The trip to the dungeon would take him more than half an hour on foot, but with this new bike, he made it back under 10 minutes. His house had been changed a couple of times since he arrived, but the most eye-catching thing was the large log wall, that also had a barbed wire part at the top. He had been visited by nosy people. A couple of times, but with some contingencies in place, they found themselves incapacitated. Some did slip it past the magical traps, but just as he had planned, they didn't find his main workshop. The only things that he lost were iron and steel tools that could be easily replaced. Everything was walled and fenced up, even the log cabin where he kept his regular furnace and tools. That place was mostly what the thieves set their eyes on, so it was easily defendable with some shock runes plastered on the ground, or walls. He didn't care much about his garage, as where the magic happened was downstairs. That was also where he was heading now. Roland needed to prepare for his next class change. This would be best done behind closed doors where no one would bother him. There was a chance of him passing out as the last time. He would rather do this while being in a safe space that was behind illusionary runes. The inside of his home looked decent enough. Everything was cleaned up during the renovations and all the wooden panels were painted over. He even got himself a couple of cheap rugs to make it a bit cozier, though without a vacuum cleaner he had to do it the old-fashioned way during the weekly cleaning drive. He was still living alone. With the trust issues he had built up throughout the years, it was hard to create new relationships. The people in the Adventurers Guild knew him as that guy that wears crimson heavy armor. It was a pre-made armor set that wasn't that rare around the city. The only thing that he customized was the color along with the helmet. There were runes in each part. It took some time to get the hang of it, but it worked similar to a magic book. He just needed to focus on the body part to cast a spell. Some pieces had more than one runic structure to add to his repertoire. This armor still suffered from the same drawbacks as all his old gear. It wore down quite fast. He needed to repair it constantly, but it was good enough to last him through a prolonged dungeon run. His new gear didn't help during discussions with others though. Roland was never the one to start the conversation, and there was no purpose in teaming up with anyone in this dungeon as long as he was careful. He had managed for this long without many problems, and now was the time to take a step forward. Okay, what do I need? He locked the door behind him and was also sure to activate a defensive runic structure close to the door handle. There was a sign outside to knock and wait. If anyone grabbed the handle first, they would be tasered. It wasn't quite that late, but the sun was already setting. He didn't expect any visitors, so it would be on them if something happened. It was time to go downstairs, or over to a small closet that only had some rags in it. At least that's what it looked like to others. With a couple of strategic presses of this illusion magic lock, a path down was revealed. There was also a lock on the door for an added safety measure. Behind it were the stairs down along with another door, this one very sturdy looking and made from thick slabs of metal. He needed to really give these a push to get them open. He was planning on making them even heavier after getting that status boost from getting a tier 2 class. On the inside was his workshop. He had used some earth magic to make it wider and deeper. This he had to do by himself, but with some basic building knowledge, he knew where to place all the supportive columns. If the place collapsed on him during his work, he would be having a bad time. On the inside were all the usual things like a workbench with all his old tools. There was a forge sticking out from the wall. It connected to the chimney of his house. But there were special rooms that filtered the smoke out as well. This way, even if he was working down below, it wouldn't be smoking excessively. In a side room behind closed doors was his crowning invention, a runic engine. After bumbling about for half a year, he had finally managed to get a working model. This one was a steam model that worked by heating up water and converting it to mechanical force by steam. This was all done to produce electricity that then was stored in a special magic generator. His assumption of gaining mana out of electricity had borne fruit. He was now able to produce renewable energy on a smaller scale. This engine worked similar to the ones used in trains. The heating was done by small heating rooms instead of fuel though. The boiled water would produce steam and pressure. It would push a cylinder back and forth to generate mechanical force. This mechanical force was then used in an electric generator that he fashioned from a magnet and copper coils. The produced energy from this was then transferred by some wires into the special battery unit that he had made. He based it on the rune design and materials that he saw in that music box. The produced energy was higher than what it took to keep the heated runes running. Thus he had made something close to a perpetual motion machine. It wasn't quite that, as the strain on the materials existed, plus the runes and components had to be replaced periodically. He had it in a smaller room behind closed doors due to the loud noise that it made. It wasn't perfect, but thanks to it he was able to create his power tools and also power some other magical devices around his house. With time he hoped to improve on the design, but for now, it just worked. Improving it wasn't on the agenda for today. He had a Tier 2 class quest to finish. He was already dreading the thought of what it could entail this time. The first one was easy enough, just scribing one small runic spell. The other one was harder as he had to make a ladle without any proper blacksmith knowledge to speak of. This time he expected a crafting-related test as well, but there also could be something more. He brought out the class change crystal to start it. A Solaria church had been built here recently, so now he could just go by those there. He hoped that he would be able to pass the test on the first try, but if not he could just get more crystals. He was making some money with his adventuring and there wasn't a shortage of those crystals yet. Here goes nothing. Roland looked over his stats before sitting down in a chair. He had the crystal in his hand and a bucket was to the side. He hoped that he wouldn't need to use it, but it was better to have it on standby. The test wouldn't let him take anything from the outside. The only thing he needed to worry about was not getting any visitors while being here. Soon he activated the crystal and was back at his old apartment building. He didn't look around at all this time around and just went to the recreation of his old apartment room. The PC was quickly activated. The list of classes he could choose from had increased as well. This was mostly due to now having some Tier 2 classes to pick from. Weaponsmith, Armorsmith, the runic variations are there too. He started going through them one by one. The classes that were above Tier 1 were in a separate section and easy to spot. There weren't that many compared to the lower Tier 1s, which had probably increased due to him gaining more combat-related skills. No mage-related Tier 2 classes as expected. There is a Tier 2 scribe class, also an advanced runic mana scribe. Scrolls had been a good way of earning money for him and added to his combat repertoire. The biggest drawback of that class was the meager stat gains. Runesmith, it is there. The fabled class was there. It felt less special after he had attained the runic blacksmith one already. He knew that it wouldn't add much besides letting his skills reach higher than the basic tier. What is this class? There was a peculiar class showing up on the screen. It was placed further away from the other ones and looked like it was above them in that way. The sprite looked similar to a runesmith, but it was a heavily armored version. It held a runic hammer in one hand while in the other one was a sword, which made him think it was some kind of combination class. Runesmith Lord? So these types of classes weren't just rumors. Chapter 80. Runesmith Lord. Roland stopped while looking at the moving pixel art that only had 3 frames of movement. It looked like a more armored variation of the Runesmith class. It was clearly some kind of evolved version and it was available to him. Didn't I read something about this? When he was back in the Arden estate, he went through the library several times. With no internet or games, there wasn't really much to do in this world. As an adult, he was past his childhood days, so he didn't waste time on kid games like tag. The only thing left for him was training and reading books. He recalled that one of these books had a passage about some hidden, special classes. One of them was the mana-related classes like Mana Warrior. They were quite easy to get with a corresponding aptitude for mana. Past those were the prestige classes like Runic Scribe or Runic Blacksmith that he had gotten along the way. Then there were ones that were even rarer. The way that this class appeared on this screen here showed him that it was one of those. He had no way of knowing how good this class was though. It could be worse than a runic armorsmith or weaponsmith for crafting purposes. It could not bring much to the table for him who already had one cheat skill in the form of debugging, but there it was, what looked to be another rare class option that he didn't think would be there. He was hoping to get a class that mixed combat and crafting in some way. Could this one be it? Roland looked over the other class choices. There was another one that he originally hoped to get. It was the Runic Battlesmith class. It was there with the basic variant as well. After leveling up his basic weapon proficiencies and gaining a lot of experience by fighting monsters, this was also unlocked. Now it didn't seem like the obvious choice anymore. There was a new contender. This left him with 5 choices. Advances: Runic Mana Scribe, Runic Armorsmith, Runic Weaponsmith, Runic Battlesmith, and finally Runesmith Lord. He didn't even take the original Runesmith class into consideration as it wouldn't really give him anything new. There were no mage-type classes available to him, and depending on his Tier 2 class, he might be able to level up some of the basic skills past the threshold with a different class. Will this Runesmith Lord let me advance my scribing skills past the basic ones? I feel like the Lord part implies something. He hovered with the mouse cursor over this class, but also looked at the runic battlesmith one. After some deliberation, he decided to go with the Lord variant. This world had a thing about putting noble titles above all other things, so it might have been the same with these classes. I can always fail the class change trial on purpose if it seems lackluster. With the infusion of money, he could just go buy another class change crystal. It was normal for some people to look into the trials and judge if the class was a fit for them. The trials more or less showed what the class would be about. The crafting classes required a person to fashion items of various kinds, while the battle classes required you to combat. What would this one force him to do? Maybe he would need to craft a full set of runic armor along with a weapon. That would actually not be a bad thing, as he would get some free experience and knowledge with the trial. Here goes nothing. He nodded and clicked on the icon, the PC did its thing and the VR headset popped out. It looked slightly different though, like a more advanced model. Roland looked over it before placing it on top of his head. He wasn't sure if it was because of the Tier 2 trial, but that might have been the case. Roland hadn't been here for some years. The last time was his blacksmithing class change. He had to get used to the flash of white light as he got transported into the next trial room. The first one was a smaller library where he just needed to scribe down a simple glowing rune. Then there was a smith's workshop where he had to produce a magical ladle. Both those classes made him produce something, and that is why he was confused about the trial area. That was produced this time around. He looked around and noticed that he was in some kind of large arena. It was similar to a Roman Colosseum that he saw in some movies. There were differences though. For one thing, there was no place of an audience anywhere, just walls. This arena was circular in shape. The ground was covered in plain sand. There were a couple of eye-catching things here. For one, there were 4 large gates on each side. 2 were made from wood while the other 2 from metal. The walls were quite high and stretched up to the ceiling for a good 100 meters. The area inside was about the size of a football field. There were many torches on the arched walls that lit up the place quite nicely. There was another thing that was out of place. A lone column stood close to the center of this arena. After looking around, Roland couldn't spot anything that was similar to the other 2 trials. There were no instructions, no books that he could read, nothing that indicated what this trial would be. The only tip was this place. Being an arena, it indicated that this would be a combat-related task. If that was true, then there was another problem. He didn't have any weapons. What he was wearing was just a random tunic. He had leather boots along with pants, but he couldn't spot any weapons anywhere. Was he supposed to fight here with his bare hands? Was this Runesmith Lord class some kind of grappling profession? That doesn't make sense. There is something on that column. He spotted something red sticking out from that misplaced column. After walking over, he recognized it as a large red button. This thing looked quite out of place. It was bright red and placed on a rocky pillar. It had a certain magnetic feeling to it. The more he looked at it, the more he felt like pressing it. If I press this, the trial will probably begin. He walked back for now. Before pressing that red button, he took some time in examining this whole arena from top to bottom. He looked over every gate, even pressed his ear to it to see if he could hear something. But they all had a similar feeling to the apartment building. He couldn't really touch it, and the texture that looked like wood felt off. The rest of the arena was similar. He started running into invisible walls, and climbing the ones that were going up was also impossible. Soon he returned to the big red button, feeling like he just wasted 10 minutes on nothing. With a slight sigh, he moved his finger on the button. It was pushed in easily, and it took a moment to see a reaction. The entire space he was standing in started to rumble. The pillar with the button began to sink into the ground, while another platform directly in the middle of the arena appeared. Roland stepped back and watched. The ground started shifting. It looked like the earth in the middle of this arena parted to the sides. There appeared a large hole. Before he could go over to see if there was something down there, a platform started to rise up. On it were several items that he was very familiar with. Huh? Is that blacksmithing equipment? He called out in surprise as he saw a large working forge along with blacksmithing tools show up before him. On this moving platform, he could see a forge, smelter, workbench, anvil, and all the other things that he always used for crafting. The rumbling continued. Apparently this wasn't quite over. The noise this time around was coming from the ceiling above. He looked up to see another hole opening there, then a familiar object appeared. It was a giant version of the hourglass that he had seen in the 2 previous trials he took. This one was quite large, the sand was dropping slowly, which indicated that he would have some time before the timer ran out. The big question was, what was it for? It's different this time around. There was one thing that was bothering him. There were no books in this workshop that appeared here. What was he supposed to do? The other trials had instructions for building items, but this time around there was nothing. There were all the resources and tools to craft weapons and armor, but no clear indication of what kind. Started picking up the tools and looking over them. There was no indication or clues. It was as if this trial wanted him to craft something, but the choice was up to him. He stopped for a second to rethink this. If he took too long, the timer would run out before he made a single item. Luckily for him, the answer to his question came in the form of a sound coming from the distance. Huh? He looked to one of the wooden gates. There was a strange sound coming from it. He listened closely while wondering if he was hearing things, but there it was again. Some sort of scratching or clawing sound was coming from one of those large doors. What is that? Are there? It dawned on him then, what this test was all about. The sounds coming from there were probably monsters. This was an arena meant for fighting. He put one and one together and got his answer. He was supposed to craft his own weapons and armor, then face the monsters lurking behind that gate. This is going to be one of those unconventional trials. He tried recalling the books that he had read. They all stated that the tests were class-specific, but they mostly were segregated into some categories like crafting tasks, combat tasks, and fetch tasks. The latter consisted of having to go through a course to procure an item. This one seemed to be an unconventional one that combined two separate professions. Even the battlesmith class wouldn't require crafting to get through the trial. At most, the smith would be able to repair the weapons that he or she was given. There was also another peculiarity about this trial compared to the other ones. Roland didn't receive any temporary skills that would belong to this Runesmith Lord class. He had no idea what this class was about without those. The trial was pointing at it being a hybrid crafting and combat class at least. Roland didn't have any time to stand around anymore. Now he knew that there was something lurking behind that door that he would need to kill. He had no weapons or armor. This problem he would solve by fashioning himself a weapon. What should I make, a sword or a mace? These were the two weapons that he was the most proficient in. A sword would be better on softer targets and also more nimble. The mace was good for larger, slower enemies and ones that were armored. I would prefer a sword, but will there be enough time? He asked himself while going through the materials. He felt that a sword could be better for the fact that he could utilize the sword runes he knew. The mace had one advantage though, it would be easier to make and required no sharpening or pinpoint precision crafting. It was more or less just a blunt metallic club. To make a proper sword he would require a lot more time. With the mace, he wouldn't even need to make a separate handle or pommel. He could probably just get a wooden handle and just produce a mace head. This all depended on what materials he had. Besides the mace he needed some protection, a mace, and a shield for now. The plan was made. He needed these two items as a bare minimum. If he had more time he could look into making some armor with added runes for spell casting. He was also hoping to have enough time for a few magic paddle wands. He grasped a hammer from the side, and noticed that it was made from deep steel. It was better than the hammer that he was currently using back at his home. The metals he was working with here were bronze, iron, and steel. There were some steel rods here and there, but they were a bit too thin to be used as a handle. It looked like this trial wanted him to work with the thicker ingots. There were several hardy tools that he could punch holes with preset here, but first, he would need to fashion the handle. This could be done by directly molding an ingot through precision hammer blows. The next part would be the crown part. It could also be done like that, but there were other options. There were several molds here to the side. He could save some time by using one of them for the head part. Why would he do that if the end product could come out more brittle than through a regular forging method? The answer was reusability. There were many of those gates around him. He felt like this trial would have several stages where the doors opened one by one, maybe even many times. If he made a mold for the mace crown he might be able to use it again. At least the wooden part that was made for the spiky ball imprint. He chose to go with steel as it was a superior material compared to bronze and iron. With the molds here he could also try casting a sword directly from them. The problem would still be with the sharpening of it. A blunt mace with some spikes would be far easier to fashion. The hourglass was very slow, which meant that he had a lot of time, at least for now. First came the hammering of one of the heated-up steel ingots. Thanks to his smithing skills being maxed out, the hammering process went rather smoothly. Roland found how the skills in this world work to be astonishing. They kept a person at a certain level of ability. Whenever he picked up a hammer or a sword, it all came back to him. He knew where to hit and how hard to do it depending on the item that he was working on. With time, the shaft started taking shape. Next came the griff along with the handlebars that were on the top and bottom side of the mace, between the griff part. This was all done with skillful hammer hits, all while the metal was nice and heated up. He had already worked on something like this before, so the motion was practiced and natural. With time he was done and could move on to the molding phase. He needed the spiked ball of the mace to fit into the shaft, and that's why he made it first. For some reason, there were various wooden objects here as well. One of them was already similar in shape to a spiked mace head. Maybe the trial was making things slightly easier for him. There were also various carving knives that were enough for him to get a proper spike shape for his next weapon. The time continued to pass. There was a lack of scribing materials here though. Roland would have to forego his spell scrolls for this test. Instead, he could make some magical wands that worked in a similar way. The problem was his mana reserves. There was a certain lack of mana stones here, so he would have to forget about lessening the strain on his MP. With time, the wooden version of the spiked mace head was ready. He fitted it on the thicker weapon handle from the bottom to see if everything was in order before putting it into the mold. The smelter was heated up by him beforehand. He did it to save some time. The red-hot metal dribbled down into the prepared mold that was shut tightly. It was a similar mold case to the one he used to make his first bronze sword. While it was cooling down, he went around to pick up a thick enough plate of steel. He would make a quick shield with the leftover time. This shield wouldn't need that much forming, as he could just stick to a tower shield design and would just need to rivet the handle part from the back. At the end, he would be preparing the runic structures. Without them, these weapons that he made wouldn't really be cut out for much. Time was of the essence. The large hourglass above his head was a constant reminder of that. Soon he would have to face against whatever was behind those gates, and the weapons that he had time to produce wouldn't really be anything special. He could only hope that the added runic enchantments would let him squeeze out more from them. Chapter 81. Sparks flew with every strike of his hammer. The echoes of those hits spread through the large sealed arena space. With one last bash of his smithing tool, Roland was finished. The runic structure was complete, and he examined it before putting it to the side. What he was working on looked to be a simple piece of steel. It wasn't much to look at. Its shape was uneven, and more thought was put into the handle than the rest of it. This was the last one that Roland was able to produce. When he looked up, he could see the last grains of sand finally falling. Soon the time would be up and the next stage of this test would start. He whipped the sweat of his brow while sitting down. He began gathering mana from the surroundings. There wasn't much time left, but he would use it to recover at least a bit of his mana. The whole runecrafting process made him take a hit to his mana reserves that were at about 50%. This will have to do, Roland thought while meditating in a lotus position. He could feel the abundant mana in this strange virtual space entering his body. The concentration was much higher than what he was used to in the real world. With it being this plentiful, he could hope to regain his mana pool past the 70% mark in a few minutes. He was limited in what he could make in this short amount of time. The mace was to his side. It looked crude, but it would have to do. He wedged the casted spiky head part on the shaft for a tight fit. There was even a spare for the head part in one of the molds that he didn't open yet. The runic structure he went with was the strengthening rune. He feared that this weapon would break easily if he just left it like this. The next item was for defense, a tower shield with a handle made from leather on the other side. He used some strength to bend it slightly for it not to be just a flat sheet of metal. It could barely pass off for a shield. The part where his hand went into wasn't reinforced too well. He riveted in another piece of steel to add to the thickness on the inside, but that was it. There was a mana shield rune inscribed on it as well. The rest of his time was spent on creating disposable wands. Those didn't take much time to make, as he only needed to make them large enough to hold the runic structure. He placed common grade attack spells on them while he used the lesser versions on his shield and mace. The wands were disposable, but he needed the mace and shield to last a bit more. He had also created a simple knife. It was also made by hammering a piece of steel into the correct shape, then sharpened to get a workable edge. He couldn't really call it a weapon much, but it would have to do as a last line of defense. He went with the sharpness rune. If he needed to cut a throat it would do. Soon the sand ran out and Roland could feel the arena rumbling once more. He was sitting in the middle of the workshop part, so he felt it moving violently. The whole thing was moving down into the hole that it came from. He quickly grabbed all the gear and started tossing it down from the platform. Luckily for him, the whole hole that the platform was going down suffered from the invisible wall syndrome. Even if he wanted to go down he wasn't able to, as it started pushing him out along with the items that he made. He was left in the arena with no workshop to speak of. He grabbed his mace and shield and placed the wands on his belt. He had made it with some leather and just tied it around his waist. There wasn't really enough time to make a belt buckle. While he was working, the scratching on one of those wooden gates got increasingly louder. Now that the timer had run out, the noise was at an all-time high. He looked to the door that the noise was coming from and first just prepared a regular spell. Source of all magic, heed my call. He used his voice to say the incantation. A bolt of energy appeared at the tip of his finger that he pointed towards the wooden gate that was now opening. He could see a couple of clawed hands coming out of there. The monsters in there were quite eager to show themselves. Mana bolt. Soon one of them couldn't wait and shoved its head through the narrow opening while the gate was still going up. This part of its body promptly exploded into chunks of meat and black blood. This wasn't quite over as Roland used the slow opening gate to his advantage. He was already at the other side of the arena, so before any of these enemies got to him he would be able to snipe some of them down. Mana bolt, GUOHH. A high-pitched scream was heard after another monster fell, but this would be the last easy target that he got to slay. Soon the monsters revealed their ugly faces and lanky bodies. They were small fiends with leathery bat wings, a barbed tail, and sharp, twisted horns right above their eyes. Their size was about the same as a goblin's and the wings were small, not really meant for flight. This variant had rather pale skin, almost making them look white. Pale Imp, L30, it was the creature called Imp. This was one of the monsters that was linked to the evil demon monsters. They all would start out as those small evil-looking creatures, but with time, they could transform into giant muscular beings that liked nothing more than to cause pain and suffering. There were quite some of them in that room. All of them quickly spotted the spell-swinging man. Without any rhyme or reason, they charged forward, with them now being aware of his presence. Landing a hit on them with his mana bolt spell and slow casting time was hard. Soon they were upon him. He clutched his mace hard and delivered a swift blow to one of the monster's heads. His weapon produced a dim blue glow as he activated the runic structure. One hit and another of the monsters was down on the ground. They were comparatively low-level monsters to him, so he was managing. His footwork had improved after spending a year down in the dungeons. There were actually warrior skills that could be learned, but regretfully he didn't have a class that could get any of them. With some perseverance he improved still. It might not have had the backing of any special skills, but his combat sense did improve tremendously. Roland was sure to move. The arena was large enough for him to use his long legs. Even with his low agility, he could run faster than these monsters. The trick was to not fight them all at once. It was easier to fight one-on-one 20 times than one large battle against 20 opponents at once. The monsters ran after him, but they found it troublesome to get near. When they got in range, they suffered a bash from the mace or a spell to the face. These small critters weren't a match for Roland even when outnumbering him by a large number. As time passed there weren't many of them left. It was clear that these monsters weren't very intelligent. There were no tactics, just rage-filled charges, mostly with their heads out while trying to aim for a bite. No experience points were getting gained from the kills, but soon he had managed to slay the last one. He activated some of the wands with the lesser mana arrow and mana bolt spells, while running away. Due to how easy it was to tell where the monsters would go next, each spell was a sure hit kill. With time the last monster's head exploded and its pale leathery corpse was down on the ground in a pool of black blood. Roland leaned up against the wall while wiping some sweat from his brow. All of this running had tired him out, but thanks to his high endurance stat he gained after switching to the runic blacksmith class he was fine. There were about 30 dead bodies on the ground, and the moment the last one fell the arena started to rumble. The large gate door started closing back up and the workshop in the middle had risen as well. The hourglass above him had been reset and the sounds of scratching were now coming from two of those doors. I guess sleeping and resting isn't getting accounted for in this test. He looked at his mace that was still in working condition. The things that suffered more were the magical wands that he used up the charges off. They were far easier to fix, but he was slowly running dry on mana. Replenishing it would be the first thing he would do. Roland sat down while huffing. He looked at the dead monster cadavers. He expected them to vanish from this area after he killed the enemies. This whole thing felt like an illusion or a virtual game. He thought that they would just go away without a trace and reinforce his claim. But there they remained in place, just dead. What if Suddenly he thought of something. Before finishing up with his mana replenishing exercise, he moved over to one of the imp corpses. He pulled out his previously created knife and turned the monster over. He used the knife on the back. Soon a square-shaped piece of leathery skin was removed. Blood was dripping everywhere. The blood wasn't going to be wasted either, as he was sure to bottle some of that black liquid. If my assumptions are correct, this should work with an evolved imp monster. He could feel a faint trace of mana coming from the dead monster's blood. It was similar to a certain resource that he used for all these years. It was the magic ink he used to make his spell scrolls. Roland didn't have time to process this monster skin. He would need to use the freshly cut out lump. A pointed piece of wood was used instead of a quill. He wasn't working at optimal conditions, but he had done this many times before. In less than 10 minutes, he had a working runic structure with a spell. He checked it over a couple of times before moving his hand to the skin flap. After the mana injection, he could see the runic structures light up in orange light. The process wasn't as fast as with the regular scrolls and magic ink that he was used to, but it worked. A bolt of energy flew out from this hastily produced runic scroll. Roland looked at the magic energy colliding with the wall and quickly sizzling out. This skin and imp blood wasn't optimal for this, and there was a certain decrease in power. Still, now he had another option to go with. He wasn't sure if this was done on purpose by this trial, but he would be sure to use his scribing skills to their maximum. The mace and shield that he created only needed minor repairs. He also was planning to create a backup with the previously molded spiky head. His hands started getting drenched in the pale imp's blood. This was a lesser magical being, so their blood had magical properties. Luckily these ones didn't quite have any long-range skills that could contend with his own runic magic. There was even more work for him to do. The timer was the same as last time, so Roland knew what he could or couldn't do. The fleshy runic scrolls wouldn't be made as a means of attacking, more as a means of distraction. He had to spread his mana quite thin, but with his large pool, he was managing. With time the hourglass emptied itself out. Even though Roland had spent so much time here without sleeping, he didn't feel tired. He attributed this to being some kind of world frozen in time and with different sets of rules. The strain on his body might have not been there, but this didn't mean that he wasn't getting psychologically tired from overthinking everything. With a resounding screech, another set of white-looking imps flung themselves out of the gate. Their level had increased by 5 and there was a similar number. This group found themselves stepping into something oily. There was a large pool of grease right outside the gate and Roland was just waiting for it to open up. The monsters weren't very smart, so they charged towards him, but they soon found themselves inside of a grease fire. There was a common spell to create a puddle of grease on the ground. With an addition of some flames it would create a combination called the grease fire. This one burned a lot hotter and could not be doused by water either. Those pale imps were more susceptible to fire more than regular imps, so he used that knowledge to his advantage. While they were burning up, Roland used this chance to snipe them from afar. The burning imps weren't the only problem now, as the second gate had opened as well. Lesser Spike Devil, L40. These new monsters were green in coloration and slightly taller than the imps. There were many spikes coming out of their bodies. If you looked closely you could spot some strange green liquid escaping from those spikes. These guys looked like trouble, but there were far fewer of them than of the other group. They looked to also be more resistant to the grease flames that were activated in front of the gate they were coming from. Another game of cat and mouse ensued. Roland was trying to keep the enemies at a distance, as that was where he had the advantage. At least that was true before some of those new spiky monsters started somehow ejecting those thorns from their body. He quickly defended himself with his shield, while returning fire with one of his wands. He was sure to activate his mana shield this time around. Those spikes looked poisonous. Even when getting a flesh wound he could be done for if he got hit once. Regretfully for the monsters, the grease fire that was made proved their downfall. More than half of them suffered a fiery demise through it. The rest was blasted with ranged spells. The ones that got close enough were bashed in the head with a mace. Other ones suffered explosion wounds from planted mine runes that he had prepared. All in all, he managed to survive the next wave and both of the gates were closed up again. Roland fell on his butt while looking at the many dead monsters on the ground. There were still 2 gates left. The monsters were just adding to their forces with each consecutive wave and it looked like there would be more of them coming. The middle platform appeared once more and he got his butt into gear. There were more monsters that needed skinning and more repairs to be made. The grease fire approach looked to be working but less on the stronger monsters that were appearing. They were also mostly fiend-type monsters that gained fire immunity with their evolutions, which made his strategy look bad with the future in mind. He didn't have any holy attacks up his sleeve though, they were the bane of evil-aligned creatures like these. He would need to figure out a way to get to them with conventional magic. More scrolls were made as well as repairs for his gear. He had to replace the first mace as it shattered into pieces after colliding with a spiked devil's skull. With more time on his hands and a plan in mind, Roland was able to expand his protective capabilities. He hammered a larger sheet of metal to create a half-baked breastplate. Some wrist guards and greaves with more runic enchantments to boost his defenses. There wasn't enough time to make anything difficult, so he needed to give up on getting any gauntlets to protect his hands. Soon it was time for the 3rd wave, then the 4th. If he would make it to the last one would remain to be seen. Chapter 82. Will this be enough? A beat-up-looking Roland was standing close to the edge of the workshop. It was still there but soon it would slide down below the arena ground once more. The whole area was filled with monster remains that came from 3 of the 4 large gates. He looked at the newest type that was a hellhound. These creatures were quite nimble and hard to fight off. The resistance to fire was increased even more, which made the grease fire trap that he made mostly ineffective. His body was all scratched up due to the fight with the monster hounds. He had no cloth armor to put under his armored gear. Only ordinary cloth that wouldn't protect him from the tough claws and fangs of these monsters. Roland had still managed to survive the 3rd wave of the monsters, but he was now feeling the fatigue. He couldn't use the previous plan of setting everything ablaze or making a minefield. The hellhounds were fast runners and could smell out the buried flesh scrolls. This last gate looked to have an even stronger creature behind it. The number of them decreased with each door, but their strength also increased accordingly. Roland would rather fight more of those imps that were easy to kill with his current degree of traps. With a new unknown variant of the creature, he would need to come up with a new battle plan. Lucky for him, this world that he was in wasn't entirely real. The workshop he was working with had a strange feature in it. If enough materials were removed, they would replenish themselves. He tested it out by removing some sheets of metal that were placed in one of the provided boxes. After removing all of them, another set materialized itself in the box out of nowhere. This same phenomenon happened with all the other resources, be it the metal rods or ingots. With this slight bug in place, Roland decided on his new plan. The unprocessed sheets of metal that were meant for making thinner armor pieces were distributed around the arena. When enough of them were out there, he utilized the stock rods that were also there. The ones that were used were the thinner ones that could be used as wires. Soon a spider web-like pattern composed of metallic rods appeared through the whole arena. For some reason, the hourglass was giving him more time for this last big door. Roland could try getting through this task in a less troublesome way. Creating a good set of armor and some weapons weren't out of the question in this time frame he was given. He had chosen a different approach this time around, mostly due to the fact of not being a pure fighter. With the help of a special rune wand that could discharge heat and flames, he began connecting the metallic parts together. He didn't need them to stick together that well, just enough for the runic traces to go through them. Quite a grueling process of welding and hammering took place as the work continued. The main runes of this trap were placed on the larger pieces of sheet metal, while the rods used as a means of transferring mana. Roland had never tried connecting this many runes together in one runic structure. He knew that there were risks involved and that he would be instantly drained of most of his mana after one activation. The decision was already made though, he would take care of the last part of the test with one big bang. The biggest problem would arise if the monsters coming out were resistant to the magic he would be producing. Time continued to pass him by as he worked. The more he hammered, the more he started to doubt if this would even work. Roland was afraid that the thing that he was making would just blow up instead of working. That or he would either lose all of his mana instantly and pass out, or it just wouldn't turn on. After a lot of painstaking work, he was somehow done. There were no breaks in this trial whatsoever, and he had been here for several days with no sleep. For some reason, he wasn't feeling that fatigued, but the constant thinking was slowly getting to him. He placed himself in the center of this spiderweb-like trap that he made. It would have to do, as the hourglass was seconds away from being emptied. The whole thing he made was covered in sand. This was done by him to not make it too obvious for the monsters. He also hoped that the monster dogs would ignore the metal parts, as there was no flesh involved. I guess this is it. Roland glanced over his creations that could very well blow up in his face. The area was still filled with his mines, and the grease fire tactic would be used as well. He heard a clicking sound, and the workshop parts slowly descended below the arena. The clawing of the monsters against the gate walls intensified with their movement. These demonic monsters were greeted by the usual fire treatment. These fiends didn't learn from their previous blunders, as they just charged towards his general direction the moment they were out of their locked room. Some of them fell to the flames while he stood away from the danger. He had his tower shield with him to block any incoming projectile attacks like the spikes from the demons from the second gate. The doors were opening at about the same time, which was fine for him, as he needed the monster to enter the area of the trap together. Hounds that looked like they came out of hell started howling as they were finally free from their confines. Roland, on the other hand, looked at the sturdiest fourth gate, which had the surprise last monster type. There it was, about 2 meters of height and quite muscular. Its skin was crimson and disfigured. It looked like the being had been burned badly. The face had small beady black eyes with which he felt like the creature was looking at him. The most characteristic thing about this monster was its chains. It had many of those wrapped around its whole body. To its arms, a set of chains with hooks and other pointy objects was attached. They were thick, and the creature was dragging it on the ground while slowly making a trail in the arena's sand. Roland blocked a few incoming spikes while trying not to get distracted by the new enemy. There was only one of those chain demons, but it was a Tier 2 creature above the 50th level. This was a Tier 2 class change trial. Normally monsters above level 50 wouldn't appear as enemies. When they did, they would be that exact same level. This trial was a bit different, and Roland already knew that. The sheer number of these monsters already was out of the ordinary. From what he knew, even the warrior class trials weren't this enemy intensive. Apparently most of the time they would only fight one enemy at the Tier 2 level to prove themselves. Depending on the rarity of the class, the difficulty increased. He didn't think that a level 50 warrior would survive past the spiked fiends, but he had to go beyond that and face off against something well past the beginning levels of Tier 2, Guo. He snapped back into reality and tried to focus on the battle. The monsters exploded here and there while walking through some of the mine runes. He spent the most time preparing this metallic construction, so this time around some of the imps and spiked devils would actually get through. Not yet. It was a waiting game. The more of the monsters went into this trap, the better it would be for him. The biggest problem with that was the varying degrees of speed that all of these creatures possessed. The two first types of monsters were about the same when it came to that, but the hellhounds were much faster. The new demon that was dragging the chains was the slowest yet. It was just slowly lumbering towards him without a care in the world. This didn't bode well for Roland, as he just wanted to activate his Frankenstein of a trap before any of the monsters could reach him. In a few moments, he could hear the loud howls and gritting of teeth. One of the hellhounds was upon him and he needed to defend himself, thus a war of attrition began. While the Tier 2 chain-slinging monster took its sweet time, Roland was continually attacked by the infernal dogs. He was someone that actually liked dogs, but here he was forced to cave their heads in with his mace. When he delivered a smashing blow to one of the creature's faces, its teeth flew in all directions. This didn't keep from another one from biting his leg, its teeth infused with magical fire. The greaves that he fashioned beforehand managed to somehow protect his leg. With a quick smack of a mace to the monster dog's side, it was flung away into the distance. While being busy with defending himself from the more agile monsters, a spike coming from another one made its way through a gap in his armor. He winced in pain while putting up his shield and defending himself from any other incoming projectiles. The only thing he could do now was to move back, circling around the trap area he made while biding his time. But there was a small problem. The more he circled around, the more he found himself getting surrounded. Soon the spiked devils and even the imps were moving in for the kill. He was now mostly just pushing them back with his shield while not being able to use his mace. If he did a large swing, he worried that one of the many monsters would deliver a killing blow, now or never. Finally, the largest of the monsters had gotten in range. This prompted Roland to bolt back to the spot where the control room was. He found himself tossing his shield away while inserting the shaft of his mace into a hellhound's mouth before finally placing his hand on it. The control rune was engraved on a thick piece of metal. From it, many various rods of steel were sticking out while hidden under a thin layer of dirt. After placing his palm on this rune, he injected his mana into it. The moment he did, he felt like his head would explode. It was as if someone was pushing a giant nail through his ear, right towards his brain. Arg! A flash of electricity ran through the entire runic trap that he created as everything lit up like a Christmas tree. After working for a year with generators and electricity, he had learned a thing or two about those runes. This trap produced a massive electrical shock that was discharged into the monsters. All of them got hit while Roland curled up in a small area where the lesser lightning runes that he made wouldn't jolt him into the afterlife. He didn't come out unscathed as the drain on his mana was immense. This was clearly shown by a bloody nose along with more blood coming out of his ears. The whole place went silent. All of the monsters lay dead on the ground after receiving the massive shock. Roland wasn't in a much better state though. He started wincing while trying to push himself off the ground. He felt terrible, but he was alive. My head, did I get them all? After a moment of silence, he got his answer in the form of rattling chains. He moved his head up and his eyes started to focus on the menacing sound. There it was, the Tier 2 monster. It was still alive, inching towards him while the chains shook about. Its skin looked even more charged than before, and it was even smoking. Fuck, Roland felt sick. Due to using this jerry-rigged trap, his mana had dropped below 5%. It was a miracle that he was even conscious. This demon or devil wouldn't give him much time to get back to his feet though. It just slowly tricked towards him with slow large strides. It took him a moment to find the mace that he inserted into a monster's mouth, along with his shield. With weak shaky steps, he moved towards it and managed to get to them before this monster got to him. Roland pumped himself up. The monster couldn't be at full health either. It received the hit from the trap, but it was at the outer part of it. Because of this, it probably received less of a shock than the rest of the monsters that were now dead. This came to light in the coming exchange that these two remaining warriors had. The monster gave out a deep groaning roar before swinging its hand toward Roland. He defended himself with his shield that buckled under the pressure. Those chains rattled around as the chain devil attempted another strike. The monster was quite sluggish and its hits were quite easy to read. The hits were quite real though, as each time those massive chained fists descended onto Roland's shield, he felt his bones rattling. His hand that was holding onto the shield had gone numb a long time ago, but this was the last enemy, and if he failed now, he would need to do the whole thing again. He gathered all of his strength that he had left and took another blow to the shield. It received another dent but somehow remained intact. This time around he didn't let the monster take its time to wind up again. No, instead he swung his mace towards its knee. He injected the remaining mana that he had into this mace, and delivered a crushing blow with all of his strength. This part of the leg didn't have any chains wrapped around it. He heard a nice cracking sound of the creature's bone. Soon it lost its footing and tumbled forward, allowing Roland the chance that he was aiming for. The shield was tossed to the side as he grasped the mace with both his hands. With a long overhead strike, he brought down the spiked ball on the back of the creature's head. He started hitting it, over and over again. His maddened shouts filled the silent arena and echoed throughout it. Die, die, die. The creature's head that had a somewhat humanoid shape soon turned into a caved-in mess of flesh and bone. The spiked ball that was on the mace shattered into many chunks of metal while Roland continued. Even after that, he continued to hit it with what was left of the mace's shaft. Only after some time he managed to snap out of his rage-filled stupor. He groaned while falling to the side into some monster remains. The only thing he was capable of doing now was panting and wheezing. The only thing that kept him awake were the sounds of the large arena gates closing themselves back again. He dreaded the thought that this might not have been the end to this trial. If another monster showed up now, then he would need to give up. But instead of that, something else happened. The walls started to shift again and the closed gates through which the monsters were coming out from started moving below ground. Though it weren't the gates that were moving, it was the ceiling. Roland rolled over onto his back and could see the top of the arena opening. From it a flight of stairs descended along with the ceiling. Soon the rumble ceased, and he was left with a way up. It seemed that this might have not been the end of this trial quite yet. What now? Before he could ask himself if he would need to fight another monster when he climbed those stairs, he felt a strange feeling wash over his whole body. The injuries that he had sustained were being healed and the cloudiness over his mind was being washed away. In a matter of seconds, he was fine. A full recovery was achieved. He hopped up to his feet and also noticed that the monster bodies had long vanished along with any signs of combat. What remained were the stairs up. He was even back to wearing the generic clothes that he had before fashioning himself better armor. Roland narrowed his eyes at the flight of stairs. There was nothing here anymore even after moving around those stairs and what remained of this arena. The only thing he could do was to move up. If there was some kind of bonus boss, there was something that he feared. So he climbed, and to his surprise the area that he found himself wasn't fit for battle. No, it was a library. There he saw one large desk with some books on it and a magic candle lighting the way. After making sure that there weren't any hidden enemies around, he moved forward. His hand went to the first book he could find, Secrets of Runesmithing? After flipping through the pages of this book and picking out another one, he figured out what this was. I guess this is the part that I receive my Runesmith Lord skills. Roland looked at the pile of books here. There were quite a lot of them and it looked like they would offer him more than just skills. There were designs for certain runes, theories that couldn't be bought at auction houses. With this he might be able to clear up the deficiencies in his knowledge. It was time to read. Is this going to be a written exam? Chapter 83. The sounds of vomiting filled a closed-off room. In it, there were many smithing tools along with scribbles of runic patterns on the walls. This was Roland's workshop that he had hidden away in while going through his Tier 2 ascension ritual. After it was over he found himself affected by the strain of going through those tests. In the regular world, the use of a class-changing crystal was almost instantaneous. It didn't seem like more than a few seconds had passed. Reality was different though. The moment he was out his brain was jolted with new information. It was like every stressful emotion from all that fighting, and then skill learning was condensed into one moment. This caused Roland not only to chuck up his dinner into the bucket that he had previously gotten but also to pass out. He woke up to a characteristic stench that he recalled from some of the parties he was in his previous life. The bucket he used had spilled and the whole place was a mess. His workshop was lit up thanks to his mana generator, but he wasn't sure for how long he was out. The first thing that had to be done was to get a new change of clothes and then to clean this mess. Roland decided to move upstairs. For now, he grasped the door and was surprised by how much lighter it felt. It was a reinforced steel door that he made to resist heavy impacts. It was also very heavy so that normal people wouldn't be able to open it alone. This already signaled him that he had made it through into the second tier. Before checking his new status, a change of clothes was in order, but then he was quick to take a peek. To his surprise, there was quite the change in his stats. Name: Roland Arden L76. Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord L1, Primary, T1 Mage L25, Secondary, T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, Tertiary, HP 2405, 2405 MP 7259, 7259 SP 3276, 3276 Strength 64 Agility 45 Dexterity 92 Vitality 64 Endurance 73 Intelligence. Runesmith Lord class was now at the first level after he went through the trial. He remembered his old stat allocation and noticed that each of his stats went up by 5 points. This was with the exclusion of luck and charisma, as those two acted on different rules. Another interesting thing was that he was able to have 2 subclasses active instead of just one. His blacksmith and mage class passives were still working and boosting his mana and stamina reserves. Even with this, it didn't account for the massive increase in his MP, HP, and SP that he was seeing. After going through a few other status screens, he figured why this was the case. Runesmith Lord class. This class gives a 40% bonus to HP, MP, SP. Mana costs of using runes and rune-related skills is lowered by 30%. Tier 2, Lord. Trait adds a multiplier of 2 to all of the basic stats with the exception of luck and charisma. First was his new class. It immensely increased all of his stat points like health, mana, and stamina. He was also getting something similar to his rune mastery skill that lowered the mana cost for runes and rune-related skills as well. So not only would he be able to cast more runic spells, but the cost for runesmithing would be lowered. The other thing was his Tier 2 multiplier trait. It was also not a regular trait multiplier, as normal classes had it all at a 1/5 times. This meant that he would outperform regular Tier 2 class holders even with lower numbers on his side. The points he got after reaching the first level of his Runesmith Lord class were also quite high. In previous cases something like this wasn't the case. Did this mean that he would be getting that high of a number of stat points at each level? Roland wasn't sure about that. From what he knew, Tier 2 classes did gain more of those points, but not by this much. It could have just been some kind of bonus for reaching this tier. Only when he reached the second level he would know for sure. There was also a change to most of his regular skills: Identify L9-, Analyze L1 Basic Mana Shaping L9-, Mana Shaping L1 Basic Mana Regulation L9-, Mana Regulation L1 Basic Rune Mastery L9-, Rune Mastery L1 Basic Runecraft L9-, Runecraft L1 Basic Runic Blacksmith's Eyes L9, Runesmith Lord's Eyes L1. Most of them turned into more advanced skills. All of the skills that were at the 9th level had gone through a change. Each and every one of them was now at the first level of a more advanced version. Most of them just lost the basic prefix, but some turned into other skills. Like his Identify skill was now the Analyze skill, his Blacksmithing Eyes made a change too. After going through that library of books in the trial, he knew why. Roland removed his dirty shirt and started to fill up his tub made from iron. He did finally manage to make himself that hot tub that he dreamed about. The mess downstairs would have to wait. Taking a bath was the first thing he needed to do. While at it, he grasped one of his old runic wands to test one of his new and improved skills. His eyes started glowing in a deep purple color as he looked at the runic structures. With a bit of concentration, he was somehow able to zoom in on one of the components. Then he saw it. There was some strange code in there. It reminded him of the programming language from his old college days. A smirk appeared on his face as he tossed the piece of metal to the side. In that library, the focal point was this code. In reality, it was something akin to a magic language that could be changed and turned to fit the user's preference. During the trial he learned some basics of it. With it he would now be able to change the insides of the runic components. In the past, he had to be creative with the placement of the hardware, but now he would be able to change the software to produce more unique effects. He might even be able to create more smart kind of weapons or more universal ones while being able to reduce the size of the runic components. This might reduce the strain on the metallic components and give him some room to innovate. Besides the improvement to his runic blacksmith eyes, he had gained another useful skill. Basic rune mending skill allows instantaneous repair of damaged runes. This skill might have seemed like it was just regular runecrafting, and not much different than regular repairs that he was already able to do. But in reality, it was different. It would allow him to mend used-up runes from his gear on the fly and without the use of a hammer. The mana usage was quite high, but with all his passives lowering it and his own large mana pool, it would be quite handy. If any of his weapons ran out of runic charges, he would be able to repair them in an instant. Thus one of his biggest weak points of running out of charges would be fixed with this one skill. There was also another skill that he received, which was heat resistance. This was a lesser form of the fire resistance skill and allowed him to somewhat cope with high temperatures. From what he knew, it would level up the longer he stayed in areas with high temperature, and this skill could transform to the proper fire resistance later on. This would come in handy for the dungeon that was heating up at the lower levels. It was time to not look at the system screens. He found himself dozing off in the hot tub that was heated by his runic generator. Now with his new skills and increased knowledge, he would have to go over the whole thing again. This was a challenge for another day, as he found himself falling asleep in the tub and waking up a few hours later while almost drowning. After a cleaning drive and sleeping, he was good to go. With this, he was now a proper member of society. In this world, before you reached the second tier you weren't considered a respected adult. He would also be able to get a silver adventurer grade now, of course after passing a little test and paying a small fee. The guild was laxer on the bronze and steel adventurers, but from silver, they got involved more. This was the first larger bump in the road of an adventurer. When he advanced to steel grade, he didn't really need to do much. It went up just by him continuing to kill monsters and doing missions. With the advancement to silver grade, the guild would now get involved. Wonder what kind of mission they will give me. Roland was now down in his workshop. He was still getting used to his increased strength and agility. His stats didn't look like they went up by much, but with the 2-time multiplier, he was twice as strong and fast. He was thinking about going to the guild. Getting a better adventurer grade brought some advantages besides prestige. The biggest one being better prices when selling or buying items from the guild directly. There was also another thing that he would like to do now. After being done with his advancement, he needed fitting weapons and armor to go with it. His armor and weapons were made from good quality steel, but that was it. It was time to move on from this and try something from the top shelf. He was going to produce his own deep steel weapon and armor. He had procured some raw materials for this cause, but there wasn't quite enough. It was time to go back to town. The new adventurer rank could wait. It wouldn't really lower the prices on the market for crafting materials. It would mostly aid him in selling mana stones and monster parts, or when buying items like health potions for the dungeon expeditions. Roland grabbed his things and after locking up was on his way towards town while riding his runic bicycle. When he was close enough, he just hopped off and placed it back into his spatial backpack. He needed something with an increased width to get the whole thing in. At the gate he saw some familiar faces. The guards knew him as someone that lived here, so they didn't even look at his identification anymore. A lot of things had changed. In this town, for one thing, it was now called a city and the number of people had more than doubled. The houses that were being built and renovated when he arrived the first time were now all finished. The construction stretched out further now as new people were coming and new buildings to house them were needed. Roland was rarely seen in this city, and now with a lot of people living here, he was just someone that blended into the crowd. There wasn't anyone that he had made a deeper connection with here. The ones that interacted with him were mostly merchants and vendors. The only thing resembling social interaction that he got here was bartering. Should I check out the usual store or go to the auction house? A big chunk of his money came from selling mana stones or rare monster parts, but the most he made was from reselling runic items. Those were either all handcrafted by him or just pre-made items from other craftsmen or ones he found in dungeons. Roland mostly attached a mana stone to go with it, as that was an easy way to boost the item's price immensely. What type of mana stone came with the weapon and piece of equipment was also important. Putting a stone that boosted a person's intelligence on a heavy hammer that was meant for a warrior wouldn't go over well. Roland mostly went with weapons. It was easy to attach one of the mana stones to the hilt. There were also no return policies here, so he wouldn't need to worry if he did a sloppy job. He was someone that understood how good branding brought the long-term profits later on. With that in mind, his wares had a new logo that wouldn't associate him with his old scroll-making days. This time around it was a blacksmith's hammer inserted into a sun, which gave a similar feeling to the old logo, but was different enough for others to not connect the two. The fees and costs for the materials were higher than what they were at Edelgard. He could sell them at a higher price here though. With all the dungeon monsters parts selling well, the adventurers had a lot of buying power. This caused everything to somewhat equal itself out, and he was able to make a good living. The brand name he was hoping to embed into the minds of his sellers wasn't quite there yet. Due to doing a lot of adventurer work along with the creation of his mana generator, there wasn't enough time to build other things. Even the armor that he was using for his own protection was just a high-grade steel product that he bought instead of making it. Good day. Did you bring some new enchanted items today? An older man called out to him. He was now at the auction house. He had been selling things on it since it opened on a semi-regular basis. Thanks to the items always having high or highest grade runes, they sold at a high price and the auction house could make quite the profit. Yes, today the master enchanted a couple of things. He took out a couple of daggers and steel swords from his spatial bag. He gave it to this man's assistant that started placing them in an orderly fashion on the table. This old man was this auction house's appraiser. They worked similar to the workers in Edelgard. He already made a name for himself, so he didn't have to wait in line, even without him having to hide it. They took him for an apprentice blacksmith. No one would believe that a 16-year-old like him was a Tier 2 runesmith. This worked in his favor for multiple reasons, and it also let him explain all the runic traps placed around his house to the masses. Here you go, the earnings for this month. Roland nodded as he was handed a hefty sack of coins. He didn't need to look inside of it. With his mathematical skills he was able to tell how much gold and silver there was in there. It was quite the hefty sum, but he was going to go buy some raw deep steel, so this would probably not be enough to cover it all. Thank you, I'll see you next time. Anything, in particular, I should tell my master? Sometimes the auction house people would give him tips on what was selling well. Daggers and swords were one of the weapons that sold the most around here. Everyone liked to be either a roguelike agility-based class or a sword-wielding warrior. Nothing in particular, but deep iron or mithril weapons are selling well since some gold adventurers came to town. We should be having some skill books related to runes, maybe the good master would be interested in that. He perked up at the mention of runic books. He still needed to gain some insider knowledge for smelting the magical metals that had mana stones as ingredients. It looked nice to have armor laced with shiny gems, but if someone bashed them in, then they would lose their effect. There was a certain time where he tried to smelt some mana stones with small amounts of deep iron, but the product didn't pan out. He would probably need a corresponding skill or some kind of golden ratio to get this working. After a little chat about the city market, he left. The auction employee always pestered him about making better items made from rarer quality materials. Now, after classing up to a Tier 2 Runesmith Lord, he might actually be able to create such things. The next stop would be another large store. This one was created for all the craftsmen in the city and held all of the resources that one might want. There were even shipments of mithril that could be gotten at a really high price that was still a bit above his pay grade. Roland was now standing outside this building. In his head he was doing some math. He needed to consider how much money it would be necessary to spend. Even if he went over his budget a bit, he could probably salvage the excess material in one way or another. While walking past the door, he found himself not paying attention. Due to this, he didn't notice a person walking out. The two bumped into each other. With these increased stats, he didn't feel much of an impact. But that wasn't the case for the person he walked into as he tumbled backward after giving out a rather silly yelp. "Oh, sorry about that," he snapped out of it and looked down. He saw a youth that was about his age, maybe slightly older, but it was hard to tell due to his unique facial features. From the first look, the young man looked to be similar to a dwarf, but after looking at his body you'd think otherwise. He was obviously larger and also slimmer than a dwarf, which made him look like a mix between two races. The other characteristic thing that he noticed was the comedically large backpack that he was wearing. It looked to be one of those enchanted ones where you could fit in many items in, but there were even some tools hanging out from the many side pockets to boot. "I'm sorry." The young man started apologizing while squirming on the ground. It looked like he had trouble standing up due to the weight of the backpack. Roland stood there without doing much for a moment before leaning down and grasping the young man by the shoulders and lifting him up. With his now increased strength, this was quite easy. It felt like he was lifting up a child even though his target was close to 170 centimeters of height. After more apologizing, he was gone and out of the store. Roland just scratched his head and moved inside. It was time to spend quite a big sum of money on his new gear. Chapter 84. A certain runic craftsman was speeding back home with a large backpack strapped to his back. He was sitting on his runic bicycle, to which people that were going back from the dungeon farming still weren't used to. He had just gone through some of his savings to buy up crafting resources, most of them being from the top shelf and meant for people at the Tier 2 classes. It wasn't that easy to procure everything he wanted in just one day. After going back and forth several times and waiting a few days, he was finally ready to give his new crafting skills a try. Roland didn't just sit on his hands through this time. While everything was being sorted out at the stores, he was busy with his research. There was his new mending skill. He had tested its applications in combat. It sounded really good at first. Being able to repair runes on the fly was probably everyone's wet dream that owned a limited-use runic weapon. There was one big drawback: it just used up a massive amount of mana. Even with all the skills that allowed him to lower the requirements for any runic skills, it took out quite a chunk. It would certainly not be possible to just continually use this skill. There was also another problem: the runic structure degraded with each time it was mended. Roland attributed this to the skill's low level. He gave it a test, and after 2 uses a rune that was rated at highest degraded to high. There were some drawbacks, but it would extend the uses of these runes during prolonged combat. While being a somewhat hybrid class like this, Roland also intended to purchase any mana-related skills that would boost his regeneration even further. The constant headaches he got when his mana ran low was something that he didn't want to have to put up with anymore. Then there was the upgraded version of his runic blacksmith's eyes that was the Runesmith Lord's eyes. The previous version only let him see some imperfections during crafting, thus allowing him to be able to avoid or fix them during the crafting process. Now on the other hand, this skill had more features while also retaining all of the previous benefits. The most interesting characteristic of this skill was allowing him to peek at the inside workings of the runes. To someone new, it would look like some chicken scratch of strange symbols and numbers, but he could tell that it was very similar to a programming language. Previously, he was only able to work on the hardware, now on the other hand, he was able to fiddle around with the software. The strange symbols with time started making sense as they looked similar to computer code. With this skill active, his runecrafting also evolved as he was able to alter this language. The biggest problem now was figuring out more of the commands that he would be able to use. His class change gave him some basics, but most of it still remained to be checked. For now, he was able to segregate this code into two sections. One was different and quite familiar to him as it was just magical language that a regular mana scribe would use for making magic scrolls. It looked like the runes also used this universal magic language in their structures, but it was buried deep inside their software. These spell structures were just regular basic spells. It wasn't hard to figure out which parts he could copy and paste to get an effect. For instance, he was able to replace a spell structure that was for an easy light spell with one with a different color. The rest of the runic components were the same, so it activated without a problem. Previously he would need to find a corresponding rune and exchange the whole large component. Now on the other hand, he would be able to fiddle around with the code and alter it. This was possible on an already created magical item. He had a good idea how to use such a thing in combat. If he placed a flame sword rune on his sword, he might be able to change its elemental characteristic to something else. Through some changes in the coded spell, a flame sword could change into an ice sword. This would help him out tremendously against enemies with specific weaknesses. If he ran into a monster that was resistant to fire, he could just switch it to something else. It also didn't require that much hammering and mana force to change the code, which made this plausible yet not that probable. There were certain aspects during combat that would make concentrating on changing runes quite hard. Exchanging runic code could potentially ruin the whole item if it was done in an unfocused state. There was an option to get around that though. This would be by including more code in the rune from the start. He would need to just give a jolt into the runic system of which code he wanted to use. It would be similar to old programs from his world with pre-programmed commands. If he learned the ins and outs of this magical programming language, he might even be able to make a multi-spell structure. Maybe he could switch between a massive array of spells while not having to cover his crafted items with so many runes. While Roland's head was filled with future research and innovations, he finally arrived at his house. The backpack he was wearing was a spatial item and he needed it to be larger to insert more crafting materials into it. After getting inside, he placed his bike into his shed that he then closed up. While being here himself, he wasn't that worried if someone would try breaking in and stealing his stuff. Even less now after he crossed the Tier 2 threshold. With the Tier 2 boost that was above regular classes, he was already stronger than most adults in this world. He made his way down into his workshop and started unpacking. Today he would be making a specific part of his armor, mainly the gauntlets. They would be made from a special monster leather glove that he would cover in deep steel. It wouldn't quite reach up to his elbow as the part that covered the arms was separate. Roland considered just purchasing a set of completed deep steel armor, but the costs were quite high. This material was mostly sold with completed generic enchantments or runic ones that increased the price even more. He tried asking around, but all the smithies were busy with their own work. He would need to wait months, even up to half a year, to get a fresh suit of armor with no enchantments on it. Then also contend with erasing all the old enchantments, which would cause loss of materials. By making his own stuff, he would also increase the levels of his skills. It was also good to train skills. With them maxed out, there was a possibility for other class options being unlocked to him. Sometimes even some hidden skills required a certain skill to be at a given level before it became available. This was also what he would be doing for a week or two. A person without any smithing skills would need a lot longer, but with skills and eyes that told him where to strike, it would be much easier. Though they were just fresh level 1 skills at the moment, Roland didn't set his expectations too high. This would be his very first combat armor that he would make, and it would also probably be the worst one that he produced. The only good part about this was that he could fiddle around with the runic programming later without much damage to the prepared armor. After pushing his reinforced door open with one hand, he was now in his workshop. To the side was a board with a diagram of his new armor. It wasn't anything special, just regular-looking plate mail armor that would need an arming jacket to go with it. This type of armor would require a lot of belts and straps to attach to his legs. It would also have some unarmored spots behind him, but he was mostly looking to protect his front side. He already dreaded the thought of putting it on and off by himself, but he didn't really have a working design for anything else. Maybe in the future, he could use some kind of magnet design where the armor parts would connect to each other by magical means. It was finally time to get to work. Roland started taking out all the parts that he would need for his gauntlet design. Most of it consisted of thinner blocks of metal akin to sheet metal but slightly thicker. With the correct design in place, he would just need to cut it into the correct shapes and then attach it to the monster leather glove. Something like this could be bought for cheap. There were many armor designs in this world that already had gone through a lot of changes. Each blacksmith always gave their own a slightly different design, but in the end, it was mostly the same type of armor. Roland was planning to go with a flame design for his. It would go well with the crimson color that he liked to use. After placing all the raw resources on the table, he started grabbing the tools that he would be requiring. Some heating up in his runic forge would be required even with the thinner metal pieces. Deep steel was a lot harder to work with than regular steel and a lot more resistant. Without heating it up in magical flames to soften it up, it would be quite a difficult task. The mana added a few strange qualities to the metals in this world, thus some old crafting methods went out of the window. Luckily, he had a few modernized tools already prepared. Punching holes was now a thing of the past as he built himself a nice drill. Making the drill bits was a bit tedious, and he also had to make some from deep iron and steel. The old slave collars helped with that part as he had melted them down to recycle them as some of his current tools. His new crafting hammer was also made from them. Crafting the runes on this piece of armor would come last. It was slightly easier as the metal could be heated up without it being damaged even after it was hammered into shape. After having prepared everything, it was time to get to work. He put on his blacksmithing apron that he got cheaply off the market along with his protective goggles. Thanks to his smithing eyes, he wouldn't need to draw out the shapes on the metal during the cutting process. This skill somehow allowed him to see the diagram that he was currently working on and be able to follow it. This time around he wouldn't need any heavy-duty scissors or chisels to cut up the metal. He had a somewhat modern saw already prepared. It didn't look like much at first glance as it was a thicker piece of metal with a side circular saw connected to it. It had a wire at the end that connected to his generator room. After giving it a little jolt with his own mana, the runic circular saw activated without a problem. This model looked similar to its modern counterpart, but it lacked any buttons. It also had a blade guard made from metal that protected his fingers from being sliced off. The piece of thinner metal that was heated up in the forge was placed in a vise. Following this, Roland started cutting into it to get the proper shape that was needed for the gauntlet finger parts. Soon many small pieces of cut deep steel were being placed on a side workbench. Before working on them more, they would need polishing. Even with the modern saw, there were sharp edges left here and there that needed to be smoothed out. For this, he could use his grindstone that had also been connected to his generator. He was already ahead with his work by not needing mana on these runic power tools. The next step was bending the pieces that would be later fitted onto the fingers of his gauntlet. For this he needed a metal bending jig. This consisted of a pipe that was cut in half and another one that would be pushed down into it. Roland needed to place the metal cutouts into this bending jig and press them down with the other pipe to bend. Before doing this he also needed to heat them up as deep steel wouldn't be that easy to get into shape. If something was out of shape, he would use his ball-peen hammer. The round side of the hammer could also make spherical shapes and could be used instead of the bending jig. This was quite a lengthy process as there were 10 fingers that he needed to fill. With now being independent there was no rush though, he could spend as much time as he needed. Without having to rush to level up now he could take it slow. The next class change could be taken in another 24 levels when he hit level 100. There was also an option to max out this class to level 50 before that, which he would probably be doing as it was some kind of rarity. With more time passing he was finally done with all the small pieces. Now came the drilling part. Previously he would have to punch holes through the pieces via his hammer, but now he had a working drill. With it, the holes were more even and they wouldn't bend the smaller metal pieces during a badly placed hit. Now came the riveting part of the construction. He took out one of the prepared leather strips from the side and placed one of the metal pieces on it. What he needed to do here is connect all the parts that would be the fingers together on this leather strip. This was done by punching holes through the leather strip and the previously cut out holes. When finished, the gauntlet would have a somewhat scale pattern. What he now had was something that looked like an armored finger. This he would then place on the leather glove and attach it by rivets as well. He just had to connect it by the holes that were on the fingertip and the end of it. After connecting all of those, he would have something that already started resembling a metal gauntlet. Once the finger and thumb pieces were done, it was time for the last phase, the hand. With his diagram, he still had to shape 7 plates of metal for the hand part and also for the vambrace. This would also require a lot of bending and riveting. On the end of the vambrace, he would rivet in a flame design. On it, there would be pre-made sockets for his mana stones to go in. They would be both wedged in by force and also glued in by the special alchemist glue that would keep them in place. This took quite a bit of time and was also a good learning experience for someone that mostly made weapons instead of armor. In the end, he had one of the gauntlets ready for some runecrafting. His whole armor set would have fire resistance put on it as a priority. He knew that below the 10th floor there was a somewhat volcanic section. This with some chilling runes on some parts would help him last through the heat. Even though he had heat resistance now, having more wouldn't hurt. Roland placed the half-finished gauntlet to the side. It had taken him a whole day to get here and there was still some work left. He was certain that the left gauntlet would take him a lot less time. The lack of skill progress during this proved that it was a lot harder to level up those tier 2 skills. After pushing the door open, he headed over to the kitchen. There, a pot with water was waiting for heating up. His stove was also running on heating runes, so he was saving a lot of money on resources like coal and wood. While resting, he looked outside his window. The moons were already up in the sky. It was one of those times where old memories flooded back. He had been living in this world for over 10 years now. The cult that could potentially be after him still lingered in the back of his mind. This, along with the strange events concerning the soldier that almost killed him when he was 10, I wonder what those 3 are doing. He thought back to his first adventurer party that were the first people that were actually nice to him. About 5 years had passed since then. Their time together was quite short, all things considered, so he wasn't sure if they even remembered him. I wonder if they really think that I died. Now he thought back to the old Arden estate. He didn't really feel like a member of that family. The child's body that he was inhabiting had some sentiments towards it though. These had slowly been going away with time though. Now it felt like a dream that had long passed. Think I should take a bath and go to bed. I'll work on the armor tomorrow. He tossed all these old thoughts back where they were before. It wasn't the time to think about old things that had already passed. It was time to move forward. Getting this tier 2 class was only the beginning. Chapter 85. A somewhat nice-looking deep steel gauntlet was laying down on a table. Roland looked at his newest creation and couldn't help to slide his hand inside of it. The feeling was quite nice and he could move his fingers around well. This gauntlet that he made was in the glove style. There was the option to go with a mitten design that offered more protection for his fingers. That type of gauntlet offered more defense, but at the expense of dexterity. He went with the more dexterous variant that fitted his high dexterity stat more. The right one was done, but he still needed to assemble the left. First, though, it was time to perform some tests. This gauntlet was fitted out with 4 common grade mana stones that were at the sides of the vambrace. Thanks to the ethereal pathways technology, he would be able to connect all of his armored parts together later. This didn't mean that it was wise to place the mana stones away from runic structures. He attempted to place the mana stones in a hidden structure away from the moving parts while not exposing them to harm's way. But a concentration of mana stones in one place would cause the runic circuits to overload. They just couldn't take the enriched mana output that was injected into the system. Thus they needed to be placed close to the runes. They were supposed to affect. He looked to the side where a small plate made from deep steel was just sitting there. This was a part that he used for research purposes. It was in a square shape and in each corner there was 1 common grade mana stone. The whole surface was filled out with runic symbols. He moved his finger towards it to give it a poke. Through his finger, he injected a trace amount of mana to look at the previously pre-programmed effect. This metallic plate lit up in an orange light before spitting out some flames. In a moment an orb of orange light was produced, but this wasn't just a regular flame orb spell. The blob of light started to change shape and soon words started appearing. He looked at the spelled out words that said, "Hello world," and thought back to his previous life. Something like this was very common among programming circles, as this was mostly the first thing such a person would create. Before moving on to his gauntlet, he took out a small piece of metal. It looked like a pen made from deep steel with a mana stone attached to the top. This was just a simple device that aided him in runecrafting. He poked the desired rune on this plate and injected his mana. Soon the magic code started shifting into a different structure. The magic writing that was shining orange changed into a blue hue and exuded a more chilly aura. Changing just the code is much faster. It also doesn't affect the other structures, so the runes don't deteriorate. The runic code inside the runes was something that he learned during his stay in that trial library. He had taken some basics from there with which he could now perform such tasks. His understanding was still basic and mostly at the lesser rune level. It would take some time to go through all these runes again. The old knowledge he gained by matching the hardware components started feeling trivial, but it wasn't useless. Those parts were still important to get the highest grade and lower mana consumption while maximizing the rune's power. Such a thing wouldn't be possible by just playing around with the runic code. Is it possible to create some kind of runic operating system? This was the most important question. The code could be copied over after it was inscribed into the runic component. These runes he was working with were like hard drives that kept everything stored. This also brought another problem: he would need to make a lot of backup storage. His intelligence stat made his memory quite good, but even if he knew the whole code, writing it over and over again into each rune would just waste too much time. Roland looked at his created glove and then at the schematic that was hung up to the side. He had already decided on the spells that he would inscribe along with the rudimentary operating system that he would use to switch between spells. In the past, he would have to separate the runic structures into separate armor pieces if he wanted to have multiple spells. That or fit more separate structures on one piece of equipment and then inject his mana manually into the one that he wanted to use. Now on the other hand, he could connect everything into one big grand runic circuit. He would store the pre-programmed spells in strategic locations. If he wanted to activate an ice spell through his gauntlet, he would just jolt the corresponding runic program. That icearrow.exe would then activate and shoot out the spell it was assigned to .at this point in time. This was the most he could do. This wasn't quite that proficient, as with more of those executables the tougher it would be to activate them. It was like opening up a folder and having to manually click on each executable. He would have to do it each time to produce what he wanted, then if something was wrong with the code the whole thing could explode in his face. There was also one other big weakness of such a system. It would only require his enemy to sever one of the runic traces that went towards his glove. If it was broken, the signal from the program would not be able to go through to execute the spell. The only way for him to then cast this spell would be to use his mending skill to fix the structure or repair it with runecrafting. In the middle of battle, this would be quite a tough thing to do, which would force him not to take many hits. Luckily deep steel is quite resistant, the runic pathways shouldn't just break that easily. Could also attach some auxiliary runes on the inside of the armor. He rubbed his chin while contemplating his design again. He really didn't want to do this again, but he didn't feel like he was quite experienced enough to account for everything in advance. This is going to take a while. He grasped his hammer from the side and resumed his work. Time flew by and in about a month his creation was ready. Now for the finishing touches. A full set of deep steel armor was placed on his workbench. It was fitted out with runes and the shiny mana stones were sticking out from a few places. It was nice and shiny as he had polished it to perfection before finishing up. This was also the problem: it was a bit too metallic and out there, but he had just the thing for this occasion. Roland took out a small bottle of red liquid and slowly brought it over to the breastplate and placard. He was sure to let a drop of this strange red liquid drop on the breastplate. The moment it collided with the metal, he could see a change. The whole metallic plate started changing color. From the spot the drop fell, it began to turn into a crimson color. Alchemists sure make some handy stuff. This was an alchemist concoction that was used to color metallic parts. It wasn't paint, it somehow changed the color of the metal it touched. This saved a lot of time as he never had to give it a paint job. His new creation was ready to be worn and tested. He had made it specifically for the silver grade adventurer test that he would be taking soon. There was no way of knowing what they would ask of him, but it would either be a quest down in the dungeon or a one-on-one battle with another tier 2 adventurer. If it was up to him, he would rather go with the dungeon run, as he didn't really want to interact with others or show his hand yet. After the paint job was done, another annoying task was before him. Now I have to get this thing on. He had already worn heavy armor before, but it was still annoying. There were many straps and procedures he needed to follow to get armor like this on. Normally knights that used armor like this would have squires to help them get dressed, but he had only himself. While grumbling, he began putting the whole thing on. He also used some pre-bought chain mail to cover some exposed parts. In time he was ready. Deep steel was slightly heavier than regular steel. Even with this, he didn't feel very restricted by the weight. His stats were already quite superhuman, so walking around in heavy armor wasn't much of a problem. His choice of weapon was an arming sword like before, along with a kite shield. The sword looked like his old sword, but it was made from deep steel. With everything accounted for, he left towards the city, shield on his back and the sword to his side. This time he would just go on foot to see how comfortable this thing was during prolonged walking. He had tested the runic spells before coloring already, so this was the only stress test remaining. The guards at the gate didn't react to him anymore. He was one of the only people wearing crimson heavy armor wandering through the streets. This world had far more peculiar things than men in edgy armor, so no one really thought it was that strange. Even if he changed his helmet to one that looked like a skull, they wouldn't even bat an eye. While passing through the gate, he noticed a party of adventurers walking out. They looked like they were battle-ready, and they had more members than a regular party had. From a quick glance with his improved analyzing skill, he could see their levels. All of them were close to level 50, but none of them was quite there. Probably soon they would be able to reach tier 2 status and just like him take the advancement test to a silver rank adventurer. While passing, he also noticed someone with a large backpack trailing behind this 6-man party. But being a bit preoccupied with his own things, he didn't really care. With some time he was finally at the Adventurer Guild building. On the inside, it now looked like a proper guild with the usual layout and some drunken adventurers inside. The clatter of his armor brought attention to him, but only for a second before people turned to themselves. He wasn't the only armored person that kept his helmet on either. The lines to the receptionist ladies weren't as long anymore and quite free today. He moved over to the line with the elven woman that he got his adventurer card. Even though she didn't work as fast as the woman with the glasses, she sometimes gave him better deals. Maybe today she would let him have an easier test. We are having a 5% discount on all health potions if you buy them as a bundle of 5. He was greeted by a sales pitch right off the bat. The only response he could offer was a shake of his head. Oh, if you're not interested in health potions, then how about mana potions? We just received a new batch recently. The lady sure was diligent, but he just rolled his eyes, as he knew that buying directly from the Adventurers Guild wasn't as good as going to a proper alchemist shop. It did save up on some time, and sometimes the deals were good. No, thank you. I would like to take the silver rank test. Silver rank test, oh my. Do you meet the qualifications? Before the woman could start listing down the terms that he already knew, he took out his adventurer card. Yes, I am above level 50 and passed my class change. Here is my card. I have also done enough missions to qualify for a test. The elven girl just smiled and took the card into her hands. After a small moment, she gave a big smile while looking up. Ah, if it isn't Mr. Wayland, almost didn't recognize you. Is that a new set of armor? You look great in it. You sure do love dark red, don't you? Roland just stood there, not sure why the elven lady was talking so much. She did seem more chatty with him than with the other adventurers. He wasn't sure why. Was she interested in him in some way? Or did she just like talking to people that mostly respond in nods, grunts, or very short sentences? He wasn't someone that was that versed in women, so he didn't know, but for now he decided to try to hurry this whole thing up. This new armor of his needed to be tested out in the field, so he hoped he would get a task to descend into the dungeon. Facing off against a tier 2 guild member wouldn't be bad either, but then it would be an open spectacle. Yes, it is new. Could I get my task sorted out? I don't have that much time, Mr. Wayland. You're no fun. The elven woman showed a rather cute pout which took him by surprise, but soon enough she was back to smiling. Please place your hand on the orb. He followed the instructions, but just like last time his status was corrupted. It was somehow visible that he had a Tier 2 class, but the elven lady still raised her eyebrow. This status. Can Mr. Wayland do something about it? Roland just shook his head from side to side as he didn't really want to reveal his true stats or classes to this guild. There wasn't any specific law that he needed to, so he would refuse, quite stubborn. Please wait a moment. I'll have to consult one of our associates about your task. You will also have to pay a fee. The Sun Elf lady went away into the back room while Roland waited. He tried thinking about what kind of tests or tasks guilds usually gave the new adventurers. Normally they made a person do some kind of mission that was for silver rank adventurers. Here in this city with a dungeon that would entail going into the lower levels, probably hunting some monsters close to Tier 2 or ones that had already evolved. In about 10 minutes the woman returned, but she wasn't alone. Next to her was a somewhat tan man. He had a robust build and looked to be in his mid-20s. He had short dark hair and a somewhat cocky expression on his face. Is this the new fledgling you want me to test? Roland got eyeballed hard by this man. By what he was saying, this could only mean one thing. Instead of getting a dungeon quest, he would need to face off against this guy. Yes, this is him. Mr. Wayland, let me introduce you to Armand. He will be your sparring partner for your guild advancement test. This man was about the same height as Roland, which was close to 190 centimeters. His frame was slightly larger, and it was obvious that he was some kind of warrior. The other adventurers were quick to notice this as they moved closer. Hey, Armand is going to fight someone. Let us go watch. How long do you think that guy will last? 5 minutes tops. Tests like this were considered an event for these adventurers that didn't really have much to do. They would also bet on the winners or on how long the party that seemed to be weaker would last against a trained guild instructor. Such instructors were either retired adventurers or current ones that took it for a quick payout. I guess I'll have a big audience. He couldn't really refuse to take this test. It would seem strange, and the adventurer guild would probably not take him seriously afterward. It was up to them to decide on the test, and he would have to go through with it. From what he could tell, this test would take place in a sort of small arena behind the adventurer guild building. This place was something you could rent out to train with others, and sometimes even some sanctioned fights between fighters took place. I shouldn't need to beat the instructor. Exchanging some blows should be enough for him to measure my strength, but I'm not sure he will let me off with just that. He wasn't sure why, but the guy that he was facing off against looked quite into it. The guy looked like someone that liked to fight. Normally an instructor wouldn't go all out and just test a newly ascended Tier 2 class holder. Some of these instructors had their own way of doing things though. Please grab a weapon and get ready, we will begin the test shortly. Roland looked at the training swords on the side. He was deemed to be a warrior type, and using sharp weapons was forbidden. The armor he was wearing was the more important part. With it on he hoped to get through this test undamaged. Chapter 86. Did you hear? No, what is it? Armand is going to test some kind of a newbie. Armand? Didn't he break that last guy's legs? The same. We should go check it out. I heard his opponent is quite an eccentric. Two men were chatting outside the Adventurer Guild building. They soon moved around it towards the training field in the back. As they arrived, they could see a small crowd of people already there. What are the odds? 5-1 in Armand's favor. We are also betting on how long the new meat will last in the ring. People were placing bets on how long the man in red armor would last against the hired guild instructor. The man was an active adventurer who liked performing these sorts of tests for one reason or another. Other adventurers were just here to see a show, as everyone liked to see newbies getting brought down a peg by more experienced seniors. You weren't lying when you said he was an eccentric. What's with that color? And are those runic symbols? The two men that had come late looked at the man in the red suit of armor. To them, he looked like a son from some kind of rich merchant. Normally no one could afford a full suit of runic armor. They could even see mana stones peeking out, which showed them that it was a more expensive version. This new silver rank candidate was in the middle of picking out his training weapons. He wasn't allowed to use swords that had a blade for safety reasons. Though even without a sharp edge, someone at Tier 2 could easily kill someone with a direct hit from a blunt weapon. The ones performing the test were aware of this. They would be compensated for the danger, and any healing potions were on the house. Armand, that was this instructor, was on the other side. The two were in a fenced-round ring of sorts with a lot of space to maneuver. People could see him put on two metallic-looking gauntlets, and a cute-looking lady was helping him strap them in. It didn't seem like the man was perturbed by his opponent that was clad in full body armor. His face was relaxed and filled with smiles. Will it really be that easy? That guy shouldn't be that weak. Are you stupid? Did you see what they are wearing? Armand clearly has the advantage here. Those gauntlets will dent that armor in no time. One of the men was quite sure that the guild instructor had it in the bag. From this guy's perspective, the man in red armor was clearly some kind of shield warrior, a tank in gaming terms. His armor would be good against weapons with blades, but weak against blunt force. His opponent Armand was a pugilist, someone that specialized in close combat with his fists. When those gauntlets landed on the red armor, it wouldn't matter how hard it was, the blows would get through to the internal organs. There was also the agility aspect. The man in the bulky armor would have trouble contending with his opponent's speed. I bet this fight will be quite boring. Either he goes down with a few hits or keeps defending with that shield, but that training shield won't last that long. Tier 2 fighters reached past the human limits. With enough punches a shield made from iron or steel would give out. Yeah, quiet, I think it's starting. The man in the crimson armor went with a shield and a sword. The sword was blunt and would count more as a blunt weapon than a real blade. The only thing that made it better than a mace was its lower weight. It was more of a finesse weapon. The crowd cheered as the fun was finally beginning, even more after they saw the beautiful Sun Elf receptionist lady there. She would be the one that gave the signal to start the battle as well as be the witness. Everyone ready? The man in red armor nodded, and his opponent just shrugged while getting in a lazy fighting stance. He was clearly not taking this training match too seriously. The signal for them to begin was given and people could hear Armand chuckling. He stood there and beckoned his opponent to attack. How about I give you 4 free hits? Think that would be fair, don't you all think? The people that were looking in started laughing as they knew that this man liked to play around with his foes. This was clearly a tactic used to agitate an opponent and make him do sloppy decisions. With what looked to be a heavy shield warrior against him, Armand would find it easy to evade any of his sluggish attacks. Well, what are you waiting for, newbie? Attack me, or are you scared? The man in red didn't seem to be taking the bait at first, but after some more taunts, it looked to have worked. He took a step forward with his shield in front and sword to the side. The people around expected some kind of blind rage-filled charge, and they got something similar. That crimson armor started glowing in green color. This glow was mostly coming from the embedded green mana stones. Anyone that was able to sense mana opened up their eyes wide at this phenomenon. This was just the beginning, as their curious faces quickly turned to ones of bewilderment. The man took off in a sprint, but in reality, it looked more like he was flying forward. The speed at which he was going was not something a Tier 2 beginner should be able to produce. Armand barely reacted by dodging to the side. His expression was similar to everyone else here as he felt something graze his cheek. A long streak in the ground was formed as the man in the armor zoomed by. It looked as if this person had trouble containing his own speed. The greenish glow that the red armor produced faded away, and the silver rank candidate turned to Armand that rubbed his cheek. Even from here, everyone could see that he was bleeding. They weren't sure how, but it didn't look like this would be such an easy fight for this instructor. People started moving closer as now everyone was interested in what this person had to offer. Was it some kind of special class, or was this armor responsible for this sudden speed boost? Only time would tell. Soon the bout resumed as the armored man glowed green again and charged forward. This time around he was even faster. Armand was unable to keep his word, and defended himself against the practice blade with his metal gauntlets. A quick exchange of sword against fists took place. Sparks started flying, but it didn't seem like anyone was giving an inch. The clash ended after the pugilist landed a hard hit on the armored man's shield. The impact caused him to slide back, and a small dent appeared on the slab of metal that the armored warrior was holding. This trade-off was followed by a pause. It seemed like the two fighters were about equal, but the man in the red armor didn't take any hits. He managed to slip in a couple of sword strikes here and there while also skillfully defending himself with his shield. The crowd that was looking at this was quite astonished. What was supposed to be a quick little training exercise that should have already ended in Armand's favor was still in full swing. It even looked like the fresh Tier 2 adventurer was winning, as his agility was above this trained pugilist. Did he lie about his level or something? Are we getting scammed? The people that bet against the warrior in red were now worried. This could have been some scam that pitted someone that was above Armand in levels and in experience. That red guy's movements did seem a bit sluggish in the beginning. Was he playing it off? Some of the adventurers noticed that the armored man had started off slow. He even fumbled around a couple of times. Now on the other hand, it looked like he was slowly gaining the upper hand. It was as if he was someone that was just learning to use a new weapon, and only now was he getting the hang of it. Armand doesn't seem to be in on it, at least. One of the adventurers pointed at the tanned man that took on a different fighting position. His darkish skin started changing color into a more reddish tint. This color shift was accompanied by bulging of muscles. While the adventurer was already muscular before this, now he just looked like an overpumped bodybuilder. All kinds of veins could be seen coming off those rippling muscles. It was clear that he activated some kind of pugilist skill. The effect showed as his speed and strength were at a different level than before. A punch connected with the borrowed shield that almost instantly collapsed onto itself. The man in red armor had to abandon it while jumping back. He did it by throwing it at his opponent. The pugilist just smacked it to the side, but it looked like it was just a feint from the armored man's side. His armor changed its hue to green again as he tried to deliver a sword strike to his opponent's back. The hit went through, but the result that he was probably hoping for wasn't there. The flimsy steel sword bent backward after it connected with that muscular body. The adventurers that bet against the man in crimson cheered. It looked like it would be over soon. There was no way for a knight type to win against a martial artist type in hand-to-hand combat. It's over fresh meat. Armand had already forgotten that this was just a test of strength for a new silver rank adventurer candidate. The elven lady started even shouting out to stop the fight, but the man wouldn't listen. He was already charging forward with his fist aiming for his opponent's head. The armored man responded not by evading but by blocking with a cross-arm block. Everyone expected the man to just be sent flying with a broken forearm, but this wouldn't be happening. The armor glowed in a blue hue right before the fist connected with the block. He slid back slightly, but he stood his ground. Armand had overswung a bit, so he was left open for a counterblow. The armor glowed in a red hue now before the punch collided with those rippling side muscles. The crowd shouted out as they saw the hit connect with Armand's liver. It was clear that this hit hurt. Armand was clearly in pain as he stumbled backward. He had some air knocked out of him for sure, and his opponent wouldn't let him regain his footing that easily. For the people here, it was strange to see a slugfest between a martial artist and a man dressed in full body armor. It didn't look like he was even that good at it, but whenever Armand tried to retaliate, the kicks and punches that he threw and that connected didn't seem to be that effective. Each time a flash of blue would cover that armor and somehow cause those huge fists to not be as effective. Just by attrition, it looked like the newbie was winning. At one juncture the two got in a bout of strength, their fingers interlocking. "I'll break your fingers." Armand's eyes were quite bloodshot from the prolonged fighting, and his muscular body had taken some hits. Normally a pugilist would have the strength advantage, but it didn't look like the other party was budging. The armor turned red again, and the adventurers could hear a crunching sound. This appeared to be poor Armand's fingers that were getting pushed in by his opponent. The man gritted his teeth and was quick to deliver a headbutt to the armored man. Both of them jumped back while glaring at each other. Before the fight could continue further, a womanly voice called out from the side, "That's enough, stop." The elven receptionist woman jumped into the ring to stop the test. The crowd that was on the sides out started shouting and booing as the victor was not decided. "Why are you interfering? This isn't over." Armand called out while trying not to flinch. His hands didn't look too good after some of the fingers were broken. He was quick to set them in place though. It didn't look like this was his first rodeo. "Mr. Armand, please calm down. This was only meant to be a test." "You too, Mr. Wayland, please stop." Roland gave out a sigh of relief after the elven lady jumped in to stop the fight. He wasn't sure how long he would be able to keep this up. The man he was facing was well over his level and had higher physical stats to boot. It was all thanks to his armor that he was able to survive this long. He didn't want to stand out too much, so he decided not to use obvious mage spells during this whole bout. Testing out his new gear in the field also caused him to go with another approach. The constant color shifting was an indication of his switching to certain preset programs. This was an idea he came up with after remembering an old game he used to play. The green color would cause a massive boost to agility, The blue color would be the defensive mode, and red would increase his strength. By switching between these modes on the fly, he was able to somewhat overpower this higher level opponent. This was just a runic program that switched between buffing spells and the corresponding mana stones that increased certain stats. Thanks to this, he could either switch between specialized boosts in one stats or spread it out evenly. It took him some time to get used to the agility boost the most, but luckily his opponent wasn't taking him that seriously. This allowed him to field test this armor of his, which he thought was a big success. There was some lag between switching the various modes, and he accumulated some damage as well. This was something that he expected, and now he just needed to work out some kinks. No, I won't accept this. It wasn't his own strength, it was all that armor, you saw it. Roland wanted to go ask if with this he would get his silver rank, but it seemed that his instructor wasn't seeing it his way. It was clear that the man didn't take the draw well. Roland knew that if he started to use some of those common grade attacking spells, he had that his opponent would have probably been down for the count a lot sooner though. He also wasn't able to use his own shield and sword. Those two wouldn't have been trashed that easily. Would you tell that to a monster that used an enchanted sword? What? After getting closer to the elven receptionist and the man that was his instructor, he had to chime in. From Roland's perspective, this armor was a part of his strength, it was something he made and there was no shame in using it. The man was clearly acting immaturely, trying to shift the blame on the use of magical gear. You know what I mean, do you want me to take you on with my bare fists? Roland's point was easy, each class had its strong and weak points. Him using magical gear was clearly acceptable. Though it didn't seem that other people saw it his way, probably because no one knew that he made this armor himself. In their eyes, he looked to be some spoiled rich kid that was using magic equipment to come out on top. He could clearly see some disdained faces from the side, but after his show of might, not many people would speak their mind in front of him. Before another fight could break out, the elven lady was quick to pull Armand away. Roland, on the other hand, was told to wait in the guild building. Back there he could see the gazes of the other adventurers. This was something that he had hoped to avoid. The only good thing that came out of this was that he was able to test his new armor. In about 15 minutes the elven lady was back out again. He was even handed a healing potion on the house. What she told him afterward only cemented in his mind that people here looked down on individuals that used runic equipment. Due to the test being inconclusive, you will be given a secondary mission. For a moment he wanted to go find Armand and shove an ice arrow up his behind. Luckily the request was something that aligned with his own plans. It was to go to the dungeon and get some tier 2 monster materials. With this in mind, he left the Adventurer Guild. His armor didn't suffer that much damage, so he could finish this up in one day. Chapter 87. Haha, did a group of mole rats have their way with you? Screw off. A large burly man with no hair was laughing at Armand, the instructor that just faced off against Roland. The pugilist was in a sorry state, he was holding his hands that were slowly healing after some of his fingers were broken. This wasn't the actual cause of him looking pale though. The skill that he activated took quite a bit out of him. It wasn't something that could be used for a prolonged amount of time, it was mostly there for a short burst of power to finish off an enemy. He didn't win. It was all because of that armor. If he didn't have it on, I'd crush him with one hit. The older man walked over closer. He was really tall, not something that a human could achieve. There was a total lack of hair on his head and his body looked like it was carved out from stone. This man was clearly from the Goliath race, which was quite the rarity in this warm climate. This race of smaller giants preferred mountain regions and more secluded areas. Is that so? I wouldn't be so sure about that. It felt like he was holding something back. What? Armand looked quite pissed. His fingers were still numb and the potion would need some time to heal his bones. Things like cuts could be mended faster, but when getting down to the bone, the quality of the potion had to increase for it to work faster. Why are you even here? Don't you have a guild to run or something? Can't a kind old man check up on one of his best prospects? One that lost so beautiful. Wait till the others hear about it at the pub. Maybe now you can start taking things more seriously. A wooden chair flew towards the large old man. It connected with the wall next to him, which caused him to laugh more before walking out of the room. You shouldn't tease him so much, Guild Master. He'll be fine, he needs to be taken down a peg. Good that we have some promising young warriors coming in. What do you think? You watched the entire fight, right, Solana? The man that was called the guild master asked the elven receptionist that was responsible for Roland's test. Both of them walked through one of the guild's corridors after Armand had to be brought in for some healing. That youth, how should I put it? Normally someone of his level shouldn't be able to use runic armor like that. You noticed it too? Yes sir, the mana that the armor was emitting was staggering. I'm not sure how he did it, but even a high-level tier 2 mage would have problems using that many runes and mana stones at once. The old man rubbed his chin that was covered by a short beard. Must be some special class, those weren't the movements of a scrawny mage. Well, keep an eye on him and report anything unusual. Should I update his card or? The old man turned to the smaller elf and shook his head. No, have him get us some monsters that live below the 10th level. Otherwise, he might also grow a big head like our little Armand. Let's see how he handles unjust setbacks. The elven lady nodded while the two parted ways. The man that was the guild master had quite the grin on his face as he left. She returned to inform Roland of the second mission that he needed to fulfill. Solana couldn't see how well he took that decision, but she could have sworn that she heard a grunt behind that visor. The moment the armored man left, the guild went abuzz. The people that bet on a tie were laughing out crazily as they made quite the coin. Most of them were cursing though, as not many believed that Armand could lose in any way or that this fight would take this long to finish. Through this Roland had made some hidden enemies along with increasing his fame. Didn't the receptionist call that person Wayland? Do we have someone like that living in the city? Some people that were interested in the crimson armored man's identity were quick to gather information. It was always good to know who you were dealing with, and this was clearly a strong individual. Please everyone quiet down. The second receptionist that looked like a businesswoman with glasses shouted out. The whole fight was causing too much of a commotion and no work was being done. Soon everyone straightened out and everything returned to normal. While this was happening, Roland was walking towards the dungeon. Killing tier 2 monsters would be quite easy to him at this point. This was something he was able to do even before reaching this class. He couldn't really cheat this quest. Bringing over mana stones was one thing, but monster parts was another. They would know if he did it himself by the creature's freshness. It would probably be better to just bring over the whole body as proof instead of disassembling it. He didn't want them to look for some other loopholes. While walking towards the dungeon, Roland thought back to how the fight went. After working on himself for a year, by battling monsters alone, he was slowly developing as a fighter. With the help of his gear, he was now somewhat able to contend with higher tier opponents, though, if that guy took me seriously from the start, he would have probably won. He wasn't foolish enough to believe that he would have come out on top in a proper fight. Even though he didn't have his shield or sword, the other guy was the same. It was lucky that that martial artist was easy to anger and was constantly on the attack. If he took some time to assess the situation, the outcome could have been different, but I also didn't use any attack spells. One good attack could have decided the battle. This was also why he wasn't willing to demonstrate his full capabilities during the test. Anyone that would try to battle him now would expect the sudden speed and strength boosts. They wouldn't expect a flamethrower coming from his hand though. He had managed to squeeze in a few attacking spells here and there, but also onto his shield or sword to not strain his armor too much. I should probably increase my pace. He looked at the road ahead. There weren't many people around, as most of the adventurers would be already at the dungeon. There wasn't a set time for people to be there, but most went there in the morning and came back before sundown. It was similar to a full-time job, but you had the flexibility of taking a break whenever you pleased. Roland left his larger spatial bag that could actually hold his bike in it back at home. Though he would probably look strange riding it around with his armor on, so it was fine to just walk there this time around. With a small jolt of his energy, the crimson armor's runes started flashing in green. His agility stat was boosted instantly and he felt light on his feet. So he ran. His speed was higher than a pro sprinter from his old world would be capable of, and this was only a steady jog towards his destination. It was a strange sight to see a man at about 190 centimeters of height in a full set of armor just running. His strides were large and it looked like instead of sprinting he was jumping small distances forward. This was the type of enchantment that lowered the user's mana by a set number without burning through it. Thanks to this, he would only need to keep watch over his stamina. The way he constructed this armor allowed him to switch between these buffing spells. Thanks to this, his mana wouldn't go below a certain point. These buffing spells only activated the corresponding mana stones that increased his stats while taking a small number of magic points. To activate, most of the time he had it running where all the stats were equally distributed. With an emphasis on physical stats as his willpower and intelligence were already high enough. He put on the brakes before arriving at the usual dungeon entrance. People gave him some glances here and there due to the new armor. There was some danger in wearing such costly-looking gear, mostly from the thief guild types. This establishment was slowly creeping into this new city along with others as it expanded. He wasn't hit hard yet, only some small-time burglary attempts by lower-level thieves. It was unknown to him if they would ever try to rob him blind. There was that one time in Edelgard, so he was prepared. He didn't feel like he would lose to normal thieves now even without traps, while on the inside he pulled out his shield and sword. The enchantment was switched to a more all-around stat boost. After spending close to a month playing around in this forge and procuring new materials, he felt like going wild. His first opponent was a little flaming skeleton that went down with one quick slice of the sword. There wasn't really anything left for him to do on these upper levels. Nothing up here could survive even one slice from his sword. Roland even decided to check out his favorite grinding spot with the troglodytes. He wouldn't be tossing any magical grenades or wide-area spells into their tiny room. Instead, he used the old-fashioned way by walking into the large wide-open room where they would descend. This time around there were no other adventurers here, so he had free rein. The passages slammed shut and the ugly lizard monsters started crawling out. This reminded him about the trial area where the monsters came at him in the arena. These lizard-men-looking monsters were a lot weaker at most at the levels of the imps that he faced during his class change. They charged at him with their claws and teeth, but found themselves unable to hit their target. Each time a clawed hand descended to slice him apart, he stepped out of the way. What followed after was a quick slice through the neck which decapitated the creature in one quick move. His sword was also made from deep steel and shining in a blue light. The sword that he used also had some advanced runes on it. The default was the strengthening rune along with a sharpness rune. One would help him cleave through his enemies while the other would allow a minimum amount of damage to occur. From what he could tell, the strengthening rune worked in increasing the blade's density and structural integrity while the spell was activated. Roland went with this as he didn't think that an elemental spell of any kind would be that worthwhile. Even if these creatures were mostly fire-based, it didn't mean that they wouldn't be also resistant to other magical elements. Putting a non-elemental enchantment on it was more than enough. He ran out of materials for now, but he was also planning to create a multifunctional spell staff later on. In the future, he might put everything into his armor, but external casting weapons still had their uses. They also would lower the deterioration factor of his armor if he saved up the charges for tougher enemies. Was that the last one? After looking around, he could only see dead lizards without heads. It took him almost no time to take care of them even in an open field battle. He was clearly far stronger than he was before, but it would be unwise of him if this fact made him arrogant. It was a common thing amongst adventurers and people in this world. The boost from a Tier 1 to Tier 2 class was quite large. Some people allowed something like this to cloud their judgment, thinking that they could take on monsters far stronger than they were actually capable of. This was also why Roland was slowly measuring his strength against enemies that he previously faced off. Should I try fighting the boss alone? While going through the monster's remains and removing their mana stones, he started thinking. On the 10th level, there was the chamber with the boss inside. The monster would respawn after getting killed after 2 days. After being defeated, anyone could venture through the room it was in and go into the next dungeon area. The monster that appeared was also random. Most of the time it was a Tier 2 evolved form of one of the many monsters that could be found in the upper levels. Sometimes it would be some kind of rare variant that could prove deadly for anyone that wasn't prepared. Due to this, it was always risky to venture in alone. The door would close behind anyone venturing inside. The only way out would be to defeat the monster inside. Running away was not an option. Though there was no way out, it didn't mean that it was a hard foe to battle. Everyone already knew what to expect inside, so it was rare for any casualties to occur. Though there was always a risk of a rare variant appearing. Some monsters were harder to kill than others while still being at the same level. His target wasn't really the boss monster this time around, as he needed to get to the area below the 10th level. The boss of that level was also considered stronger than a regular Tier 2 monster, so it would be better to just evade it for now. He descended further below from the 7th level. The monster bodies without the mana stones were left alone as he continued. Enemies that were further down didn't pose a threat to him at this point. Before ranking up to his new class, he had already ventured all the way to the boss chambers, so he knew the way. The boss room is around the corner, someone should have cleared it out by now. Roland was walking down the stairs from the 9th level now. The area below it was a lot smaller than the maze above. There weren't that many monsters on it and the boss room was its focal point. When he arrived he noticed the lack of these close to level 50 enemies. It was clear that some kind of party had just gone through here. There were even some monster remains and blood splatter on the walls. The monster that was guarding this level was something worthwhile to farm. It was actually quite hard to be able to take it on by yourself before other adventurer parties got to it. Sometimes people would camp out in front of the room in hopes of getting the kill. With this fights between adventurers broke out, even resulting in deaths from time to time. This was the reality of this work. It was a rat race for resources. The boss monster would drop a better mana stone than a regular tier 2 beast. There would also be a small treasure chest with free items that appeared as a bonus. This was what people were mostly aiming for, as sometimes deep steel or deep iron weapons with enchantments appeared. Closed her. He arrived at the large gate that was the entrance to the boss chambers. This brought a bit of a smile to Roland's face, as for some reason every big monster was apparently locked away behind some kind of large gate. Must have gone in recently. The monster remains here are still fresh. There were a few large monster bodies cut up in the corner. There was a set of monsters that always guarded this room even when the boss didn't respawn yet. Without having anything to do he decided to sit down on a nearby rock. He needed to wait till the people inside were done with their run. Only then would he be free to venture past this chamber. So he waited, but something was off. 10 minutes passed, then another 10. This wasn't an amount of time that would be required to clear out that room. What is taking them so long? Was it really some kind of rare variant? He moved closer to the closed gate and tried to listen in, but there was no sound coming through. When he tried to pull on the large chain that was attached to the gate, it didn't budge even with his increased strength. If it's taking them this long, they might die. This wasn't normal. A battle with a monster in there shouldn't take more than 10 to 20 minutes. The chamber wasn't that large and there wasn't really any place to run away, so there was something off about this. While thinking, he activated his improved sight along with his debugging skill. While going around the side he noticed something. There was some kind of enchantment on the side, could be a way inside, a trap, or a shortcut to the levels below. He didn't consider himself much of a hero, but he wouldn't just let people die in front of him if he could do something about it. Though he also needed to consider his safety first, it might have not been that wise to go inside. After a moment of contemplation, he remembered the time where his old party members saved him from certain doom. If it weren't for them risking their lives, he would probably not be there. I think I watched too many superhero movies. There might be something good inside though. Roland gave out a sigh before going over the runic component on the wall. With some time he got through it and a small human-sized opening appeared. There was a narrow tunnel leading inside and it looked like it was going towards the boss chamber. He placed his kite shield in front of his body and moved forward into the unknown. This wasn't the first secret room that he ventured into, so this wasn't his first rodeo. Chapter 88. Roland looked back to the door that shut behind him. His eyes glowed in a purple light as he scanned the surroundings. There didn't seem to be any runes on this side of the passage. It looked like there was no way of going back. He grimaced under his helmet before turning around and moving forward. The shield that Roland made had a boss in the center that was protruding slightly. A boss or umbo was a round, convex or conical piece of material at the center of a shield. This shield had all of the mana stones on the inside as to not let them be crushed during combat. The shield was held out toward the empty corridor while he looked around. Thanks to his skills he was able to detect magical traps, but that didn't help against the normal ones. Roland moved forward slowly. He had no idea of knowing if he would even come out in the boss's chamber or if it was the way to an entirely new location. It could be a hidden treasure trove or another secret passage to a lower or an upper level. There was also the possibility of this passageway being swarmed with monsters. He was slightly regretting his decision, but there was also the adventurer part in him that told him to move forward. This was a new part of him that had been slowly awakening through the constant monster battles. Now he was even starting to enjoy this adrenaline rush. This wasn't the first time that he ventured into a secret chamber either, so this wasn't all that new. Most of the time there wasn't really anything dangerous in these rooms. The most important point was to go in slowly and assess the situation with a clear mind. After treading forward some more, he came up to a wall. This one was also locked behind a runic lock. At first, he was surprised that other adventurers weren't able to discover these hidden chambers. But the only reason he was able to do this is due to his debugging skill and rune affinity. A regular mage wouldn't be able to do anything, and other runesmiths didn't really venture down into dungeons that should do it. With some fiddling, the passage was opened and the wall started to shift. A big slab of rock started sliding up to reveal some light. When he looked inside, he discovered a larger chamber. The first thing that he could feel was the increase in temperature. The boss chamber was surrounded by lava from all sides. This was something that he already knew, as he had bought up all the information from the guild that he could. When someone entered this room, they would be greeted by a narrow bridge going toward a large platform in the middle. The adventurers needed to move to this platform, and then the bridge behind them would shift back into the lava. Only then would the boss of this place appear. After the monster was dead, another bridge going forward would show itself. The path to go back would also open up, and now other people could travel through this room. Where Roland came out, he found himself above this chamber. He was walking forward, but with the lack of light, it was a bit confusing. He didn't notice that he was going upwards slightly, and now the boss room was almost right below him. Damn, are they all dead? He could see some dead bodies, crushed into paste, and some caved-in heads. There was quite the large monster moving slowly in the middle of it. He recognized the type that it was instantly, and this would be quite the troublesome foe. After glancing at it with his analyze skill, he had some more information. It was a rare variant of a golem that appeared in the lower levels. Normally it would be a golem made from stone and magma called the volcanic golem. That one was already hard to kill due to being made from molten rock. Sharp-bladed weapons were almost useless against heavy monsters like this. A massive amount of strength and energy would be required from a person to slice through something like this with a blade. The easier tactic would be to apply heavy hammers or maces to crack the rock bit by bit. Fuck, Roland said while looking at his brand new deep steel sword. Even though it had some protective enchantments, it didn't really possess the weight to do much damage to this thing. This ruby golem wasn't fully made from rubies, it was similar to a volcanic golem that was made from hard volcanic rock. There was even fire and magma coming out from some cracks in that rocky hide along from its small head that was similar to a human skull. Besides that, there were rubies plastered all over its body. These rubies formed spikes. Those spikes were on its tree trunk-sized arms and legs. They were used to puncture through its opponents in various ways. Before moving forward, Roland decided to abandon his blade. What he would use for now was his old mace that went through some reforging. It wasn't really on the level of his blade, but it would have to do for now. The rune that increased its weight during a fight was something that he needed for this bout. He could see that not everyone was dead yet. The monster was also somewhat damaged, as it didn't just decimate the adventurer party. What the monster was moving towards was a person that was wearing a large backpack. He looked familiar, but also didn't look like he was an actual adventurer. It was probably someone hired to carry the monster remains and distribute healing potions during the battles. No good. He is going to die. The ruby golem was in the middle of rising up one of its giant arms. Where the hand was supposed to be was a spike made from ruby crystals. It was clearly winding up to deliver a killing blow against its defenseless enemy. If he didn't act the person down, there would surely be dead. To save up on some runic charges, he went towards one of his backup items. Thanks to maxing out his basic rune condensation skill and now it even leveling up further, he was finally able to scribe card-sized runes. Roland had some side pouches strapped to his belt for that reason. After pulling out one, he held it between his thumb and index finger. The card-sized scroll glowed in blue light before changing colors to brown. An arrow made of densely packed rock shot out almost instantly. It whizzed through the air and collided with that raised ruby hand. The collision caused a small explosion to occur while also causing some of the rubies to shatter. This was enough for the monster to turn its hulking body around. At this moment, Roland was still standing above the boss stage. He wouldn't just give away his high ground advantage. There were multiple attack scrolls that he possessed, so he decided to use this safe spot to pelt the ruby golem with his spells. The ruby parts that the golem was composed of started cracking slightly, but they were quite hard to damage. Rubies were one of the hardest gemstones, not being much below diamonds on the hardness scale. There were harder minerals in this world, but that didn't make this any easier. For a moment Roland thought that he would be able to just take care of this boss from afar. He had the advantage of being above the monster's reach, but this didn't last for long. After a moment he heard a strange sound behind him. He quickly turned around to see a darkish red glow. Hot magma started flooding into this small corridor of his. The only way out was jumping down to the platform below. There was also quite a large chunk of spiked rubies flying his way from the other side. Somehow the golem had thrown its entire fist that was composed of rubies at him. The collision caused a resounding boom to flow through the room. The whole place shook around while Roland landed on his own 2 feet. He had made quite the landing as spider web-like cracks formed in the spot that he descended into. Now he was able to see the monster from closer up. It was quite big, at least 5 meters tall and wide as a small house. It was missing its right hand, but somehow the creature was regenerating itself. He could see the rubies manifesting themselves and slowly growing to form new sharp spikes. Before the monster could get near him, he activated more of his attacking scroll spells. Various colorful magical arrows and bolts collided with the giant monster that was pushed back slightly. After the smoke had cleared he could see some cracks and fissures here and there, but it didn't look like it would be going down this easily. The golems always have a core inside their body. I need to destroy it. Golems were one of the toughest monsters to go against. Their bodies were resistant to both physical and magical attacks. They had one weakness though, they were similar to slimes in that regard as they also possessed a monster core. If destroyed or even shifted from its original spot, the monster would cease its functions. Most of these golems had partially exposed cores which allowed for a somewhat bearable fight. The fight mostly consisted of slowly aiming for the exposed core till it gave out. This golem was a bit different due to being a rare variant, and Roland had an idea why. The core must be behind that mass of rubies. He could see that this thing posed quite the amount of red crystals on its back. These were quite concentrated, which implied that the important part was back there. The biggest problem there would be smashing his way in. With his mace in his hand and shield in the other, he moved forward. His armor glowed in a green light as he activated his agility-focused mana stone structure. With the increased speed, he was able to easily evade the attack that this lumbering giant executed. While the golems were very resistant to most forms of attack, they had one critical weakness: their speed. They were like slow tanks that could barely react to their enemies. This was also why the wide swings were quite easy to evade. The green glow shifted to red in a moment as the mace descended to one of the monster's knee joints. With the increased strength and the impact rune, a devastating blow was delivered. He was even surprised at the amount of damage he was able to deliver. He didn't come off scot-free, as just as the attack caused the knee to crumble, his hand was in a world of hurt. Clearly, the increase of strength, speed, and force wasn't something his body was used to. This combined with hitting a hard resistant target caused his hand to almost break. He had no quick heal spells of any kind, so there was no way of healing his arm if it broke. Potions wouldn't work fast enough to be used during battle, so this caused him to back away. He was left with a numb hand with which he had trouble clutching his mace, and his hand began to shake. The only good thing about this situation was that the golem's leg had given out and the monster dropped to the ground. It was still there though, and somehow the ruby crystals were pushing themselves into the shattered rock pieces. It looked that if he didn't use this moment to his advantage, the monster would heal itself. The biggest problem here was the weapon he was using. The amount of force was too much for a one-handed mace. The proper weapon that would give him an advantage would require 2 hands to disperse the shock. Hey, you can use this. Before he could think about another strategy, he heard a voice from the side. It was the person with the large backpack calling out to him. He wanted to ask what that person wanted, but he soon realized the reason. In this young man's hands, he could spot a large warhammer that looked more like a sledgehammer. It was just the weapon type that he needed to take care of a slow-moving monster like this. Roland wasn't sure how, but the young man had somehow managed to circle around him while carrying this hammer himself. It looked like he could barely lift it, but he was somehow managing. The golem was still on the ground and waiting for its leg to heal, so there wasn't much time to think. He looked at his mace that was also slightly damaged after he delivered a full swing. The man was now close, so he decided to take him up on the offer. The mana stones embedded in his armor started glowing in red, and he grasped the new weapon with one hand. Roland could see a look of surprise on the young man's face. He was able to lift this heavy weapon with just one hand thanks to his now increased stats. He quickly turned around and moved closer to the golem. The monster was in the process of standing up after patching up its knee joint. Before that could happen though, a heavy object collided with it once more. The heavy hammer that he was using had a simple strengthening enchantment on it that wouldn't last long. It was heavy enough for the blow to cause a similar amount of damage that his previous mace strike did. Thanks to this now being a larger two-handed weapon, the force wasn't as concentrated on his one hand. He still felt some of the impact rattling his bones, but it was far more bearable than before. With the second hit, the rubies that were holding it together started to crack and shatter. Roland had to quickly jump back as the monster swung one of its huge arms at him. It was quite a slow reaction, so he had ample amounts of time to activate his speed boost and to circle to the creature's back. This time around, with another wind-up, he delivered a smack to its posterior. The large ruby crystals that were protruding out of there started to break. He kept circling around the monster's back while hitting it. With the broken leg, the monster could only somewhat crawl around. Soon something round that was of a different coloring became exposed. This was the creature's core. With one more smack, he could feel his hands going numb once more. The hammer that he was holding was also starting to get bent out of shape. He had to grit his teeth while delivering the blows. If he let this thing time to recover, it would be over. Then finally, with one last hard smack, the monster's golem core started cracking. Before he could cheer at his hard-fought victory, he heard the youth's voice from the back again. Wait, if you damage the core like that, the golem is going to blow. Roland glanced at the damaged core and the golem. Thanks to his mana sense, he could see a small rise in the magical concentration in the air. He quickly threw the hammer to the side and sprinted back to the man that he rescued. His shield was placed on the ground during the time he was picking up the hammer. Now it was in these youths' hands and he needed it back. Give me that and take cover behind me. He grasped his shield with one hand and crouched down. While he activated the protective magic, he had the other person curl up behind him to save up on space. With no other structures around them, he would need to defend them both with his shield. Soon the monster started showing cracks that were pulsating with fiery energy. In no time the whole golem burst up in flames along with an explosion. Sharp rocks and gemstones started flying everywhere while causing widespread destruction. Roland's shield could produce various mana barriers. He had inscribed it similar to his armor, where he could select between the correct elemental shield for each occasion. This time he would go with a fire rock shield combo, just right to protect him from this hail of molten rock. Even with the magic at full swing, he could feel the explosion pushing him back slightly. This was followed by a large number of rocks of various sizes hitting his shield. This barrage continued for a moment until the whole boss chamber looked like a war zone. That should be it. The light from the runes on his shield started to dim as he stood up. What was left from the monster was a large pile of rocks. Most of its remains had exploded and flew into the river of magma below. This meant that there wouldn't be many rubies that he would be able to salvage from this. These monster gemstones weren't that costly as well compared to the natural gemstone. The battle was over and he was victorious. The party of adventurers that had arrived here in hopes of riches was now no more. The only survivor was the youth that was used to carry around the adventurers' luggage. After glancing at him again, he recalled bumping into this person back in the store and then again while walking into the city today. The party had probably gone here while he was performing the guild advancement test. They were truly unlucky to run into a 1 in 1,000 rare variant of a golem. Should I go to the guild and report this? He thought to himself while looking at the blast zone that left everything destroyed. He glanced at the scared youth that was coughing from all the volcanic dust. The area started rumbling and the bridges connecting to the exits started to appear as they signaled the defeat of the boss monster. Chapter 89. Banir dropped down onto his but after seeing the monster finally go down. The bloody battle was finally over, and the monster had self-detonated after getting its core cracked by the man wearing the crimson armor. He thought back to how this day started. Banir had just recently joined up with a fresh adventurer party. Not as a part of it, more as a freelancer that was doing odd jobs for them for money. There was a reason why he was here all alone and without his family. This young man was close to 170 centimeters in height with red hair. He had a scruffy beard that was in the same color along with large brown eyes. His stature was a bit wide and his hands had some meat on them. He was wearing a cheap set of leather armor, but most of it was just dark cloth. Being a half-dwarf half-human made his upbringing quite hard. The particular village that he grew up in didn't take too kindly to his father marrying a human woman. Then calamity struck, the village was attacked by monsters, and he and many others were left with no parents. The people that were against him living as a half-breed there took this chance to slowly shun him. In time it was too much and he decided to try hitting it off on his own. The news of the new dungeon city getting built caused him to dream of a new beginning. There was no work in the village he was in, none of the dwarven blacksmiths or artisans were willing to hire him, so it was time to leave. It took some time to get here. The journey wasn't easy as he didn't have much money. He had to perform tasks for the caravan that he joined and sometimes sleep outside with nothing but the night sky above him. After about a month the new city was on the horizon and the dream of an easy life was close to being grasped. At least, that was his initial thought, but reality tended to be different than a person imagined. He wasn't greeted with warmth, but with spite as well. The smithies that he applied for didn't take him very seriously. At most, they would let him carry the materials around but never let him continue his craft of blacksmithing. He was left with only a promise that if he did his time they might allow him to work on some horseshoes in the future. Thus his money problems started. He was forced to perform odd jobs again. He wasn't strong in any meaning of the term, so the only thing worth the time was helping the adventurers carry their items. This line of work wasn't what he had in mind when he came here and it barely paid the bills. He was left with a minuscule amount of what the adventurers sold at the guild. His tasks were to pick apart the monster corpses and carry all the equipment that the adventurers couldn't be bothered with. Banir had seen Roland wandering town from time to time. He always had peculiar unmatching armor on which made him stand out. This half-dwarf was someone that was aching to work with his hammer. The only thing he could do was watching other craftsmen create. Then came this fateful day. The armor that Roland was wearing today was different than usual. The craftsmanship had improved and the application of runes made Banir's mouth water, as he bumped into him when they were leaving for the dungeon. The party he was a part of consisted mostly of steel-ranked adventurers with the leader being a fresh silver rank. There were 6 of them and he was the 7th member. Banir wasn't really considered as part of the group, he was always getting ordered around left and right. Left with only scraps at the end of the day after having his hands bloody, besides the leader, all the others were in their high 40s in levels. After the leader finally advanced it was decided to wander below the 10th level. Banir felt that it was too soon with only 1 silver rank adventurer around, but he didn't have a say in this. They told him to shut up and just hide in the back as always. From his perspective things were actually looking good, the team was beating all the monsters quite easily. Even when they got to the 10th level the guards in front of the boss monster's chamber weren't all that tough to beat. So finally the party ventured forth to battle the maze boss. They weren't even planning to do this, to begin with. The original plan was to go fight some tier 2 monsters at the starting point a bit past the boss monster chamber. Instead, they found the passage closed and with a fresh tier 2 monster waiting for them on the inside. They all knew that this was risky but also that it could be very lucrative. Everyone knew that after defeating this monster there would be some kind of prize waiting at the end. This 10th level monster was hard to fight as a lot of adventurers were willing to set up camp before the entrance and farm for items. For some reason, it was open this day. Greed got the better of Banir's party and the rest was history. Roland arrived not long after to save his life. While his party members were trying to fight the golem he was shivering in the back while trying to distribute potions. The monster was slow but its stamina was unending. 1 hit was enough to devastate anyone from this party. The party of adventurers gave it all but after their shield warrior was pounded to meat paste it was over. The rest started falling like flies going down mostly in 1 hit. This boss clearly outleveled their leader which was that shield warrior that fell first. Banir's chest was still pounding even though it was over. The rocky bridges that connected this room to the exit were now slowly rising back up. He had looked around if anyone survived even before the explosion but everyone was dead. He was the only survivor, and was lucky enough to have gotten away with it with only some minor bruising. At this moment he was looking at the man dressed in crimson armor that had saved him. This warrior was walking over to the spot that the ruby golem detonated. There wasn't really anything left besides some broken-off gems. I might have to go back to the guild and report this, Banir heard the man mumble to himself while kicking around the golem parts. Soon he turned around to face him which caused the half-dwarf to stand at attention. He didn't think that the man was hostile after he had already saved him, but there was always a small possibility that he could end up dead. It was possible for this armored man to see him as an eyesore. Some people would get rid of all witnesses and then rob the adventurer corpses of all their belongings. Though in this situation there wasn't much left of them. The large detonation pushed almost everything into the lava below the boss chamber's platform. The only thing that was worth something was Banier's backpack that he still had with him. It was a spatial item that was worth a lot, but it wasn't his. It was an item that was given to him by the adventurer party, but they were all gone now, so it would belong to him as the only one that survived. That is if this armored warrior didn't see a problem with that. Hey, you. Why yes? He snapped back to reality after the man in the red armor called out to him. After poking around through the monster's remains and gathering some of the materials, he finally focused his attention on Banier. Can you walk? Ah, why yes. Banier quickly jumped up to his feet to show off that he was fine. Good, we'll have to make a report to the guild, so you'll have to come along with me. The golem's core wasn't totally destroyed, it should be enough as proof. The other person in the armor started talking. It looked like he didn't have any ulterior motives and wanted him to report to the guild about this situation. Banier let out a sigh of relief as it looked like he would be getting out of this in the end. Also sorry for your loss. The man was about to turn around but then slowly faced him again. Banier just nodded while scratching his head. Thank you, we weren't really that close though, he replied while the man turned around to look at the monster's remains. He picked up some of the crumbled rubies and started looking over them. Before he pocketed them, Banier opened up his mouth. You shouldn't take that. Without the golem's core, those gems will turn into regular rocks soon. He was in this business for some time now and had done some research. He knew that golem remains were slightly different. They might have looked like resources ready for plucking, but that wasn't entirely true. It will? Why yes, golems with a large core like that need mana for some of their body parts to function. If it was a regular iron golem, then the ores it was made from could be reused. What about these volcanic rocks then? They could be refined into special fire-resistant metal, not as good as deep iron, but better than regular iron. The man in the crimson armor looked at the ruby that he was holding to and tossed it to the side. He then picked up one of the larger rocks that was previously a part of the golem and started to examine it. After a moment it looked like he came to some conclusion as he started pushing the rock into one of his spatial bags. Banier looked at this and could see that the bag that he had was a bit small. I could help you with that. His gratitude to the man that saved him was big. He wasn't really very invested in his old adventurer party. They never treated him like one of their own, so finding a new job would be paramount. He was now looking at a powerful adventurer that was able to defeat a golem all alone. Maybe if he played his cards right he could come up big after this loss. The man in the red armor turned around to look at Banier again. He started looking through the entire room. There were pieces of this golem everywhere. Even though a lot of it was tossed in the lava, some raw materials still remained. If you want, go ahead. Banier smiled before moving towards the monster's remains. He knew that maybe if he did a good job he could be hired by someone like this. This man was clearly someone that didn't speak often, but he was already treating him better than his old co-workers. Those guys would shout at him constantly and even sometimes force him to be monster bait. Though he wasn't so sure about this man, but it didn't seem that he had an ulterior motive. Thank you, sir. I'll be sure to do a good job, the half-dwarf replied while moving his butt in gear. In his mind, it could be possible to land himself in a better position than when he entered this dungeon. The man before him looked to be a silver rank adventurer, maybe even a gold one. If he could become his helper, then he might actually start earning some real money. Sir? You don't need to call me that. Then how should I refer to you, sir? Just call me Wayland. Banier tried to recall where he heard that name and connected it to some rumors in town. There was supposedly some eccentric living out of the city in a farmhouse. This someone apparently didn't really like to interact with other people. Will do, Mr. Wayland, you can call me Banier. There were even rumors that people went missing around his house from time to time. Though he didn't really believe those, as he was mostly interested in the fact that this Wayland person was supposed to be some kind of smith. This only caused him to go into high gear as he was very much interested in getting to work at a proper forge. While Banier was thinking about what the future had in store for him, Roland was walking through the cleared-out boss chamber. The bridges that were slowly rising were almost up, so he would be able to leave in a moment. There was one last thing for him to do here. He knew that after this boss fight there should have been some kind of reward waiting for him. From what he had heard, there should be a chest with an item in it. How rare and valuable the treasure would be depended on how strong the boss was. The whole place rumbled as the bridges were finally connecting to the platform. He could even see magma dripping down from them. It would probably be better to wait a few minutes before going through them. Luckily, he was smart enough to get boots that were made from fire-resistant leather as well. Then it finally happened. A small compartment opened up right in the middle of this battle stage. It looked very game-like, as the item that was there was a bronze chest. There only needed to be some catchy tune and it would look like something straight out of a game. The golem was a rare monster variant. The reward should reflect this. Roland walked over to the middle of this chamber and waited for the chest to show up. Before opening it up, he examined everything around it with the help of his skills. Analyzing and scanning it with his runic eyes didn't show him much. Bronze chest, intermediate. There were no enchantments that he could see, and he couldn't really feel any mana fluctuations either. Roland wasn't sure about just opening it, as there could be traps. There was also the possibility of this being a mimic, which was a monster that took on the form of chests. The probability was low, but being the cautious type, he gave it a few pokes with his sword. Want me to open it?" Banir called out to him from the side. Roland could see the young man's surprised expression, as if he was doing something silly. It looked like the half-dwarf didn't see any danger in opening this chest. There was also no lock on it. A person just needed to lift it up to see the prize inside. "It's fine. I'll do it myself," he replied while still being a bit apprehensive. He used the tip of his sword to wedge it inside before flipping the chest open. Even though it looked like it would be fine, he still protected himself with his shield from any possible explosions or poisonous arrows shooting out of there. The chest was opened and there was no trap inside. There was also no weapon or armor piece in there either. "Is that?" Roland reached into the bronze chest and pulled out the item that was inside. Banir, that was picking up the remains from the ruby golem, looked in with interest as well. He also was wondering what the prize for a strong boss monster like this would be. "Is that a monster egg?" Banir called out from the side. Roland was holding a large egg. It was far larger than a regular chicken egg, close to what an ostrich egg would be. It was a darker shade of red with some black stripes that weren't uniform in length or width. "Monster egg?" Roland's analyzing skill wasn't high enough to give him any specifics on this thing. It was clearly an egg from some kind of monster. If it was rare and would fetch him a good price on the market was unknown. He knew that there were tamer and summoner classes that could do things with eggs like this, but he wasn't sure if he would have a use for it. He looked to Banir with the egg in hand. He knew that there was a living creature in this item, so placing it in a spatial bag wouldn't really work. The half-dwarf picked up on his intention and was quick to walk over. "Here, hold on to it for now." The bridges that were raised were now cool enough to go through, and the large doors that were previously locked were now opening. It was time to report to the guild. He could resume his silver adventurer quest later. The man that he saved was now his responsibility, and he would see to it that he returned safely above ground. Chapter 90. Roland's journey back up was mostly uneventful. The monsters at the lower levels were far too weak, and his new partner was actually being helpful. Any monster that he slew, the young man was able to disassemble quite fast. He was also good at pointing out which monster parts would sell for the most coins. There was only one downside to this, as it took him more time to return, which left Roland prompting him to hurry it up. When the two survivors were out, it was already late at night. The Adventurers Guild wasn't something that was open 24/7, mostly closing at about 10 p.m. It seemed that he would have to return tomorrow to make his report. The biggest problem was this half-dwarf that was following him around. He had a strange submissive look on his face whenever Roland looked his way. Whenever he praised him for giving him some valuable market information or about the monster parts, he seemed ecstatic. It was as if the man had never been validated in his life before. But now they were out of the dungeon, he could just meet up with the guy on the next day. There wasn't really a need to have the half-dwarf testify with him. He was mostly doing it for peace of mind. The adventurers that died could have families. They might have wished to know what happened to their dead relatives. Roland was unfamiliar with them, so the explanation would be left up to the half-dwarf. There was also the info about the rare golem that could be actually sold for money, which he was aiming for. This and him slaying it could help him get through the silver rank quest if his new friend confirmed his story. Bernie was it? I guess I'll see you at the Adventurers Guild tomorrow. It's Benier, but sure thing, sir. Wayland. Stop calling me sir, I'm not a knight. Roland continued walking as they passed the dungeon guards. They wouldn't really care about the report as that wasn't their part of the job. They were only there to keep untrained people with no adventurer cards from wandering into the dungeon below. His house was between the dungeon and the city of Albrook. It took him about 30 minutes on foot to get there from this spot, then another half an hour to get to town. The walk directly from the city took about 40 minutes. His house wasn't directly between the two landmarks, so it was time to head back. The path towards his home split off from the main road, which made his bike a bit hard to use. This time around he didn't have it with him. It needed a larger spatial bag that was more of a backpack for him to be able to remove it. He had gone down into the dungeon thinking that he would only need to defeat a couple of Tier 2 monsters. Without his bike, he would need to make the walk back home the old-fashioned way. Roland was able to test his new armor extensively and it worked a lot better than he expected. There was a bit of a lag between the runic spells activations which he would need to work on. Other than that, his mana stone armor was working just fine. He didn't get to test out some of the inbuilt attacking spells as he was trying to save up on charges. If I can lower the size of these wands further, maybe if I attach them to my gauntlet or vambrace, I could use them as disposable magic tools. This was one of the ideas that he thought up while fighting with this armor. He remembered when he was blasting the monster from afar while using his small scrolls. His rune shrinking skill was now leveling up further. If he managed to minimize the design even further, he could start adding small rods or plates with disposable runic structures. Maybe even add a holster for disposable runic scrolls for one-time use. He wanted to design them in such a way that during a prolonged fight he could just pop a used-up plate out and insert a new one. There wouldn't even be a need to make these ammunition-type spells from better metals. He could use plain steels that would hold a couple of charges. This would be good for my armor's longevity and would cut the cost significantly. Roland was walking towards his house while Benier was behind him. The half-dwarf liked to talk, but it seemed that he had given up on it after Roland started thinking about improving his gear design. In reality, this wasn't why Benier was being quiet. He started to slowly fall behind while walking. At first, he thought that the half-dwarf was just going his own way, but then he heard a thud sound behind him. After turning around to see what the noise was about, he could then see Benier face planted on the ground with the large backpack covering most of his body. "Hey, Bernie, are you okay?" He called out, but after a moment of silence, it was clear that his new acquaintance was far from it. Roland moved over with haste and flopped the young man onto his back. His eyes shone with some light as he used his identification skill on him. This was the fastest way to see if something was wrong. With the new levels in this skill and after it advanced to the higher tier, he was now able to see people's MP and SP numbers. It was clear after one glance that Benier had no stamina points left. He had remained silent and never asked him to take a break during the whole journey back from the dungeon. Was he just being stubborn? Why did this guy not tell him that he was close to passing out? Was unclear. He might have been afraid that he would be left alone to fend for himself, or he was just trying to be tough. The reason wasn't really important. Now Roland had another problem on his hands. I can't just leave him here. Some stray monsters could get to him. I don't have any stamina potions either. Benier passed out after they walked for 15 minutes from the dungeon location. They were still close to the main road leading to the city, but it was very late. Other adventurers might run into the sleeping half-dwarf, but that didn't mean that they would help him. There were also monsters living out in these lands. The forests were dense in these parts, so some of them hid there. He even ran into some low-level creatures from time to time, but they mostly fled from people above their level like him. They would certainly not flee from a juicy passed-out half-dwarf though. Do I need to carry him back to the city? Roland had the strength to carry this guy around in a backpack with no problem, but going to the city like that would take some time. His own house on the other hand was 15 minutes away from this spot. The more logical thing to do would be to take him along to his home and let him stay there for the night. But then Roland's trust issues sprung into action once more, which made him question that option. Well, I could dump him into my shed. Don't think he will steal any of those old tools from it. After going through some options, he decided to take him along towards his own house. He didn't need to allow him to sleep in it directly, as his shed was a good option. Thanks to this being a volcanic area, the weather was warm, he wouldn't freeze even when sleeping in a tool shed. The same shed that he used as a dummy workshop. With a small nod, he decided on taking the half-dwarf with him. Normally he would sling him over his shoulder, but there was still the backpack that would be in the way. He wound up putting it on his back while carrying Banir in his hands in the front. The monster egg was in one of the side pockets of this large backpack. Roland was sure to check if it didn't shatter during the fall, and it was just fine. I picked up quite the ugly princess, Roland groaned inwardly while walking forward. The young man that he was carrying wasn't the prettiest and also needed a bath after what happened in that dungeon. Though he wasn't sure if this was just Banir natural fragrance. He was in the minority of the common people that washed themselves every day. Not everyone could fashion themselves a runic bathtub with clear magical water. Finally, after about 15 minutes, he was back home. There were no street lights, but he had a night vision rune inscribed in his helmet to help him out with that. After entering through the main gate, he flopped Banir down on the ground. Roland moved into his house first to get some things. He had an old straw mattress that he didn't use at all, as later he fashioned a large bed for himself with a softer finish. He fetched a blanket that he carried with the straw bed to his log shed. I think I'll just burn it after this guy is gone. He placed the smell half-dwarf onto the makeshift bedding and placed the blanket over him. He didn't have any spare pillows to give and didn't want to have that unkempt red mop on any of his good pillows either. The shed that he was using as a backup plan for thieves looked a bit dusty and unkempt. He didn't really like to clean it and only worked there to make some basic things like nails or hinges for doors. It had been visited by some intruders before, but they didn't really take much as all these tools were of low quality. That should be it. Normally someone that runs out of stamina will be out for a good 6 to 8 hours. I'll check upon him in the morning. He closed the shed but didn't lock it from the outside. There wasn't anything useful in it, and if Banir woke up and found it locked, he could have a panic attack. Maybe even use it as a toilet if he woke up in the middle of the night. There was nothing in it that he considered valuable, so even if he ran off back to the city it would be fine. His own hose was tightly protected, so there was no fear of someone like this even getting in there. What was a guy like this doing down in the dungeon anyway? His jobs are blacksmith and carpenter. He is level 45, shouldn't he be in some smithy working? Roland had peeked at Banir's status. He couldn't see his pure stats, so he couldn't compare his old runic blacksmith class to the regular one, but he could see that this man was a pure crafter. From his perspective, there was no reason to endanger himself to go down into the dungeons. With his skill set, he should have joined the construction company or one of the many smithies in town. Roland shrugged as he hoped to be rid of this half-dwarf in the morning. After dumping him off at the Adventurers Guild, he would have a clear conscience. It was already late and he was still wearing his crimson armor. Even though he was complaining about Banir's smell, he wasn't much better off. Spending a whole day in this type of armor had made him sweat. How he was able to last this long was thanks to his heat-resistant skill, along with a little rune that lowered the temperature on the inside. First, he made a trip to his secret workshop where he started to remove his armor. This was a bit easier to do than putting it on, so he was done with it faster. He had made a rack from some wooden logs beforehand. It was quite basic, but was enough for hanging this crimson armor. After being done with that, it was time to take a bath. He was tired after a full day of work, but not enough to not clean himself. While on the way here, he noticed the backpack that belonged to Banir. The red color brought his attention back to the egg that he received from the boss battle. For some reason, he felt like playing around with it. After taking it out from the large backpack side pocket, he carried it over to his bathroom. While the magic water was filling up his tub and while the magic runes heated it up, he was looking over this ostrich-sized egg. I wonder if this thing is edible. It looked like a giant egg just with a strange pattern. It could be some kind of rare delicacy. The monster inside wasn't like the other dungeon monsters or the ones living out in the wild. This thing worked on some different laws. He could even find a goblin inside of it. There wasn't really a limit on what could be hiding inside, and it defied the regular monster breeding and birthing norm. Read that you could even get vampire babies from these things. He moved into his large tub of water while still holding onto the egg. This tub was quite large to fit his own large frame that was getting more muscular with time passing. He could easily submerge his whole body while being in it. For now, he left the egg floating in the warm water while he washed himself. All the sweat and dirt started to mix together with the soap that formed bubbles around the water surface. It Was already midnight at this point, so Roland found himself leaning back in his hot tub while closing his eyes. The monster egg continued floating between his legs without a care in the world. While thinking about the plans for tomorrow, he found himself closing his eyes. Due to his heat-resistant skill, he now needed to increase the temperature of this water by a few degrees to feel comfortable. It was probably well beyond what a normal person would be able to stomach, but for him, it was just right. The egg was taken from a volcanic dungeon, so he also didn't think that hot water would cause any long-lasting damage. 10 more minutes and then I'll go to bed, he thought to himself while relaxing, but like times before, Roland found himself dozing off in the warm water. This happened from time to time whenever he overworked himself. The previous day he also didn't get much sleep as he was giving his new crimson armor the finishing touches. Bork, 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 boof. Gahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh The water had gotten cold just like last time when he spent the night in this tub. He was awoken by a strange shout that sounded like his new half-dwarven acquaintance. Did he activate one of the traps? Did he not read the note on the door? Before standing out he heard another thing, a sort of whining noise hit his ears. He looked down to see something red floating around in the tub along with him. Huh? It took him some time to notice that the egg had cracked and that something had popped out from it. This something was now floating in the tub and looking up to him. It was quite fuzzy and its fur was quite red. It had a large black nose and its face was covered with some black stripes here and there. Before he could take another look, the monster started barking again. It was clear that this was some kind of canine monster similar to the hellhounds he faced off during his class change quest. It was quite small, no more than a puppy. Roland quickly removed himself from the cold water while also grabbing the puppy that seemed to have just hatched from the large egg. He held it up with both his hand and used his identification skill to get the name Ruby Wolf Puppy L1. Can I still sell this thing? He could hear the puppy whimper the moment he uttered those words, as if it knew what they meant. Roland was left now with another problem, but first, he would need to put on some clothes and see what the idiot outside was up to. It seemed like he had activated the electrical trap that gave him quite a jolt. Chapter 91. It was the dawn of the next day. After falling asleep in his bathtub, he was greeted with some new problems. The monster egg had hatched and produced some kind of dog-like creature. If he had to describe it, he would say that it was similar to a wolf puppy with long-standing ears and a longer snout. The other characteristic thing about it was its tail that had a sharp ruby tip. This same tip was now slamming against one of his wooden chairs while the pup was wagging it around. After checking, he also discovered that this child was a male pup. He set the passed-out half-dwarf on another chair. This guy had activated the trap at his door, which shocked and paralyzed him in the process. It would take a few minutes till he could move again, so he was nice enough to bring him inside for now. What will I do with you? While Banir was indisposed, Roland took a look down at the small animal. It was clear that this monster had gone through the imprinting process the moment it hatched from the egg. All of these monster eggs had different requirements for hatching. Probably with the increased heat of his hot tub, and maybe the close proximity to him through the whole night, it could have triggered the hatching process. Some of the monsters that hatched from the eggs would see the first living being they come in contact with as their parent. This was the case for canine-type monsters that went off of the smell the most. I don't think I can sell you to anyone like this. Roland gave out a sigh while the ruby wolf puppy gave out a high-pitched bark. The more he looked at the small animal, the more it wiggled its behind. Soon the ruby tip of that tail caused the wooden chair to give out and splinter. It was clear that this was a monster, as a regular dog would not be able to exert this amount of strength. Hey, stop destroying my house, bad dog! He shouted at the puppy, that caused one of the chair legs to fly off into the distance. The abrupt shout caused the puppy to whimper while dropping its ears down. Don't you look at me like that. The dog looked at him with his big eyes while whimpering some more. This caused Roland to back away. He was someone that actually liked dogs, but animals weren't allowed in his old apartment. Neither could he get one in this world while being on the run or working to further his craft and earn money. This was quite troublesome, even more as the dog started shaking around. Roland was wondering what this was about, but the puddle that was forming under it made things clear. He quickly grasped the small puppy and started carrying it out of the house with a stream of urine, following both of them as the small dog had quite the full bladder. Did you drink the bathwater or something? When he got outside with the little red puppy, the little guy started barking frantically some more. Its ears stood at attention along with its tail as it saw the large space outside. Soon it was barking and running around with no worry in the world. It was a newborn pup, so it was clearly eager to see the new world outside. Roland had quite the large backyard that was fenced off, so he wasn't afraid that this small puppy would get outside. The problem was with the hidden runic mines buried in some strategic locations. There would be one dead puppy if it stepped on one. You'll have to stay with me for the time being. He grasped it with his hand and carried it close to his armpit. The little wolf was then stuffed into a closet so it wouldn't cause more damage. He himself got some water and a mop to clean the urine. The water was filled up with one of his magic wands that produced it. The problem was that he underestimated how long the half-dwarf would be out cold. Is that an enchanted item? Banir was now sitting upright and looking as Roland poured water into a bucket with a magic tool. I guess it is. What of it? Nothing, it just has a unique design. And are those runes? Did you perhaps make it? For some reason, he could see some sparkles appearing in Banir's eyes. It was as if he was looking at him as if he was some rare animal. No, what makes you think that? He tried to deflect the question, but it seemed that his secret was out. Banir kept staring at him with that strange look before shooting up to his feet. He quickly ran over to the bucket of water and then just as quickly dropped down to his knees and started bowing. Please, sir. Take me in as your apprentice. Huh? Apprentice? What are you on about? The surprise in Roland's eyes was clearly visible as he looked down to the prostrating half-dwarf. The youth was also calling him sir even though he was only 16 years old. Though looks were deceptive in this world as old people could look very young with enough vitality or some special skills, I'm a great worker. I can clean your house, cook, wash your clothes, and Banir started listing off things that he could do for him before quickly grabbing the mop that he brought over. He soon was cleaning the urine trail that the puppy created for him, scrubbing everything as if possessed by some kind of cleaning demon. Roland was quite astonished by how proficient this young man was at cleaning. Perhaps he even had a cleaning skill that made things easier. I'm not looking for an apprentice. What could I even teach you? But sir, you are Wayland the Runesmith, right? The Runesmith? Roland's heart skipped a beat the moment he was called a Runesmith by Banir. He was hoping to stay hidden from the world, but he also knew that sooner or later people would associate the wares that he was selling in the auction house with him. What makes you think that? He asked while going to the side while wondering who was talking about his identity. I overheard some blacksmiths talking about new runic equipment in the auction house. I also saw Sir Wayland deliver some items into the auction house. It really is surprising that you were actually the runesmith yourself. Think everyone thinks that you are just an apprentice working here. Don't worry sir, I'll be sure to clear things out in the city and tell them everything. D-Don-T. The half-dwarf was quite chatty while finishing up the cleaning. Apparently, he was the first person to put two and two together. Sir, I'd like that part to remain private, and stop calling my sir. I'm not that old. Who do the people in the city think that I was? This farce had kept on for quite a long time, mostly because people didn't think that a young man like him could be someone producing runic equipment. There just had to be some kind of craftsman working in the background, and this was confirmed by Banir here. Most people thought that Wayland was him as a runesmith that for some reason liked playing around as an adventurer. But I don't think many people know about you that much. Everyone is concerned with their own things. That might not be the case anymore, he murmured to himself while rubbing his chin. After the little fight he had in the Adventurers Guild, his name would probably be starting to get known around the city. Wayland the Adventurer and Runesmith might become the talk of the town soon, even more now when he could finally produce deep steel and deep iron items semi-proficient. This would probably be a good time for expanding his wares and earning more money, but it also brought dangers with it. He was just one man. Even though he was stronger now, it would be hard to go against any organization alone. That depended on the people ruining things though. A thieves' guild could be paid off and used for protection if a person knew the right people. Roland wasn't really part of Albrook's inner workings. He had no idea who was running things in the background. The noble and city mayor were the obvious leaders, but there was always someone moving in the background. Lucky for him, the city was still developing and the auction house was safe for making business. The only downside was the steep margins that they charged for his wares. If it was possible to hide his face for a bit more time, he would use it to his advantage. There was no reason to give away all of his secrets. The problem was that Banir here now also knew that he was Wayland and a runesmith. The people from the Adventurers Guild probably knew this as well. He did show his face to the elven lady while getting his new card. With how things were currently, hiding might not have been an option. If he even needed to do that was still up to debate. It had been some time since he escaped from Edelgard and even longer since he left his old home. It might have been time to let all of this paranoia rest and move on with his life. Don't worry, Mr. Wayland. Your secret is safe with me, so please hire me as your assistant. Banir started bowing his head once more. It was clear to Roland that this youth had lost a lot the day before. The party of adventurers he was working for was wiped away, and this along with most of their belongings. The half-dwarf had craftsman classes that he could see through with the help of his identification skill. He wasn't sure why he would choose him as his master though. The half-dwarf clearly didn't have a mage class, which was needed if he wanted to become a runesmith. There apparently were some ways of gaining mana sense later in your life, but they all required costly items or strange rituals. My assistant? I can't teach you runesmithing, you don't have the talent for it. I'm aware, Mr. Wayland, but I only want to be a regular blacksmith like my father was before me. I can work on my own. I'll even give you back the coins for the materials, so please let me practice blacksmithing. It was unclear to Roland why this youth was so adamant in his resolve. It didn't make much sense to him that he wanted to work for him. There were many other traditional blacksmiths in the city that were also dwarfs. He was mostly self-taught, and could barely make intermediate-grade armor and weapons. There wasn't much he could teach this guy. He also had just leveled up from his smithing class, so he wouldn't really know much more than this kid. Shouldn't you try the other blacksmiths first? How about Gray? He wanted to mention some of the weapon shops and armor shops that would be better for the youth in the city, but he was quickly cut off. I tried, no one would want to hire me, they wouldn't. Why? Roland was a bit surprised by this fact, as the youth did have a good class distribution for a craftsman. Banir would make a nice addition to any smithy and could probably be developed into a weaponsmith or an armorsmith soon. No one would want a half-blood like me. Banir slumped his shoulders forward while dropping his head while silence filled the room. I see. I forgot about that. There was a certain purity undertone in these lands. Humans, elves, dwarfs, and all the other races somewhat looked down on anyone that was considered mixed. He wasn't sure why this was the case with so many races around this world. It seemed that intermingling would be something obvious and natural, but reality here was different. The races would somewhat accept the mixed races, but they wouldn't allow them to prosper alongside them. At least not unless they showed their worth in one way or the other. Roland had kind of tossed things like this into the back of his head. He didn't really adhere to the social norms in this world, as he liked living alone. His introverted tendencies only got worse with time, but now it looked like he might have gained a potential helper. There was also the ball of energy that was barking furiously in his closet. He decided to finally open it, and could only see a red blur. It was clearly not used to its own body, which caused it to collide with its new master's leg. Roland just looked down after feeling a small impact against his shin. The ruby hound's head collided with his leg, sending shivers of pain down his spine. The dog flopped on the ground with a wide-open mouth. Its tongue was right out and it was panting furiously. It clearly didn't react to hitting Roland's leg and causing him pain. This only made him want to punt this unruly dog out of his house. Though after looking at its silly face he wasn't able to go with it and ended up just grumbling. Let's forget about this apprentice nonsense. We should report to the guild about that rare boss. You will probably be able to keep the items of your old party members. I apologize. Roland trailed off, but stopped himself from continuing. It's fine, we weren't that close. I wasn't really part of that party. The moment of silence was quickly halted by more barking from the small monster dog, which was then ended by Roland giving the big black nose a prod with his finger. Be quiet. Surprisingly, the dog listened to the order while sitting down. Did it hatch from that egg? Yes, regretfully. Why? It looks like it likes you, Mr. Wayland. Banir smiled a bit while leaning down. He reached out towards the monster puppy while trying to pet it. The red wolf pup didn't react in kindness though. It bore its teeth at the person trying to pet it while quickly hiding behind Roland's leg. This caused the half-dwarf much pain as he felt something shattering deep inside his little heart. I need to finish that guild quest. Roland gave out a sigh while his house continued to be invaded by foreign sources. He had been living here for quite some time now, and the silence was the good part. Now he had a loud dog constantly barking and a half-dwarf that looked like he could jump off a cliff any minute now. If I want to go to the guild, I need to put my armor back on. He had disrobed and placed his armor down in his workshop. He had somehow been able to put it on the last time, but it was a hassle to get all the straps in. While thinking about this, he looked down at the sad Bernier. Bernie, was it? So you want to be my apprentice? Don't move from this spot, I'll be right back, and keep that red dog in check. It's Bernier. The young man perked up at the mention of the apprentice role. He remained in the room he was in while Roland went away to fetch something and locking the door behind him as he exited. The little red pup was quick to follow his new mommy, but the way outside was blocked by the half-dwarf. The little animal started barking and biting while Bernier continuously tried to keep it from venturing further into this house. While this was happening, Roland was down in his true base of operations. He quickly packed up the armor pieces along with the arming jacket. If he was going to have a potential apprentice, he would use his presence to the fullest. His secret was partially out in the open, and the youth already saw his armor in action as well. This didn't mean that he would show him how to enter his secret workshop. After returning upstairs, he found his living room destroyed. The chairs were all turned around and so was the table. He found Bernier wrestling with the small red dog on the floor, which was surprising. What are you doing? Here, help me get this armor on and let us go back to the Adventurers Guild. He squinted at the two people while contemplating if it was such a good idea to keep both of them around here. Chapter 92. 4 guards were standing by the entrance gate to Albrook City. This gate had 2 large towers to its sides with even a few archers keeping watch. The whole city was still in the development phase, but most of the walls that surrounded the insides were already built. It was early in the day, so there wasn't much to do for these guardsmen. They were here to keep immigrants outside if they weren't able to pay. Even now, people kept pouring into this city in hopes of earning money and starting a new life. Most of the heavy hitters had been entrenching themselves in the city, like the Adventurer Guild and some wealthy merchants. It was now very difficult to start your own business without stepping on the toes of some powerful people, which caused most of the new arrivals to search for work in some of those companies. The day had started off slow with not many new merchants coming in, but soon something interesting would come walking by. One of the guards nudged another one that was slowly dozing off on the side. Hey, get a load of that. This guard gave out a grunt as he was still a bit hungover from the day before. His vision was a bit blurry, but soon it focused on the dark red blob in the distance. What the sleepy guard saw was a man in a full suit of armor. Wait, what is that on top of his head? The guard asked while squinting. The armor in itself wasn't really that interesting. Many adventurers wore similar ones and even more extravagant looking than this one. What was out of place was a little red wolf pup sitting on this large armored man's head. It had its head raised up high as if it was some kind of proud noble creature. Behind this armored man, there was another person that was smaller in stature and wearing a large backpack. The guards didn't really know who these two were. Roland's fame was on the rise, but that didn't mean that everyone in the large growing city was aware of him. He sparsely visited the city and he also went through other armors. This new look was not something that the other residents associated him with. Soon the strange duo with the monster puppy arrived by the gate. Normally the guards would just let Roland through without really asking any questions, but this time it would be different. He was bringing in a strange creature into the city. There were certain procedures that needed to be done to allow something like this. Halt! The guard shouted, which caused Roland and Bernier, who was trailing a bit behind, to stop. Is there a problem? Roland asked while the problem started barking at the guards that he was talking to. Obviously, the guard that was talking to him pointed to the creature on top of his head. This made Roland think back to about half an hour ago. He and Bernier finally decided to set off into the city, but then a problem arose. The red dog wasn't having any of it as Roland tried to lock it in his shed. It started barking around furiously the moment he closed the door. This was followed by the sounds of clawing, chewing, and metal tools falling over as the creature started running around the closed shed. It was clear that the wolf pup didn't want to be left in there. The other option was to leave him in the yard that was fenced off or in his house. Both options weren't possible. The area around his house was filled with runic mines against unwanted guests. The inside of the house, on the other hand, would have probably been chewed to bits. The best option would be to stick it in a small cage through which it couldn't burst through. He didn't have one though, and smithing one into existence would take quite some time. Then finally Bernier chimed in, advising Roland to bring the dog along to the Adventurers Guild. Monsters like this needed to be registered and examined by specialized personnel in the guild. There were classes like tamers and summoners that used monsters for battling purposes. Each new monster would need a permit to be allowed into the city, some that were deemed too dangerous would be banned from entering. Roland was kind of familiar with this process due to him spending some time adventuring now. He didn't look into it too much as he didn't think that he would be an owner of such a monster. At most he might get his hands on a summoning spell rune that he could use for some assistance. Such runes were quite rare and could cost a small house for even a lesser version of it. Depending on the rune type the prices changed even if they were of the lesser variation. Do you have a license for that beast? The dog growled menacingly at the guard that was looking at it, but to the man, these sounds sounded rather cute. No, it just hatched yesterday. I want to register it at the guild. The guard nodded while calling out to another person. There were special people with higher level identification skills at this checkpoint. Such a person was called over to take a look at this puppy. After checking the monster's level and stats, Roland was given some paperwork to fill out. He was a bit surprised that these people were taking things so seriously, but even the smallest monster could turn out to be a calamity if it was untended. They needed to note him down as the owner. If this creature caused havoc in the city, he would be held responsible and would have to pay for any damages. Then if any deaths occurred, he would also be put on trial as if he was the killer. Move along. Something like this would happen each time he came by. Getting that license would be the only way to hasten this process. He also needed to pay a small fine for bringing in an unregistered monster into the city without a proper permit. The only reason it was allowed in was due to it being only at the first level. In this world, monsters had danger levels applied to them, and this creature was judged to be on the lowest of low. That went well, though they didn't need to charge Mr. Wayland a whole silver coin for it. This is clear extortion. Is that so? Bork. Roland replied. His sense of money was a bit skewed compared to the other people here. He was someone that could earn something like a silver coin back with one scroll. It only took him a few minutes to get it done. He actually thought that it was quite cheap to bring in an unregistered monster like this into the city. What if it was some kind of rare poisonous creature that caused a plague? Quiet down, you. The puppy raised its head high up once more. The only reason Roland allowed this dog to ride on top of his head was because otherwise, he wouldn't shut up. He even tried placing it on his shoulder, but the red ball of fuzz just wanted to be on top for some reason. Was he the wolf pup's master, or was it the other way around? The two young men continued to attract gazes from the people around them all until they arrived at the guild. Roland, thanks to Benier's help, was able to put on his suit of armor much faster, so he was now thinking that it might not be such a bad idea to get himself an assistant. Roland pushed the door open to get inside and was greeted by the usual looks. Soon those looks turned similar to the ones that the guards showed him. The dog on top of the fully armored man's head was clearly something unusual. There was some luck on Roland's side though, as the usual spot at his receptionist elf lady was free. They arrived early enough for the place to be partially empty, so they were first in line. He was quick to go over to the elf that gave him the silver rank test. Mr. Wayland, back so soon? Did you take care of the quest already? Want me to call over the butcher to go over the corpses? Oh my, what is that cute creature you have there? Why is it on top of Mr. Wayland's head? The lady smiled and started going through her receptionist pitch fast before spotting the pup on top of his head. The little guy gave out a loud high-pitched bark which brought even more attention to his master. Ah yes, there is a reason for this. Roland grasped the little pup with both his hands and removed it from his head. The ball of fluff was placed on the receptionist's desk, but he didn't let it go in fear that it would just run off and cause some unnecessary damage. I would like to register this monster, and I would also like to make a report about the deaths of some adventurers. Bernie here was part of that party. He will tell you more about that. It's Bernier. The half-dwarf with the large backpack stepped forward and looked at the elf lady. She nodded with her head while telling the two to wait for a moment. Soon another staff member came out and took Roland to the side. Bernier, on the other hand, remained with the receptionist elf to give a recount of what transpired the previous day. Mr. Wayland, right? Please follow me. Roland looked at the new person. It was someone that he had never seen before. The man was an old gnome similar in size to the old manager from Edelgard. He had the usual gnome beard and a monocle garnished his face. After following the smaller gnome, he found himself in a separate office. Please place your tamed monster on the table. He followed the instructions and placed the puppy on the table. The inside of this office looked a bit like a smaller veterinary clinic room. On the sides, he could see some large hand-drawn anatomy drawings of strange monsters. There were also some medical instruments here and there, a ruby wolf, quite a rare find. Roland could see that the monocle that the man was wearing was a standard identification tool. With items like that, you didn't really need people with high identification skills. His new dog clearly didn't like to be touched by the other man as he started to bark. The old gnome didn't seem to care much as he continued to look over the small creature while also touching it. Yes, it looks fine. It has clearly imprinted itself upon you, Mr. Wayland, and should stay loyal for now. Is this your first tamed monster? Roland nodded at the answer. It happened by chance. Is there a possibility of it accepting a different owner? He grumbled slightly as he wanted to sell this wolf. Keeping pets was never really his thing. This only brought more troubles to him as he would need to get this puppy up in levels before it became useful. You don't wish to keep it? A high-ranked tamer could probably override the imprinting, but it would be hard to find such a person. The longer you wait, the harder it will be. I'd advise you to keep this monster. It's a rare breed of a canine type. These types always stay loyal to their owners. Its evolutionary options should also be quite powerful if you raise it well. Evolutionary options? Excuse me, I forgot that this is your first tamed monster. Let me explain. Roland raised a brow at the old man that brought his attention to a diagram on the wall. On it there were various monster drawings with arrows. The first one was an egg similar to the one that this monster hound hatched from. These monsters begin with an egg. There are various requirements needed to be taken into consideration to have one hatched, but you seem to have triggered it by luck already. The old man chuckled while pointing to the next drawing that was of a lizard-looking monster. After hatching, the monster will try to form a bond with the first being it comes in contact with. When this occurs, the person that the monster imprints on will be deemed as the creature's master. This allows the master to see their tamed monster's stats, thus helping them track their progress. With this, you'll be able to plan out its evolutionary path. If for some reason a creature hatches without any person to tame it, it will become feral and just act as a regular monster. Roland looked at the small pup. He had previously used his identification skill to figure out its type, but he wasn't able to see detailed stats. I should be able to see its stats. Yes, the first time might take time getting used to. You need to access it through your own status screen. Try focusing on it. Roland raised an eyebrow while then bringing up his own status screen. It was easy to bring it up as it came quite naturally. He had learned this skill just by getting transported into this world and getting some of the real Roland's memories. Now he needed to try something else, but when he tried thinking about the tamed monster, another window was brought up. Name: Ruby Wolf Puppy, L1, X 0%, Type, Fire Earth, a Beast, HP 77, 77 MP 110, a 110 SP 136, 136 Strength 5 Agility 10 Dexterity, 6 Vitality 5 Endurance 9 Intelligence 7 Willpower 10 Charisma 16 Luck 14". I see that you have figured it out. Roland could see all of the advanced statics of this monster. There was also something like a type attached to this puppy, but no classes. This was probably due to the monster's name containing its type, which was also more or less its version of a class. Only intelligent beings of the various races in this world were able to have classes. Monsters, on the other hand, would get evolutions which would always change their appearance in one way or the other. It could be something minor like a change in the color of its fur, or something grand like a more than twice increase in size. Besides the main statics, he could also see the little guy's resistances. His resistance to the fire element was at 40%, while earth was the second highest at 25%. The creature also possessed elemental affinities. He himself still had them on 0%, while this little pup surpassed him in almost all of them. Elemental affinities percentage: fire 50%, wind 10%, earth 30%, water 1%. Things like the elemental affinities could later be improved with further evolutions. Higher affinities would empower various skills and magic attacks for the corresponding element. It also looked like the higher tier element affinities like lightning were not showing up at this point in time. He also has some skills. Bite L1, passive skill, increases the strength of biting attacks. Fiery Bite L1, skill, discharge of flames during a bite attack. Ruby Tail Whip L1, skill can elongate the ruby tail of the monster, which then can be used as a means of attack. Enhanced sense of smell, passive skill, enhances the sense of smell. Roland squinted at the explanation of the last skill that didn't really add anything new. His pup already had some good skills that he could use. The discharge of flames looked like a good skill as it probably added magical properties to the attack. He wasn't really sure about the tail attack though. The pup was a bit too small to do much damage with that ruby tip. Though it might work against smaller creatures like monster rats. I think we can safely give you out the license, Mr. Wayland, but if you wish to sell this creature it would be good to part with it now. The longer it is around you, the harder it will be to break the imprinting. I'm sure we could agree to a good price. Sell it. Roland looked at the red puppy that stared at him back. It was as if the creature knew what the two people were talking about here. Roland could see those big puppy eyes watering up and it even started to whine. Don't you look at me like that. The more he stared into the eyes of this small monster the harder it was to make a decision. Soon he finally spoke up while being unsure of what to do. I'll think about it, for now give me the license. Sure, you'll have to fill out some papers, I'll bring them over. The moment he spoke out the puppy started wiggling its rump side to side. Its ruby-tipped tail started even smacking into the table the little monster was sitting on. When the old gnome left the room the puppy decided to jump on Roland's head once more, looking proud and victorious. Stop climbing on my head, you red potato. Borf. The puppy replied while Roland's head rattled from getting his helmet hit by the puppy's ruby tail. Is it too late to sell it? Bork. Chapter 93. Welcome back, Mr. Wayland, we are finished here as well. The busty elf lady smiled at Roland as he returned with the puppy. He had taken it down from his head by now. This was done out of concern that the puppy would grow up thinking that he might be the leader of the pack. He couldn't just let his tamed monster literally walk over him. Banir was to the side waving at him as well. He looked happy for some reason after looking at the puppy that was now in Roland's hands. Welcome back, Mr. Wayland. Did you decide on the name? Not really. The old man that explained how taming creatures like these had informed him about this. The monster contract wouldn't be fully complete unless he named the monster. This was done through the system window and he just needed to concentrate while looking at the wolf pup's status. How about I just call it Potato? The wolf pup gave out a menacing whine the moment he mentioned the name. It clearly didn't like Roland's naming sense, but he had no idea how to call the red creature. It looked quite cute at the moment, but when it grew up it would look closer to a wolf. Little Potato. That would be a cute name for such a little cutie. The elven woman looked down at the barking dog while chuckling. Sure, so everything has been cleared up. Then can I get my adventurer card updated? He asked as he had signed all the papers relating to the new party member. The ruby wolf puppy would become his tamed monster. His adventurer card was taken to perform some updates. It was interesting how these cards worked. They would add certain symbols onto it which would then inform people about certain things. A little picture of a beast would be added in the corner which would indicate that he was an owner of a beast. This card could then be given to any guild and they could scan it for the detailed information about the monster in question. This all was not done with any runic components, though as he couldn't identify any of them it worked on some other magical system. It was probably done through regular enchanting which used a slightly different language or maybe something else entirely that he wasn't aware of. Runes were not the end all be all in this world. Many other magic languages existed that could produce similar or even better effects. The old gnome also told him to get a collar for the wolf pup. It would then signal other people that this monster was owned by someone and keep them from attacking it. The papers that explain things about his creature were also given to him by the old man. He could present them to the guards the next time he saw them, which would be proof enough to not pay any more tolls. This could also be done by showing his adventurer card, but it wouldn't always be accepted outside the guild. If the monster went through an evolution he would need to return to the adventurers guild to have everything updated. The creature would be judged again. Sometimes monsters got extremely violent, which in some situations caused them to be banned from entering cities. Other times they would change into a poisonous or corrosive variant that by just being in contact with others could cause them harm. Yes, Mr. Banir had explained everything. Are you willing to sell the damaged golem core? Even if it's damaged, the materials can still be used by some craftsmen. Roland had dumped a lot of money into buying resources for his deep steel armor, but he wasn't that strapped for cash. He could always enchant some disposable weapons on the side to earn more. The golem's core on the other hand was a rare commodity that could be melted down and turned into an alloy. If done correctly, this alloy could boost the regular metal's capabilities. I'll keep it for now. When can I get my card back? It shouldn't take more than 30 minutes, Mr. Wayland. Why don't you sit down and have a drink while you wait? The elven woman pointed to the side where a small section of tables was at. The guild did have a dining section. They mostly served beer and some easily made dishes for the adventurers that were stuck waiting like him. He just nodded and turned around. His little dog continued to bark in his hands as he carried it around. Calm down or I'll really give you the name potato, or how about beetroot? You're quite red like one. The pooch instantly went quiet after Roland continued to mention vegetable names. It was clear that this wolf-to-be didn't want to be named like this. It felt like a drag to come up with a fitting one. While going towards one of the tables to sit at, he tried remembering some popular dog names that were used in his old world. Max, Charlie, Boomer, Woofer, Crimson Fang. There were just too many to choose from for him to decide on such a short notice. He could go with a regular name similar to a person, or try something more interesting or cool. This puppy would evolve into a more ferocious-looking ruby wolf, or maybe even something else entirely. The interesting part about tamed monster evolution was that their master could affect the evolution in one way or another. He had this explained by the old man during the paper signing. Depending on what he fed the wolf, it could even change its elemental affinity in the next evolution. A tamed monster like this didn't go through any class changes and trials like people did. It was more or less automatic for any regular wild beast. It was slightly different for the monsters that were taken out from dungeons, as he did, apparently. After reaching the first threshold of the 25th level, he would be actually able to decide between some evolution options. It was even possible for him to keep the monster unevolved and wait for it to gain more skills and achievements in hopes of earning a rare class. It was very much a game-like system, which made it more interesting. While thinking about the future, he finally sat down at the table. He didn't eat breakfast due to the unforeseen monster birth, so he was a bit hungry. This place's food wasn't the best though, but it would get a person through the day. There were also more people that looked quite hungry with him. Banir followed him here, and he could even hear the man's stomach giving out strange noises. You hungry? Huh? Oh no, I'm fine. It was clear that the half-dwarf had gone through a traumatic experience and probably famished. Roland was somewhat aware of his situation, which probably caused him to not have much money. While Banir was out cold, he had gone through his backpack and there was actually almost no gold in it. The prices in the guild were higher when food was concerned, so he assumed that saving money was probably Banir's agenda. Is that so? Soon a young cat lady showed up to take their order. What will it be? She called out in a quite energetic voice, while mostly focusing on the red puppy that was squirming around. Roland had forced it into his armpit so that it wouldn't cause trouble. Bring us some kielbasa with bread and butter. Make it enough for 3 people. Then give me 2 glasses and a bowl with water. Coming right up, mister. The waitress nodded at the order and then promptly walked away into the back room. There she would bring it to the cook while getting the glasses for water faster. For 3 people? Banir asked from the side while swallowing some of his saliva. Roland didn't answer as he waited for the waitress to return with the glasses. The bowl was placed on the table by him along with the small pup that started to quickly drink from it. His long tongue worked fast, causing some of it to drench the table. This was something that he had to contend with, as he was afraid that if he placed the dog on the ground it would run off somewhere. Then he would be stuck chasing after it. If it did any damage to the city or anyone in it, he would be responsible for it. I need to train this dog to behave. While thinking about his future taming headache, he offered 1 glass of water to Banir. He himself slowly looked at his own glass before giving out a sigh to move his visor up. Mr. Wayland? It's fine. Banir was a bit surprised by Roland exposing his face to the Adventurers Guild. From the previous talk that they had, he made it seem that he didn't want to reveal that he was a runesmith to others. Roland, on the other hand, was tired of constantly running back and forth from the city to his house with and without the armor. It had been over a year since the encounter with the cultists, and his family hadn't found him in 6 years. It was safe to assume that no one knew where he was or cared if he was alive. His face had changed with the years. Long gone were his childish features. Now his face was more adult-like, and with every day his physique was getting bulkier due to all the fighting and smithing. Even his brothers might not have been able to recognize him if they met him out on the street. He had thought about it hard for the past year, and arrived at the conclusion that he might be sticking out more by hiding his face constantly. If he actually wanted to live in this city, he would need to take part in it. That would require him to work with other people and depend on others in one way or another. With that, he gulped down on the water, but when the waitress walked back, he quickly moved his visor down so that she wouldn't see his face. The sausages were brought over, and she left after giving the two a nod. Well, I don't need to reveal everything today. Banir looked at him a bit taken aback by how quick he hid his face from the guild worker. He was too busy devouring the kielbasa sausages to take it to heart though. The little wolf pup received his share of food as well. The little guy's ruby-tipped tail started smacking into the wooden table as he ate up. Roland himself only ate half of his portion while mostly inserting it into his mouth with a half-closed helmet. It was still hard for Roland to let go of old habits. It would be a slow process to relearn how normal people operated, but he hoped that he could let go of his fears in the coming future. The half-dwarf looked quite happy after eating the meal. The puppy on the other hand started going into snooze mode. It just plopped down between Roland's legs and started sleeping after devouring quite a sizable sausage. After some uncomfortable silence washed over the two young men, Banir was the one to speak up first. Roland was a person of few words, never really speaking out without a purpose behind it. His new friend on the other hand wasn't that reserved. How long have you been here for, Mr. Wayland? For about a year. Oh, did you make that armor yourself or did you buy it somewhere? Did you decide on a name for that little pup? Will you be going to the dungeon again? Do you need help carrying things? I'm pretty good at disassembling the monsters, my skills are quite high. What followed was a series of questions to which Roland replied in either a nod or a quick sentence. Luckily the receptionist from the Adventurer Guild waved him over as he peeked to the side. After getting an earful from Banir, he wanted to run up and kiss her from saving him. Is your card ready? Banir asked while Roland stood up. The half-dwarf looked a bit saddened at the quick end of their conversation. He was still worried about his future prospects. Working for Roland as an assistant was something he was aiming for. All the smithies were taken over by dwarfs that liked to stick to old customs that wouldn't let any outsiders in. Only after many years of doing side work would they ever consider him as a valid apprentice. There were many people looking for work, so there wasn't really anything holding them back from keeping their traditions running. Roland was made aware of the half-dwarf's predicament during their walk here. This did explain why such a promising craftsman was carrying gear for adventurers instead of working in his own field. It does seem like it is. He left towards the lady elf who returned his adventurer card for him. He could clearly see that he had the little symbol for the tame beast included in it, but there was also a little bonus, silver rank. The card had switched from the steel grade to silver grade as well. It looked that defeating the floor boss was enough to prove himself. Yes, congratulations Mr. Wayland. The Ruby Golem's core was enough. I hope you will continue to do business with our Adventurers Guild. Would you like me to list all the benefits of being promoted to the silver rank? Or would you like to take the pamphlet instead? Roland looked over his card. It had a distinctive silver hue to it. He wasn't that informed about jewelry, but silver, platinum, and mithril rank cards looked a bit similar to each other. The silver one was a bit darker than the other two, with the mithril one being the brightest. I'll just take the pamphlet. That will be 3 large copper coins. Roland's eyes narrowed when asked to pay for this pamphlet, but he also didn't really want to stay here and have this woman explain everything. He had already been here too long due to his tamed beast. Here, thank you for your support. Remember to look at the notice board. You'll find all the silver rank listings there. Right, thank you. After saying his goodbyes, he turned around to leave. With the puppy in his hand, it was time to go home and figure some things out. There was no reason to look at the notice board, as even without taking specific missions he could just hunt tier 2 monsters and sell items to the guild. Sometimes there would be specific listings that offered more money for some body parts. Those were mostly placed there by people like alchemists that needed them for potion brewing. Depending on the recipe, some monster parts sold better than others. Sometimes other adventurers placed offers for new members or for temporary help. He reached out with his hand to the Adventurers Guild door and pushed it open. Before leaving, he turned around as Banir had stopped in his tracks. Normally this would be the moment that these two would part their ways. Roland had delivered the information and also received his card upgrade, but after thinking some things through he had come to a decision. For now I can offer you free lodging and food. If you prove yourself we can talk about a set wage. But you'll have to show me how you work with a hammer first. Roland called out to Banir from afar. The red-haired youth's gloomy expression quickly changed as he moved forward. Thank you, I won't let you down. You'll be sleeping in that log cabin though, now let's go, there is still some work left to do. The two young men soon left afterward. The day was still young and Roland had some tasks for his new apprentice. He would need him to prove himself before being allowed to be part of his workshop. Then a proper employment contract would need to be produced, a similar one to what he had signed back in Edelgard. Woof. Quiet down, Tomato. Chapter 94. Roland and Banir were in the process of returning to the workshop. After getting breakfast out of the way, both of them were ready to work on some things. The crimson armor that he wore needed some tending, and his shield did take the brunt of that attack. Before any repairs could be made, he would need to clear up some things with his new worker and also his new tamed beast. The little puppy had woken up halfway through their trip and was now running circles around Roland. From what the old man said at the Adventurers Guild, he knew that the wolf pup needed to be named. Unless this final bit wasn't complete, the little dog wouldn't fully listen to him. How about you name him Red, Mr. Wayland? Or maybe Ruby? Banir had been giving him some naming advice along the way, but Roland wasn't feeling any of them. He looked at the fuzzy ball of energy that was jumping around. It even chased after some adventurers that they ran in during their return, which left him to apologize. He was found in a fire dungeon. After mumbling to himself, he moved over to where the dog was. The little guy looked up to him and gave out a loud bark. Roland leaned down to pick him up. The little guy's tongue was out and he was panting out loud. How about Agni? With his love for old mythology, he came to the conclusion that he could go with one of the fire gods from his old world. Agni was the name of the ancient Hindu fire god, which would fit the theme of the fire dungeon that he got this puppy from. After looking through the wolf's status screen, he did possess a high affinity for fire. Oh? Banir called out from the side as after Roland mentioned the name something started happening. A strange magic symbol appeared in front of the puppy that was somewhat similar to a rune but not quite it. This magic symbol slowly floated towards the small wolf's forehead and entered it. Following this, the small monster's body started glowing for a second before returning to normal. Was that a tamer contract? Didn't think I'll ever see one so close up. Banir chimed in while watching the strange phenomenon. Roland also noticed that he gained a title the moment the process was finalized. Tamed Beast. You have made a lifelong contract with at least one beast-type monster. It looked more like an achievement than a contract, but he knew that even this could unlock special classes. He wouldn't be surprised if he would be able to pick one of the tamer-related classes in the future. There was also a change to his new friend status that appeared after this strange phenomenon. Name Ruby Hound Puppy L1, X 0%, bonded? I guess we have a connection now? I wonder. He placed the wolf down on the ground, but this time around he started out with his name Agni. Sit. The little puppy perked up at the command and after barking sat down on his behind. His tail continued to swing around while kicking up some dirt in the process. Both he and Banir were quite surprised at how the puppy was behaving now. It seemed that by having the contract the monster would start to follow its master's instructions. Roland also remembered what the man at the guild told him. If the master outlevels a young monster like this, there are never any issues with the commands. Even less if the master is a tier above. Only when the monster starts to outlevel its owner would it show defiance. He was reminded by the old man to be careful. Allowing the monster to fight for a person without the master doing anything would cause it to advance quickly. Many tamers sometimes got lazy and stagnated with their monsters overtaking them. The experience between a tamed monster and its master would be divided between the two. This wasn't at 50% as some might think. It was closer to 70% for the monster and 30% for its owner. In some cases, if the monster was a violent variant, it could go berserk and even kill its own master. Such stray monsters would then roam the land unhinged from their contract. Having a monster go berserk could be counteracted by a couple of things. Besides the owner having a higher level, some tamer and summoner-like classes could have special traits or skills that kept their beasts at bay. Another way would be through magical items similar to slave collars that would force a monster to obey. Well, I can always keep it from advancing if it ever reaches my level. This was the most common way of guarding oneself against an unruly tamed beast. In Roland's case, he was an active fighter and he also gained experience from crafting items. It was highly unlikely to him that his tamed monster would ever reach a higher level than he did. It's finally listening to you, Mr. Wayland. Good, let's go. It was time to return to his home, with his new wolf partner now somewhat behaving. He could give Banir some work. After arriving, they headed over to his side workshop where he kept the regular iron and steel tools. You can stay in this shed for now. You can also use the spare wood if you want to customize it. I can make changes? Sure, you do have that carpenter class, it would be a waste to not use it. Just tell me before you make any changes. The two started talking and Roland began listing some rules for his new worker. For one thing, he wasn't allowed to wander around the premises. There were many buried traps here and there that could be set off by the clumsy half-dwarf. He had already been shocked by his door, so he didn't want him to get his foot blown off on a mine runes. Banir took a bit to look around. The backyard was a bit unkempt and weeds along with grass were making it hard to spot where these mines could be buried. Yes. I'll probably have to remove those, for now just don't go behind the house. Roland glanced at the puppy that he was holding. The little guy was wiggling around and trying to escape, but he knew that it could cause an explosion to occur. Maybe later he could teach this wolf to evade the traps by smell, but for now, they were a big hazard for both Agni and Banir. Okay, Mr. Wayland. Roland wanted to remind Banir about dropping the honorifics, but then he remembered. He was actually about double the age of this young man, so acting as his master wouldn't be that out of the ordinary. Well, I'll be in my house if you need something. Banir nodded as Roland left him to his own devices. The straw mattress and the blanket were in the log shed already, so he only needed to get the half-dwarf a pillow. The log shed was quite large, there was also room behind it to expand it in scope. He was hoping that Banir that had the carpenter class would be able to expand it himself without his help. I wonder if he could help me build that wind turbine later. After his makeshift steam engine had been set up, he started thinking on ways of improving it. There were other ways of generating power that didn't even require mana in the first place. One of these were wind turbines. There was enough space to make one of them in the back. There was no reason to make a full-sized one. He wasn't interested in grinding down grains to make flour. He was mostly interested in generating electricity which he could connect to his generator. With some wind runes as backup to make it spin when there was no wind, it could work better than his previous setup. Roland closed the door after himself and placed Agni on the floor. The little animal instantly took off towards one of the rooms. He gave out a sigh but let the wolf look around the house while he decided to go to his workshop. After going downstairs and removing his armor, he gave out another sigh. A lot had happened in just one day and he suddenly found himself, 2 roommates. He wasn't sure what to do with the two, but he had some plans. First, he remembered his times in Edelgard. This had taught him the power of magical contracts. These contracts could actually be made by him thanks to his scribing profession. Depending on the tier of the person signing it, a higher level scribe would be required. His new Runesmith Lord class allowed him to use tier 2 scribing skills as well, thus there wouldn't be a problem with that. He still had his old contract stashed away, so he could copy most of it over while making some changes. I feel that Bernie will sign anything that I put in here. He seems desperate. It was clear from how the half-dwarf acted that he wanted this job offer badly. His eyes shined brightly whenever he looked at his blacksmithing tools. Even though they were unkept and rusty, it didn't matter to that guy. Banir was also close to reaching the 50th level, which would bring him into the tier 2 rank soon. He would then be gaining a tier 2 smith as help around the house. Previously Roland never considered getting more help, thinking that he could somehow manage everything solo. Now on the other hand, he started seeing some potential in sharing the workload. It was unknown to him what path Banir would follow, but he hoped he would pick the armorsmith class first. With the added help he would be able to focus on things that he was good at, which was runecrafting. He would be able to leave all the time-consuming armor repairs to his new worker while he focused on discovering new runic patterns and code combinations. This would further his progress exponentially. First, I need to get that contract done. Can't have him talking about my runic forge nor my steam engine. It would be good to have him work with the runic tools, but will the contract be enough to keep his mouth shut? The trust issues that he had run deep, but with the contract signed he would more or less feel secured. He didn't think that Banir would speak out on his secrets unless threatened with his life. Expecting someone to take his secrets with him to the grave was asking a bit much. These contracts activated after they were broken, so even if he put some kind of silencing curse on it, it would only activate after the information was given. The purpose was to not have the person signing the contract perform certain acts but couldn't stop the process from happening. There of course were some contracts that were more strenuous, but they required the involvement of the darker kind of magic. Slave collars and magic items could also perform this task, but something like that felt somewhat wrong to him. Bork. A bark of a wolf moved his attention to his other problem. The dog here was still newborn, and at this current level, he wasn't really useful. Agni, do you want to go kill some monsters? The dog started wiggling his rump behind frantically and jumping around the house as if he couldn't contain his happiness. First I need to get that contract done, your training will have to wait. Roland went to grab some scrolls. It was time to scribble down the first draft of Banir's contract. He needed to make it sure that his new worker would not babble out some of his secrets. The contract would be ready for when his new friend actually proved his worth. If his skills were not up to par, or if he showed no willingness to improve, then Roland would need to take back his offer. From how eager his new friend acted, it didn't seem that he suffered from a lack of motivation. I'll get him to smith something later. Like a ladle, he smirked to himself a bit after remembering his blacksmith class change. Soon he walked away to get some work done, his little red puppy following him around while being a constant bundle of energy. A few days later, are you sure we have everything? Yes, Mr. Wayland, I double-checked everything. Good, just remain in the back to be safe, but we won't be going to the lower levels, so it should be fine. Banir nodded at Roland's words while both of them headed towards the dungeon. It was early morning as the two young men set off. In front of the two-man team was a rather energetic little wolf pup that took the chance to bark at any adventurers that he met. Agni, come back, you might get attacked like last time. Roland called out to the pup that quickly sprinted back to him. He picked him up from the ground and placed him on his shoulder. Previously some newbie adventurers tried attacking his little tamed monster. It caused a little scuffle to unfold, but due to his fame rising they backed away after seeing his shiny crimson armor. Soon the small party arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Some people had seen Roland's performance against Armand, so they backed away as he was going through. Banir had a strange smirk on his face while seeing this. Mr. Wayland, you sure are popular with the other adventurers. Is that so? Roland tried to ignore that fact as well as Banir's ass-kissing attempt. You still need to make that shield when we get back. TCH, he could hear his new associate giving out a strange sound. After signing a contract he was given tasks around the smithy that took out a good chunk of his time. He was a good worker but also had some bad habits that other dwarfs had. For one thing, he liked to drink a lot. With the lodging fees taken care of, he used some of the coins he had over to get some cheap alcohol. This he also drank during work. When asked for an explanation he only replied that he worked faster when under the influence. This was a fact that he discovered after the contract was signed. If he knew, he would have included a non-drinking during work clause. The two descended into the first floor and went through one of the corridors. Most adventurers had progressed enough so this level wasn't being used. Today was the day to help his puppy to level up. For that he needed to have him kill other monsters. Normally when a person at the second tier was in a party with tier 1 people, they wouldn't get much or any experience. Luckily for him, the tamed monster contract was a bit different and a small part of experience would fall to his monster. The fastest way was still to have him fight himself as no skills would be leveled up. With low skill numbers, the evolution options would be very limited. There we go. Agni, get ready. The puppy gave out a loud bark while looking forward. There stood his enemy, and it was a menacing one indeed. Red Rat L2. Roland pointed at the small creature. It was larger than a regular rat and the red coloring showed that it was somewhat resistant to fire. This monster was slightly smaller than the ruby wolf, but they were close. Bite it to death, Agni. The command was given and the ferocious wolf puppy charged forward. The red rat could see the other monster coming at it and reacted by charging straight at his enemy. The two clashed with each other and started rolling around on the ground. Roland looked on with surprise as the battle continued for quite a while. Both monsters started biting each other, scratching and gnashing their teeth in rage. In time the victor was decided. The red rat was victorious and a defeated Agni escaped behind Roland's leg. The rat continued its chase, but was grabbed by Roland with one hand. Bernie, yes, Mr. Wayland? Are there any weaker monsters in here than rats? I don't think so, Mr. Wayland. I thought so. Some might think that a slime would have been the easiest foe to defeat. But for a monster without weapons, biting something like a heated slime would be quite painful. If Agni's fire resistance was high enough to counter the boiling hot slime liquid still remained to be seen. A crunching sound could be heard, as Roland squeezed the rat to death with one hand and just tossed the dead body to the ground. Agni peeked out from between his legs and quickly charged forward at the dead monster that he lost to. He sniffed it a few times before howling out loud. His face was then raised high as if he himself defeated this troubling foe. This is going to take a while. Roland gave out a sigh and continued towards the dungeon. Maybe with some luck, he would find a level 1. Chapter 95. Go for the neck. Roland shouted while trying to cheer. Both he and Bernier were a bit to the side while two monsters were battling. One of them looked like a red-colored salamander while the other one was a ferocious wolf puppy. The reptilian monster was a bit bigger than the puppy, but the wolf didn't seem to care. It danced around its foe while biting into its flesh. The moment the salamander tried to retaliate, the small wolf was gone and to the other side. With time these small nibbles added up and the final blow was delivered. Agni jumped on top of the half-dead salamander and pressed its fangs into his opponent's neck. The moment the teeth sunk into its flesh, a surge of flame was injected into it. The ruby wolf activated its special skill to deliver the final blow. The opponent went down, dead and unmoving. Woof. Great job, he really is improving really fast, boss. Bernier called out while moving over to the dead monster. There is a small mana stone close to the lungs. Roland also moved closer. His little monster had been training up his skills. It had been about a month since they all ventured inside of this dungeon now. At first, Agni was barely able to contend with a L1 rat, but after he started leveling the progress picked up. The little guy was quite smart and his forte was speed and agility. With the increase of his stats, he started to get smarter. With this intelligence also came wisdom, as Agni was able to learn from all of his fights. Sometimes he won, sometimes he lost, and Roland had to assist him. Now he was able to safely combat monsters at his own level and even ones a few levels above. Good boy. Roland leaned down to give his puppy a pat on the head. He was on the fence about this whole predicament, but now he was glad that the egg hatched. The puppy wasn't hard to bring up as it only required food and shelter. After 2 weeks he also stopped peeing in the house and now even had his own dog hose outside. Though that didn't keep him from trying to sleep inside. You are improving at a high pace, luckily we can somewhat share our experience. Roland glanced at his own and Agni's status screens. Name: Roland Arden L. 77 classes, T2 Runesmith Lord L2, Primary, T1 Mage L25, Secondary, T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, Tertiary, HP 2478, 2478 MP 7354 7354 SP 3366, 3366 Strength 66 Agility 46 Dexterity 94 Vitality 66 Endurance 75 Intellig. Ruby Wolf Puppy, L10, X 67%, Type, Fire Earth Beast HP 129, 129 MP 148, 148 SP 220. 220 Strength 10 Agility 20 Dexterity 10 Vitality 9 Endurance 13 Intelligence 10. The little beast and master had leveled up during this month. Roland only gained 1 level, but he noticed that he was gaining about twice the amount of stat points that he previously did. This with his Lord class perk made his 1 level at Tier 2 count for 4 levels at Tier 1. With this, he felt like he could finally become stronger. The wolf pup was leveling up faster than his owner. This was because there was some experience shared between monster and master. When Roland defeated high-level foes, a small part of the experience was given to his wolf. Agni did have to be close to him for that to go through. If the distance was more than 20 meters, nothing would happen. He would also gain a bit more the closer he was during combat. This was something that he had tested out at his old training spot with the troglodytes. He used his bombing method this time around, and found his little puppy gaining a big chunk of experience. Those monsters were quite a low level for someone like him, so he wasn't receiving much, but with the help of his new assistant, he would at least be gaining the money back for his runic bombs. This day, they have come here to descend into the lower levels. Roland had given Agni some time to level up, but he himself had remained stagnant. After defeating the ruby golem, he had almost gained a level already. Now after a month his experience points haven't increased by much and his skills were also not growing. For this day he had prepared to go down below the 10th level to the fabled lava area of this dungeon. That area was still getting mapped out as it was swarming with Tier 2 creatures. No Tier 3 monsters had been spotted yet, but the adventurers were apparently having a hard time traversing through the hotter areas. This dungeon wasn't suited for beings that didn't have fire resistance. He as a Runesmith Lord had heat resistance and his armor. His wolf puppy was naturally resistant to a degree to flames that left his assistant. Banir had his own set of armor prepared with some chilling runes. The half-dwarf didn't have much mana to speak of, so the armor he was wearing could only defend him against the flames. At first, Roland wanted to just buy some cheap iron or steel armor for his new assistant. But he on the other hand begged him for something else. He wanted to make his own armor and then have runes inscribed later. This was a good opportunity to see if he made the good choice in hiring him. Banir did have the class and levels, but this didn't mean that he would be great at crafting. This depended on his aptitude and willingness to work long hours. Luckily the young half-dwarf didn't disappoint him. He worked tirelessly for days at the basic workshop without any runic power tools involved. Even without the fancy equipment, his new worker had managed to push through. What Banir required wasn't a full-plate mail armor like Roland did. He needed some defense to be there, but the more important thing was speed and agility. Banir wasn't there to fight, he was only there to carry Roland's weapons and then take care of the monster corpses. Thus he was fitted out in a lighter set of leather armor. His legs and arms would have metal plates in the form of greaves and vambraces. Roland had also instructed him to place openings for the mana stones that he would insert later. With Banir's lack of mana and any runic skills, he would need all the help he could get for the magic to work. There was a limit of how many mana stones a steel armor could take. The runic structures would break quite fast, but it would be enough for them to do a couple of dungeon runs before it needed repairing. Runic structures that only utilized buffing-type spells, and small effect spells like the Lesser Chilling Rune were able to last longer than active spells. Something like a fire arrow spell would eat away at the armor after each activation due to the high amount of mana being burned. On the other hand, when there was a very small yet constant charge, they lasted for a lot longer. This was also why Roland's own armor that was made of deep steel would barely suffer anything when he just activated his mana stones to give him a stat buff. Only when he actually activated a more drastic spell would the armor start to deteriorate. After everything was finished, the gear came out to be on the intermediate level, quite satisfactory. Roland himself could only achieve this level, and this half-dwarf was already on his level. He wasn't sure if it was talent or just the dwarf racial trait that let them become better blacksmiths than other races. With that out of the way, he was ready to imbue everything with mana stones and runes. Banir was a bit afraid that he would be charged for something like this. The man was someone that grew up with other dwarfs, so he knew that runesmithing was a costly profession. The two had a conversation and Roland told him to count it as an investment that he could just work down in the future. Using mana stones from the dungeon on an armor like this didn't really hurt his bottom line. The dwarfs cherished their runesmiths though, so from that day on, Banir started calling him boss, and he finally learned to remember his assistant's name. Now they were down at the 10th level where it all started. This time around the boss chamber was wide open and they could move through it. It also seemed that someone had already cleared out this area some time ago. The monsters haven't respawned yet, but there are no bodies either. Anyone that was here previously is probably gone. Roland said while moving inside of the boss chamber, "It looks that way." Banir stopped before the large door and gave out a sigh. He stood there for a moment till Agni barked at him while sitting on Roland's shoulder. Wait for me, I'm coming." After the harrowing experience that Banir went through in this room, it was natural for him to take a moment. Roland didn't say anything as he understood his pain. It was already quite a show of character that his new assistant was willing to go down here so soon. "Looks the same as last time." "Why yeah." Both of them continued through the area. Agni was held in place as his new owner was afraid that the happy puppy could fall into the lava lake below. He was somewhat resistant to flames and heat, but he would still die if he fell into lava. Roland was taking a risk by bringing this puppy here. After watching over him for a month, the ruby wolf started growing on him. Agni would even try to climb into his bed and sleep with him. This caused Roland to finally create a fitting doghouse for him that Banir with his better building skills was happy to create. His new canine companion had started to listen to his commands. He decided that he could at least try descending to the lower levels to fight some monsters. His own tamed monster would get a lot more experience from Tier 2 enemies than what they were fighting on the upper levels. Banir, here. Agni was passed over to Banir for safekeeping. Being a similar monster to a dog, Agni would be accepting to more people than just his master. From what Roland could tell, he was seeing Banir as part of the pack with his master as the alpha. Stay in the back. The monsters below shouldn't be able to go above the stairs. After leaving the boss chamber, there was another flight of stairs leading to the next section. The moment the small group reached it, they were greeted by hot air. Roland was wearing a full helmet with a closed visor, so he didn't feel it. Banir, on the other hand, who was only wearing a simple metal headgear with his face exposed, was taken aback. You can activate the rune now, it should alleviate the heat. Following Roland's instruction, the blue mana stones that were inserted into Banir's armor started to glow. A thin veil of blue ice energy covered the half-dwarf's whole body and made the whole thing bearable. Agni didn't look too happy about the change in temperature, though, as he gave out a rather cute sneeze. Well then. With sword and shield in hand, Roland moved down from the stairs and set foot in the new area. What he saw was a wide-open cavern with stalactites and stalagmites everywhere. There were flowing rivers and small lakes of fire present as well. The lava seemed to be pouring from the walls, and into those streams and lakes alike, there were many pathways leading in various directions. Some were wide while others could barely fit one person. This was a large open area that stretched for many kilometers in all directions. There was only one known exit to the top, which made traversing the whole area difficult without anyone with directional skills like a tracker. Be careful, boss. Yeah, I know, there could be monsters in those lava pools. The sector where he was in now had a larger piece of land on it with some smaller lava pools spread around. In those sizzling hot pots, there could be monsters hiding, ones that were resistant to flames. He came prepared. Knowing the weaknesses of the foes an adventurer was facing was the basics. With the degree of fire protection that he was wearing, he felt rather content at venturing forward. SSSSSSSSSSSS, there it was, his first opponent that was crawling out of one of those smaller pools of lava. Some of them were connected to the larger lakes and rivers that were flowing in the back. Luckily, none of the larger monsters would be able to fit through the smaller openings. Volcanic Salamander L54. It was an evolved variant of the salamander monster he saw in the labyrinth. This one was quite larger, more the size of a smaller horse, but with shorter legs. Its scales looked more robust and had a more brownish tint to it that let it blend in with the darker volcanic soil here. The monster slammed its elongated tail into the ground, causing it to crack in a few places as it noticed Roland looking at it. The large salamander started hissing while looking at its target. Roland at this moment was hiding behind his shield while getting closer. He was sure to keep watch if there weren't any other enemies nearby. Without a seasoned tracker to detect enemies, he needed to be extra careful. Soon the battle started with a bark coming from the back. Banir was sure to hold Agni in his hands while peeking from around the corner. What he saw was the monster moving its head upwards. The lower part of its neck started bulging out and glowing in a red color as it prepared an attack. Roland didn't need much time to figure out what it was doing. There were a few possibilities of defending against this type of attack. He chose to dodge instead of using his shield to block, as this attack was somewhat slow. The monster opened up its mouth and a ball of heated magma was flung from it. It connected with the ground where Roland was previously standing on and caused an explosion. He, on the other hand, was glowing in green after activating his runic structure. This type of attack that the monster performed was quite powerful. Even he that was wearing magical armor wouldn't come out unscathed if he just received it. It did have one glaring weakness, as it left the person or monster using it open for a quick counter. Normally something like this would be better used for a finishing move on an opponent that couldn't move. Got you. He called out while pointing his hand at the creature. Roland had gotten in range for a magical attack. This came in the form of a cone of cold spell that was inscribed on his gauntlet. The surge of icy air and ice crystals descended on the volcanic salamander. Due to this monster living in a warm climate, it couldn't take low temperatures very well. It suffered massive damage while also losing most of its mobility. A critical hit that rendered his opponent immobile was just the thing he needed. With a nice slice from his blade the head was off and the battle was won. You have gained 358 experience, not bad. Using magic against these fire monster feels like cheating. He looked at the dead monster while putting his sword away. It didn't take much for him to kill it. Using the creature's weakness made everything quite easy. He didn't feel like he would lose to it without the spell either. He would just need to take a bit more time. Okay, don't see any other monsters. The party that cleared out the boss chamber must have killed most of them at the entrance. Banir, we will wait here for now. More should respawn soon. Roland decided to wait at the safe spot for now. This was the first time that he was here, so he needed to get used to the stronger tier 2 monsters. He liked to do things slow and steady without rushing too much into danger. With the puppy and his assistant he also needed to keep the two safe. On it, boss. Banir moved in and Agni was quick to jump on the dead salamander. He looked like a proud warrior that had slain this monster himself. Roland just smirked a bit and gave the puppy's head a ruffling. After the monster was done being processed, it was time to do some grinding. Chapter 96. Okay boss, you can go ahead. HNGH, Roland in his everyday clothes but with gloves that were glowing red was pushing a large wooden spire. It looked like a large thick wooden log with a peculiar contraption attached to the top part. That's it, just a bit more, now stop. He was quick to move to the other side to stabilize the construction. This large tower-like log was inserted into a hole, and while Roland was holding onto it, Banir moved over with a wheelbarrow. In it there was something that looked similar to plaster or cement with a similar dark grey coloring. This substance was something very similar, but made with the help of alchemy instead of chemicals. With the help of monster remains, this world had made its own strides in the way of construction. After dumping the contents, Banir grabbed a smaller plank from the side and started smoothing this fantasy cement out. It will take half a day for this to dry, boss. Roland nodded while continuing to support the larger structure with his enhanced strength. In his previous world, people would have to use cranes for something like this. With his current tier 2 stats and some help from strength-enhancing runes, he was able to heft this burden. But boss, will this windmill work? Isn't it too thin? Banir scratched his nose while attaching some support beams to this windmill. In reality, this wasn't anything like that. It was a small wind turbine that Roland finally got around to building. With the help of his assistant, he could speed up the process, making cables and the small parts for the propellers and generator that was inside. The cables were pushed through the large log that added some well-needed weight. This was his first design, so he decided to make the fans a bit smaller. Thus even when they would be spinning at full swing the structure would remain stable in place. This isn't a windmill, this is to generate power. Power? Banir looked at the wind turbine and he wasn't sure how this thing should produce energy. Though Roland was the runesmith here, so he wouldn't ask too many questions. He understood that magic and runes were a difficult theme not known by many men. I guess it is about time to show you some things, but first help me connect these cables. The wires they were using were simple copper ones. They were coated in a dark rubber-like substance that worked quite similar to its old-world counterpart. Luckily these wires didn't require runesmithing, as they were just there to carry the current towards the generator in his runic workshop. Roland had decided to move to wind energy as keeping a boiler down in his workshop was causing some difficulties. The engine that he made was also not very efficient at all. He had a couple of options here. One would be water energy like people used in dams. The problem was that there was now river nearby. Another option would be geothermal, with a lava dungeon nearby. This could be a possibility, but he needed something closer to his house. Thus wind turbines were the next good option. He could easily place multiple ones in his yard behind his house. Even if he placed some outside his fence, no one would probably complain, and he might be able to buy more land if he wished for. The biggest downside to this setup was that it was clearly visible to anyone. If a person decided to walk through here, they would see some strange-looking windmills spinning around. It was clear that he wasn't using them for grain and making bread. He might be able to say that they were for pumping water. They were also used for cutting wood at sawmills, though they saw less use in this kind of world, where a woodcutter had enhanced strength and specialized skills to make everything go fast. He noticed this trend that filled this world around him. The people here tended not to look for shortcuts to their work. They would naturally gain more skills and level up. They got faster and better at everything by just continuing to train. Most of them didn't see the reason to invest in unique inventions. The only progress was seen towards magic and alchemy while machinery was left in the dust. Bark. Could you stop digging in the yard? Roland scolded Agni, who was busy digging up a hole and burying something in it. After the puppy had settled in, some changes needed to be made. For one thing, he needed to remove the trip mines from the ground, as the little wolf was quite happy to dig them out. Luckily Roland got to him in time before any explosions happened. With this in mind, another larger construction plan for the defenses was fashioned. This one would eliminate the random chance of his allies injuring themselves in his backyard. With the wind turbine in place and Banir to help him out, they would connect the electricity with the fences. Implementing the electric fence would take a bit to make, as he needed the wind turbine to power the items in his workshop first. Depending on how much juice this turbine produced, he would go ahead with the fence idea. Roland knew that the jolt that the fence would give wouldn't keep real threats away. It was more of a warning signal for people to keep out. Smart individuals would probably notice this and think twice before venturing forward. Others might just vault over this wall and try their luck inside. With unique defenses came unique rewards. Without some danger there were no real rewards. Not having the mines around puts this place at risk. Are there any automated defenses that I could build here? He grumbled while looking at the ruby tip of his wolf puppy. The little guy was having a blast while turning his land into Swiss cheese. Boss, why don't you build a golem? Banir moved over while whipping some sweat from his brow. The half-dwarf had been taught by his father while he was alive, so he knew some inside rumors and knowledge. Runesmiths were similar to other magic users by the use of their runes. Their true strength lay in creating magical items. One of those was a staple, the iron golem. I never tried that before. He had thought about making one before, but his lack of knowledge kept him grounded. Now he more or less knew how such a creature would be able to operate. It was like the monster that he faced, it needed a core first. This would act as the main power source and could be bought on the market or even from the dungeon directly. In the volcanic area, some golems could be spotted. If he nabbed one of those cores, he would be able to try it out. Without any master, he would need to do everything himself. The probability of getting a golem making manual in the auction house was slim. The runesmiths kept their more detailed secrets hidden. Luckily for Roland, he had lived in a large crafting city for a few years, and golems was something that it did possess. The only problem was that he could never examine them fully. He was left with fleeting glances here and there while the various magical automatons moved around. His old notebook was filled out with parts of these runic structures, but he never tried to piece them together as he was lacking the main component. This component was the internal runic code that would make this golem work. Even though he thought that he could somehow work out the runic structures going through the body from the golem core. The most important part, that was the control program. This golem would need to be able to move around and follow basic instructions. The ones that he saw in the city were mostly only able to slowly move around and carry heavy items. They were mostly meant for constructions, while the more combat-oriented golems were hard to come by. The fastest way for him to make his own golem would be by buying one of the auction and then examining the program and runes inside. Then with it as a base, he would start applying his own custom-made commands. That would probably be the fastest way to go around this. He remembered how much time he lost when not getting a magical item with a mana stone in it. If he didn't get that lucky break, he might still think that mana stones were used as batteries to this day. I'm kind of self-taught, but if you see any golems, even the small toy ones, you have the permission to buy it. Roland replied to Banir while putting the golem construction off for now. It would take way too long to construct an operating program to make it run from scratch. Making one that activated separate runic spells was one thing. Making a basic AI that could follow spoken orders was another thing entirely. It could take him several years to even come up with a prototype that would need even more time to fix. Toy ones. Yes, some runesmiths make small automatons that can follow orders. Some nobles buy them for their children. At least they are cheaper than the large ones. He had actually seen one of those a long time ago when he first arrived in this world, but that was a time that he had long forgotten and moved on from. While thinking about some defensive measures, he noticed Agni from the side munching on something. You really like those, don't you? Roland narrowed his eyes while he spotted something shiny in the puppy's mouth. He's got quite the expensive appetite, Banir commented while walking away to do some other chores while the wind turbine foundation set. Agni had developed a strange diet after going down into the dungeon. While one of the monster corpses was getting taken apart, the mana stone fell to the side. The little puppy looked at this glowing gem and ran up to it. With a big chomp, the mana stone was quickly gulped down by him fully. Roland and Banir saw this and tried to make the puppy spit out the stone, unsure if he would suffer from such a thing. After looking through the wolf's stats, no drop of HP or strange status effects were noticed by Roland. There was one addition to this status in the form of a skill, Mana Stone Eater, passive, allows for a small chance of strengthening through mana stone consumption. This skill looked quite powerful. Gaining strength just by eating mana stones seemed very powerful. In reality, ever since getting it, Agni only received one status point. Somehow this skill could allow the user to gain status points through consuming mana stones. If there was something more that could be gained was unknown. Roland wasn't happy about losing so many mana stones to his canine companion. For now, he was only devouring lesser mana stones, and it seemed that he couldn't devour more than 2 per day. It was apparent that the digestion of these stones took a while. If Agni tried to snack on more than one every 12 hours, he would get a stomach ache. I hope that skill allows for a better evolution. Speaking of evolutions, Roland glanced at Agni's stats, which had gone up. His little companion was close to reaching the 25th level and just needed 2 more. When he hit that threshold, he would be allowed to evolve. From what Roland knew, a ruby wolf puppy would evolve into an adolescent ruby wolf at the 25th level. After that, at the 50th level, he should turn into a plain ruby wolf and be a tier 2 monster. There might be other possibilities along the way. For instance, the more common version of a ruby wolf was the volcanic wolf. That type of monster could be seen in the volcanic area past the 10th level of the maze. There was no reason for taking that evolutionary path, as a ruby wolf was considered stronger, and also smarter than a volcanic variant. If I go by this world's naming sense and that skill, maybe he'll change into something like a mana ruby wolf. Would Roland's pup have a similar class naming scheme that he had succumbed to? His classes were one of the better ones, but the names left a lot to be desired. It would still be better to go with a rare evolution even if it had a silly name, Banir. Roland called out to his worker and gave him a plan of the house that had the cable placements. Follow the schematic. I'll go to the dungeon with Agni, he is close to leveling up. Before leaving Banir with a shovel to bury the cables, he had him help him get his armor on. The tamed monster along with the wind turbine and his new assistant kept him from improving on his old design. He wanted to focus on it after Agni got a bit stronger, and with the first evolution, he would feel more comfortable doing so. The tier 1 skills were easy to level up, and with the help of Roland's deep pockets, he could buy recovery items for his monster. With them, Agni was able to increase the levels of all his skills with minimal rest. The only one that didn't max out was the one for eating mana stones. Depending on the evolution choices, Roland was ready to wait for it to max out later. Then he would focus on crafting while Agni munched on some stones. Recently he had visited the dungeon quite often, so he needed some downtime. Alright boss, have a safe trip and bring back some souvenirs. You sure like going through those monster remains, don't you, Banir? I just need some salamander leather for my coat, that stuff is easy to work with. The two parted ways and Roland departed towards the dungeon. He didn't keep Agni on his shoulder anymore, but let him walk side by side. The puppy also had a nice black leather collar with his name on it. There was one green mana stone that would increase the pup's speed if he used it. Surprisingly, his monster companion was smart enough to learn how to use simple runic equipment. He only started having problems when there were more than 2 enchantments on it. Due to that, he only put in the speed increase along with a mana shield for protection. Thanks to this, his little canine companion also earned the title of Magic Item User. This was probably because not many monsters could use magic items or knew how. A regular human would not get a title like this due to this being something their race was able to do by default. The two were back in the dungeon now. This started feeling like his everyday grind now. He killed monsters in the morning to gather materials and mana stones. Then in the evening, he enchanted some weapons and armor parts to sell at the auction house. The money was then spent on more materials to expand his workshop. And the cycle continued. A snapping of bones brought him back to reality as a flaming skeleton dropped to the ground. Agni did a little wiggle dance around the monster while sniffing, but then quickly turned around. His hind legs performed the motion of burying something as if he wasn't interested in the bony creature. No mana stones, huh? You got a good nose for those ever since you have gotten that skill. They continued into the deeper levels of the dungeon but not below the 5th. Past that the monsters were above the 25th level and could prove dangerous for his little puppy. He wanted him to gain the rest of the experience by himself without getting power leveled by him. After spending half the day down here, it was finally time for the little guy to level up. With a glance at the status screen, it was apparent that an evolution was possible. Name Ruby Wolf Puppy, L25. X, Max, Type, Fire Earth Beast HP 264, A264 MP 210 A210 SP 445, 445 Strength 20 Agility 35 Dexterity 15 Vitality 18 Endurance 28 Intelligence 15 We could clearly see that Agni wasn't able to gain any more experience. From what the old gnome at the Adventurers Guild had told him, he needed to focus on this experience counter that was maxed out. After he did, he could see multiple options become clear to him. He rubbed his chin while looking over them. It was time to make a decision or wait till his tamed monster leveled up his skills more. Chapter 97. Adolescent Volcanic Wolf, Fire Earth Beast, a common canine-type monster found in volcanic regions. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane covered in volcanic rocks. Adolescent Ruby Wolf, Fire Earth Beast, an uncommon canine-type monster found in volcanic regions. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane covered in rubies. Adolescent Gemstone Wolf, Fire Earth Beast, a rare canine-type monster found in deep dungeons. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane adorned with various gemstones. Hellhound Puppy, Fire Fiend Beast, an uncommon canine fiend type of monster. This type of monster is regularly seen accompanied by demonic beings. Adolescent Ash Wolf, Earth Beast, a common canine-type wolf found in dungeons. They are characterized by having a white ashy fur pattern. Roland was now glancing at the evolution options that he was given. There were 5 of them, with 2 uncommon variants and 1 rare. There was one peculiar option with the Hellhound that caused the puppy to stay as a young type. From what he knew, these types of evolution options were a rare sight. They would more or less reset the current monster progress and turn them into a different type. Here his Ruby Wolf would transform into a Hellhound Puppy, which would change it from a wolf to a dog and also give him a fiend type along with the beast type. A rare type doesn't mean that it is particularly better than an uncommon one. He rubbed his chin while reading through the explanations. There wasn't much information given about the skills these evolution options would give. Normally he wanted to go for the Ruby variant at first, as that was the original type of monster Agni was. Now there was another option with the Gemstone Wolf, which was probably there due to the new Mana Stone eating skill his puppy gained. The Volcanic and Ashen Wolf types looked like the more generic ones, with the Ashen one even losing the Fire type in the evolution. There was also the option of going with a Hellhound and starting anew. Then when the time came to evolve again, there could be some rare options for the Hellhound type. Though these types of monster were considered the more violent type, which could pose some trouble down the line. What do you think, Agni? Ruby Wolf or Gemstone Wolf? Or maybe a Hellhound? Bark! The little guy started barking and running around. It was clear that he wouldn't get much out of this baby monster and would have to make the choice himself. Let's go back home for now, Agni. Roland decided to stall this evolution. He needed to get more information about these advancement options. The mana eating skill wasn't fully matured yet either, so there might be some other evolutionary option if he maxed it out. There was no rush for something as important as an evolution. There were sometimes options to reset like the Hellhound one, but those were super rare. The Ruby Wolf options would not be there again. It was impossible to go around in circles until someone made up their mind. The only thing he could go off of is books or by experience from tamers. The two returned home to discover a quite drunk Banir hammering away while shaping some nails. There was also a use for those and a lot of scrap metal to go around. His assistant was also very close to reaching level 50 now, which would also let him advance further. Boss, welcome back. I put the cables where you wanted. Want me to help you undress? Banir noticed Roland walking back into the house, as his runic armor was quite characteristic. The half-dwarf's face was quite red, but he was actually able to work in such a state. If he would be able to do the same thing when power tools were introduced was something Roland was afraid of. It was one thing to swing a hammer and another to handle a runic saw that could take out a limb. No, it's fine. We'll connect everything tomorrow. Aye. He didn't bother his assistant, as Banir was clearly working hard to get his level up. Since hitting the 48th level, he was tirelessly using his smithing skills to grind up towards this important occasion. It was also getting late after spending most of the day down in the dungeon. When Roland opened up the door to the house, Agni was quick to jump in and go to his spot. He had one right next to Roland's own bed, and even though there was a perfectly fine dog house outside, the puppy liked to sleep here. With time, Roland gave in to the whines and barks, not being able to fight against the deadly puppy stare. Here, catch. Roland tossed Agni a nice-looking mana stone, and the puppy began munching on it almost instantly. Enough time had passed since the last one, so it was fine now. After getting undressed, it was time to look over some plans. The wind turbine would be getting connected tomorrow, so he needed to go through some things. At this point in time, some months had passed since his new assistant had arrived. Even though he didn't want to reveal his secret lair below his house, it was inevitable that it would be It was clearly obvious that he was doing runecrafting somewhere in his house. Even with some sound-cancelling runes to keep the noise of his smithing away from prying ears, it was easy for Banir to figure things out. The decision was made to show his assistant his secret workshop that he had now locked behind a special magic magnetic lock. By being able to focus on studying the runes, he started to crack the code slowly. With time, he hoped to not need to look at other people's work or use his debugging skill to just steal the working designs. With the knowledge of the magic programming language, he wanted to construct his own magic, maybe even make something new that never existed in this world before. If I can't install any mine runes for now, I could go with a normal alarm system. Roland was still on the fence on what to do instead of the mine approach. It was too deadly with his puppy and new assistant around. He needed something different, maybe something that could tell the two apart from unwanted guests. I could make something akin to a photocell alarm system. With some knowledge of his old world, he came up with one of the classics. By placing some light sensors around the fence, he would know if someone passed through it. He recalled one of the popular movies, where the hero had to evade many red laser beams that would trigger the alarm. It was an easy solution and could be placed around the fences away from his assistant and puppy. I wonder if I could make some automated magical weapons. Then there was another thing that he wanted to do. His land was fenced up in a square shape. At each corner, there was a smaller tower made of hardwood. Thanks to Banir that was good at building things, the fence had been redone to actually be proper. Roland was thinking about placing magical devices at those corners which would turn them into sort of defensive towers. It would be easy for him to connect the alarm system to this sort of attacking device. It would only require some mana from his generator to run. He could also use a reusable scroll system that didn't use up much of his mana reserves in the generator. The difficult task would be for it to actually hit a moving target. Creating a magic device that shot fire arrows in random directions wouldn't work. He needed to use something different, something that could be guided. There are special self-guiding spells. That could work. For now, there were variations of his favorite magic arrow spell that guided itself onto the target. If he also inscribed it in the highest grade, it would actually be quite accurate. He wanted the towers to react to the intruders and aim themselves, but he would need to stick to the basics for now. Maybe if he figured out that golem operating system, he would be able to put it in his defensive towers. I don't think thieves will expect getting chased by magic arrows the moment they set foot here. That will probably require more wind turbines. I'd also have to reinforce the house walls. Even with guided arrows, they can still hit the house. With more intricate spells, the requirement for mana was also there. If he wanted to make everything work, he needed to build more. Otherwise, he would have to somehow include scrolls into the circuit. With more moving components, there was always more that could go astray during the activation process. Okay, let me draw up some schematics, but first, before moving on with his work, he peeked outside his workshop. He saw his puppy drooling into the large pillow that was his bedding. The beast is asleep. I can work in peace. Roland gently removed himself from the room Agni was sleeping in and moved back into his workshop where he could focus on his work. There was also the idea of reusable wands or runic plates that he wanted to mount into his armor, placing it somewhere around his forearm area. This was for easy access, while also was there to allow him to point with his hands at the target. Most of the spell would be on the plate, while the discharge rune that created the spell outside would be on his palm. With this, it would look as if he was actually casting spells, even though he would be just activating separate runic structures on the added components to his armor. Most of the strain would fall on those reusable parts, while his glove would only degrade just a little bit. Thanks to it already being from deep steel, the damage would be minimal. The reusable component on the other hand could be made from cheap iron or steel. With that in mind, he got to drawing. He had made some previous iterations, but he was focused on leveling up his new puppy, so he didn't progress much. I'll use a lesser bolt of guidance spell in this design. Doesn't pack as much of a punch, but can be cast repeatedly without much damage to the equipment. His penmanship had increased by leaps and bounds after reaching Tier 2. His dexterity was now doubled and he had access to the upper tier scribing skills that were slowly leveling up. With this, he was able to draw up multiple runic schematics within minutes. Regretfully, his little leveling cheat had plateaued with time. Even common-grade runic schematics didn't give him that much. By this point it would be faster to go into the dungeon and massacre some Tier 2 beasts in the lava region. He was strong enough to even take on multiple of those now, which left his debugging trick in the dust. Maybe if he got his hands on some Tier 3 runic schematics he would be able to progress faster once more. The problem with that was the rarity and exorbitant prices. The only realistic way of getting them would be buying something with a Tier 3 rune in a store or at the auction. The prices for common-grade armor and weapons were already steep. Something at a higher tier was not something he could afford at the moment. At least not while he was spending a lot on building his turbines and defensive systems. That should be it. Think we will need a lot more copper wires to get to all the towers. I'll just tell Banir to fetch it tomorrow. Roland yawned while stretching. It had gotten late into the night and it was time to sleep. Agni noticed him leaving the workshop and was fast to tackle his leg. You should probably go do your business. He let the puppy outside while he himself went to take a bath. Time continued to tick and it was the next day. Roland always got up quite early thanks to his sleeping-resistant skill. Banir on the other hand was a deep sleeper, even more after drinking through the day. Hey, wake up. I need you to fetch something from the market. The sun was already up so Roland didn't have any bad feelings about waking his assistant up. His foot kicked the door to the log cabin that was now used as Banir's new place of lodging. It was also his smithy that was slowly getting new and better equipment made by the half-dwarf himself. Is he still sleeping? If you go now I'll give you money for that wine you were drooling over. After the sentence was uttered he could hear a strange loud thud in the log shed. This was quickly followed by a lot of metallic tools falling over and him hearing Banir shouting some profanities. I'm up. I'm up. I should dock his pay for pretending to be sleeping. Roland waited another minute to see a half-dressed Banir coming over to meet him. The moment he opened the door the smell of spirit filled Roland's nostrils. This was something he was already used to and other dwarven workshops were quite similar. Finally you're up. Here, go pick these things on the market. If you can barter down the prices you can buy that wine of yours. Thank you, boss. Roland thought that Banir would be a bit dejected that he would only get the wine if he bartered well enough. It seemed that it was enough to just give him a chance at getting it for him to be happy. While Banir was packing up, Roland decided to work on his magic arm guard design. There were enough steel plates in place for him to make some prototypes. With the ethereal pathway skill also leveling up, it was a lot easier to connect them to the main armor. The two parted ways and started the day off early. Banir hefted up his backpack and looked at his workshop while smiling. It just took him a few months, but now he felt like he really could be a proper blacksmith. The person that had hired him was an oddball but also a good person. After locking up the log cabin and saying his goodies to Agni that was nibbling on his morning mana stone, he left. Banir was not provided with a working runic bicycle, so he needed to do his work on foot. Roland didn't deny him one outright. The problem was in Banir not having enough mana to last him towards the city. Even mana stones didn't alleviate this issue much, so he was left with his own 2 legs. It was still only a 30-minute walk, so Banir just used it to take in the sights and think about what he could craft next. One of the reasons he was so excited today was not only for the wine but also that he was close to reaching level 50. His boss had promised to show him some of his runic items if he managed to pass into the 2nd tier. Morning, good morning. Banir greeted the gate guards that already knew him. There weren't that many half-dwarfs in this city with huge backpacks like his. Since getting his new job he was a lot happier, thus his more extroverted personality came out. Thanks to this, getting good prices at the market was easy. While Banir was trying to haggle down on the price of the copper, Roland ordered a group of 5 adventurers was walking down the street. One person from the group then came to a stop while glancing towards the market. Isn't that, hey Garlen, what are you doing? Get a move on. Wait, Devon, look at that. The two men exchanged some glances and both of them started looking in Banir's direction. Soon a smirk appeared on both of their faces while the other three adventurers went over to see what was going on. Well, isn't it our little Banir? Awfully chipper, isn't he? That he is. Reckon we should remind him of how we treat old friends. The group of men moved to the side into a lonesome alley while keeping watch over the market. What they were up to only they knew, but it didn't look that it was anything peaceful. Chapter 98. What's taking him so long? Roland looked at the runic clock that he made in his free time. Banir had been gone for quite some time and was running late. Roland had lost himself in runecrafting on one of his newest inventions, and didn't notice that it was already the middle of the day. Did he go get drunk in a tavern or something? He started imagining Banir getting a good deal of the copper and other metals that he sent him for. Roland had stated that he could use some of that money to buy the brand wine that Banir loved so much, while holding his new runic component that he could attach to his armor at the forearm. With the improvements to his tier, he was able to work much faster even with common grade runes. The need to watch out for his mana also started to fade away. There was no need to take long meditation breaks between runesmithing. Only when doing some large projects like his whole crimson armor would that be now a requirement. In his hands, he had two new prototypes of a new spell weapon. The new runic weapons that he made were something he came up after remembering an old movie. It used quite a bit of mana to work, but it was something to be feared. There was a possibility of shifting the tides of battle due to the unique movement and destructive power. He had already tested this design out beforehand and now he had just made it connect to his own armor and to the runic program. I'll have to give these a final test later, but now, Roland also started to think about having a talk with Banir about that drinking problem. It was all fun and games to look at a drunkard having fun, but when it impacted their work, then there was a problem. Due to the half-dwarf not returning faster, he wasn't able to get his wind turbine up and running. Thus he shifted his attention to weapon crafting, but now it was done as well and his assistant was still missing. Before he could think about a punishment, he heard Agni barking out loudly. "What is it, boy?" The barking was quite loud and prolonged. It was clear that Agni noticed someone or something. The most obvious explanation was that it was Banir coming back, but for some reason, these barks sounded a bit different than usual. There was no time to put on his armor at this moment, but Roland didn't like the sound of those frantic barks. It was clear that there was something off about them, thus he decided to at least put on his gloves and helmet. After grabbing his sword and shield from the side, he was finally ready. "Who is it?" Roland called out while going outside, but there was no one there, only Agni scratching at the entrance gate. After looking around for some enemies, he focused on that gate and could somewhat hear something. There was a certain sound of something being dragged. This was accompanied by heavy footsteps. There was no answer to his question, instead of it a loud noise of someone hitting the ground followed by a grunt. He was momentarily stunned as he could more or less recognize to whom that grunt belonged. This also explained why Agni was scratching at the large gate door to go outside. "What the? Banir, is that you?" Without getting an answer, he rushed outside. There he saw him. Banir was down on the ground, his clothes torn up. The characteristic backpack that he always wore was gone. It seemed to Roland that his assistant was robbed. The surprising thing about this was that it was broad daylight and the city was more or less safe. "Hey, can you hear me?" Roland ran up to Banir and handled his body gently. His assistant was breathing, which was a good sign, but after turning him around he frowned. Banir's nose was clearly broken and bloody. His lip was cut up and his face was swollen. If not treated, it would balloon even more. "Who did this to you? Were there bandits on the way here?" His first thought was bandits, as something like this would be hard to miss in the city. The guards would have at least seen him limping away and helped him to some extent. Fights broke out in the city, but Banir here was beaten half to death. Even without looking at his body, he could tell that some of his bones were broken. There was no reply to the question. Banir was clearly on his last breath. He probably used the last of his stamina to drag himself here. Soon he would pass out. "Shit, hold on." Roland placed the blooded Banir down gently without moving him inside of the house. It would be dangerous to carry him around without properly tending to the wounds first. "Drink this." While preparing for some home invaders, Roland had taken one of his storage bags with potions. He used one of the better health potions on Banir's wounds. He splashed one right on his face while another one was used on his banged-up leg. That is before forcing it in the right place for the healing to start. If done incorrectly, the bone would heal in the wrong place, which would then have to be broken once more to heal correctly. Banir was out cold at this point, so luckily he wouldn't need to feel the pain from having his bone set. Only after doing this did he decide to pick him up to carry him to the house. During the whole debacle, Agni was on the side whimpering with a curled-up tail. Banir was placed on the couch and Roland removed his clothes with the help of his knife. The clothes that he was wearing were filled with sweat and dried-up blood. There was no use keeping them around. Damn, did they have to go this far? He could see many bruises on Banir's chest, stomach, and other vital areas. This doesn't look like a bandit attack. This looks personal. After washing away some of that blood from his assistant's beaten-up body, Roland realized this. A bandit wouldn't go to these lengths. They would also not leave their victim alive unless Banir was lucky to get away. His limp leg that seemed broken told another tale. From what Roland was seeing, it looked like Banir was beaten up thoroughly. It was as if the person that did it had a grudge against him or wanted to pay him back for something. He didn't really ask about his assistant's past, and he didn't think someone like him would have many enemies. These wounds were all done by fists as well. If he was robbed by some thieves, some knife cuts would be there, as those types wouldn't bother with roughing their victims up to this extent. He was also left alive, which indicated that the perpetrators didn't fear any form of retaliation. He's not waking up anytime soon. Could they have been some Rouge adventurers? Roland started to debate on who could have done such a thing, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After living with the silly half-dwarf for a few months, the drunk had grown on him. He was his boss, and a boss was someone that took care of their employees. Fuck. His fist descended on a nearby chair which turned to scrap wood in an instant. His increased strength paired up with the deep steel gauntlets that he was wearing caused fatal damage to the inanimate object. Bark, bark, bark. Agni started sniffing Banir around, and afterward, he continued to bark. He started to run around in a circle before pointing with his nose at the door as if he wanted to go out. What do you? Roland noticed his monster's strange behavior, but he soon realized what he was trying to tell him. Did you get the scent of the one who did this to Banir? Woof. At the question, Agni started bouncing around even more. He was a canine type of monster, and after a couple of levels, he had earned a tracking skill as well. With his nose, it was possible to find the perpetrators of this robbery. The only problem was that there was a short window that this could be done. The trail would go cold in a few hours, and then he could only ask Banir about it. He knew his assistant well enough now. It was probable that he wouldn't tell him the truth about this attack. He could have had history with the perpetrators, and wouldn't want to report this to the City Watch either. The backpack was his, so he didn't owe Roland anything for it, and he would probably work hard to pay back for the copper and money that was stolen. Now or never. Banir's situation was stabilized. The healing potions worked wonders, but they wouldn't help the injured person wake up faster. Roland also wasn't sure if he wanted him to be awake for the thing that he was about to do. I can't handle any tier 3s, but if it's only tier 2s below the 100th level, then. He grasped the bloodied cloth that he used to clean Banir's beaten-up body and looked at it. It was clear to him that the assailants could have gone back to the city. Causing a scene there would bring unwanted attention. His reputation as a strange runesmith living in the woods made him a neutral element in the city. He felt that the Adventurers Guild would take his side if he was able to prove the theft. Banir's bag was something very characteristic among the guild. If the robbers had it on them, it could be the proof that he needed. Roland had told him to mark the backpack with his initials in a hard-to-find spot just for such an occasion. Roland felt angry. He knew that the rational thing to do now would be to not do anything hasty. The backpack was an item that cost a lot of gold, but it was replaceable just like the things in it. But would that approach keep him and Banir from harm's way in the future? No, this is not how this world works. He started going down into his workshop. His feet were slow and a myriad of thoughts was going through his head, mostly telling him that this was a bad idea. Roland had hidden himself away in this house to evade trouble, but even then it found him. One good way of showing people to not trifle with him was a show of strength. Reporting it to the authorities could be a dead end, as status, power and money were the only things that moved the people on the top. If he continued to hide, people would come. When it came to light that Banir was living with him and he did nothing about this, he could be seen as an easy target. Someone could decide to put that up to the test sooner or later. Hiding his strength could backfire in the near future, but having a high profile also brought in many other issues that he was trying to avoid. If he acted, then the news of a particular runesmith would probably circulate through the city. He would alert everyone to his presence. If this would cause more trouble down the road remained to be seen. He placed his helmet on his head as he was now ready. The weapons that he previously constructed were still attached to his forearms as he decided to take them along. After checking all of his gear, he walked out with his shield on his back and his sword to the side. This time around he would go with the classics, as a sword and shield were quite versatile against humans. Agni, do you still have the scent? Woof. The wolf puppy barked and sniffed Banir some more before charging out through the door. His master was left behind to lock up the entire house. Banir's life wasn't in danger, but he probably wouldn't be waking up before this whole situation was over. Roland's stats were much higher than Agni's, so catching up to the puppy wasn't hard. He saw him sniffing around and running along the usual path that they took to get to his house. There were signs of Banir moving through here, marks of dried blood, and even where he was dragging his leg. This path leads to. They came to the fork in the road that was between his house, the dungeon, and the city. With more sniffing, Agni shot towards one of these paths that made Roland frown. He was going towards Albrook, which he had hoped to avoid. This was not a main road path, but one that he and Banir used as a shortcut. It went through the woods and was also the place of the incident. Soon both of them arrived at a spot with a lot of snapped branches and marks of battle. There were even parts of Banir's torn-up clothes. While Agni continued to sniff around, Roland examined the crime scene. It was clear that Banir tried to put up a fight, but there were multiple assailants. They must have followed him from the city and waited till he was alone, probably a tracker in the party. This isn't that far away from the house. Roland felt a bit dejected that he had no idea that such a thing was happening. While he was consumed in his work, Banir was getting assaulted by someone here. He was already thinking about some sort of communication device that would alert him if something like this happened again. Did you get the fresh scent, boy? Agni barked after sniffing around this area. The trail was still fresh, but it went towards the city. The people that did this were probably somewhere there. This could pose a problem. He had already decided to at least check things out. If the assailants proved too powerful, he would have to let things be. On the other hand, if they weren't, then he would have someone to take out this pent-up rage on. The two continued all the way to the city gates, which they passed now after Roland had attained his monster permit. The combination of a large man in a crimson armor and a small red puppy with a ruby tail did turn some heads. Weapons and armor were allowed, so even though he had a shield and sword, they weren't taken away. Where is Agni leading me to? They moved past the main street and into the market and continued further. He only visited the Adventurers Guild along with the auction house. They were going further into the more underdeveloped area, which some might call the slums. It was a place that people that came here with high hopes ended up when they failed. Banir told him once that before he started working as a smith with him, he was forced to live around this area. He told him some tales of daylight robberies and thugs getting into fights. Apparently, the guards didn't wander in here too often, which led to the creation of a more lawless zone. This was a part of this world. Places like this existed in all developed cities. With time, Roland also expected the Thieves' Guild to be created if the city's population kept increasing. The houses became more shabby and the streets dirtier the further the two went in. Soon they ended up at a larger building with saloon-like doors. Agni started pointing with his nose inside, which made Roland believe that the assailants were in there. Agni. Good, you should go hide somewhere and don't come out till I call for you, understood? Agni whined a bit, but soon followed the instructions. With time he had grown into quite the well-behaved pooch. He was smart enough to realize that he would only hold his master back against the people inside. Roland watched as his ruby wolf ducked into one of the alleyways to hide. It would be difficult to concentrate on fighting if his puppy got used as a hostage. The assault happened recently. I should be able to ascertain who it was. He moved forward to open the door to this rundown pub. It was a seedy establishment that housed all sorts of ruffians that didn't want to pay the market price for alcohol. The door parted for him and revealed a somewhat large interior. People were talking and laughing loudly while drinking watered-down beer and wine. His somewhat unique appearance did raise some eyebrows, as not many would be able to afford an eye-catching runic armor like he did. While they were looking at him, he was looking at them. His eyes scanned the area for potential culprits and stopped at one of the tables. There was a group of men sitting there. They looked rough around the edges. They were clearly the ones that he was looking for, as there was a particularly large backpack up against the wall next to their table. All tier 2, huh? This should be manageable. Roland turned to them and started walking. It was time to get in some trouble. Chapter 99. The day in Albrook was slowly coming to an end, but the sun was still out. Chatters and laughs that were previously prevalent in this establishment went silent the moment an unknown person walked in through the saloon-like door. He was larger both in height and stature than the average human male. This wasn't what made this person stick out like a sore thumb. The armor that he was wearing was dark crimson, mana stones, and runic symbols adorned it from head to toe. The people in this place belonged to a more rough element of the city. This place was one of the cheap pubs where they could spend their hard-earned coin. A chunk of it procured through less than stellar means. Thieves, rogues, and con artists were all here, and they could tell that this unexpected knight was here to cause trouble. It was abnormal that someone with that amount of gear would show his face around here. Most people here were already inching away after the armored man looked to the side and started approaching one of the tables in the back. Hey, isn't that Devon and his chums? Did they do wrong to some high-ranking adventurer? An old-looking dwarf asked while taking a swig from a pitcher filled with alcohol. The person sitting next to him was a human of similar age. The man rubbed his chin, but soon he shrugged. No idea, though Devon and his boys aren't pushovers. This might be interesting. I'll put 2 small silvers on those idiots. You're on. Both of the men grinned at each other while continuing to drink their booze. They were far away from the spot those men were sitting in and wanted to see a good show. It was quite normal for bar fights to break out in a place like this, and just as normal to put bets on them. It was something that was welcome amongst the ruffians living here. It was seen as a form of entertainment to spice up the monotonous life. With the lack of modern-day entertainment, what was left was fighting, gambling, sex, and drinking. Hey Garlen, get a load of this guy. Devon, the leader of the group, was in the middle of drinking some cheap booze while glancing at the busty bar wench. He looked to where his buddy Garlen was pointing to spot a strange armored man. The man was wearing a full suit of plate mail armor. On his back was a kite shield, and to his side an arming sword. Devon was a bit drunk already, and he was together with 4 other party members. Even if the man was armored and armed, this didn't pose much of a threat. The people here also had their weapons ready, some strapped to the sides just as the knight, while others had them placed on the table directly. In this neighborhood, there was a need for the protection of one's life. Having people fighting with drawn weapons wasn't as rare as some people might think. You think you're scaring anyone with that fancy armor? Fuck off. The other 4 men laughed while looking at the crimson armored man. This wasn't the first time someone tried starting things with them. It was the first one that someone in a fancy armor like this, though. Devon was already thinking about how much he could get for this piece of equipment if this man actually tried something funny. Before the laughing stopped, the man in crimson pointed to something behind them and spoke out. That doesn't belong to you, return it. Devon's face twitched in anger slightly after hearing the person speak. He had quite the condescending tone, and Devon was a person that despised getting ordered around. Before speaking out, he glanced to where this person was pointing. The backpack? Did that idiot Banir send you here? Banir? Maybe we were too lenient with him. Next time we should break both his legs. Garlen said from the side, while the other party members started to laugh again. Even though they were laughing, they were all slowly reaching for their weapons. This person was an unknown element that they haven't seen before. The only reason they attacked Banir was that they were sure that he didn't have anyone backing him. Now this man showed up, which made their previous assumption null. Give it back. The man took a step forward while not letting up. The 4 members from Devon's party stood up with weapons in their hands to protect themselves. They knew that the one that struck first had the advantage, and they wouldn't let this person deliver a blow while they were sitting down. You're brave, my friend, but also stupid. How about this? I'm a generous man. You can take the backpack for, let's say. Devon had a big smirk on his face while talking slowly. His men were ready to strike, and he felt confident that this person wasn't a tier 3 class holder. The man had a certain skill akin to the analysis skill to sense his opponent's strength. The man in red was clearly someone at tier 2, but he didn't outlevel his party by that much. If he fought them one-on-one, then he might have stood a chance, but with all of them ready to strike, there was no way of them losing this battle. 10 gold coins does sound reasonable, doesn't it? Everyone that was looking at this play out gulped hard. 10 regular-sized gold coins were quite a big sum. A person could buy a house with that or even a set of enchanted items. The man in red armor didn't answer this proposal. It seemed like he was examining the situation before making a decision. 10 gold too much for you? How about you leave us that armor of yours along with your shield and sword? Devon grinned some more. He didn't think that the man would go for the trade, but he didn't care. If he attacked them, then they would have the right to strip him of all of his belongings. The city guards didn't come here and no one in this pub would snitch. It was an unspoken rule among the people living here. Everything would be taken care of between them without involving the nobles. What? Don't have it. The man in red remained silent without answering. Devon's grin started fading as getting ignored was also something that he disliked. The man showed up out of nowhere and wanted to take Benir's backpack back. Inside of it, they found some change and blacksmithing materials. There wasn't much, but they could pawn the large storage bag at the auction house later. He would certainly not give something like that away for free, even less likely after the armored man showed up. If they gave in to his demands, it would make him and his crew seem weak. A person of crime had an image to uphold. If they didn't, every two-bit crook would try to screw with them. So, you won't return it? Are you an idiot? Devon replied with a glare. The man seemed to ignore his previous proposal. It was as if bartering for the item was out of the question. Then the man did something strange. He moved his hand into a smaller spatial bag. This prompted Devon's men to get ready, but instead of any weapons, he pulled out a round orb. This peculiar orb lit up in blue color and projected an image of some dots. It was clearly a magical device, but the use was unclear. Good, empty alleyway, no one there. What are you mumbling about? Devon, this guy is pissing me off. Let me. Before Garlen could reply, the man in the crimson armor moved both his hands forward. He wasn't holding any weapons, just pointing with the flat side of his palms at them. It looked like he was trying to push an invisible wall. They realized too late what he was up to as his whole armor lit up like a Christmas tree with the focus being his hands. What the? A massive ball of green energy formed in front of him before being shot out. It was a massive burst of wind elements that pushed all 5 of the men back against the wall with a staggering amount of force. The shabby wooden walls of this pub weren't able to support this attack and crumbled. All of Devon's party members, including him, were sent through this wooden wall and fell out on the other side. Everyone that was watching this from the side was astonished by this development. The armored man looked like he had some enchanted armor on, but no one had ever seen someone use it like this. Mostly the enchantments would be buffing spells or defensive ones. Active magic spells burned through the caster's mana by too much. Unless someone was a mage, they wouldn't be able to handle prolonged use of such gear. Even then, mags would use special magic wands or staffs for such things and not bulky armor that slowed them down. The fight continued while people scattered to the sides even more. Now they realized that the fight had some kind of crazy magic involved. There was now the possibility of being involved in some wide area magical blasts. No one was willing to stick too close to a caster that was using runic weapons. You fuck. Devon spat out some blood as he was hurled all the way on the opposite side of this alley and into a stone wall. His party members were all close to him while one of his men was still hanging out of the wooden wall. Wait, look out. With a sudden blurry movement, the man in red armor was now upon the man that was covered in splintered planks. He was grabbed by the neck from behind and promptly lifted up, then the armor started glowing in a blue light before another spell was discharged. Yarghhhhh, it was a lightning spell. The man was being electrocuted before their very eyes. It was clearly a higher-tier common spell that packed quite a punch and was fast. After the Crimson Man injected their party member with high voltage, he was promptly tossed to the side, his body limp. The fight was taken outside of the premises of this pub. Some of the people that were on the inside decided that this was enough and it was time to run. There were a few that remained in place, interested in this man's capabilities. It seemed that he was able to repeatedly cast spells, which was the forte of runic spells. This came at a large cost that a lot of people knew. The high loss of MP was seen as problematic. Thus it was surprising that this person was continuously producing magical effects. The armor's mana stones were even shining, making people believe that he was constantly burning through his mana. Get him. He can't keep this up for long. Devon knew the downside of using runic weapons. They only needed to prolong this fight and their enemy would run out of steam sooner or later. Gia, a flat pillar of rock collided with Garland's belly. He was the group's tank and also larger than this enemy that they were facing. He had managed to grab his shield and axe before being sent out through the wall. The problem was that the attack came from below and not from in front as he had expected. The man's right boot looked to be the magical device that activated this earth-based spell that connected with his liver, and sent him to his knees. More screams filled the alleyway as the magical spells continued to be discharged. It didn't seem like the person casting them was having a tough time with his MP. With an ice blast, another man fell, and now the only person that remained was the ringleader. "Don't think that you'll get away with this, you shit. You think you can just waltz in here and..." Before Devon could finish the sentence, a blast of magic energy connected with the ground right next to him. He moved to the side to evade it, but it seemed that this was just a feint that the man in crimson was waiting for. The armor glowed in green light and he appeared right to the side. Without having time to react and in a panicked state, Devon received a clean shot from the man's fist to the chin. His teeth and blood flew up against the stone wall as he crumbled like a deflated balloon. You could have just returned the backpack, but you had to make it difficult. Before Devon could reply, he saw a blood-covered armored fist flying towards his face again. With another hit, he tumbled onto his back and into some garbage on the side. The man that assaulted them walked towards him with slow steps and placed his foot on his chest to hold him down. "I don't particularly enjoy stuff like this, but I'll have to make an exception for you." "Wait, what are you doing?" Devon's vision was blurry and he had blood in his mouth and no strength to fight back. He saw Roland leaning down and grasping one of his legs below the knee. The mana stones on his armor glowed in red as the man felt pressure being applied to his shin.